Ji Yuan accidentally traveled to a parallel world of beast control. However, because he awakened his special talent, he was abandoned by Qin Mei because he was unable to contract a beast. Just when he thought his life was a failure, the exclusive system for time travelers awakened. Emperor's Illustrated Book: absorb the remains of extinct creatures and create larval contracts. The Phantom Fire Kirin releases the netherworld flames that burn the soul. The Thunderwolf Lord commands the thunder of the world and shatters the darkness. The Void Lord, a terrifying force that corrodes everything. The Kraken is the world's most primitive fear of the ocean. Many years later, when Ji Yuan stood at the top of the Beastmaster, he had created a beast core composed entirely of extinct creatures. At this time, Linyan City holds an awakening ceremony every year, and all high school graduates who are 18 years old or older can participate. The sole purpose of this ceremony is to screen out talented individuals who are qualified to become beast tamers. A Beastmaster instructor said, Ji Yuan was once the brightest star. 2 years ago, Ji Yuan broke the century-long record at the awakening ceremony and became the first awakener with special-level soul power qualification. But his ability eventually caused him to fall from genius into the abyss. The former supernova is now regarded as trash, and no one mentions his glory anymore. Tentative student, Ji Yuan. The female instructor flipped through the documents and glanced at Ji Yuan. It's been 2 years, but you still haven't made a contract with any Beastmaster. Ji Yuan was silent for a moment. Perhaps, there is no Beastmaster in this world that has a contract with me. The instructor held a document with a red stamp of unqualified on it. According to the regulations, you can choose to give up taking the late fall test. Once the test is complete, we will arrange for you to return to the city center. Ji Yuan stood up and clenched his fists. I will participate. His voice was low, and his heart had long been gloomy, but the stubbornness still did not disappear. After all, I was here 2 years ago during the late fall test. My mind has never changed. I will go to the end, no matter what the outcome. He hadn't finished speaking, but he had already made up his mind. However, the female instructor could not hide a trace of regret in her eyes. 2 years ago, he was hailed as a supernova because of his amazing performance in the awakening ceremony. Yet today, here he stood, unable to pass even the most basic of tests. Linyan City holds an awakening ceremony every year, and all high school graduates over the age of 18 can participate. The sole purpose of this ceremony is to screen out talented individuals who are qualified to become beast tamers. The instructor continued, and Ji Yuan was once the brightest star. 2 years ago, Ji Yuan broke the century-long record at the awakening ceremony and became the first awakener with special soul power qualifications. All this shocked the entire city, and everyone was looking forward to the birth of a new Beastmaster genius. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. Even with his special soul power, he was unable to sign a contract with any beast. His ability eventually caused him to fall from genius into the abyss. The former supernova is now regarded as trash, and no one mentions his glory anymore. Ji Yuan walked out of the evaluation room. The students around him were whispering about his failure, and he laughed at himself even more. Is this my end? He asked himself in a low voice, as if the whole world was against him. However, at this moment, a cold mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The host situation has been detected, and the Emperor's Illustrated Beast Taming System is about to awaken. This voice made Ji Yuan's eyes suddenly light up. An opportunity for a time traveler had finally arrived. His heart was beating violently and his blood seemed to boil instantly. System. He excitedly grasped this hope. Immediately, an ancient book appeared in his mind, and the system's voice continued to sound. Imperial Atlas. The host can absorb the remains of imperial creatures and unlock the corresponding information in the atlas. By absorbing the remains and unlocking it, the host will be able to copy the young form of the emperor creature and make a contract with it. This world's beast taming system has been developed for thousands of years, and the beast taming bloodlines are divided into 8 levels, from low level to emperor level. The emperor level beasts had long since disappeared in the long river of history, leaving only scattered remains. Now, with the Emperor's Atlas, he will have the opportunity to create an Emperor's beast taming army that will shock the world. The pages of the illustrated guide in my mind slowly unfolded, and the first page showed a turquoise imperial creature. This was obviously a novice gift package given by the system. When Ji Yuan was about to take a closer look, a clear girl's voice broke his thoughts. Ji Yuan. Lin Yunjia appeared in his sight, wearing the college uniform, attracting the attention of everyone around. Her eyes were full of disdain and anger. Are you still going to take the autumn test tomorrow? Don't embarrass me again. Ji Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. Lin Yunjia was a friend he once regarded as a family member. The two had grown up together in an orphanage, and he was determined to get her into the academy. But now, her attitude has become so cold, even full of sarcasm. So what if you have special qualifications? You can't make a contract to control beasts, and you will never be able to become a beast master. There was no warmth in Lin Yunjia's eyes. You are just an incompetent waste. Leave the academy as soon as possible, so as not to affect me. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yunjia coldly. Get lost. Lin Yunjia was stunned, unable to believe that Ji Yuan in front of her would actually speak to her like that. He ignored her and turned to walk towards the dormitory. The college was very large, with 6 dormitory buildings alone. The dormitory layout is basically 4-person dormitories, and only a small number of outstanding beastmasters can live in double rooms or even single rooms. Ji Yuan is a provisional student and lives in a dormitory with 3 other provisional students. I opened the door and found that there was no one else in the dormitory due to the time. Just in time. Ji Yuan closed the window, drew the curtains, and locked the door. The Emperor's illustrated book appeared before his eyes. The Emperor's atlas turned to the first page, and Ji Yuan's consciousness quickly rushed into the portrait of the strange beast depicted in the first frame. In an instant, he felt dizzy, until he suddenly woke up and found himself in an endless chaotic space. The surroundings were empty and filled with an unknown atmosphere. Ji Yuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. When his eyes were fixed in front of him, there was a square step about 1 meter long. There stood a skeleton that looked like it was carved from jade. Although the leg bone did not appear to be particularly long, its aura was extremely strong. Obviously, this was no ordinary creature. Just as he was wondering, the system prompt sounded. Creature, skeleton beast, race, chilin beast, bloodline, emperor, attribute, fire. Features, immune to fire damage, other data, lost. Ji Yuan couldn't help but gasp. It was unbelievable that this was actually a demon beast with an emperor's bloodline. Before he could react, the system issued another shocking reminder. The integrity of the remains of the skeleton nether beast has been detected to be 100%. Do you want to immediately copy the perfect young? Copy. Ji Yuan made the decision without hesitation. Before he finished speaking, a brilliant light suddenly burst out, and the air around him instantly became hot. It seemed to burn everything around it. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. The host has copied an imperial creature for the first time. Reward, the remains of the imperial monster, the Star Peak Griffin, 30% completeness. Griffin? Ji Yuan's eyes flickered. This ancient creature actually existed. However, this excitement was only fleeting. Then, a silver-white cub appeared before his eyes. The young animal was about 1 meter tall, with a sturdy build and silvery white scales covering its body. On its forehead, there is a pair of emerald green horns, and around its neck is fluttering flaming green mane. The most eye-catching thing is that its entire body is filled with a green flame that seems to never go out. Ji Yuan was stunned for a moment, then reached out and touched it tentatively. However, as soon as he got close, he felt a wave of heat. Unexpectedly, the young animal raised its head on its own initiative, as if indicating that he could touch it. Ji Yuan gently placed his hand on the cub's head, and then a warm breath came from his palm. A smile appeared on his face, and all the pain and loneliness of the past seemed to disappear in that instant. However, while feeling this warmth, a long-lost power began to surge in Ji Yuan's heart. He mobilized his long-frozen soul power, and drops of blood flowed out of his palms, gathering into a complex mark. Little guy, come and shock the world with me. Ji Yuan whispered, pushing his right hand towards the cub's forehead. At the moment when this mark touched the cub, there was a sudden vibration between heaven and earth. Green smoke quickly rose from the back of Ji Yuan's right hand. He knew that this was a sign of the conclusion of the contract. At the same time, at the distant Qingfeng Beastmaster Academy, the air pressure suddenly changed. The clear sky was covered by dark clouds, and dull thunder sounded from time to time, as if the gods were roaring. As the strong wind swept in, the students in the college felt an inexplicable fear, and some even broke out in cold sweats. The source of this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth is the boys' dormitory building located in the southeast corner of the college. In the dean's office, a female instructor wearing gold-rimmed glasses was discussing matters concerning the new students with the dean. "Ji Yuan, will he take the test tomorrow before leaving?" Instructor Zhang and I asked in a low voice. The dean looked at the information and sighed. "It's a pity that he can't contract a beast with his superb qualifications." The dean said softly, "If he can contract a beast, I will definitely use all my resources to train him." However, suddenly, the strange phenomenon outside interrupted their conversation. Zhang and I exclaimed, "This fluctuation means someone is contracting a beast." The dean frowned and looked up at the sky, doubts rising in his heart. This fluctuation is too strong. Soon, the dean's gaze focused on the sky. The aura there far exceeded the Overlord level and actually reached the legendary level. He was startled and suddenly realized that the fluctuation in front of him was not caused by Zhang, but came from another student, Ji Yuan. "Ji Yuan." The dean's voice was low and shocked. Could it be him? Ji Yuan has been concentrating on the contract ceremony and ignoring everything around him. At this moment, a green mark was flashing on the back of his hand, marking his successful contract with the Emperor-level beast tamer. This was the moment he had been waiting for so long. Finally, he became a beastmaster and entered a whole new world. As the contract was completed, the soul power in his body surged violently like a volcanic eruption. The power surged stronger and stronger, rushing to every cell in his body, making him feel extremely excited. "I will definitely shock everyone in tomorrow's autumn test." Ji Yuan made up his mind secretly, as if he saw his bright future in this beast-taming academy. Surrounding him was a green young animal, which seemed to be sensing its master's excitement. Ji Yuan looked down at the young beast, and its attribute panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Creature, skeleton beast juvenile race, chilin beast bloodline, emperor-level perfect attribute, fire. He pondered it carefully. This young animal had great potential and would be the key to his success in the future. He realized that no matter how powerful the beast's bloodline was, if he could not improve his soul power, he would not be able to truly unleash its power. The only way is to shine in tomorrow's autumn test and become the focus of the audience. "Wait for me." Ji Yuan put away his excitement, gently stroked the cub's head, and guided the soul power in his body to the mark on his right hand. When he closed his eyes, his consciousness immediately entered the chaotic beast-taming space. After sensing his arrival, the cubs jumped around him excitedly, occasionally rubbing their heads against his face, as if expressing affection for their master. "Let me give you a name," Ji Yuan said in a low voice. Looking at its sparkling eyes, he finally decided to name it Ming. The name is simple yet profound, just like its netherworldly flame characteristics. When the cub heard the name, it jumped up happily, as if it was extremely satisfied. However, Ji Yuan did not stop thinking, and his heart was still filled with anticipation for tomorrow's test. As soon as he exited the beast-taming space, he heard the discussion coming from the dormitory. "I heard that the sky turned green because someone swore a curse and angered the gods," a student said in a trembling voice. "The sky turned green? Isn't that because of Zhang Heng?" another student interrupted. Ji Yuan knew that Zhang Heng was the son of the vice president, and was usually arrogant and domineering, bullying his classmates. 2 years ago, when Ji Yuan first entered school, he lost confidence for a time because of the suppression from Zhang Heng. Now, when he heard Zhang Heng's name, a cold light flashed in his eyes. A beast-taming egg with a dominant bloodline? Ji Yuan wondered secretly whether Huang Mao's information was credible. His eyes became sharper, as if he had made some decision secretly. The conversation in the dormitory gradually subsided and everyone fell asleep. But Ji Yuan still couldn't calm down, with expectation and anxiety intertwined in his heart. Tomorrow's autumn test will be a crucial moment for him to return to the top. The next morning, the sound of horns rang throughout the academy, and all students headed to the square to prepare for the annual autumn test. It is the place where every beastmaster's dream begins and the stage for every student to break through himself. Ji Yuan was wearing black clothes, looking calm and handsome, walking among the crowd. The square was already crowded with students who came to take the test. The 2 stages in the center were built majestically and magnificently, attracting all attention. As the host of this test, director Lu Xinyue rode a pink eagle and slowly descended from the air. She was wearing a pink long dress and had an extraordinary temperament, instantly winning the applause of everyone present. Lu Xinyue not only has outstanding appearance, but is also one of the top 3 beastmasters in Linyun City and is deeply respected by the students. Classmates, today is finally the autumn test. Lu Xinyue's voice was gentle and clear, instantly quieting the entire square. She continued, today's test is divided into 2 parts. The first is the soul power concentration test and the beast control bloodline level test, and the second is the arena challenge. As soon as she finished speaking, she read out the first tester from the list, the first tester, tentatively named student, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. Everyone in the square couldn't believe this name. This student who was once unable to contract a beast tamer was actually still here. In a bustling square, Ji Yuan's figure was like a black lightning, passing through the crowd and stepping onto the platform. The ridicule and contempt around me filled my ears, and many people's eyes flashed with disdain. After all, how could this boy, who was called a waste, who couldn't even make a contract to tame a beast, compete with those true geniuses? He dares to come, is it to make everyone remember the so-called special grade soul power qualification? Someone sneered. Huh, that's right. He can't do anything except that little bit of empty talent. Another person mocked. Ji Yuan was not moved by these words. His steps remained firm, as if he had never heard the ridicule. On the stage, Lu Xinyue smiled, but there was a hint of regret in her eyes. Ji Yuan, are you ready for the soul power test? Ji Yuan nodded and stepped onto the round stone platform covered with green vines. The stone brick triggered his soul power, and instantly, an indescribable sense of oppression filled the air. The sky suddenly darkened and the crowd in the square was stunned. Special grade soul power qualification. A cold voice came from the round platform. Everyone was stunned, and then a commotion broke out. Special grade talent. Impossible, he actually has this kind of spiritual talent. A piece of trash also has special qualifications. It seems that it is just for show. Even so, the people in the audience could not hide their inner contempt and disdain. Ji Yuan walked down from the test bench. There was no trace of joy or pride on his face. Instead, he looked unusually calm. But everyone began to whisper and laugh. Suddenly, Ji Yuan's voice broke through the noise, "Director, I'm ready for the next test." These words, like a bolt of thunder, instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. Lu Xinyue was slightly stunned, then nodded, "In that case, let's conduct the beast taming bloodline level test." This sentence undoubtedly threw a huge stone in the square. Many people looked at Ji Yuan in disbelief, and some even began to doubt their own ears. This young man who has always been regarded as a waste is actually going to challenge the most difficult beast taming test. He dares, someone whispered. I think he must have a problem with his brain. He can't even make a contract with a beast, so how can he have the courage to do a blood test? Another person sneered and agreed. However, Ji Yuan ignored the gossip and just raised his hand slightly. The air in the audience seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, waiting for his next move. Suddenly, a green mark appeared on the back of Ji Yuan's hand, and a familiar green light flashed by, instantly causing a commotion. Did he really contract a beast tamer? Lin Yunjia frowned. She had never heard of such a rumor about Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan closed his eyes and whispered softly, "Ming, today is the beginning of our names ringing throughout the world." Then, following Ji Yuan's call, a white chilin cub appeared beside him. The chilin was covered with crystal scales, and green flames were burning inside its body. The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. The appearance of this beast was extremely unique, as if it came from a myth, full of mystery and majesty. This is not an ordinary beast," someone said in a trembling voice. Zhang Heng, the son of the vice president of Qingfeng Beast Taming Academy, stood in the crowd, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Such a beautiful beastmaster was actually contracted by him. Lin Yunjia looked at the figure of the chilin cub, with a subtle shock flashing in her eyes. What a beautiful beastmaster. She couldn't help but whisper, and a corner of her heart quietly changed. Lu Xinyue also walked forward at this time, staring at Chilin, and her face couldn't help but become solemn. This aura, this Chilin is not an ordinary creature. She stretched out her hand, and a handheld scanner device appeared out of thin air in her palm. The moment the scanner touched the chilin, a dazzling light burst out. Immediately afterwards, the tester made a crisp cracking sound and was instantly torn apart by the huge energy fluctuations. Ji Yuan stood in front of the test bench, frowning slightly. The tester in front of him had broken into several pieces. He had never seen this kind of equipment before, and couldn't help but wonder, if the tester is broken, how can he get the measurement results? At this moment, Lu Xinyue's gaze was fixed on the fragments of the tester, and then a look of shock flashed across her eyes. This convenient tester could withstand Overlord-level blood fluctuations, but it broke at this moment. She slowly turned to the Beastmaster beside Ji Yuan, her eyes flickering, and immediately announced. Ji Yuan, the bloodline level of the contracted beast is Overlord level or above. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Yuan. Overlord level. Oh my god, this guy's beast is actually Overlord level. A student's shocked voice echoed in the air. Oh my god, it's actually Overlord level. Where did he get such a powerful beast tamer? Another student exclaimed in astonishment. It turns out that he had been prepared for this. After pretending to be a loser for 2 years, he actually wanted to make a comeback in the late autumn test. His voice was full of shock and envy. Overlord level? No, Sister Fairy just said that it might be of a higher bloodline. This beast doesn't look simple. Lin Yunjia stood in the crowd, staring at Ji Yuan with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. She cursed herself for being careless. Yesterday she predicted that Ji Yuan would be eliminated from the late autumn test. Now it seems that he, who possesses special soul power and overlord-level beast control, is bound to become the darling of the academy. On the stage, Ji Yuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. The overlord level shocked them. If they knew Ming's true bloodline, they would probably collapse completely. Student Ji Yuan, congratulations on your successful beast taming contract. Please step down temporarily. Lu Xinyue said softly with a smile on her face. Ji Yuan shook his head. Director, I remember there is a rule for the late autumn test. He paused for a moment, then said calmly but confidently, I apply to be the champion of the challenge tournament. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was shocked. Even Lu Xinyue was stunned. Obviously she did not expect Ji Yuan to make such a challenge. Are you crazy? A student whispered in disbelief. He is just a 9th grade beastmaster, how dare he challenge the champion? Did he get his head caught in the door? Another student sneered. Even if you have a dominant beast, what's the point? Your soul power is only at the 9th level. What chance do you have of winning? The students who were watching were pointing and talking, their words full of contempt and disdain for Ji Yuan. However, Lu Xinyue couldn't hide her surprise. Are you sure? Ji Yuan's answer was concise and firm, sure. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Heng in the audience couldn't wait to jump onto the stage. I want to be the champion too. His voice was full of provocation. Lu Xinyue raised her eyebrows immediately, and her gentle tone revealed a hint of authority. Since you all want to compete for the title, let's have a fight. The winner gets to keep the title, and the loser will be eliminated from the test. The scene suddenly became heated, and everyone realized that today's ring match would definitely not be simple. Zhang Heng's eyes were full of hostility, and he sneered at Ji Yuan, I wonder what confidence you have. Even if you have a dominant beast, it still depends on your soul power. How can your 9th grade soul power be my opponent? Ji Yuan did not respond. His eyes fell quietly on Zhang Heng, but he did not care in his heart. The so-called soul power is the key to determining the power between the beast tamer and the beast master. Zhang Heng's confidence may have some reason, but he underestimated Ji Yuan's trump card. With Ming's appearance, the atmosphere on the stage suddenly became oppressive. Ji Yuan stood proudly on the stage, with unparalleled pressure. Zhang Heng's beast, the silver wolf, was huge in size, with fierce light flashing in its eyes, and it had already prepared for the battle. However, at this moment, a pink light suddenly appeared on the field, and a pink eagle beast suddenly descended. Lu Xinyue sat on the eagle beast's back. Since you have made up your mind, let's fight excitingly. Then, the eagle beast spread its wings and flew out of the ring. However, Ji Yuan smiled calmly, his eyes sharp, your lackeys will only cheer for you. Soon as he finished speaking, Ming let out a low roar, a burst of green light rolled up, and quickly rushed towards the ring. A woo! The silver wolf suddenly attacked and pounced towards Ji Yuan, its bloody mouth open and full of threat. A creature of this low-level bloodline dares to show its fangs in front of me? Ji Yuan chuckled. In an instant, Ming's pressure was like the aura of an emperor, which instantly made Silver Wolf breathless. Its silver hair stood up all over its body, and it actually fell to its knees in front of everyone's shocked gazes, as if trying to please Ming. The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned by the shock of this scene. Zhang Heng's eyes were filled with anger. Yin Yu, what are you doing? Zhang Heng's angry roar echoed in the silent square, his voice full of doubt and indignation. Ji Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although his current soul power level is only 9th grade, the blood gap between him and the Beastmaster has already penetrated into his bones. How shameful! Veins popped out on Zhang Heng's forehead and his eyes were filled with anger. He quickly guessed the reason and thought that it was the suppression of Ji Yuan's Overlord-level bloodline that caused his silver wolf to lose its combat effectiveness. He roared and swung his right palm, and the figure of the silver wolf suddenly turned into starlight and disappeared in an instant. Don't be complacent. Do you think this is all I have? Zhang Heng sneered, and a deep blue ice crystal mark suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, a biting cold filled the square, and an orangutan with ice blue hair and covered in frost quietly appeared in front of Zhang Heng. Hiss! It's the snowy ice ape. Zhang Heng actually summoned this beast. This beast was specially prepared for him by his father. He has never summoned it in public before. However, an 8th grade beastmaster can only contract 2 beasts at most. If Zhang Heng had 2 beasts, then what about the strange phenomenon in the world yesterday? Didn't you guys react? The strange phenomenon on Earth must have been caused by Ji Yuan. Yes, look at the brilliance of Ji Yuan's beast, isn't it exactly the same as the vision yesterday? It's incredible. Ji Yuan is actually the boy with super qualified skills. I'm afraid he will soar to the sky this time. It's too early to say. Let's get past Zhang Heng first. In the square, there were constant whispers. Anger burned in Zhang Heng's eyes. The snow ape was his secret weapon, and Silver Wolf's failure made him even more unwilling. But the snow ape has a special talent, slow perception. When the bloodline gap exceeds 2 levels, this talent can enable it to ignore the opponent's bloodline suppression. Although Ji Yuan's beast-taming bloodline is powerful, it is 1 level lower than that of the snow cliff ice ape, which makes Zhang Heng more confident. Without blood pressure, I want to see how your beastmaster will fight. Zhang Heng's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. He immediately ordered the snowy ice ape to attack. The gorilla suddenly stood up, its giant fist covered with blue hair shining with cold light, and pounced towards Ji Yuan fiercely. Zhang Heng. Ji Yuan's voice was calm and flat, and his eyes fell directly on Zhang Heng's face. Now, I will show you what real strength is. As his light voice fell, the green beast beside Ji Yuan slowly stepped forward, Ming's eyes flashing. The next moment, a terrifying green heat wave erupted from Ming's body, instantly engulfing the entire arena. Although there was a protective light shield around the ring, the hot air wave still made the audience below feel a strong sense of heat. The green flames covered the sky and the entire venue seemed to be engulfed by flames, and screams were heard from the stage. Ape was struggling desperately in the flames. Its huge body twisted in the high temperature and burning, and it scratched its head with both hands. However, the green flame not only burned its flesh, but also fiercely burned its soul. In an instant, Xue Xiaobingxing's eyes rolled back, his body shook violently, and he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Ji Yuan waved his hand lightly, and the flames quickly receded. Zhang Heng stood in the aftermath of the flames, his face ashen. His eyes were fixed on Xue Xiaobingxing's corpse, his mind blank. How is this possible? I am clearly an 8th grade peak beast master, how could I lose to him? Zhang Heng was extremely angry. At this time, Ji Yuan's voice sounded again, calmly and with a bit of contempt, can the results be announced, director? In just 5 minutes, the battle was over. In the square, everyone looked at the scene on the ring in amazement. At first, everyone thought that Zhang Heng would win easily, but 5 minutes later, they realized that the one who was actually crushed was Zhang Heng. The champions compete against each other, and the winner is Ji Yuan. Lu Xinyue's voice sounded, with an incredibly complex emotion. At this moment, Ji Yuan once again shone brightly in front of everyone and became the focus of everyone. However, at this moment, Zhang Heng suddenly stood up, pointed at Ji Yuan, and said angrily, "You despicable thief! You stole the beast egg I brought back from the Withered Valley. I took the opportunity to hatch this green fire beast and made a contract with it. You actually used stolen things to participate in the late autumn test." Zhang Heng's voice was excited and ferocious. "You stole my beast egg, and you dared to use it against me." This revelation instantly caused a sensation in the audience. Oh my god, it was stolen. If that's true, then Ji Yuan's changes over the past 2 years make sense. The discussion in the crowd became louder and louder, with voices of accusation and suspicion rising one after another. However, Ji Yuan remained calm as ever, without a trace of emotion on his face. Lu Xinyue knew very well that the beast-taming egg she brought back from the Withered Valley was a dead egg, and Zhang Heng's words were a complete lie. But she is the son of the vice president, and as the dean of studies, she can only choose to remain silent. Just as everyone was talking, Ji Yuan suddenly walked towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's eyes widened, his heart panicking, but he had no choice but to step back slowly. The next moment, Ji Yuan raised his hand without hesitation and slapped Zhang Heng fiercely. "You are a guy who can't afford to lose." As the slap landed, the discussions around stopped abruptly. Since Zhang Heng was admitted to the hospital, no one has ever dared to treat him like this. After all, Vice President Zhang Jilin is well known for doting on his son, and no one dares to challenge his authority. At this moment, a cold snort broke the silence. What a cruel boy. There was unmistakable anger in his voice, causing everyone present to shrink their necks involuntarily. Zhang Jilin, the vice president, appeared on the stage in anger. "President Zhang." Lu Xinyue greeted Zhang Jilin respectfully upon seeing him. Without saying anything more, he took the eagle beast and left this dangerous place. The appearance of Zhang Jilin made the air freeze instantly, and his eyes swept across Ji Yuan sharply like a sword. "You are the most disappointing student to me since the establishment of Qingfeng Beastmaster Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, an oppressive breath rushed over, making it almost impossible to breathe. Ji Yuan was not afraid at all. "Dean Zhang, what exactly do you mean by despicable behavior?" After Zhang Heng lost the game, he became angry and accused me of stealing his beast egg. "Don't you know right from wrong? To protect your child, you even slander me." Ji Yuan's response was calm and sharp. The students in the audience also began to discuss in low voices. Zhang Heng relied on the fact that he is the son of the vice president to bully the weak for 3 years. Ji Yuan dared not say a word, but the vice president could tolerate it. "How dare you!" Zhang Jilin roared, his eyes as sharp as knives, instantly silencing all the students in the audience. "Today, I came forward because Zhang Heng accused you of theft." He paused and added. "The college values morality, and now that there has been an allegation of theft, the truth must be uncovered." Having said that, Zhang Jilin was already extremely angry with Zhang Heng in his heart. He had to let Ji Yuan take responsibility for all of this, otherwise Zhang Heng's reputation would be ruined. "I never wrongly accuse any student." Zhang Jilin stood straight with a proud look on his face. "Zhang Heng, tell us why you suspect Ji Yuan stole your beast egg." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Heng began to explain, "The beast egg I brought back from the Withered Valley has been emitting a green light, and the egg is almost in the hatching state. But I found that the egg was missing. Until yesterday afternoon, Ji Yuan had not contracted any beast. But today, when strange phenomena appeared in heaven and earth, Ji Yuan suddenly possessed a beast he had never controlled before. Therefore, I concluded that he stole my beast egg." After he finished speaking, Zhang Jilin turned to Ji Yuan. "Have you already signed the beast tamer contract before yesterday afternoon? Or, you didn't have a contract to tame the beast when the strange phenomena happened?" Ji Yuan turned around and faced everyone. "Everyone knows that I have no friends. How can Vice President Zhang ask me to find someone to testify?" However, Zhang Jilin did not back down. His voice was calm but threatening. "So, you are not going to deny it?" Then, he scanned the room and ordered in a deep voice, "Provisional students who live in the same dormitory as Ji Yuan, stand up." Several boys lowered their heads, walked onto the stage, and gave their testimony without hesitation. We saw Ji Yuan coming out of Zhang Heng's dormitory yesterday. At this moment, Lin Yunjia was called by the vice president, and her heart was filled with uneasiness. After hesitating for a moment, she finally stood up and said coldly, Ji Yuan has been stealing other people's things since he was a child, and I have never liked being friends with him. Her words instantly pushed Ji Yuan into the abyss, and everyone focused their eyes on him, full of contempt and disdain. Ji Yuan finally raised his head and looked directly at Zhang Jilin. You said that this beast belongs to your son, right? As his voice sounded, Ming, Ji Yuan's beast, suddenly appeared and stood beside him majestically. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the beautiful beast, and Zhang Jilin's eyes changed. What a great drama that I directed and performed myself. Ji Yuan laughed, what if I tell you that I have more than one beast? Boom! The clear sky suddenly changed again. The sky suddenly turned gloomy, as if day turned into night in an instant. Visions of heaven and earth. Zhang Jilin narrowed his eyes and frowned, and suddenly a sense of something wrong flashed through his mind. You are a bunch of dogs who look down on others. Open your eyes and see clearly. Ji Yuan laughed out loud. The next moment, the clouds suddenly dispersed, revealing a bizarre, colorful galaxy of the universe. Another strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. What on earth is going on? Ji Yuan just said to keep your eyes open. Could it be because of him? Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen a vision of the universe and the stars. What kind of beast is this? What level of bloodline would cause this phenomenon? On the ring, Zhang Jilin narrowed his eyes into a slit. At this moment, a strong wind swept across the square, making everyone's clothes shake and their hair fly. Zhang Heng, Lin Yunjia and the others looked up in shock, unable to put into words. Chucky. Just at this moment, a strange roar resounded through the sky. Call out. Above the sky, a black shadow swooped down from the strange vision of the universe and the galaxy. When the black shadow landed steadily beside Ji Yuan, the whole audience seemed to stop breathing. I saw a strange beast with a strong body and a pair of golden wings. This strange beast is like a combination of a lion and an eagle. On the sturdy and strong body of the lion, in addition to a pair of exaggerated wings, there is also an eagle-like head. Its fur is golden, as bright as the midday sun, extremely dazzling. At this moment, everyone seemed to be strangled by the throat, with their mouths wide open, and no one could make any sound. This beast was the Star Peak Griffin that the system rewarded to Ji Yuan when he made the contract with Ming. When the first contract was completed, the Emperor's Atlas was upgraded. One of its functions was to be able to temporarily summon the Emperor-level creatures included in the Atlas. This kind of summoning will cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and can temporarily transform Emperor-level creatures, making them extremely real. However, the price of doing so is that the integrity of the remains will be depleted. He was reluctant to use it, but who could have thought that this father and son could confuse right and wrong so much? Zhang Heng. Is this beast also yours? Ji Yuan's cold voice echoed throughout the square. Zhang Heng's face turned pale and he didn't dare to look at anyone else. What a great Ji Yuan. At this moment, Zhang Jilin felt like he was slapped in public. His eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that Ji Yuan actually had more than one beastmaster of this level. It seems that there is only one way left. Vast soul power surged within Zhang Jilin's body, and he seemed to want to summon a beast. Huh, it's so lively. Just then, a light laugh was heard. Zhang Jilin's face suddenly turned gloomy. No chance. In the sky, the strange phenomenon caused by the Star Peak Griffin slowly faded away, and the clear sky reappeared. At the same time, a figure fell from the sky. He was a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples and a storm in his brow. Ji Yuan raised his head slightly, and his pupils contracted when he saw the man's back. It turned out that this middle-aged man who suddenly appeared had a pair of wings on his back. 4th grade Beastmaster. Ji Yuan had once heard that a 4th grade Beastmaster could use his soul power to transform any part of the contracted beast. Although this action consumes a lot of soul power, being handsome is the most important thing. When the middle-aged man landed 3 steps in front of Ji Yuan, Zhang Jilin, who had been aggressive before, took a half step back and said softly, "President Tan." The person who came was the real dean of Qingfeng Beast Taming Academy, Tan He. This top leader of Linyun City has always paid more attention to the city's development and rarely cared about the affairs of the college. Why is he? Zhang Jilin's eyes rolled, and finally he realized what was going on, and glanced at Ji Yuan not far away. It's the dean. I've been in the academy for 4 years, and this is the first time I've seen him in person. Did I see it right just now? The dean actually has wings. Stupid, that's the ability of a 4th-grade beastmaster. The sudden appearance of this usually elusive dean caused quite a stir. Ji Yuan looked at his back and clenched his fists. Finally appeared. Back then, when Ji Yuan awakened his special soul power aptitude, it was he who led himself into the academy. The reason why he spared no effort today was to get the other party to come forward, because only the dean could give him the greatest help. Tan He had a smile on his face, like an approachable teacher. He walked up to Ji Yuan, his eyes sweeping over the sturdy Griffin and the stunning Ming. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, the two beasts simultaneously took a half step back, as if they were a little afraid of this man. Tan He stretched out his hand and patted the Griffin, which immediately turned into starlight and dissipated. What is the matter that requires Vice President Zhang to personally come forward to solve it? Tan He turned around and made eye contact with Ji Yuan for a moment. In the entire Linyun city, everyone knows that Zhang Jilin is the vice president, but only Tan He can call him that. Now, hearing his question, Zhang Jilin shook his head expressionlessly. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Heng in the back gnashed his teeth and shouted first, "Report to the dean." This Ji Yuan. Zhang Heng is still determined to steal. Things have gotten to this point, and he must make sure Ji Yuan is convicted of theft. But before he could finish his words, his father's hand slapped him in the face. Bang! The burning pain on his cheeks came up again, and the usually spoiled young man looked dull and dumbfounded. Zhang Jilin remained calm, but in his heart he wished he could strangle this brainless and rebellious son to death on the spot. Dean Tan, it's just a misunderstanding. Zhang Jilin's voice was flat, but it still contained a hint of explanation. Tan He still smiled, it's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. You have nothing to do here. Let's go. Being driven away so rudely, Zhang Jilin just nodded silently. After a flash of white light, his figure disappeared. The dean glanced at everyone on the stage, and after lingering on Lin Yinjia for a moment, he slowly spoke. Zhao Yun, Li Peng, Lu Yi, Zhou Kuan. The 4 of you are habitual liars, making up lies to frame other students. From today on, you will be expelled from the Qingfeng Beastmaster Academy. The 4 people named were Zhang Heng's lackeys. At this moment, they looked pale as death. This was a decision from the dean, who dared to veto it. At that moment, the 4 of them could only look at Zhang Heng pleadingly. But the 4 of them seemed to have forgotten that even his father didn't dare to say anything in front of this man, so what could Zhang Heng do? Zhang Heng. At this time, the dean's voice sounded again, now, tell all the teachers and students in the school, did Ji Yuan steal your beast egg? His tone and gaze were calm, but when they were focused on Zhang Heng, he was terrified. Dean. Zhang Heng's face turned pale. If he told this to others, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of the hospital. Tan He frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly became sharp and piercing. No, I didn't steal. Zhang Heng seemed to have lost all his strength and could only lower his head and tell everything. When everyone heard that this farce was just a lie he made up because he refused to admit defeat, the way everyone looked at him changed. Contempt, disdain, disgust. Those eyes that had been directed at Ji Yuan pierced Zhang Heng's skin without reservation. I said, even though Ji Yuan wasted 2 years, he is an upright person. How could he steal other people's things? TSK, you were the one who cursed the loudest before. What are you talking about? What kind of words are you talking about? I, Lu Hongtao, have never scolded Ji Yuan. The square was bustling again, but this time, the conversation changed and people began to praise Ji Yuan and despise Zhang Heng. After clearing Ji Yuan's name, Tan He turned his attention to the last person, Lin Yinjia. Chapter 9 I will provide you with all the resources. Lin Yinjia. Tan He's voice rang out. Lin Yinjia pinched the hem of her clothes with her 10 fingers, her body trembling slightly. When she thought about the consequences of being fired, countless regrets rose in her heart. The dean clearly wanted to support Ji Yuan. What should she do? She must not be expelled. At this moment, she suddenly heard the dean say, "Ji Yuan, how do you want to deal with this person?" At this moment, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. He raised his head suddenly and met Ji Yuan's gaze. Lin Yunjia bit her lips lightly, her eyes pleading, her pretty face full of grievance. She always remembered that whenever she acted like this in the past, no matter how big her mistake was, Ji Yuan would always forgive her. Expelled from school. But when Ji Yuan calmly said these 4 words, Lin Yunjia's face collapsed instantly. Why did you fire me?" she screamed. "Why?" Ji Yuan laughed. "Lin Yunjia, don't you know what's going on? With your pitiful soul power, how can you enter the Qingfeng Beast Taming Academy? If I hadn't asked the dean to show some leniency, would you be qualified to enroll with your barely intermediate soul power aptitude?" These words, like a flash of lightning, exploded in Lin Yunjia's mind. For 2 years, she always thought that it was her plasticity that made the college make an exception, but she didn't expect. Everything turned around with the appearance of the dean, and this farce finally ended here. Lin Yunjia and his group, who were expelled from school, left the arena in despair. Zhang Heng buried his head deeply in his chest and walked away amid countless mocking gazes. On the stage, only Ji Yuan and the dean were left. "The late fall test will proceed as usual." Tan He said calmly, "Before this, Ji Yuan is the champion, does anyone want to challenge him?" Off the field, it was quiet. Everyone is not a fool. They can see that the director is so protective of Ji Yuan in this farce. Not to mention, Ji Yuan also possesses 2 beasts that can cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Based on these 2 points, anyone who challenges him must have his head stuck in the door. "Meet me in the dean's office." Seeing no one responded, Tan He looked at Ji Yuan and smiled. Then, a pair of eagle-like wings spread out. As the dean left, Ji Yuan also walked down from the stage. This moment. The square was crowded with people, and tens of thousands of people made way for him at the same time. The glances they cast at him were full of respect. The late fall test will last for a week. More than 10 minutes later. Qingfeng Beastmaster Academy, inside the dean's office. Ji Yuan knocked lightly on the 2 brown wooden doors. "Come in." When I opened the door, the air was filled with a faint floral scent. The dean's office is exquisitely decorated, and there is a spacious reception area on the left side of the entrance. Tan He was sitting on the sofa with a teacup in his hand. Zhang Heng is the son of the vice president after all, so we shouldn't be too harsh on him. Do you have any objections? Ji Yuan shook his head. How could he dare to have any opinion? In 3 months, there will be a city competition across the country. As soon as he sat down, he heard Tan He say, "I need you to represent Qingfeng in the competition and at least make it into the top 10. Tan He went straight to the point. In fact, the other party said exactly the same thing when Ji Yuan was first admitted to the hospital 2 years ago. Taking a sip of tea, Tan He looked at Ji Yuan and said, "Before that, I will use all the resources in the city to train you." As the dean of the most authoritative beast taming academy in the city, he holds several positions, one of which is the mayor of Linyun City. He could indeed make such a guarantee. I just have one question. Ji Yuan picked up the hot tea in front of him and took a sip. What good will it do if I make it into the top 10 in the city competition? No nice words are better than real rewards. Good boy. Tan He seemed not to have expected him to answer like this. Super Academy, you know. Under the beast taming civilization system that has lasted for thousands of years, a large number of beast taming academies have been established across the country. Among these colleges, only 3 can be called super colleges. Jueling College, Lantian College, Xingtian College. The city competition, to put it simply, is a qualifying competition set up by the Super Academy to absorb fresh blood. As long as you can stand out in a big competition, the benefits are self-evident. Tan He said, I won't hide it from you. In the competition, if someone from the city enters the top 10, the mayor will get a bloodline-level legendary beast egg as a training reward. I have been a beast master for 30 years, and the highest bloodline-level beast I have is only at the Overlord level. I really need a legendary beast egg. Hearing this, Ji Yuan's pupils shrank silently. Unexpectedly, as a 4th-grade beast master, he doesn't even have a beast with legendary bloodline. As if knowing what he was thinking, Tenhi sighed and said, "Do you think everyone has incredible luck? Like you? The beasts of the imperial bloodline have long been extinct for hundreds of years, and mythical beasts are hard to come by. The only legendary bloodline beast egg that can be cultivated in the world today is worth everything in Linyun City." So exaggerated. Ji Yuan frowned. Isn't he in danger? Fortunately, most beast masters have unique bloodline advancement paths. He waved his hand, and a hound covered with black thorns suddenly appeared in the huge office. This is the most powerful beast I own. In 2 years, its bloodline will be able to advance further, from Overlord to Legend. He took the hound back and said, "In this world, most beasts with legendary bloodlines are carefully cultivated by beast masters, spending endless money to advance them. I won't delve into your secrets." He looked at Ji Yuan, "I can give you all the resources of Linyun City, as long as you enter the top 10 of the competition." Dean Tan is so confident in me. Ji Yuan looked at him. He stood up with a smile, came to his side, patted his shoulder, and said, "Not only for you, but also for your special soul power qualification." Special soul power qualification. To be honest, Ji Yuan still hasn't felt that he has any extraordinary abilities. Maybe, I don't know enough. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and nodded very seriously, "I agree." At the same time, he stretched out his hand towards He. The other party was stunned. "What for?" "I need the access card to the reading room." Half an hour later. Qingfeng Beastmaster Academy, reading room. After leaving the dean's office, Ji Yuan plunged into the ocean of knowledge. As he read through professional books, he finally had a clear understanding of the gap between the grades of beast tamers. This also includes a detailed explanation of the differences in soul power qualifications. He started coming into the reading room around 10 in the morning. It was late at night when we left. Ji Yuan, rubbing his tired eyes and yawning as he hurried to the dormitory area, suddenly saw a familiar figure at the door. Lin Yinjia. Chapter 10, Set Off to Withered Valley. "Ji Yuan, you're here." Lin Yinjia looked around and immediately trotted forward when she saw him. "I've been waiting for you here all day, and you." Lin Yinjia had a smile on her face and reached out to hold Ji Yuan's arm. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan took a step back, ignored her, and was about to enter the boys' dormitory. "Ji Yuan." From behind, Lin Yinjia's choked voice was heard. In the past, that beautiful face that was always smiling, young and innocent, appeared before my eyes. In the end, Ji Yuan stopped. Seeing this, Lin Yinjia seemed to see hope and hurriedly trotted forward. But before she could say anything, she heard Ji Yuan's cold voice. "Go ahead, Lin Yinjia." After saying that, he walked away without hesitation. He had given up on the day he awakened the system. There were faint sounds of whimpering and sobbing from behind, but Ji Yuan's heart was calm. He was assigned to a new single dormitory after he made a splash in the late autumn test. The dormitory layout is quite luxurious, with computers, TVs, air conditioners, bathrooms, etc. Lying on the bed, Ji Yuan called Ming out first. After the little guy showed up, the temperature in the dormitory warmed up a lot. It moved its dark green pupils around the dormitory, seeming to find it very novel. "This is our temporary residence." Ji Yuan smiled and then called out the Emperor's Atlas. Due to the transmogrification of the Griffin during the late autumn test, the integrity of the remains was reduced by 5%. "I will do my best to find your remains." His fingertips brushed across the picture of the Griffin, and a low roar was heard, as if responding to his words. Let out a breath. He clasped his hands together, placed them flat on his abdomen, and sat cross-legged on the bed. "Now, let's try it." In today's reading, he focused on understanding the great advancement of Beastmasters. According to the records in the textbook, soul power is the foundation of a Beastmaster. If you want to advance, there is only one way to temper your soul power. According to the teaching method in the book, to advance from the 9th rank to the 8th rank, one needs to gather the soul power scattered throughout the body and refine it into a ball the size of a tennis ball. Closing his eyes, Ji Yuan began to feel the soul power flowing freely in his body, pulling them together and gathering them in his abdomen. Then, he carefully compressed the light gray soul power and condensed it into a small sphere. Maybe it was because of his spiritual power aptitude, but he was very good at it and didn't feel any pressure like abdominal distension and pain as described in the book. The soul power in the body gathered extremely smoothly, and its volume was much larger than a tennis ball. According to the book, if this ball of soul power does not disintegrate after I give up the control, it means it is successful. After a pause, Ji Yuan slowly withdrew his control over his soul power. What surprised him was that the sphere not only did not dissipate, but instead began to expand again. This is. He quickly recalled the contents of the textbook in his mind and immediately had the answer. I have been promoted to the 8th rank now. This is too simple, right? An 8th grade Beastmaster can gather the scattered soul power in the body and form it into a sphere, which can mobilize the soul power more efficiently. According to Ji Yuan's own understanding, soul power is like the blue bar in the game. When a beast is summoned, the soul power in the Beastmaster's body will be consumed over time. When soul power is consumed excessively, it can cause dizziness, or even the risk of death from overdraft. When a Beastmaster's level is upgraded, the upper limit of his mana bar will be increased. The higher the grade, the more abundant the soul power. Likewise, as the grade gradually increases, the Beastmaster can not only contract multiple beasts, but also because the mana bar is greatly increased, he can drive multiple beasts in battle at the same time. The impact of soul power qualifications is even more exaggerated. The Beastmasters of the lower and middle qualifications are naturally half as blue as the Beastmasters of the higher qualifications. The blue bar is the same for superior qualifications and special qualifications. However, the special grade qualification possesses a unique soul power concentration and abnormal mana recovery speed. The concentration of soul power will allow Ji Yuan to have the upper hand when facing Beastmasters of the same level. The higher the level, the greater the gap. And the speed of returning to blue. For example, a high-level beast tamer consumes 1 mana per second and recovers 1 mana per second, which is exactly the same. A Beastmaster of top-grade caliber consumes 1 mana per second but recovers 3. With these two unique abilities of top-grade qualifications, it is no wonder that He is willing to bet on him. An 8th rank Beastmaster can contract 2 beasts. Ji Yuan looked at his hands. Now, he could clearly feel the soul power in his body without having to feel it deliberately. He was able to enter the 8th rank so easily. In addition to his soul power qualification, Ji Yuan's own talent also played a certain role. The next thing to do is to look for the remains of Emperor-level creatures. At the city competition 3 months later, in addition to reaching the 6th grade, you will also need to contract another beast. The best thing would be to find a complete set of Imperial remains, so that it wouldn't be a problem to be in the top 10 in the city competition. No one can be told about the remains. The best way is for me to find it myself. After the Emperor's Atlas was upgraded, many new features were added. One of its functions is that it can locate Imperial remains within 1,000 meters around Ji Yuan. This is undoubtedly what he needs most right now. Imperial remains may sound precious, but today their only value is for research. Ji Yuan is the only person in this world who has other uses. But it is difficult to find Imperial remains in urban areas. Most of the excavation news is in some mountains. Yes, the mountains, forests, and the Withered Valley. Linyan City is surrounded by mountains on all sides and has a unique geographical location. In addition to the city center, there are several towns. Among them, the entrance to Withered Valley is in a town called Winskar. While surfing the internet, he had seen many posts about Withered Valley. Withering Valley has a complex ecology and unique geology. It is the only place with pristine forest ecology around Linyan City. I heard that many Beastmasters go to Withering Valley to hunt wild animals. If you are lucky, you can actually tame some strange creatures and use them as beasts. For example, didn't Zhang find a beast-taming egg in the Withered Valley a few days ago? Although it was a dead egg, it was enough to prove that the ecology in the Withered Valley was diverse. Immediately, he stood up, turned on his computer, and began searching for information related to Withered Valley. Ming, who was jumping up and down in the dormitory, hurried over when he saw him stand up. The animal's lively eyes stared at the computer screen, a look of doubt flashing across them. Ji Yuan browsed the posts for a while and suddenly saw an eye-catching title. A local of Fenghen, a 6th rank Beastmaster, experienced, professional in leading teams to and from Withered Valley. If you are interested, follow me in the upper right corner and chat with me. Chapter 11, Something Unexpected Happened. You're going to Withered Valley. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. On the other end of the phone, Tan-hee was silent for a moment, then said, I'll arrange for someone to take you there, it'll be safer. After hanging up the phone, Ji-yuan drove the car arranged for him by Tan-hee and headed straight to Fenghen town. Along the way, he only stayed in the supermarket and used the card provided by Tan-hee to buy a lot of outdoor camping equipment, food, drinking water, etc. It feels great to spend other people's money without having to pay it back. When he arrived at Fenghen town, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After navigating to the address sent by Tan-hee, Ji-yuan discovered that this place was exactly the same as the location marked in the post he saw last night. It seems that it is the same person. This location is near the edge of the mountains and is similar to the style of a farmhouse. Withered Valley became popular on the internet and attracted many beastmasters. However, the terrain in the mountains is steep and there are many strange beasts, which causes many people to either get lost or be eaten by beasts. Therefore, after some local beastmasters in Fenghen district discovered the business opportunities, they quickly formed a complete tour guide industry chain. The team leader introduced by Tan-hee was a man named Huiyun. He is a 6th-rank beastmaster and is considered a well-known tour guide in Fenghen town. In addition to Ji-yuan, there were 2 other people on this trip, 1 man and 1 woman. After everyone arrived, Huiyun summoned a rhinoceros the size of an off-road vehicle. The roads in the mountains are difficult to travel, driving is inconvenient, and it is difficult to deal with problems when they arise. Huiyun explained a few words casually, then jumped onto the rhinoceros broad back first. It was the first time for Ji-yuan to ride on this kind of beast, and he found it a bit novel. When he climbed onto the broad back of the rhino, he was surprised to find that Huiyun had customized a saddle-like chair on the rhino's back for comfort. Wow, boss, you are really particular. A young man named Xiao Shan followed up and couldn't stop exclaiming in amazement. After the only girl sat down safely, a temporary team of 4 people rode on a rhino and headed towards the mountains. The rhino's speed was not much slower than a car, and the ride was so smooth that Ji-yuan couldn't help but nod secretly. When they passed through an open plain and went deep into the forest, the young man named Xiao Shan turned to look at Ji-yuan and said, Brother, are you planning to go camping in Withered Valley? Along the way, Xiao Shan was the one who talked the most. He would chat with Huiyun whenever he saw one, and now it was finally Ji-yuan's turn. He looked at the travel bag on Ji-yuan's back, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation. Take me with you, I love camping the most. No, buddy, do I know you well? Ji-yuan immediately shook his head, sorry, I only prepared things for 1 person. Hearing this, Xiao Shan curled his lips, and then turned his gaze to the girl who had not said a word from beginning to end. Hello, my name is Xiao Shan. The girl had long, shiny black hair. Her eyes were focused on the passing scenery, and she said nothing. The atmosphere fell into silence. Xiao Shan coughed twice, turned around as if nothing had happened, and started chatting with Huiyun, the only person who paid attention to him. About 10 minutes later, Ji-yuan could clearly feel the temperature changing from hot and humid to cool. When the huge rhinoceros reached a steep slope, it stopped. The hillside goes up all the way, with dense bushes on the left and a bottomless cliff on the right. The rhino stopped suddenly. Huiyun turned around with a serious expression. Jusher said it smelled a strange smell. Be careful. That's strange, there's no reason for this road to have problems. But just as he finished speaking, call out. On the left, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the dense bushes at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Ji-yuan felt a chill in his face, and before he could react, his chest seemed to be hit by a cannonball. A terrifying force directly knocked him away, and he fell uncontrollably towards the cliff. Roar! At this moment, a strong hand suddenly clamped his arm. Ji-yuan looked up quickly, only to see that the one who grabbed him was a thin, brown-haired gibbon. Whose beast is this? Help! But before they could be happy, Ji-yuan's expression changed, and he pointed behind him and shouted, Here we go again. I saw dense black shadows flying out from the bushes one after another, like a black tide, coming with great force. The gibbon's body was instantly covered with these dark shadows, and it let go of its hands reflexively. Oh no! Without the restraint, Ji-yuan felt cold from head to toe. All this happened so suddenly. His body was like a rock rolling down from the top of a mountain, falling rapidly towards the bottomless abyss below. The fear brought by weightlessness occupied all the senses. He only felt that he was falling faster and faster, with the wind whistling violently in his ears. The sky gradually turned into a point of light until it disappeared. Slowly, darkness gradually obscured the sight. I don't know how much time passed. Ji Yuan suddenly came to his senses and found his cheek touching the icy ground. A warm object was pushing against my whole body. He stood up with his hands on the ground, and when Ming saw him stand up, he immediately let out a happy roar. I'm okay. He quickly took out his cell phone, but found that he couldn't turn it on. He didn't know whether it was broken or out of battery. However, after realizing that he was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to observe the situation. With the green light emanating from Ming's body, one could see a thin mist in the air. The ground was an uneven, hard stone surface, and it was pitch black in front, behind, left and right. I had no idea which way to go. The travel bag containing water and food was also missing, and the situation was extremely bad. After a little hesitation, he had no choice but to move and slowly find a way out. The man and the beast walked forward cautiously. Not long after, Ji Yuan and Ming came to a T-shaped intersection. On the right, there was thick fog, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. On the left, the black rock wall was covered with glowing vegetation. For safety, Ji Yuan chose to go left. Just as he stepped onto the road on the left, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. The Emperor's illustrated book has detected the remains of an Emperor-level creature near the host and has marked it for the host. Almost at the same time, a spot of light appeared in his sight. Coincidentally, it is not far from this road. It's really a blind cat that meets a dead mouse. Ji Yuan immediately called Ming forward. The road is relatively flat, except for the occasional strange potholes covered with white objects. The view is clear because there are luminous plants growing on the black rock walls on both sides. After walking about 100 meters, I finally arrived at the location marked by the system. Strangely, the mark is on the right, in the rock wall covered with plants. The remains are behind this rock wall. Or is there a cave entrance behind these plants? As soon as the thought came to my mind, a strange noise sounded in my ears. At the same time, Ming beside him suddenly let out a low roar, and green flames rose around him. Seeing this, Ji Yuan was stunned. But soon, he saw that 2 rows of blood-red spots appeared behind the glowing plant in front of him. When several dark purple objects as thick as tree trunks stretched out from behind the vegetation, Ji Yuan's scalp suddenly exploded. It's a spider. What a huge spider. Chapter 12, Spider's Lair. When dark purple, hairy legs stretched out from behind the plant, Ji Yuan's hair stood up. In front of him was a giant spider that was dark purple and as big as the front of a truck. Those 2 rows of blood-red spots are its eyes, each of which is as big as an adult's fist. Call out. Moment. A ball of snow-white liquid flew towards him. Ji Yuan subconsciously turned his head to avoid it, and the liquid hit the ground behind him. He then realized that it was a spider silk as thick as an arm. Looking back, I saw the giant spider crawling rapidly, and then 2 fangs covered with white mucus appeared in its mouth. It looked like it was about to pounce. On the side, Ming seemed to be frightened by the size of the spider and stood there in a daze. Ming! Hurry up and intimidate. There was no time to be dumbfounded at this moment, Ji Yuan shouted quickly. As the words fell, Ming came back to his senses, and his dark green pupils suddenly widened. Wow! The imperial bloodline pressure burst out. Although the giant spider is terrifying in size, the level of its bloodline is definitely not too outrageous. When the storm carrying the imperial pressure rushed towards it, the giant spider that was about to pounce on it stopped immediately. 2 rows of eyes like red lights trembled slightly, as if struggling. Quick, release the firestorm. As soon as Ji Yuan finished speaking, the scorching hot netherworld flames that could burn the soul suddenly erupted and rushed towards the giant spider. In an instant, it turned into a burning blue fireball and fell down from the rock wall. Bang! The giant spider made a loud noise when its huge body hit the ground. The 8 furry legs twitched and struggled wildly. At Ji Yuan's signal, the netherworld flame continued to burn, and the terrifying temperature distorted the air. Only after it stopped struggling and continued to burn for dozens of seconds did Ming slowly extinguish the netherworld flame. A burning smell filled the air. Ji Yuan frowned and felt goosebumps all over his body. If I had to name the creature that disgusts me the most, it would definitely be the spider. Ming also seemed to be relieved. He tilted his little head and blinked at Ji Yuan. After all, it was a young animal and had never seen a creature of this size before, so it was inevitably frightened. Ji Yuan smiled and patted its head. It's okay, I was scared too. At this time, Ji Yuan discovered that the place where the big spider had just crawled out was actually a cave. A pale blue light was flickering deep in the cave. For the sake of the imperial remains, one had to go in even if he was unwilling. Ming walked in front of Ji Yuan, and the green flames slightly lit up the surroundings. This is an irregular cave with black rock walls covered with snow-white spider silk. Fortunately, Ming's fire attribute is just enough to dissolve these spider silks. As they continued to go deeper, the surrounding rock walls gradually became wider. After walking for a distance, Ji Yuan and Ming stopped. In front of the man and the beast was a giant nest covered with countless snow-white spider silks. In this nest, a number of grotesque, shriveled corpses lay in the spider webs, looking extremely creepy. That is. Ji Yuan looked deep into the nest, and in the white world of spider silk, he saw black spiders the size of basketballs crawling around. He recognized at a glance that the black figures that attacked them on the rhino's back were these spiders. And where these little spiders gathered, there were two figures wrapped in spider silk wriggling and struggling. Is it Hui Yun and the others? After observing for a while and finding that there was nothing else in the nest except the little spider, Ji Yuan signaled Ming to take action. The netherworld flames suddenly swept through the nest, and wherever it passed, all the spider silk disappeared into smoke. Those little spiders that were working were burned to ashes in an instant. The flames lasted for about 5 minutes. Only after making sure there was no danger did Ji Yuan and Ming dare to move forward. As the spider silk was burned, the original appearance of the nest, a natural cave, was slowly revealed. This cave is interconnected. In addition to the direction from which Ji Yuan came in, there are no less than 8 other entrances. He walked quickly to the center, where 2 figures were lying, motionless. When I got closer, I found that the 2 people were the talkative Zhao Shan and another taciturn girl. Ji Yuan looked around, and apart from some shriveled corpses, there was no sign of Hui Yun. Isn't he dead already? Ji Yuan didn't think any further and focused his attention on the 2 of them. His breathing was steady, so he must have just fainted. After that, he shifted his gaze to the other side, which was the location of the remains marked by the system. Indistinctly, the outline can be seen. Ming, you stay with them and guard them. After leaving Ming to protect the 2 unconscious people, Ji Yuan carefully moved towards the remains. This time, no further incidents occurred. When he walked up to it and saw the remains clearly, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It's just a bone as thick as an arm, and you can't even tell what part of the body it is. Something is better than nothing. With a sigh, Ji Yuan immediately absorbed the bone. The remains have been absorbed, and the relevant information has been included in the Emperor's Atlas. Standing up, he walked back while flipping through the illustrated guide in his mind. After the Star Peak Griffin, the 3rd frame of the illustrated guide lit up. Creature, abundant wood lizard. Race, monitor lizard. Bloodline, mythical level. Attribute, wood. Features, upon reaching adulthood, bloodline will be promoted to the Emperor level. The rest of the data is lost. Remains integrity, 15%. Are creatures with the potential to advance to the Imperial bloodline also included in the list? 15%, a bit low. Never mind, it's better than nothing. He doesn't expect to find a 100% complete skeleton immediately. After putting away the atlas, he discovered that among the 2 unconscious people, the silent girl had sat up. Ji Yuan saw her appearance for the first time. A delicate and fair oval face, without any makeup, but still looks beautiful. Those clear eyes now revealed panic, and his face was pale, as if he was terrified. It was also at this moment that she felt the warmth beside her. Her eyes moved, and the moment she saw Ming, her pupils trembled. What a nice view. This is almost every girl's first thought when seeing Ming. Are you awake? When Ji Yuan approached, Ming ran towards him with a cheerful step, and the silent girl only then noticed the figure of this handsome young man. She nodded silently, stood up and looked around, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found no trace of spiders. "You saved me. Thanks." She turned her gaze back to Ji Yuan, looked at him for a moment, and finally said the first sentence. Ji Yuan waved his hand indifferently and asked, "When we were up there, those things that jumped out of the bushes, were they spiders?" When the word spider was mentioned, the girl's face changed slightly. She seemed to have not recovered yet and just nodded. Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan didn't bother to make trouble for himself, and was just about to try to wake Zhao Shan up. Ah! Ah! Holy shit! Zhao Shan suddenly jumped upside down, screaming and stamping his feet like a madman. A light flashed on his palm, and he actually summoned out his own beast. Chapter 13. Quick! Kill me with one punch. As the light flashed, the first beast was a thin gibbon that grabbed Ji Yuan before he fell off the cliff. The other one was a gorilla with ice blue hair and covered in cold mist. The type of gorilla was exactly the snowy ice ape that Zhang Heng summoned when Ji Yuan and Zhang Heng were fighting yesterday. When the gibbon and the snow gorilla appeared, they had ferocious expressions and were in a fighting posture. But when they saw that there were only Ji Yuan, Ming, and the silent girl around, the gorilla and the ape stood there in a daze. Zhao Shan, who was shouting, was also stunned when he realized that the atmosphere was not right. He opened his eyes and took a few seconds to react to the situation. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Sorry. Zhao Shan scratched his head awkwardly. "I am most afraid of spiders, please forgive me, please forgive me. This guy is a little abnormal." Ji Yuan looked at him deeply and asked, "Have you seen Huiyun?" "Good news, 3 out of the 4-member team are intact. Bad news, the only tour guide in the group who could find a way out is gone. Who can remember so much? I don't know if these disgusting spiders have hypnotic toxins. I only remember that you were knocked away, and in the blink of an eye, spiders were crawling all over my body. After that, I lost consciousness." Zhao Shan recalled in shock. At the side, the silent girl shook her head, as if she had no useful information. Ji Yuan frowned. This nest was interconnected. Except for the cave he came from, all other caves were covered with spider silk. Although the abyss could be dissolved, he didn't know if there was a giant spider guarding the end of the other caves. Ji Yuan told everything he had encountered along the way. When Zhao Shan heard about the giant spider as big as a truck head, his face turned pale. You are kidding me? How can there be such a big spider?" The silent girl also opened her eyes, somewhat incredulous. "The key now is not the spider, but we have to find a way to leave." Ji Yuan was speechless. Where were these two people focusing their attention? "Brother, you can kill spiders as big as truck heads, and you can go wherever you want," Zhao Shan said sincerely. At this time, the silent girl suddenly spoke, "I can't summon the beast." After saying that, her petite body fell to the side. Ji Yuan was quick to hug her, but he saw cold sweat on the silent girl's forehead and her face became paler. "It's poison!" Zhao Shan exclaimed, and Ji Yuan discovered that the girl had 2 dark purple wounds on her right arm, and visible poison was spreading upwards through the wounds. Wait for me. Zhao Shan closed his eyes nearby. After a few seconds, he saw the blue ring on his hand flashing, and an oval white pill appeared in his palm. Royal ring. When Ji Yuan saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. A royal ring is a ring with independent storage space. This thing is not cheap. It seems that Zhao Shan has a complicated background. Zhao Shan held the white pill and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. This pill is very strange. It melts as soon as it touches the girl's lips. Then, a magical scene happened. The poison on the girl's right arm quickly faded away, and finally overflowed from the wound and flowed on the ground. "I'm from Hongling City. As long as it's not some extremely poisonous substance, there is a solution." Noticing Ji Yuan's gaze, Zhao Shan smiled and pulled up his sleeves. There were also 2 scabby cuts on his arms. "I see." Ji Yuan nodded. "I heard that under the urban area of Hongling City, there is a huge and intricate mineral vein. There are many organisms containing toxins in the mineral veins. Hongling City is developing the mineral veins while dealing with poisons. Therefore, in terms of detoxification, it is considered to be one of the best cities in the country. Zhao Shan grinned and was about to say something else. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the nest. The sound did not come from one direction, but from all directions. Almost at the moment the sound was heard, both Ming and Zhao Shan's beasts showed signs of anxiety. Oops. This noise made Ji Yuan's heart skip a beat. Zhao Shan looked puzzled, and then he heard Ji Yuan say quietly. You don't believe in spiders the size of truck heads. Watch out. After saying that, Ji Yuan didn't care about Zhao Shan's reaction. He immediately picked up the silent girl and ran towards the cave they came from with Ming. What do you mean? I was wondering what he did, but the next moment, Zhao Shan's face turned pale. Because he saw huge spiders with long legs and hairy hair crawling out from the numerous holes that stretched in all directions. Ouch! Ji Yuan only heard a strange cry coming from Zhao Shan behind him. He turned around and saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. At a glance, the giant spiders crawling out of the caves were of different colors, red, green, and gold. After a careful count, the number was more than 8. Zhao Shan had put away the snowy ice ape without knowing when, and rode on the gibbon's neck, running madly towards Ji Yuan. The gibbon was extremely fast. When it passed Ji Yuan, it reached out and embraced him and the silent girl in its arms. Ji Yuan took Ming back into the beast taming seal. Where should we run? Zhao Shan's terrified voice came from above his head. Ji Yuan quickly pointed at the cave they came from and shouted, over there. Over there. The gibbon burst into full speed and rushed towards the cave. But just when they were about to reach the cave entrance, a huge dark purple figure dropped from the sky and suddenly blocked their last way. Holy shit! How come this one is so big? Zhao Shan's voice was trembling. He was so afraid of spiders. If he had known it would be like this, he would never have come to explore the Withered Valley even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, what he said was right. Ji Yuan's eyes went dark as well. This dark purple spider was a whole circle larger than the one that was burned to death before. For a moment, the retreat route was blocked, and the dense and terrifying crawling sounds from the rear reached Zhao Shan's ears, making him tremble uncontrollably. Good brother. Didn't you and your beast man burn one to death? Think of a solution quickly. Where the hell am I going to find a solution? Ji Yuan's face also looked a little ugly. In order to clean out the nest, Ming had tried his best to release the netherworld flame. This level of consumption is simply too much for its infancy. Seeing him silent, Zhao Shan immediately felt hopeless. He grabbed the gibbon's ear and yelled, Tuan Tuan, hurry up. Kill me with one punch. I'd rather die in your hands than be sucked dry by these disgusting things. He has seen documentaries about spiders. These spooky creatures eat by liquefying their prey first and then slowly sucking it up. At this desperate moment, after hearing Zhao Shan's angry words, Ji Yuan was so angry that he laughed. This guy is just a funny guy. Afterwards, Ji Yuan's expression became solemn, and the seal of taming beasts lit up. He was ready to overdraw his soul power. After all, if no one stood up, the 3 of them would surely die. Hurry, get down quickly. At this moment, the weak voice of the silent girl sounded. I'll take care of it. Chapter 14 Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. When the girl, who had been silent for most of the time, finally spoke. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were both stunned. Then, Ji Yuan took Ming back without hesitation and rushed to the ground. At the same time, Zhao Shan also put away the gibbon and crawled on the ground like him. Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, use, Sky Slash. As the weak voice of the silent girl sounded, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, who were lying on the ground, only felt a burst of powerful soul power. Moment. A dazzling golden light covered the vision, and an extremely abrupt sound of breaking wind penetrated the eardrum and struck the soul. Swish. In an instant, the golden light dissipated, and the world returned to silence, without any sound. Ji Yuan only felt that his consciousness seemed to be in a trance for a moment. Okay. When he came to his senses, he felt a gentle force tapping his shoulder. Looking up, Ji Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. The Spider Lord who had previously blocked the escape route was nowhere to be seen. On the black rock wall, there was a very deep crack, as if it had been caused by some sharp object. There was still a bit of golden light flickering in the crack, which never dissipated. He staggered to his feet and looked back. Behind the silent girl stood a huge black panther with golden light all over its body. A strong scent of blood hit Ji Yuan in the face. This was the first time that Ji Yuan felt such an unusual fluctuation in a beast. What the hell? Zhao Shan looked at the silent girl in surprise. Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, are you a member of the Su family? The girl raised her white wrist and turned her palm, and the exaggerated and ferocious leopard behind her suddenly disappeared. At this point, she nodded. My name is Su Zin, thank you for the antidote. It's okay. I'd love to have the Su family owe me a favor. Zhao Shan smiled happily. But Su Zin said calmly with a blank expression, I just saved you too, we don't owe each other anything. As if because her identity was revealed, there was a hint of alienation and coldness in her tone. Ji Yuan looked at the other party carefully. Based on the Black Panther's aura and Zhao Shan's words, he could guess that the so-called Su family should be some famous family, right? Perhaps, this Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard is the Su family's ancestral beast. Okay. Zhao Shan shrugged indifferently, then looked at Ji Yuan and stretched out his hand. Brother, we have both experienced life and death. How about you introduce yourself seriously? Seeing this guy was so enthusiastic, Ji Yuan no longer refused. He shook his hand and said, Ji Yuan, a local of Linyun City. He, Zhao Shan, from Hongling City, a 7th-rank beastmaster, anti-venom expert, I'm afraid of spiders, Zhao Shan couldn't stop talking once he started. Ji Yuan quickly let go of his hand and said, since you two are not ordinary people, is there any way to contact the outside world? Like, a family message or something? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinyan turned his head and remained silent. Zhao Shan patted his shoulder with amusement and said, Brother Ji Yuan, you've read too many online novels. In this deep mountain valley, the only way for us to contact the outside world is by mobile phone, but there is no signal here. Okay, I was overthinking it. Ji Yuan rubbed his brows and began to think about what to do. After thinking for a while, only 3 people returned to the T-shaped fork where they came from and walked in the other direction to look around. On the way back, Zhao Shan's talkativeness came back again and he never stopped talking. Even though Ji Yuan and Su Xinyan were silent, it did not stop him from asking and answering his own questions. By the way, Su Xin, what level are you at now? Zhao Shan turned the conversation to her. She was silent for a moment and then replied, peak of the 7th rank. Oh, taller than me. What about brother Ji Yuan? 8th rank. An 8th rank student dares to come to Withered Valley by himself? I don't mean to belittle you. You saved me, so you are absolutely awesome. But what kind of beast is yours? Its bloodline is very strong and it looks like both a horse and a deer. It can't be a hybrid, right? Sorry, I didn't mean it. To be honest, your beastmaster looks so pretty and cool, I really like it. He only replied with 2 words, but the other party responded like a machine gun, and Ji Yuan was overwhelmed by the noise. In this way, the 3 of them finally came to the T-junction. Ji Yuan pointed to the right and said, I woke up in the middle of this road. Let's go straight now. If it doesn't work, we can come back and try here. Zhao Shan and Su Xinyan had no objection, but the road ahead was a bit foggy and visibility was very low. Let Tuan Tuan go first. Although its bloodline is only intermediate, its talent is immunity to poison gas. I'm afraid this fog is poisonous. For this purpose, Zhao Shan specially summoned the gibbon and asked it to lead the way. The gibbon walked towards the fog and disappeared from the sight of the 3 people after just 2 steps. Zhao Shan, let Tuanchuan call out. Seeing its figure disappear, Ji Yuan said. Zhao Shan did as he was told immediately. After making a contract with the beast tamer, the man and the beast could communicate telepathically through the beast taming seal. Soon, Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan, it made a sound. It seems that this fog not only hinders vision, but also hinders the propagation of sound. With a wave of his hand, Tuanchuan turned into a point of light and was taken back. It's fine in the fog, but isn't it too dangerous for us to walk in like this? Zhao Shan kept looking at Ji Yuan, waiting for him to make a decision. To be on the safe side, let's try another route first. Ji Yuan shook his head. This fog was a bit strange. It could even block sounds. He would not try it easily. The three of them immediately turned around and walked in the direction where Ji Yuan woke up, all the way to the end. Bad news, this is a dead end. Zhao Shanxing came up with an idea. His two beasts, the gibbon and the snow ape, were experts at climbing, so why not try to climb up the rock wall? He did it right away. He immediately rode on Tuan Tuan's neck and called on the snowy ice monkey to climb up together. The steep and uneven rock wall provided them with a fulcrum. Soon, the man and two beasts disappeared. Ji Yuan and Su Xin waited in silence. But time passed slowly, and after about half an hour, a rustling sound suddenly came from above. Because of the giant spider, Ji Yuan was traumatized by the noise and his nerves were tense. Just as he looked up, he saw a gorilla and an ape slowly crawling down. Fuck. What the hell? Zhao Shan's voice came, there is a ceiling above. This damn place is actually sealed off. What? Ji Yuan frowned. The gibbon and the ice ape landed safely. Zhao Shan jumped down with a grim expression, really? We only climbed about 7 or 8 meters and there was no way to go up. Then we climbed all the way forward until we reached the cave entrance to the spider's nest, but there was no exit. How is this possible? Ji Yuan rolled down from a cliff. If this place is sealed, how did he appear here? What should we do now? Go back to the spider's nest and try those intricate cave entrances, or go towards the thick fog. Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Strange. Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Compared to the spider's nest, perhaps it would be safer to go deeper into the thick fog. Chapter 15, The Age of Great Secret Realm. Can you still summon the sunlight thundercloud leopard? Ji Yuan looked at Su Xinyan, whose expression was still not very good. Summoning it out consumes too much energy. It is impossible in the short term. Su Xin shook his head. Seeing this, Ji Yuan expressed his thoughts. If we go back to the spider's nest and encounter another swarm of spiders, it will be difficult for us to fight them again. I think it's better to slowly explore the road towards the thick fog, what do you think? He looked at the two of them. Zhao Shan immediately agreed, as long as we don't deal with spiders, anything is fine. You don't know, my Tuanchuan and Bingbing are also terribly afraid of spiders. On the side, Su Xinyan's pretty face was pale, as if she had not recovered yet, but she didn't have any objection. Call out. Just as the two finished expressing their opinions, a spider silk as thick as an arm suddenly shot out from above. Without any warning, the spider silk wrapped around Zhao Shan. FFF. Moment. Zhao Shan was dragged in the air, and was dragged by the spider whose size could not be seen, flying rapidly towards the road covered by thick fog. Save me. Save me. Save. In just a few breaths, Zhao Shan disappeared from sight. Ji Yuan's face changed, and he and Ming immediately chased after him. In this dangerous place, one less person means one less fighting force. Fire-eating bird, aim at the spider's silk and spit fireballs. Su Xin from the back suddenly let out a delicate cry. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a ball of scorching fire passed over Ji Yuan's head and flew towards Zhao Shan. But due to the distance problem, the fireball did not hit, and Zhao Shan's screams gradually faded away. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from behind. Ji Yuan turned around quickly, only to see that Su Xinyan was also hung up by a spider silk. Fortunately, the fire-eating bird summoned by Su Xinyan reacted quickly, spitting out a fireball from its mouth, accurately hitting the spider lurking in the sky. Suddenly, the spider that was ignited by the fireball struggled wildly and fell from a high altitude. Su Xin was right under the spider. Once she landed, she would be crushed under the burning spider. At this critical moment, Ji Yuan seized the opportunity, pounced out suddenly, hugged Su Xinyan and rolled to the side. The two rolled on the ground for a distance before separating. Ji Yuan staggered to his feet, grabbed Su Xinyan's cold little hand and pulled her up. Thanks. Su Xin's face turned even more pale after this incident. Her delicate body was trembling slightly, and it was unclear whether it was because of the cold or because she was frightened. Seeing that she was shivering violently, Ji Yuan took off his coat and put it on her. At the same time, he looked at the direction where Zhao Shan disappeared and sighed deeply in his heart. The change came too suddenly. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 people left in the team of 4. What should we do now? Su Zin tightened Ji Yuan's coat, her voice soft. There are only 2 of us left. We can forget about the nest. We can only take a risk and try the road covered in thick fog. Ji Yuan walked forward, and Su Xinyan hurriedly jogged to catch up. To prevent any accidents, her fire bird was on guard overhead. When they arrived at the intersection where thick fog was spreading, Ji Yuan grabbed Su Zin's hand. At first, she was stunned, then after she came to her senses, she tried to struggle. The fog is too thick to prevent us from getting separated. Ji Yuan explained in confusion, does he look like the kind of person who would take advantage of others? Oh. Hearing him say this, Su Xinyan's panicked expression froze and he stopped struggling. Holding the other person's smooth and slightly cool little hand, Ji Yuan's face was solemn, and he motioned Ming to walk in front. If anything unexpected happens, he will immediately take Ming back into the beast taming seal. After making preparations, he took a step forward. As soon as he entered the fog, a cold breath swept over him, making him shiver involuntarily. After taking 2 steps, he noticed Su Xinyan's hand tremble. The visibility in the fog was too low. Turning back, he could only see the other person's wrist. Immediately, Ji Yuan squeezed her palm slightly to reassure her. In this way, Ji Yuan always paid attention to Ming's figure and followed it step by step. I don't know how long I walked, but the fog didn't dissipate, but became even thicker. Sudden. Ji Yuan saw the green light emitted by Ming dissipate, and before he could react, the ground under his feet disappeared out of thin air. The terrible feeling of weightlessness came again, Su Xinyan's terrified scream rang in his ears, and the 2 of them, hand in hand, fell towards the endless darkness below. After a while. Plop. The freezing cold water drowned the 2 of them. Ji Yuan was still holding Su Xinyan's hand. Noticing that she was struggling frantically, he realized that Su Xinyan could not swim and quickly pulled her over. He embraced the delicate and graceful figure in his arms, and then, ignoring her fierce resistance, he dragged her and swam desperately upwards. When the 2 surfaced, Ji Yuan first heard a roar. He looked in the direction of the sound and found Ming pacing anxiously on the shore. When they reached the shore, he first sent Su Xinyan up, then he climbed up himself and lay on the cold ground gasping for breath. I just wanted to try my luck in Withered Valley, but I went through so much. Rogue. At one side, Su Xinyan sat on the ground hugging her legs, her body shaking. The pale little face seemed to have a hint of red because of the close contact in the water just now. Ji Yuan recalled the place he had touched carelessly in a hurry just now, touched his nose embarrassedly, and did not answer. The remains of a complete emperor creature have been detected near the host, and have been marked. At this time. The system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Ji Yuan stood up, his pupils trembling. This time, 2 new keywords appeared in the prompt, complete. It's really like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, it's a lucky bastard. At this moment, they felt like they were in some underground palace. The top, floor, and walls are all paved with neatly arranged black stone bricks. In the wall, at regular intervals, there is a fluorescent object embedded. At the same time, Ji Yuan discovered that on the top and on the ground, there was a lion head carved out of white jade at regular intervals. I see. Su Zin's surprised voice rang out. He looked back and saw that she had changed into casual clothes and she also had an emerald royal ring on her hand. I could only endure the dampness of my clothes and asked, what's wrong? We are in an ancient secret place. Secret place? Have you read too many online novels? Ji Yuan was a little surprised. Don't blame him. After all, among the more than 100 cities in the country, Linyan City ranks outside the top 90. He really doesn't know some secret information. Su Zin extended her slender fingers and pointed at the lifelike lion head carved from white jade. I've seen it in the family book. This is the Beast King medal. The book records that in ancient times, the Beast King, a top-notch beast master, issued an invitation to the world when his lifespan ran out. He placed all the rare treasures and wealth he had collected throughout his life in a secret space that could jump and move. Wait, why does this sound familiar? Could this Beast King be called Gold, Roger? The beginning of the era of great secret realms? Chapter 16. Let me do it. After Ji Yuan was playing with the joke in his heart, he was surprised to find that the silent girl showed excitement on her face. No matter what kind of treasure it is, it has no appeal to him. In his field of vision, a ball of silver light flickered. It was the complete remains of the imperial creature marked by the system. Let's go. Su Xinyan looked at Ji Yuan, her starry eyes shining. Behind the two of them was a bottomless pool of water, and there was only one road in front of them. The remains were right in front of him, so Ji Yuan naturally would not refuse. This only passage is winding, with no forks and no end. The atmosphere was so silent that Ji Yuan could only hear each other's breathing. Neither he nor Su Xinyan was as outgoing as Zhao Shan, who could talk about anything with no topic at all. Thinking of Zhao Shan at this moment, Ji Yuan actually felt that he missed his talkativeness. After walking for about 20 minutes, looking at Su Xin, whose face was still a little pale, Ji Yuan finally initiated the first conversation. Your soul power has not recovered yet. Su Xin nodded, not intending to extend the subject. Ji Yuan shut his mouth tactfully, but he felt a little strange in his heart. Logically speaking, her soul power was at the peak of the 7th rank, so no matter how strong the sunlight thundercloud leopard was, it wouldn't be consumed so severely. The atmosphere became silent again. After walking in this winding passage for an unknown amount of time, the road ahead finally showed some changes. It became a straight and wide road. Click. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a strange noise suddenly came from their right side. Su Xinyan was startled and subconsciously leaned towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was also nervous. Ming suddenly appeared, and the man and the beast leaned their heads to take a look. Hui Yun. Ji Yuan was shocked. There were only 3 intersections at the entrance of this straight passage. The tour guide Hui Yun was leaning against the wall, blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth, his eyelids were drooping, and his whole body was shaky. Ji Yuan quickly supported him and looked him up and down. It turned out that Hui Yun's body was covered with scars. Hurry, run. Hui Yun obviously did not expect to meet them here, and immediately roared as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. At this time, Ji Yuanfang saw a black object in the passage behind him, surging like a tide. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan and Su Xin's faces changed drastically at the same time. They supported Hui Yun and rushed towards the straight passage ahead. Fortunately, although Hui Yun was seriously injured, he was not too much of a burden with the support of the two. As soon as the 3 of them ran out, Ji Yuan was surprised to hear Zhao Shan's voice coming from behind. Wait for me. Everyone, wait for me. Ji Yuan turned around and almost stumbled and fell because of Zhao Shan's appearance. He was seen riding on Tuan Tuan's neck, his black hair tangled with spider silk, his face turning blue and purple, as if he had been poisoned. The gibbon Tuanshuan under him was even more so, with brown hair covered with spider silk and many spider bite marks on his body. Both the man and the ape had a look in their eyes that showed they were pissing themselves with fear. What made Ji Yuan's scalp tingle even more was that behind them, there was also a dense group of medium-sized spiders following. Each one is as big as a fish head cart. Fortunately, Tuan Tuan was extremely fast and caught up with them immediately and took the seriously injured Hui Yun over. Without Hui Yun, Ji Yuan and Su Xin ran at full speed. Zhao Shan rode Tuan Tuan and ran in the front. At this time, bursts of horrific noises were heard from the rear passage. It goes without saying that the strange thing chasing Hui Yun must have encountered the spiders. When they finally ran to the end of the passage, an extremely large enclosed space suddenly appeared before their eyes. Looking around, there are green plants, ponds, arch bridges, etc. It's like an indoor park. Ji Yuan's gaze passed by everything and stopped at the farthest point, a high platform built of white jade. This platform is about 4 stories high, and the complete skeleton marked by the system is on that platform. There is a way to leave. Hui Yun raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at the platform. But just as they were about to leave, Chiu! A sharp cry sounded from the sky. Ji Yuan looked up and saw a huge black shadow swooping down with a strong wind. Get out of the way. Zhao Shan grabbed the ball of hair and rolled to the side. Seeing Su Xinyan standing there in a daze, Ji Yuan quickly grabbed her and tried to dodge. Bang! The ground shook and dust flew. The huge black shadow that fell from the sky stopped them from moving forward. In the rear passage, the horrifying noises were getting closer and closer. For a moment, everyone was trapped from the front and back once again. Ji Yuan looked at Su Xin, who was saved by him again, and couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Cheer up, you will only hinder us like this." "Yes, I'm sorry." Su Xinyan lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. When the dust settled, Ji Yuan, who had been looking ahead, narrowed his eyes. This huge black shadow was a combination of a lion and an eagle. He was very familiar with this creature. It is the second Emperor-level creature in the Emperor's Atlas, the Star Peak Griffin. Star Peak Griffin. Isn't this creature already extinct? Zhao Shan and Su Xin shouted in surprise at the same time. Then, Huiyun explained weakly, "Yes, it is a skeleton that has transformed. It summons the beast to attack with all its strength. It won't be too strong." Skeleton transformation. Hearing these key words, Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. But Bingbing and Tuanshuan are extremely poisoned and have no fighting power. Zhao Shan had a bitter face. In other words, the only ones who can deal with the griffin now are Ji Yuan and Su Xinyan. My flame-eating bird only has an intermediate bloodline. The latter also shook her head, as if she could only summon the sunlight thunder cloud leopard once. "Let me do it." At the critical moment, Ji Yuan spoke. The Emperor's Atlas contains all the information about the Star Peak Griffin, including its weaknesses. He looked at Su Xin and said, "Focus and follow my instructions." After saying that, Ji Yuan stepped forward, Ming was summoned out, and rushed towards the Star Peak Griffin. Roar! Ming's body was like an ant in front of the Star Peak Griffin. It flapped its wings and its eyes were filled with ferocious light. Shock! Ji Yuan issued an order in his heart, and the Emperor's bloodline burst out. A flash of surprise appeared in the Star Peak Griffin's eyes, and then it also spread out the aura of its own bloodline. Boom! The collision of two imperial auras caused violent silent ripples that rushed to all directions, causing the faces of the three people watching the battle in the back to change. Soon, the breath from the sea suddenly overwhelmed the griffin and crashed into its huge body, causing it to lose balance for a moment. After all, this Star Peak Griffin is just a skeleton. In this collision, it cannot compete with Ming, whose blood concentration is perfect. Ji Yuan saw the right opportunity and gave another order. Release, Flame Storm. Ming held his head high, and the netherworld flames once again violently burst out from his body. The scorching temperature caused the air to distort, and the Star Peak Griffin seemed to be extremely afraid of fire. It immediately flapped its wings, preparing to fly high into the sky. Now! Knock it down! Ji Yuan yelled. At the side, Su Xinyan, concentrating, raised his left arm, and a red mark appeared. Chiu! The crisp chirping of a bird was heard, and from high in the sky, a bird with red flames burning all over its body swooped down and slammed into the huge body of the Star Peak Griffin. The collision caused the Star Peak Griffin to lose balance and fall back to the ground. At the same time, the netherworld flames that burned the soul and body rolled in. In an instant, a sea of blue fire engulfed its huge body. Chapter 17 Ji Yuan, you are really my brother. In the green sea of fire, the huge body of the Star Peak Griffin gradually shrank until it completely disappeared. When the netherworld flames dissipated, a skeleton as long as an arm was left on the ground. Ming's steps were unsteady, and he seemed to be overexerted. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately took it back into the beast taming seal to rest. Zhao Shan was the first to come to his senses. He grabbed Tuanshuan's mane and carried Huiyun as he followed. Su Xinyan was standing behind, staring at Ji Yuan's back, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Is he really from a small city in his 90s? She saw clearly the clash of blood auras between Ming and the Star Peak Griffin just now. She was almost certain that the bloodline level of Ji Yuan's beast was the same as that of the Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard, both were mythical level. In front, Ji Yuan quietly absorbed the skeleton, and a line of information suddenly popped up. The skeleton has been absorbed. The integrity of the Star Peak Griffin remains has increased to 40%. The skeleton with long arms has increased its completeness by 15%, which is not bad. Although the contract can be copied if it exceeds 30%, his psychological expectation is still around 70%, and he does not dare to hope for 100%. After all, the emperor creatures from ancient times have been around for thousands of years, and it is probably difficult to find a few complete skeletons even if you search the whole world. Along the way, there were no more creatures blocking the way, and they climbed up the jade platform smoothly from the stairs. The platform is very large, and it seems to be large enough to accommodate several trucks. In the middle, there was a huge skeleton with silver light flowing, which was extremely complete. Guide Hua. There's nothing here except a broken bone. How can we leave? Zhao Shan glanced at the empty platform and felt a little anxious. Looking down from the high platform at the road they came from, countless unknown strange creatures were like a tide, covering the ground and spreading towards them. Tuanshuan put Huiyun down, and he took out an oval stone that shone with a dark blue color from his pocket. I'm ready. Huiyun raised his hand and knocked the stone onto the jade platform. Ji Yuan became anxious and immediately asked him to wait a moment. But after a crisp sound, nothing happened. Huiyun suddenly raised his head and looked left and right. When he saw a black object on the platform, his face changed drastically. What are you doing? Can't you leave here? Zhao Shan became anxious when he saw that there was no movement for a long time. Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and ran towards the remains at a rapid speed. At the same time, he heard Huiyun's desperate voice, this jade platform is a transmission device. But it must be activated only when there are humans on the platform. As he spoke, Huiyun pointed to a corner where a dark creature was crawling. The dark creature was the size of a manhole cover and had two large claws, just like a crab. Forbidden crab. Su Zin seemed to recognize the creature and exclaimed. Damn it, just let me kick it out. Zhao Shan stepped forward immediately, but was stopped by Huiyun. The forbidden crab is immune to all attacks and is almost immortal. It's useless. As Huiyun spoke, he looked down at the scars all over his body, as if to say, this was caused by the forbidden crab. At this time, Ji Yuan had already arrived next to the silver remains. Faintly, he heard bursts of thunder echoing in the bones. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast. Race, Wolf Pack Lord. Bloodline, Imperial Level. Attributes, Thunder, Lightning. Features, Immune to lightning damage. The rest of the data is lost. The information panel was almost the same as Ming's. Ji Yuan was excited. He stretched out his finger and whispered in his mind, absorb. Suddenly, the remains that were glowing with silver light began to melt visibly. Fortunately, Zhao Shan and the other two were so focused on the forbidden crab that they did not notice anything unusual here. Soon, all the remains were absorbed. The completeness of the remains of the Thunder Emperor Beast is detected to be 100%. Do you want to immediately copy the perfect young? Looking at the prompt box, Ji Yuan chose to slow down for the time being. There are many people around now, and absorbing the remains is his biggest secret, which must not be exposed easily. It's over, this is really over. Zhao Shan shouted, and Ji Yuan glanced around. The high platform has been surrounded by densely packed black forbidden crabs, which are heading towards everyone. Guide Hua, is there no other way? Zhao Shan summoned Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing out. The gibbon and the gorilla swung their fists and knocked away some fast-running forbidden crabs. But there were too many of these ghost things, and they could only be knocked away without causing any harm. Once their strength is exhausted, they will still be eaten by these forbidden crabs. Huiyun smiled bitterly, it's all my fault for being too greedy. All my beasts have been killed in this secret realm. Forbidden crab, only beasts with two attributes can resist it. He looked at the three of them and said, thunder and wind. Do any of you have a beast with these two attributes? After he finished speaking, Zhao Shan looked at Su Zin and said, if I remember correctly, the Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard has both wind and thunder attributes, right? Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard. Huiyun's eyes also lit up, as if he saw the light. At this moment, everyone's hope of survival rested on Su Zinian. But she shook her head and whispered, I didn't actually contract the Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard. The one used in the spider's lair was just an illusion. Phantom. Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan finally understood. A second-grade beastmaster can use his own soul power to condense the phantom of the contracted beast. There is no limit to the phantom, it can be used during an attack or at any time. The main purpose of this phantom is to provide a means of survival for the younger generation that one values. No wonder, after seeing it once in the nest, Su Xinyan never summoned it out again. Dad, if I had known earlier, I would have listened to you and not left Hongling City. Zhao Shan fell to the ground, looking like he was waiting to die. Su Xinyan buried his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Hui Yun looked as pale as death. Not only had all his beasts been destroyed, but now he was also dead. Buzz. Just as despair spread in everyone's heart, a mighty and terrifying aura suddenly emerged on this platform. Bang! Accompanied by an extremely dull thunder, the three people who were in despair trembled all over and raised their heads. I saw a handsome young man holding his head high and chest out, with lightning flashing in his eyes. Next to this young man, a giant black wolf with a sturdy body, shiny black hair and deep blue pupils appeared at some point. There was a faint flash of electricity beneath the giant wolf's hair. Under the shocked gazes of the three people, Ji Yuan slowly raised his hand. On the back of his hand, a deep blue beast-controlling seal appeared. He waved his hand towards the endless swarm of forbidden crabs and said softly, "Use lightning dance." Shoo! The fleeting roar of thunder reached his ears, and then, deep blue thunder suddenly rose up from the forbidden crab group that was like a black tide. Thunder spread rapidly among the crabs like a virus, covering the entire platform in a blink of an eye. As a pungent smell of burning spread, the forbidden crabs that had not yet rushed to the platform, sensing the thunderous pressure above them, retreated one after another until they completely disappeared. Brother! My dear brother! Ji Yuan, you are really my brother. Chapter 18, A Brief Calm. This sudden change stunned the three of them. I love you. Only Zhao Shan reacted first, and ran towards Ji Yuan with tears in his eyes. Get lost. Ji Yuan dodged with a smile and curse, but at the same time he did not forget to use his palm to take back the Thunder Emperor beast that he had contracted at the critical moment. At this point, the beast-controlling seal on his palm turned green again, and then Ming's figure appeared. You're hiding too well. Since you have two beasts, why don't you just summon them out? Zhao Shan was extremely excited. You saw it wrong. Ji Yuan shook his head and stroked Ming's body. Just now, it just switched to another attribute. The Thunder Emperor beast will be his strongest trump card, and will only appear again when life and death are at stake. What? Zhao Shan stared, scanning Ming's body as if he were examining a treasure. I have seen beasts with two attributes. Those that can switch attributes can't be extinct imperial creatures, right? It's just that my bloodline reached the legendary level by chance. It's not that mysterious. Ji Yuan smiled faintly, but he was sweating in his heart. Before he has the ability to protect himself, once people discover that his beast has imperial bloodline, not only the beast, but he himself will be captured and studied. After all the emperor-level creatures are extinct. He was also thankful that these creatures became extinct early and the information they left behind was ambiguous, otherwise, his future would have been difficult. No matter what, you have saved me more than once in this damn place. I, Zhao Shan, recognize you as my buddy. He looked at Ji Yuan and said very seriously, after you leave here, if you have any difficulties, you can come to Hongling City to find me. When Zhao Shan saw Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing throwing the dead body of the forbidden crab at each other, he was furious. What are you two doing, you idiots? After he left, Hui Yun also came up. Having survived a disaster, he looked at Ji Yuan carefully and patted him on the shoulder. Now I understand why Tan He bet on you. He looked at Ji Yuan, his eyes full of expectation. In next year's city competition, you must fight for our city's honor. After saying that, Hui Yun called Zhao Shan and asked his two beasts to clear the forbidden crab carcasses on the platform and prepare to leave. Downtown contest. The corner of Ji Yuan's mouth curved up. Now that he possessed two emperor-level beasts, it should not be a problem for him to break into the top 10. Now, the only thing you need to do is to work hard to improve the level of your soul power. This time, he could feel the importance of grade to the strength of beast taming. Thanks. At this time, a soft voice sounded. Ji Yuan immediately interrupted him, thank me again. We are acquainted, so there is no need to be so polite. Su Xinyan raised his head blankly, looked at the other person's smile, nodded silently, and stopped talking. About 10 minutes later. The forbidden crabs on the stage were finally cleared away. The gibbon and the snow gorilla were so tired that they stuck out their tongues and gasped for breath. Zhao Shan cursed as he took back the two beast-controlling seals. Only then did he realize that the silver skeleton on the platform had disappeared. After asking, everyone shook their heads and no one paid attention. I'm ready. This time, there were no more obstacles. Huiyun held the dark blue stone in his hand and slammed it hard on the white jade table. In an instant, Ji Yuan only felt that his consciousness seemed to be infinitely stretched, twisted, and shaking. During a long trance, time seemed to stop. When he came to his senses again, the familiar courtyard came into view and a silver car stopped in front of him. It was the car he drove when he came to Fenghen town. Back. Return to Huiyun's home. This teleportation feeling is so damn uncomfortable, ugh. Zhao Shan's voice was heard, and he bent over and retched for a long time. Su Xin didn't seem to be affected. At this time, Huiyun walked out of the house with a phone in his hand, and it was unknown who he was talking to. We stayed in the secret realm for 2 days. After Huiyun hung up the phone, he turned the phone towards the three people. After he said this, an indescribable feeling of fatigue and hunger suddenly emerged from my body. That strange secret place seems to have a unique passage of time. Ji Yuan took a new set of clothes from the trunk of the car, took a shower, and completely tidied the still damp clothes. Half an hour later, Huiyun built a fire in the yard and cooked a bowl of noodles for each of them. It was late in the evening, the night sky was dotted with stars, and the four of them sat quietly around the fire. You mean, this is your second time entering this secret realm? After Zhao Shan finished drinking the soup, he looked at Huiyun with satisfaction. Huiyun said, this secret realm is very strange. I also accidentally broke into it last time. I didn't encounter any spiders or forbidden crabs all the way to the end. Of course, apart from this teleportation stone, I didn't get anything good out of it. Zhao Shan let out a long sigh and looked at Ji Yuan opposite him. Luckily, Ji Yuan is here this time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have become a mummy. Indeed, if it weren't for you, I would have died on the transporter. Huiyun also patted his shoulder with emotion. Su Xinyan looked past the fire and focused his gaze on Ji Yuan. The four of them chatted until they felt sleepy. Huiyun went back to the house and brought out a grill. But then he felt unsatisfied and got a few bottles of red wine. Zhao Shan laughed at him and said that no one would eat barbecue with red wine. After experiencing the life and death crisis in the secret realm, the four of them were now completely relaxed, eating barbecue, drinking wine, and laughing constantly. After Su Xin drank a few sips with a frown on her face, a blush appeared on her pretty face and she talked a lot more. By the way. After a while, Huiyun hugged Ji Yuan and said to the other two with a drunken breath. Do you know that Ji Yuan once caused a sensation in Linyan City? Is this true? You must tell me about it. Zhao Shan was half drunk and became interested as soon as he heard it. Ji Yuan waved his hand to signal him not to mention it. Ji Yuan was so happy that he drank a few more sips. Now he feels dizzy. I'll just say 4 words, and you guess the rest. Huiyun raised his glass and took a sip, soul power qualification. Zhao Shan sneered when he heard this, his qualifications are only at the lower, middle and upper levels. If he can make a big splash in the city, he must be a top-level person. Zhao Shan, you're drunk. Su Xin's red lips held a beautiful smile, what about the special grade? Hey! Miss Su is right, our Ji Yuan soul power qualification is special grade. Huiyun's laughter startled both Zhao Shan and Su Xin. Special grade soul power qualifications, not to mention Linyan City, even in the place where they are extremely rare. No wonder this guy is so abnormal at the 8th level, there must be a reason for his behavior. Su Xin seemed a little lonely at this time. She stretched out her hand to put her hair behind her ears and said softly, my soul power qualification is only low level. In the family. Among the prominent families, this qualification is obviously not good enough. I don't know if she was subjected to countless ridicules when she was in the Su family. None of this matters. Suddenly, a soft laugh broke into her ears. Su Xin raised her head blankly, and beyond the flickering flames, she saw Ji Yuan's handsome face with a smile. Before I met you, I was just a loser who couldn't even tame a beast under a contract. So what if I have top-grade qualifications? I suffered a lot of ridicule during those 2 years. In the eyes of some people, I was even worse than a dog. Ji Yuan smiled faintly, don't worry too much about what others say about you. So what if you have lower qualifications? Look at me, isn't my soul power level only 8th level now? It's still lower than yours. His way of comforting caused ripples in Su Zi's heart and a faint flicker in the depths of her eyes. After a while, she lowered her head silently and said nothing more. Chapter 19, a challenge that must be won. No words were spoken that night. Several people stayed at Hui Yun's house for one night. Ji Yuan slept until the afternoon. After packing up and preparing to leave, I found that Zhao Shan and Su Xin had just gotten up. Before leaving, the three of them left their phone numbers with each other. If nothing goes wrong, see you at the city competition in 3 months. Zhao Shan was sitting in a convertible. Wearing sunglasses, he waved to the two people, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Su Xinyan seemed to become a lot strange after a sleep. From beginning to end, he never looked at Ji Yuan again, and just said goodbye in a casual manner. After saying goodbye to Hui Yun, Ji Yuan called Tan He on his way back to the city. According to Tan He, Ji Yuan's starting point was too high, already surpassing the level of the young beastmasters in Linyun City. Even the most authoritative Qingfeng Beastmaster Academy could not teach him anything special. The training and care of beasts, the gathering and promotion of soul power, etc. are all knowledge that can be learned from books. Rather than placing him in some special class and restricting his freedom, it is better to let him explore on his own. According to Tan He's prediction, he would be admitted to the 3 super colleges sooner or later. It would be better for him to start learning from scratch after entering the super college. Ji Yuan gladly accepted this. Are you almost downtown now? Tan He's voice came from the other end of the phone. Just got off the elevated road. Don't go back to the academy yet, come to the municipal building. Good. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan guessed that Tan He might have something to give him. He knew that Tan He held several positions. He was not only the dean of the college, but also the mayor of Linyun City. Along the way, he noticed that there were many billboards on the streets, all of which were related to beast tamers. At first, he didn't take it seriously, until he turned into the busiest street in the city and Ji Yuan slammed on the brakes. What the? The most prosperous shopping mall in Linyun City has a huge 3D screen. In the past, this big screen was used to play some popular advertisements, but today, the content on the screen was actually Ji Yuan's headshot. And there is text next to it. Supernova Ji Yuan exclusive certification, if you want to moisturize your skin, use Deshun brand, Beast Body Wash. An inexplicable feeling of shame came over him. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and started rushing towards the municipal building. Along the way, his eyes were opened. In just 2 days, no less than 5 advertisements endorsed by him appeared in the city. But the problem is, he knows nothing. When he arrived at the municipal building and was led to the mayor's office by a male secretary who had been waiting for a long time, he saw Tan He with a smile on his face. Before he could speak, Tan He handed over a black and gold card. I negotiated with several endorsements for you, and there's endorsement fees included. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, if you say so, that's right. He took it and looked at it carefully. The card was as thin as paper and the material was soft. It was not an ordinary bank card. How much money? Ji Yuan asked curiously. You'll know after you take a look. Tan He said, put a drop of blood on the card. So novel. He did as he was told, biting his fingertip and squeezing out a drop of blood. The moment the blood came into contact with the card, a black gold light leaped, and then Ji Yuan was surprised to see that the card began to change. In the blink of an eye, it shrank into a round black gold ring. At the same time, a strange space suddenly appeared in his mind. In this space, there is a mountain of cash piled up. Ji Yuan opened his eyes wide and looked at the black gold round ring with great surprise. Is this a royal ring? He looked at Tan He, who nodded and replied, it is the highest level imperial ring. Not only does it have storage space, but when you pay, you can also swipe the ring to pay. After listening to his explanation, Ji Yuan put the black gold royal ring on his hand with satisfaction. The amount of cash in the royal ring space suddenly came to mind. That's 5 million in total. You know, the average salary in Linyun City is only 2,000 yuan a month. One more thing. He spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Get ready. You will face a challenge at 8 o'clock tonight. Challenge? Yes. There is only one spot for the city competition, and it was already chosen. After I finalized you, the other party refused to accept it. Understood. Ji Yuan nodded silently. He walked to the window and looked at the city street scene. The urban district competition held every 3 years is, to put it bluntly, a competition to rank the 120 cities across the country. Once you represent Linyun City in the competition, your final result will determine Linyun City's national ranking next year. If you ask me what the ranking is for, it's very simple. The higher the ranking of a city, the more development and resources it will get. He turned around, looked at Ji Yuan, and said very seriously, so, this not only concerns you personally, but also the entire city. What is this? Prepare yourself mentally. Ji Yuan looked calm. What was Linyun City's best result in previous years? He vaguely remembered that before he awakened his soul power, he had heard countless people cursing in the streets. His question made he shake his head. Since I took over this city, the best result is 88th place. 88. It seems that it is more difficult than expected to break into the top 10 in this city competition. Don't feel too much pressure. Even if you don't reach the agreement, as long as you can get the best result in history, it will be enough. He spoke earnestly and then said another thing. After understanding the importance of ranking in the city competition, you can understand why the other party wants to challenge you. The challenger is named Su Jia, and he is from Tingyun Beast Taming Academy. Tingyun Beast Taming Academy. In recent years, the reputation of this academy in Linyun City has been showing signs of surpassing Qingfeng. This college has a close relationship with Zhang Jilin. It has been able to grow to this day because of his secret support. I see. In fact, I have long lost interest in running the academy. After all, I cannot be both the dean and the mayor, so I turned a blind eye to Zhang Jilin's support for a new Qingfeng. Right now, I only care about one thing. He's eyes fell on Ji Yuan, city competition. As for Su Jia, a year ago, Zhang Jilin deliberately promoted him. He signed many big endorsements under the title of a 7th-grade beastmaster. In the past 2 days, under my operation, most people chose to bet on you and not renew the contract with Su Jia. The whole city is watching the battle later. There is only one thing you need to pay attention to. Ji Yuan looked normal. What? Su Jia's beast. He looked very serious. His beast is the Soul Scorpion, a creature that lives deep in the Withered Valley and is naturally immune to fire-based attacks. He knew that Ji Yuan's turquoise legendary beast was of the fire type. He was not sure whether he had gained anything from this trip to Withered Valley, so he brought it up now to see his reaction. Immune to fire attribute? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. He thought this characteristic was very rare. The Soul Scorpion is good at soul attacks. You still have 4 hours to think carefully about the countermeasures. Seeing his silence, he sighed and began to think about how he could make amends for Ji Yuan if he was defeated. After all, when faced with such targeted characteristic entries, no matter how high your bloodline level is, you will be unable to use it. Chapter 20, Losing Ground. Is Ji Yuan in danger? At 8 o'clock in the evening. The largest beast taming arena in Linyun City. The venue was packed with hosts, judges, live broadcast equipment, etc. As he said, this is a challenge that has attracted the attention of everyone in Linyun City. Known as the most outstanding beastmaster of the younger generation, he challenges the supernova with special soul power qualification that shocked the whole city 2 years ago. Dear audience members at the event, and those of you watching the live broadcast on TV, welcome to the Diko Arena. Tonight at 8 o'clock, we will bring you the most anticipated matchup in the city. The lights came on, and the gorgeously dressed host held the microphone. His expression and tone were both exaggerated and passionate. Both parties are ready to enter the arena. Now let me introduce them to you one by one. Inside the custom-made arena, on the left, the spotlight shines down. On the wide entrance passage connecting to the backstage, the first thing to appear was a giant dark red scorpion that was as big as an off-road vehicle. This giant scorpion is covered with hard armor, and its 2 large pincers reflect a cold luster. The most eye-catching thing is the sharp poisonous stinger hanging on its back. The appearance of the giant scorpion caused the audience to scream, and countless glow sticks waved in unison. Now, along with this terrifying giant scorpion comes the 7th grade beastmaster, Su Jie, who is known as the most outstanding among the younger generation. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue, and the people in the audience began to shout wildly. Su Jie! Su Jie! Su Jie! After Su Jie and his beast stepped into the arena, the host pointed to the right and continued speaking loudly with rich emotion. At the same time, please turn your eyes to the other side. Welcome, the special grade qualified owner, the 8th grade beastmaster, Ji Yuan. After the words were spoken, the passion of the audience obviously diminished a lot, but there were still many people waving their arms and cheering. Under the spotlight, Ji Yunying strolled into the public eye. Tonight, he was wearing casual clothes, his handsome face was calm. When he was about to step into the arena, a ball of green flame suddenly emerged from beside him. The flames surrounded his body, and after a while, the flames suddenly grew larger and turned into an elegant creature less than 2 meters tall. Wow! Isn't Ji Yuan's beast so beautiful? Ming's appearance made the audience exclaim in surprise. His snow-white body was surrounded by green flames. Although his body was not very strong, it still did not hinder his stunning appearance. At the same time, far away in a villa in a wealthy area, Zhang Heng saw Ming's appearance through the live TV broadcast. Damn Ji Yuan, where on earth did this beast come from? Clenching his fists, Zhang Heng looked at his indifferent father and asked softly, Dad, Su Jie will win tonight, right? Zhang Jilin crossed his legs, holding his phone. Without even looking up, Ji Yuan's fire beast was perfectly restrained by the soul scorpion. There's no need to watch it. But didn't he have a new beast in the late autumn test that day? Even though his father said so, Zhang Heng was still a little worried, as if he was the one about to start the fight. That beast tamer is just an illusion. A 7th grade beast tamer can control soul power for combat. Ji Yuan is only an 8th grade one. Once the beast tamer is restrained, he will definitely lose. Zhang Jilin put down his phone, stared coldly at Ji Yuan's face on TV, and said, I have already told Su Jie that in this battle, we must find a way to destroy Ji Yuan or his beast. He knew Tan He. Even if Ji Yuan lost the duel, Tan He would still force Ji Yuan to participate in the city competition. Only by completely destroying Ji Yuan can Tan He be left helpless. If Su Jie successfully represents Linyun City in the urban competition this time, the position of mayor next year will probably change hands. The other end. In the arena, both sides have taken their positions, and as the host leaves the stage, the bell to start the battle rings. Bang! Instantly, the soul demon scorpion in front of Su Jie rushed forward. Ming was equally unwilling to be outdone, and transformed into a ray of green light and shot out. When the collision was about to happen, Ming's pupils froze and the imperial pressure burst out, but the scorpion did not move at all, still holding up the huge pincers and sweeping towards it. Seeing that the intimidation was useless, Ming retreated immediately, and a ball of netherworld flames burst out from his body. Swish! Unexpectedly, just as the netherworld flame was ignited, the soul demon scorpion swept its tail fiercely, and the strong wind blew away the flames directly. This is the strongest opponent Ming has ever encountered. Don't be anxious, take your time. Ji Yuan stood behind, murmured in his heart. After a brief initial confrontation, Ming stopped attacking head-on and began to fight and retreat. The soul scorpion was huge, but every time it was about to attack Ming, it would narrowly dodge it. Ouch! Dear audience, did you see that? Ji Yuan's beastman had no power to fight back against Su Jie's giant scorpion and could only flee in panic. The host frowned and broadcast the situation in real time. In the audience, those who shouted Su Jie's name laughed and said, "Oh. Hey, it seems that this special qualification is useless." That's right, this beast is just a vase, it looks good but is useless. Listening to the boos from outside the stadium, Su Jie looked stern, not affected at all. He looked at Ji Yuan who was calm on the other side and sneered in his heart, "You are a guy pretending to be deep. You are not worthy of competing with me. If you don't pretend for a while longer, I can end this boring battle in 10 seconds. Time passed by minute, and the two beasts were chasing each other in the field. There was no gorgeous confrontation scene, no exciting battle. Even the host didn't know what to say and started talking about the exciting games in the past. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the audience. The host quickly looked inside the arena, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh. It seems that Su Jie can't stand such a boring duel. He plans to take the initiative to attack while the two beasts are fighting. Su Jie clenched his fists and ran towards Ji Yuan. Let me remind you all here that a 7th grade Beastmaster can mobilize soul power to fill his limbs, and the punches he throws are much stronger than those of ordinary people. The host raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that Su Jie is planning to KO his opponent directly. Don't forget, our supernova soul power is only of the 8th grade. If the two of us fight head-on, Ji Yuan can only withstand 3 punches at most. It's just a joke, it's just a joke. The host seemed to have regained his passion and began to expect Su Jie to quickly end this boring duel. Only by destroying you can my position be more secure. On the field, Su Jie's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He had come in front of Ji Yuan and without reservation, he punched Ji Yuan's face with his right fist. At the same time, he gave instructions to the soul scorpion in his heart, stop playing black magic, use soul extraction. He wants Ji Yuan and Ming to be defeated at the same time. Go back to being a useless person, Ji Yuan. But just as his fist containing soul power was about to hit Ji Yuan's face. Bang! Suddenly, Su Jie's pupils contracted. His fist was actually held by Ji Yuan. Then, he heard a light laugh. Sorry, I also happen to be a 7th rank. Chapter 21 Reversal. Special grade soul power qualification, almost invincible at the same level. Su Jie's face changed drastically and he quickly twitched his right fist in an attempt to escape. But Ji Yuan's palm was like an iron claw, clamping him down and he couldn't pull away. You opened your champagne too early. Ji Yuan looked calm, and threw a punch in front of Su Jie's frightened eyes. Bang! Oh my god! What did I see? Outside the stadium, the host grabbed the edge of the stands, leaned forward, and shouted in disbelief. Su Jie's active attack was easily resolved by Ji Yuan. Moreover, Ji Yuan hit Su Jie to the ground with a heavy punch, and at the same time told all the audience that he is also a 7th grade one. This sudden change stunned everyone. They couldn't even believe their eyes. You. After being punched, Su Jie felt dizzy and before he could say anything, a shrill scream sounded from a distance. Oh my god! Dear audience, did you see that? Not only did the beast tamer turn around, but even the two beast tamers that were fighting each other are going to have a winner. Shock flashed in Su Jie's eyes. He no longer cared about Ji Yuan in front of him and hurriedly turned to look at his soul scorpion. The scorpion, which was supposed to be immune to fire damage, was now seething with illusory green flames. The scorpion howled miserably due to the burning flames, its body twisting continuously, causing cracks on the walls of the venue. How is this possible? My black magic is immune to fire damage, why is this? Su Jie was in doubt, but at this moment he heard Ji Yuan chuckle, why? Go home and guess for yourself. After meeting with Tan He in the municipal building, Ji Yuan returned to the college dormitory. He searched for information about the soul scorpion on the internet, and found that this creature did have the characteristic of being immune to fire. But, it's only because of the dark red armor covering its surface. He checked the soul scorpion's related attack methods, and one of the skills was to use the power of the soul to extract the opponent's soul. The name of the soul scorpion also comes from this. Therefore, Ji Yuan soon got a clue. Ming's nether flame was not an ordinary flame. Once the demon scorpion released the power of its soul, it would be burned to ashes by the nether flame. As for promotion to the 7th rank, perhaps it's because of his soul power qualifications and talent. The key to advancement to the 7th rank is to expand the soul power sphere in the body and keep the soul power filling the limbs at all times. Some 8th grade beastmasters always cause the soul power sphere in their bodies to disintegrate when they try to do this. It only took Ji Yuan 2 hours to firmly grasp this feeling. Only after reaching the 7th level did he understand why Zhao Shan and Su Xin both ran faster than him in the secret realm. The enhancement of the limbs brought by soul power is not too outrageous, but it is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people. Ah! At this moment, unable to accept the impending failure, Su Jie clenched his hands, and the scorpion that was screaming and howling in the distance was instantly retracted. Feishing, come out. As his palm glowed red, a flying bird with wings burning with red flames appeared from the sky and swooped down towards Ji Yuan. Fire-eating bird? Ji Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not take any action. When Ming returned to his side, the pressure of the Emperor's bloodline instantly made the flying bird stop moving, retract its wings, and fall to the ground. The oppression of bloodline hierarchy is a fear engraved in the bones, and only a very small number of creatures can overcome this fear. Damn it! Forgot that his beast master has Overlord level bloodline. Su Jie punched the ground weakly. The atmosphere in the venue was frozen. Do you still have a beast? Ji Yuan's tone never changed from beginning to end, just like his expression, which remained calm. After a lot of inner struggle, Su Jie clenched and unclenched his fists. Finally, he figured it out and said in a deep voice. I lost. Outside the stadium, the silent atmosphere was broken at this moment. As countless people began to cheer Ji Yuan's name, the host also began to solemnly announce the result of the contest. That night, Ji Yuan's name once again resounded throughout Linyan City. Let him represent the city in the city competition, and no one dared to have any objection. Zhang Heng sat in front of the TV, squeezing the orange in his hand until the juice flowed out. He gritted his teeth and couldn't believe that Ji Yuan had actually advanced to the 7th rank. What made him even more angry was that Ji Yuan had only been a beastmaster for less than a week, but he actually jumped 2 levels. It took him 3 years, and he just reached the 7th level yesterday. What a great Ji Yuan! In the back, Zhang Jilin said calmly, if we let him participate in the competition, he might be able to make it into the top 20. It seems that we have to find a way to kill this threat in advance. After hearing his father's words, Zhang Heng said in surprise, Dad. Are you planning to let Uncle D take action? But Uncle D's forces are in Hongling City. It's impossible for them to come to Linyan City. If Tan he notices something unusual. So, get back to the academy and find out everything about Ji Yuan. Zhang Jilin looked at his adopted son and said, as long as we can get Ji Yuan out of the city, we'll have a chance to take action. Originally, when he went to the Withered Valley that day, I arranged some manpower, but unfortunately, this kid did not show up in the valley. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Seeing Zhang Heng's reluctance, Zhang Jilin immediately rebuked him, it's just a loss of face. When I become the mayor, you can join Tingyan Beast Taming Academy. Okay, alright. Zhang Heng shrank his head. His father was his father after all, and he dared not disobey his words. The other side. After leaving the arena, Ji Yuan got into a black business car in front of everyone's eyes. Good job, kid. Tan he had been waiting for a long time. When he saw him coming up, he personally poured him a glass of champagne. Because you won so cleanly tonight, Cody, who has never participated in any Beastmaster investment, decided to make you their lifelong spokesperson. Cody Group controls 70% of the beast taming industry chain in Linyan City. They never signed contracts with any Beastmaster. Tan he smiled and raised his glass, saying, I've looked at the contract for you. There's no problem. Cody will give you tens of millions of dollars in endorsement fees every year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ji Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with his. He knew that all this must have been secretly orchestrated by Tan He. There is no free kindness in the world, Ji Yuan knows this clearly. However, this does not prevent me from being moved by the other person's sincerity. Call me uncle. Tan He waved his hands. This kid really knows how to create surprises for him. I was a little worried about how he would break through, but unexpectedly, he actually broke through to the 7th level. This time, I really made the right bet. Uncle Tan, I'm looking for something. I wonder if you've ever heard of it. Ji Yuan immediately changed his words. What? Ghost seed of the underworld. The materials needed for Ming to advance to adolescence. Chapter 22, Establishing a Fund to Give Back to the Welfare Home. Ghost seed from the underworld? Tan he thought about it for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't remember. Wait for me to ask someone for you. If you are free these few days, you can also go to the college's reading room to look through it. Good. Ji Yuan responded, it seems that this thing is not so easy to find. After returning to the dormitory, Ji Yuan released Ming. After thinking about it, a deep blue beast seal appeared on the back of his hand. Along with the deep and dull sound of thunder, his second beast revealed itself again. This Thunderwolf was a size larger than Ming, its deep blue eyes flashing with lightning, and its shiny black hair lingering with thunder, making it look extremely majestic. The appearance of the Thunderwolf made Ming take 2 steps forward and stand aside, tilting his head and blinking his eyes, looking extremely curious. Roar! As if it was too close, the Thunderwolf let out a low growl from its throat. Whoosh! The next moment, the 2 guys pounced on each other and started fighting. Ji Yuan was about to stop them when he saw them fighting playfully, but he immediately reacted after seeing them fighting playfully. Before the beast taming space was opened up, the contracted beasts lived together in one beast taming seal. It seems that they have a good relationship. Ji Yuan's eyes were fixed on the Thunder Wolf. After a while, its attribute panel popped up. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Juvenile. Race, Thunder Wolf Lord. Bloodline, Imperial Grade, Perfect. Attributes, Thunder, Lightning. Features, 1. Immune to lightning damage, 2. Possessing the ability to control lightning, 3. Driving and shocking wolf beasts, ineffective if the bloodline level is the same. Talent, Soul Link, gives the Beastmaster his own characteristics, only one can be selected, Thunder Lord, release thunder, electric attack, double the power. Skill 1, Lightning Dance, transforms into lightning to launch an impact, which will produce chain lightning after hitting the enemy, paralyzing and destroying the enemy. Skill 2, Thunder Judgment, condenses a thundercloud, rains down rolling thunder to destroy any enemy. Note, when released in thunderstorm weather, the cost is halved. Advanced Path, devouring the flesh and blood of lightning creatures, 0/100. It can be seen that the attribute panel of this beast is different from Ming's. This Thunder Emperor beast places more emphasis on absolute attack. It is consistent with its thunderous attribute. With a thought, the 2 guys stopped fighting and came to Ji Yuan from the left and right. He reached out his hand and stroked the smooth fur of the Thunder Emperor beast. What name should I give you? Recalling the thrilling scene when he made a contract with it in the secret realm, Ji Yuan quickly decided on a word. Soul. But calling it Po alone seems a bit strange. After thinking for a while, Ji Yuan came up with an idea. He looked at the Thunder Emperor beast and said with a smile, from now on, you will be called Flash Soul, how about that? Flash Soul. The deep blue eyes of the Thunder Emperor beast glowed with light, and then, it raised its wolf head and let out a howl. Ouch. The voice was low, but contained a hint of joy. Shanpa, that's not too bad, right? Ji Yuan smiled in his heart, and after interacting with the 2 beasts for a while, he fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sunlight on his face woke him up. After washing up, Ji Yuan left the dormitory. Just as I reached the dormitory door, I heard Zhang Heng's voice. Ji Yuan. Wait for me. He raised an eyebrow and turned around, only to see Zhang Heng running over with a smile on his face. Hey, where are you going? Can I go with you? If you have a mental illness, go take medicine and don't bother me. Ji Yuan looked at him in surprise and walked away. This kind of sudden change usually means that he is thinking about something bad. Ji Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him because he had important things to do today. In the college, every student who saw him would come over to greet him enthusiastically, and some even wanted to add him as their friend. In the past, everyone in this academy would avoid him when they saw him. This change is kind of irony. Ji Yuan dealt with them one by one with a faint smile, and finally reached the parking lot. Driving, he headed towards the edge of the city. 10 minutes later. In a small old welfare home overgrown with weeds. Ji Yuan stepped in and looked at the familiar scene in front of him, feeling a little dazed. He hasn't been back since he started high school. In a blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. The welfare home consists of only one building with 4 floors and 26 rooms, where orphans and the elderly live together. At that time, we played in the open space behind the yard every day. Xiao Yuan. A surprised voice sounded. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old woman holding a broom staring at him blankly. Aunt Qin. This old lady is the director of the welfare home, Chen Qin. Her orphanage is a safe haven for countless orphans in Linyan City, and it also gave Ji Yuan a warm childhood. Ji Yuan saw this familiar face and said with a smile, I. Bang! The old woman threw away her broom, walked forward with red eyes, and held him with her wrinkled hands. I know. I saw you on TV. Our Ji Yuan has made great progress. The old woman pulled him and walked into the yard. As he walked, he said, "Our hospital's big star is back." As soon as this voice came out, many elderly people with crutches, wheelchairs, and hunched backs came out. The children playing in the backyard also ran over. Suddenly, the hall was filled with people. "It's Xiao Yuan. Huh, the little kid has now grown into a grown man. Our Xiao Yuan is a big star now. He really gives our Dean face. Not bad, not bad." The children surrounded Ji Yuan and smiled, blinking their clear, innocent eyes, full of curiosity. Ji Yuan took out the items he had purchased in advance from the royal ring, which were all some health products, fruits, snacks, and the like. Aunt Qin. After sending the children away, Ji Yuan was finally able to talk in peace for a while. Sitting in the hall, the old people talked about Ji Yuan's childhood. Looking at Qin Qin, who was smiling, Ji Yuan said softly, "I bought a nursing home in the city center. After it is renovated, you can move in with everyone. How about calling it Blue Sky Welfare Home?" As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into silence. The smile on Qin Qin's face gradually froze. What did you say? How can this be possible? You are only in your early 20s and you need money. How can you? Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, Aunt Qin. This is not only my personal wish, but also the mayor's wish. Our city is in great need of a large welfare home to provide shelter for the elderly and orphans." This was the fact. After understanding Ji Yuan's intention, He immediately helped him finalize the matter. Not only did he plan to set up the Ji Yuan charity fund to specifically support orphans and the elderly, he also found a good location for him in the city center. Ji Yuan now has a sufficient account. Besides, his Beastmaster is not like ordinary Beastmasters, which require a lot of money to buy various nutritional supplements. For him, any amount of money can only allow him to live a better life. However, his life is good enough at the moment, and he wants to use this money to do something for the welfare home that provides him with shelter. Chapter 23, The Whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Seed. The days go by. After arranging all matters major and minor of the welfare home, we are now waiting for the renovation of the new welfare home to be completed. Nowadays, there are Beastmasters in all walks of life, so the decoration progress will not be too slow. After Ji Yuan returned to the academy, he spent every day in the reading room reading various advanced beast taming materials and honing his soul power. The 6th grade is the watershed among Beastmaster grades. Only when one reaches the 6th rank can one be qualified to be called a Beastmaster who has transcended the ordinary human class. For the 6th level, you only need to do 2 things. 1. Release soul power. After half a month of practice, he was able to do this. 2. Release the beast's soul power. Ji Yuan has been training Ming and Shanpa during the past half-month. But they are always a little short of it and just can't do it. After much thought, Ji Yuan finally found the problem. Childhood. The most critical improvement for a 6th grade Beastmaster is that he can allow the beasts to learn and develop new skills. In addition to the skills that the Beastmaster itself possesses, you can also learn additional skills. To learn skills, one must rely on the external release of soul power to absorb knowledge points. Obviously, the 2 little guys in their infancy are not able to do this. So, during this period of time, Ji Yuan devoted himself to searching for the netherworld ghost species and thunder creatures, but still found no clues. Time passes. 1 month after returning from Fenghen town. On this day, the construction of the Blue Sky Welfare Home was completed in the center of Linyun City. Ji Yuan was invited by Qin Qin to go to the scene and attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. During the ceremony, Qin Qin mentioned Ji Yuan in every sentence. She looked like she wanted to let the whole world know that her own child had made it big. Not forgetting the original intention and giving back to the welfare home, this matter undoubtedly made Ji Yuan's reputation in Linyun City rise to a higher level. After a busy morning, it was already afternoon. In a 50 square meter dean's office, Ji Yuan sat back on the sofa, his brows knitted gently. He vowed never to attend any ribbon-cutting ceremony again. Xiao Yuan, I personally arranged the furnishings of this office. It's pretty good, isn't it? Dean Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Ji Yuan's original intention was to let her continue to manage the welfare home, but the other party insisted on letting him be the director and his attitude was firm. Ji Yuan couldn't refuse and had to agree. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about anything. I will manage the orphanage for you. Chen Qin thought he was worried about the welfare home and said with a smile. Ji Yuan shook his head, with my aunt here, I'm naturally relieved. By the way, Aunt Qin, you just told me at the ceremony that you had something for me, right? Oh. Yes, I was going to give it to you last time at the old orphanage. Chen Qin took out an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Ji Yuan. Qin grew, do you still remember? Here's the letter she left for you. Ji Yuan took it. The envelope was very thin and felt cold. Soft and gentle. This name evoked his forgotten memories. A young, pure and energetic face comes to mind. Yes, Jiang Qin grew. During the time he was in the orphanage, this girl, who was 2 years younger than him, was his best playmate. However, after I entered high school, I never heard from him again. The year you graduated from high school, Qin Gru was adopted by a wealthy family and taken to another city. Chen Qin's eyes were filled with memories. Thanks, Aunt Qin. Ji Yuan didn't open the envelope, but put it in his pocket. Just when he was about to say something, Ji Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Chen Qin got up and went out. Uncle Tan. After answering the phone, Ji Yuan was a little excited. It seemed that Tan he had found what he wanted. Boy, I have already found out about the Netherworld Ghost Seed for you, but you just need to wait a little longer. Why? The Netherworld Ghost Seed is a unique mineral material. Once it leaves its habitat, it will wither instantly. I've asked someone to find out. Recently, several new deep mineral veins have appeared in Hongling City. I heard that many rare minerals have been discovered in them, including the Netherworld Ghost Seed. Just wait a little longer, I'll think of a way to get someone to bring it back to you. Hongling City. Ji Yuan's heart moved. Then he asked, Uncle, didn't you say that they would wither if they left their habitat? How do we fix this? Of course, we'll dig them up along with the habitat. So simple and crude. It sounds a little wrong. Ji Yuan quickly said, Uncle, don't bother me. I'll go there myself. Without waiting for him to refuse, Ji Yuan continued, Don't worry, when I went to Withered Valley, I met a local from Hongling City. With him taking care of me, everything will be fine. Zhao Shan is also from Hongling City. From the words he reads during their interactions, one can sense that this guy's identity in Hongling City is definitely not simple. Reliable? On the other end of the phone, Tan he was a little skeptical. Ji Yuan smiled and said, Absolutely reliable. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called Zhao Shan. But I called twice, but the other party didn't answer. Just when Ji Yuan was wondering if he had left a fake number, the other party suddenly called back. Ji Yuan. You definitely wouldn't call me for no reason, right? Are you in Hongling City? Tell me where you are, I'll come right now. As soon as the phone was connected, words came in like machine gun fire. Ji Yuan immediately called a halt, and then said speechlessly, You asked so many questions at once, and you don't even give others a chance to speak. You haven't contacted me since that day, I'm so excited. Zhao Shan coughed twice. This time, I do have something to ask you. Ji Yuan got straight to the point, I heard that your city has discovered several new mineral veins recently. Wow, you are well informed. These mineral veins have only been excavated for 3 hours, and you already know about them. Zhao Shan, are there really ghost species from the underworld in these mineral veins? Ghost seeds from the underworld? It seems that there are, but you have to go deep into the underground mineral veins, and this thing is very special. Once it leaves. Alright, I know all this. I'll be in Hongling City early tomorrow morning. Can we meet? You want to come to Hongling City? Of course you can. Don't worry, I promise to make sure you are comfortable. Zhao Shan's excited voice echoed in his ears. After chatting with him for a few more words, Ji Yuan hung up the phone. From what Zhao Shan said, these mineral veins were not what he knew. It sounded like the mineral veins had elemental properties. Xiao Yuan. Just as he was thinking about things, Chen Qin knocked on the door. Come in, Aunt Qin. Chen Qin pushed the door open and walked in. She first looked at Ji Yuan's face, and then said, Yunjia, that girl, she wants to apply for our nurse position. On the day she was expelled from school, Lin Yunjia returned to the old welfare home, but after Chen Qin learned what had happened, she scolded Lin Yunjia and kicked her out. Lin Yunjia, who was expelled from Qingfeng Beast Taming Academy, is unable to attend other Beast Taming Academy in Linyun City. After all, this was the child she had watched grow up. Chen Qin felt really sorry for her as she had no way out at this moment. You decide, Aunt Qin. You will be the one making the decisions on these matters from now on. Ji Yuan's face was calm, he could understand the other person's feelings. After saying that, he stood up and left. Before leaving, he said, I'm going to be away from Linyun City for a while. If you have anything, remember to tell me. Chapter 24, Reunion of Old Friends. Hongling City has an extremely unique terrain. The entire city is built on a flat plain. But if you take a deeper look, you will know how complex Hongling City is. As a city that controls the richest mineral veins in the country, it has always ranked among the top 10. It can be said that everyone in Hongling City is extremely wealthy. Even if you are not a local, as long as you have the connections, you can still make a lot of money by working here for 2 years. Ji Yuan took the earliest flight to Hongling City. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw Zhao Shan standing at the airport gate wearing sunglasses and a black windbreaker. Good brother. Leave everything to me during this trip to Hongling City. I will make sure you eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Sitting in Zhao Shan's convertible, he first took Ji Yuan for a tour around the city. After all, it is one of the top 10 cities, and the prosperity of the urban area is in sharp contrast with Linyun City. A street here is comparable to the city center of Linyun City. On this day, Zhao Shan indeed arranged the best for him. The best restaurants, the best hotels. It was a great enjoyment for Ji Yuan. In the evening, the two returned to the hotel and talked about this time, and Ji Yuan arrived at the destination. I see. Does your beast need a ghost seed to advance? Zhao Shan suddenly realized, the netherworld ghost seed is indeed the material for upgrading some unique fire-type beasts. How about this, let's go down to the mine tomorrow, and I'll go with you. Seeing that he agreed without hesitation, Ji Yuan said softly, thank you. After a day of understanding, he had learned that although everyone in Hongling City was wealthy, every time they went mining, they had to gamble their lives. Because within the veins are countless strange-looking, elusive creatures, and if you're not careful, you could lose your life there. According to Zhao Shan, the highest-ranking beastmaster who died in the mine was even a third-rank beastmaster. Even a third-rank beastmaster could die if he wasn't careful, but Zhao Shan agreed to accompany him without a second thought. It really touched Ji Yuan. We are so close, why are we talking about this? If it weren't for you in that damn secret realm, would I still be lying here alive? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhao Shan patted his chest, looking like he didn't care at all. When the next day came, Ji Yuan finally understood why this guy was not worried at all. The next day, early morning. Hongling City, Municipal Building, Mayor's Office. My dear friend Ji Yuan, I have always heard Mayor mention you. Now that I see you, you are truly a handsome man. Ji Yuan stared blankly at the approachable and amiable middle-aged man in front of him. He would never have thought that Zhao Shan was actually the biological son of Mayor Hongling. Dad, we agreed not to call me by my nickname, Mayor. It sounds so ugly. I am a real man. On the side, Zhao Shan looked extremely embarrassed. Zhao Tianho glanced at him and extended his hand to Ji Yuan. Seeing the action of this great man, Ji Yuan quickly shook the other's hand, looking reserved and polite. Uncle, thank you for your praise. I am just an ordinary person in a small city. Hey! You are Mayor's savior. Calling me uncle is too formal. From now on, I will call you Godfather. Ah! Ji Yuan was stunned. Yes, Ji Yuan, we are so close that even brothers are closer than us. Zhao Shan smiled and put his arm around his shoulders. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. It turned out that he came here to recognize his relatives. Immediately, he glanced at Zhao Shan. The latter quickly reacted, coughed twice and said to Zhao Tianho, Dad, Ji Yuan came to Hongling City this time to find the netherworld ghost seed. He wants to advance the beast control. This is a simple matter. Zhao Tianho didn't care, I'll let Lu Hen accompany you to the mine. After that, he picked up his phone and started making arrangements. Soon, a tall and burly man wearing a black vest came to the office. Lu Hen, a 5th-rank beastmaster, let him go with you. After Zhao Tianho gave Lu Hen a few instructions, he left. Uncle Lu, I have everything ready. We can set off at any time. The big guy named Lu Hen didn't seem to like communicating. He nodded slightly to Zhao Shan and walked out first. Don't look at Uncle Lu like this, he is the most reliable. Zhao Shan stretched lazily and said, shall we go too? Okay, Mei. Ji Yuan replied. What the hell? A bloody storm suddenly broke out in the municipal building. When Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were playing all the way to the parking garage, Zhao Shan's cell phone suddenly rang. I'll go. He looked at the caller ID, a little surprised. What's wrong? Ji Yuan saw his expression and moved forward to take a look. Su Xin. After the two looked at each other strangely, Zhao Shan pressed the hands-free button to answer the call. Zhao Shan. From the other end, a clear and pleasant voice like the sound of ice cubes colliding came out. Miss Su, why did you think of calling me? I'm in Hongling City now. I have something to ask you. Are you free? Let's meet somewhere. Zhao Shan thought for a moment and said, I'll send you the address. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Ji Yuan, a little confused. Why is she also in Hongling City? Did you two make an appointment? How is that possible? Ji Yuan shook his head and immediately thought of a reason. Hasn't the news that several new mineral veins have been dug up in Hongling City recently spread all over the place? Who knows, maybe she is also coming for a certain mineral vein. Is there any mine that the Su family can't find? Zhao Shan muttered. At this time, Lu Hen drove the car and stopped in front of the two of them. Uncle Lu, let's go to the Jishue coffee shop first. After getting in the car, Zhao Shan took Ji Yuan and talked about the development of Hongling City and so on. This time, Ji Yuan chose to listen carefully. However, he wanted to know more about the underground mineral veins, but Zhao Shan kept talking about eating, drinking and having fun. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle slowly stopped. Zhao Shan asked Lu Hen to wait, and then the two of them walked towards a busy and crowded shopping mall. Jishue coffee shop is very large and occupies almost the best location in the shopping mall. This scene made Ji Yuan suspect that this store was Zhao Shan's family business. The store was full of people, with only a few tables outside. After Zhao Shan arranged for him to sit at one of the tables, he entered the store. Not long after, he came back with a beautiful girl in a floral dress. This girl has some similarities with Zhao Shan in her eyebrows, and her face exudes a youthful vitality. My sister, Zhao Shui. Zhao Shan raised his eyebrows towards Ji Yuan proudly. How about it, beautiful, right? Very beautiful. Ji Yuan stood up politely and did not hesitate to praise. I've been hearing him mention your name a lot lately. I didn't expect he's actually such a handsome guy. Zhao Shui raised her hand to brush her hair across her forehead, revealing a sweet smile. Hey, this store is owned by my sister. She can be said to have started from scratch. Zhao Shan looked proud. After chatting for a few words, Zhao Shui went into the store to work. At this time, Ji Yuan looked into the distance. Here I am. Su Xinyan was wearing a black dress today, with her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her fair and flawless oval face attracted a lot of attention. Next to her was a handsome man in a white shirt. When Su Xin saw the familiar handsome man, her pupils suddenly trembled. Why is he also? Chapter 25 Before going down the mine. Long time no see, Miss Su. Zhao Shan waved his hand, and although he was smiling, he was not as enthusiastic as he was towards Ji Yuan. Haven't seen you for a long time. Su Xinyan walked forward, nodded towards Zhao Shan, and stopped talking. His eyes were wandering, and he completely left Ji Yuan aside. This look made Zhao Shan look at Ji Yuan with a little confusion. The latter was also a little strange. When Su Xin said goodbye to Huiyun, he felt something was not right. Did I offend her? Ji Yuan thought about it. Could it be because of what happened when he fell into the water in the secret realm? Xiao family, Xiao Lingjue. At this time, the man in the shirt following her raised his chin, looking like, you are honored to know me. Zhao Shan leaned in and whispered, it's just the Shao family, why are you so arrogant? Ji Yuan had a smile on his face. The surname Shao is indeed not simple. Before traveling through time, Ji Yuan also knew a man named Shao who loved playing with fire. Zhao Shan got straight to the point and asked, why are you here this time? Su Xinyan still seemed a little absent-minded and did not answer. Xiao Lingjue was a little surprised by her expression, so he took over the conversation and said, I heard that a vein of netherworld ghost seed was discovered in Hongling City, and that's why we came here. At this point, Su Xin spoke up, we want to go down to the mine, can you recommend a mine? The Su and Xiao families are so wealthy, do they still need you to go down to the mines in person? Zhao Shan was joking with Su Xinyan, but he didn't mean anything else. But Xiao Lingjue felt a little offended, and displeasure flashed in his eyes. If there are other minerals that can be transported, we don't have to come here in person. But the texture of the netherworld ghost species is different. As a local, you don't know this? Although his expression was gentle and his tone was calm, one could still hear a hint of sarcasm in him. This was not the end yet. Xiao Lingjue looked at Su Xin again and continued, your friend doesn't seem very reliable. Let's find someone else. Hearing him say this, Zhao Shan scratched his head and looked at Ji Yuan. Did he say something wrong? Ji Yuan smiled silently, then looked at Xiao Lingjue, with a suggestion in his tone. This brother is right. You should go find other local professionals. He deliberately emphasized the word professional. Are you kidding? If the mayor's son is not professional, how can there be professionals? Moreover, although Xiao Lingjue acted calmly, his condescending tone and eyes clearly showed that he did not take people like them seriously. From the very beginning, I basically looked down on people. Could it be that this sense of superiority is really a common problem among these young nobles? You guys are also going to mine. This time, Su Xinyan raised her head and met Ji Yuan's gaze. But after just a moment, she hurriedly moved away. Right. Ji Yuan nodded. Well, then let's go together. Su Xin said in a low voice. Are you serious? Xiao Lingjue frowned, the mine is full of dangers. Are you serious about going down there with such an unprofessional person? Hearing his words, Su Xin said coldly, I didn't want to go with you anyway, you can leave now. Xiao Lingjue was obviously annoyed by her attitude. His face darkened and he said in a cold voice, if anything dangerous happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't bother. The one who answered him was not Su Xinyan, but Ji Yuan. He really didn't like these noble families who looked down on others from the very beginning. Humph. Xiao Lingjue looked at Ji Yuan deeply, then turned and left. Zhao Shan looked at his back and muttered, it's really weird, why do these young masters of the families act so high and mighty? Look at me. We are both young masters, but I am so amiable and approachable. He was bragging and Ji Yuan curled his lips and said nothing. Su Xin agreed somewhat. Among the 5 major beast-controlling families, most of the younger generations have an inexplicable sense of superiority, which I also don't like. Who cares? The 3 of us are a team again. It feels great. Zhao Shan hugged Ji Yuan with a smile, while Su Xinyan stood quietly beside him with a wandering look in his eyes. Afterwards, the 3 of them met up with Lu Hen at the designated location. Zhao Shan sat in the passenger seat, while Ji Yuan and Su Xin sat in the back seat. Along the way, Su Xinyan lowered her head, her fair little hands pinching the hem of her skirt, looking very nervous. Ji Yuan rested his hand on his chin, looking at the street scene outside the window, wondering what he was thinking. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle slowly stopped. Through the car window, you can see a crowded market. There are no tall buildings around, and dust is flying everywhere. In the market, all kinds of exotic minerals are displayed in front of countless shops. At this time, a man walked out of the market quickly. After seeing Zhao Shan and Lu Hen, he smiled warmly and led them into a small path leading downwards. Ji Yuan saw that the ground, which was originally a wasteland, suddenly opened up a hole leading downwards. Lu Hen drove the car and followed the man who was leading the way into it. As soon as we entered this strange passage, the hustle and bustle of the market disappeared and some strange noises appeared in our ears. There was a blue light inside the passage, and after a while, a boundless underground world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ji Yuan's pupils reflected the light blue light, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. In the light blue underground world, there are countless train tracks and endless shops. Compared to the dusty shops above, the minerals displayed in these stalls in the underground world are even more bizarre. When the vehicle stopped, Lu Hen and Zhao Shan got out. It wasn't until Zhao Shan opened the car door for him that Ji Yuan came to his senses. The above are all the most basic things. This is the largest mineral trading market in Hongling City. Zhao Shan explained for him with a smile. Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh that the world outside was so wonderful, and it was really the ordinariness of Linyan City that limited his imagination. Under the leadership of Lu Hen, the group walked towards the depths. Along the way, Ji Yuan saw many strange and bizarre minerals that he couldn't name. Normal people who want to go down to the mine have to go through many checkpoints, but Zhao Shan and Lu Hen have special identities, so they get the green light all the way. When they entered an exquisitely decorated waiting room, Zhao Shan suddenly threw a round ring to Ji Yuan. Royal ring? Ji Yuan took it and looked at him puzzledly. There are things in it that are necessary for mining. Ji Yuan immersed his mind into the imperial ring given by Zhao Shan and found 3 things inside. They are, a small black dot, a bracelet and a pistol. You can keep this royal ring. Although it's not the highest grade, it's not much worse. Zhao Shan's voice made Ji Yuan feel warm in his heart. After he took out the things from the ring, he threw the ring back to him. Then, he raised his fingers and said, "Thank you, but I have the imperial ring." Zhao Shan was stunned at first, but when he saw the black gold imperial ring on his hand, his eyes widened. Holy shit. Black gold. This is the top-level imperial ring. He took a step forward and stared at Ji Yuan's royal ring, looking left and right. "My father was reluctant to buy this thing for me, where did you get it?" Ji Yuan waved his hand. "Let's talk about this later. First, tell me what the 3 things in front of the mine are." Chapter 26. Ji Yuan, this is really an eye-opener. These 3 things work together. It's hard to explain clearly. You'll understand once you get the hang of it. Zhao Shan said, looking at Su Ziyin. "There is a dressing room here. I suggest you go change into something. It's not convenient to go into the mine in a skirt." About 5 minutes later, Su Ziyin changed into a casual outfit. Her petite figure and perfect face were flawless. "We're ready, let's go." Zhao Shan led the 2 of them through a brown wooden door. Next, there is an elevator. Lu Hen had been waiting inside for a long time. After they stepped into the elevator, Ji Yuan looked and saw that there were only 3 buttons in the elevator. Top, middle, bottom. At this moment, the button at the bottom is lit, and it seems that this is the elevator that goes directly to the mine. In the small space, Zhao Shan talked incessantly, rambling on about everything. He talked about everything. When Ji Yuan and his group were feeling a little headache after listening to this, the elevator finally stopped. As the door opened, a strong earthy smell mixed with a strange stench pierced my nose. Ji Yuan was fine, but Su Ziyin next to him couldn't bear it and his face turned pale instantly. "Use this." Seeing this, Zhao Shan immediately took out a black dot the size of a finger. It was one of the 3 items he had just given to Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan placed the black dot on Su Ziyin's temple and pressed it gently. Suddenly, under Ji Yuan's surprised gaze, a translucent protective mask condensed and covered her cheek. No. The technology outside has developed to this point. You put it on too. When Zhao Shan's words came, Ji Yuan turned around and saw that he and Lu Hen were both wearing them. He quickly took out a ring from his royal ring. Moment. The unpleasant smell in the air dissipated, and Ji Yuan was surprised to find that this protective mask could not only filter the air, but also provide an effect similar to that of night vision goggles. More importantly, this protective mask does not feel like it needs to be worn, and it does not even block the field of vision at all. Put on the bracelet. When Zhao Shan's voice sounded, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin immediately did as they were told. As soon as he put it on, a line of words appeared in front of Ji Yuan's eyes. Welcome to use Kejiyuan products, connecting to the detection bracelet. Connection completed, map information will be synchronized soon. As the font disappeared, a circular pattern appeared in the upper right corner of Ji Yuan's vision, with a bright green spot in the pattern. This scene is just like the map interface in some games. The bracelet will scan the terrain within a 100-meter radius in real time and generate a real-time map in the upper right corner of your mask. Zhao Shan's explanation rang out, the highlighted green dots on the map represent yourself. He walked over and touched Ji Yuan's bracelet with his own. Suddenly, Ji Yuan saw a blue light spot appear on the map. The blue light dots represent people who have touched your bracelet, that is, your teammates. After a while, Ji Yuan looked at the 3 blue spots on the map, feeling a little dazed. This is too fucking sci-fi. Is it true that Linyan City is too backward? So, what about this thing? Su Zian asked curiously, holding the pistol. Judging from her appearance, it seemed that this was also her first time to come into contact with these high technologies. Mining gun, you must use this thing to cut when digging for minerals. Zhao Shan pointed at the mask and said, don't worry, after you find the mineral you need, the mask will show the cutting line, just cut along the line. Everything was ready, and the 4 of them walked out of the elevator. With the night vision function of the mask, the dark mineral veins are extremely bright. Sudden. A strange-looking creature appears. It was Lu Hen who summoned his beast. The creature resembles a cheetah, but has 4 spindly front legs and 2 sturdy hind legs. This is the poison wind panther, a beast that Uncle Lu tamed in the mines in his early years. Zhao Shan explained, the poison wind panther can smell the scent of rare minerals. With it leading the way, we will avoid many detours. Any beast tamer in Hongling City who has some ability will choose to tame the poisonous wind leopard. With it, finding rare minerals will be much easier. The mineral vein is different from other places. We must be careful. Zhao Shan looked solemn and summoned the gibbon Tuan Tuan out. When Tuanchuan saw Ji Yuan and Su Xinyan, he shook his head excitedly. Seeing this, green flames rose and Ming's figure appeared. Su Xinyan also summoned her flame-eating bird. The appearance of the 2 fire-type beasts warmed up the chilly temperature in the mine. Lu Hen's eyes were fixed on Ming for a moment, and then slowly moved away. Immediately afterwards, Lu Hen summoned another new beast. Ji Yuan looked over and saw that it was actually a strong, muscular kangaroo. What surprised him even more was that the kangaroo actually had 2 diamond-studded golden brass knuckles on its fists. WTF. This trip to Hongling City was really an eye-opener. He couldn't help but look at Lu Hen's big figure and sighed, this kangaroo looks too much like its master. In this way, the poisonous leopard was in front and the muscular kangaroo was behind, protecting the 4-man team. Ji Yuan and Su Xinyan walked at the back, following Lu Hen and Zhao Shan and slowly groping forward. During this period, they also met some people. Lu Hen seemed to have some prestige. All the miners passing by would respectfully call him Brother Lu when they saw him. The so-called mineral veins are actually more like artificially dug underground tunnels. There are luminous objects hanging on the walls, and some signs pointing to the exits to prevent getting lost. Ji Yuan has been paying attention to the map in the upper right corner of the mask. It is updated almost every 5 seconds. The routes are as complicated as tree roots. As they walked along, they could feel that they were going deeper and deeper. After walking for about an hour, Su Xinyan's breathing became a little rapid. The long journey seemed a little tiring for this young lady. Zhao Shan considerately let the gibbon Tuan Tuan carry it on his shoulders and continued walking. As they went deeper, Ji Yuan clearly found that the signs and luminous objects were decreasing. We have entered a new group of mineral veins. Cheer up. Lu Hen spoke for the first time, his voice was deep and dull. The air gradually became colder, and even Ming and the fire-eating bird were unable to neutralize it. Squeak. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the wall on Ji Yuan's right side and headed straight for his head. The black shadow was so fast that there was no time to react. Once hit, you will definitely die. At this critical moment, the shining diamond-studded gold brass knuckles whistled like a cannonball. Bang! The muscular kangaroo walking at the back punched out, directly knocking the black shadow away, hitting the wall and creating a big hole. Ji Yuan was sweating profusely. If it weren't for this kangaroo, he would have probably died. Are you okay? Zhao Shan was also startled and asked him quickly. Ji Yuan shook his head, looked at the big hole in the wall, his expression changed slightly. Inside the pit, there was a black creature that looked like a mouse, but had a sharp horn on its forehead. Be careful. These horn rats appear in groups. As soon as Lu Hen's deep voice sounded, in an instant, unusual movements were heard from all directions. At the same time, black shadows splashed out from countless directions. Chapter 27. What a coincidence. I also want his life. Tuhan, use wind breath barrier. Lu Hen's low voice sounded. Swish. Strong winds emerged from the underground mineral veins, forming a visible shield that surrounded Ji Yuan and his group. Those dark-horned rats that flew out from several directions were bounced away the moment they came into contact with the wind barrier. The attack failed and these sinister creatures pretended to escape. Quick, let your fire beasts attack. In fact, Ji Yuan had already signaled Ming to do it without waiting for Lu Hen to say anything. Firestorm. The terrifying phantom green flame instantly swept across the entire vein. The moment the phantom flame touched the wind barrier, it spread extremely quickly, and the phantom horn rats that appeared had no time to escape at all. The netherworld flame swept past, and the netherhorned rat was instantly reduced to ashes, without even a trace left. Good. After Lu Hen's gaze stayed on Ming for a while, he nodded to Ji Yuan. He had just experienced a life-and-death crisis, and was able to counterattack immediately the moment the defense was deployed. This kind of calmness is already very good among young people. Yeah, Uncle Lu, what do you think? Can the person I praise be bad? Zhao Shan noticed Lu Hen's admiration for Ji Yuan and smiled proudly. Su Xinyan stood at the back, quietly looking at Ji Yuan's back, wondering what he was thinking. Ji Yuan focused more on the poisonous wind leopard. When it released the wind barrier just now, he felt a powerful fluctuation for a moment. He secretly guessed that the bloodline levels of the poisonous wind leopard and the muscular kangaroo were probably at least at the Overlord level. As the mayor, the highest beast that Tan he possesses is at the Overlord level. It seems that the higher the ranking of a city, the more resources it has. This is indeed true. After making sure there was no danger, Lu Hen ordered the poison wind leopard to retract the wind barrier and move deeper into the vein again. Along the way, they encountered several attacks by horned rats. These little creatures not only hold grudges, but are also particularly insidious. However, having learned from previous experience, we are no longer as slow to react as we were the first time. Walking in the mine, the soft soil slowed down everyone's pace. From time to time, there are some strange and colorful minerals in the surrounding walls. Stop. As they walked, Lu Hen suddenly shouted in a low voice. Several people paused, and Ji Yuan saw the poisonous wind leopard raising its head, as if sniffing something carefully. After a moment, it turned around and grinned at Lu Hen. There's a nest ahead. You, come up. Lu Hen turned around and hooked his finger at Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan quickly gave up his seat and secretly gave a thumbs up, perform well. Ji Yuan looked past him and forward. It was a nest that was faintly glowing blood red, and was about 50 or 60 meters away from them. Because they were quite far away, he could only barely make out that they were some kind of reptiles, in groups, with blood-red spots on their bodies. At this time, the poisonous wind leopard opened its mouth wide, rolled its throat, and spit out a small wind circle that floated in front of it. Release your soul power and condense it into a sphere the size of a fingernail. Lu Hen's voice came, without considering whether he could release his soul power. Ji Yuan was stunned. Immediately, he spread out his palms, and dark gray gas overflowed from his palms and slowly condensed. Special grade qualification. When Lu Hen saw the dark gray gas, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After Ji Yuan condensed his soul power to the size of a fingernail as he said, he pointed at the wind circle spit out by the poisonous wind leopard and said, "Send the soul power to the wind circle." Although Ji Yuan was confused, he still did as he was told. But the moment the soul power came into contact with the wind circle, bang! A loud ethereal sound suddenly exploded in the passage. The dark gray soul power visible to the naked eye turned into rapid ripples at this moment and rushed towards the reptile's nest. Immediately, Ji Yuan was shocked to find that the blood-red light in the nest was extinguished in an instant. The creatures in the nest are called blood lizards. The deadly poison mist they spray can dissolve any flesh and blood in an instant. If they are threatened with death while awake, they will explode one after another. By then, no living creature will be able to survive within a 300-meter radius. Lu Hen explained in a muffled voice, the best way to deal with them is to make them fall into a coma and then kill them. When soul power and wind attributes merge, a shock wave that shakes the soul will erupt, capable of causing people or creatures with relatively weak soul power to fall into a coma. Of course, not only the wind attribute, the Beastmaster's soul power can produce a unique resonance effect with any attribute. At this moment, Ji Yuan was shocked. This is an extremely practical fighting skill. It is something that is not even recorded in textbooks. He looked at Lu Hen and said with great gratitude, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Zhao Shan and Su Xin were also somewhat shocked. It seemed that these two distinguished young masters and young ladies did not know how to use soul power in this way. At the same time, they were both even more surprised that Ji Yuan had actually mastered the release of soul power. What the hell? Special grade qualifications, with enhanced perception. Zhao Shan murmured, his soul power aptitude was neither high nor low, just above the intermediate level. However, he is now stuck at the stage of releasing his soul power. Although he can do it, he cannot make it take shape like Ji Yuan did. It's not like it's a secret. Lu Hen didn't care and let the poisonous wind leopard spit out a wind circle again, this time the circle was very big. Ji Yuan understood what he meant, and Ming's netherworld flame was immediately released. After passing through the wind circle, the fire spread instantly and spread to the blood lizard's nest in an instant. Bang! Sudden. There was a loud noise coming from the wall behind. Amidst the flying dirt, the corpse of a mineral creature appeared. Hey, Brother D is really powerful. These underground beasts don't like to act openly and justly, they just like to attack by surprise. Following a shrill laugh, another team walked out of the passage opened by the corpse. This is also a team of 4. However, what made Ji Yuan raise his eyebrows slightly was that the fourth person in this team was the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Lingjue, whom he had met before. Hey! Brother Lu, are you also leading people down to the mine? The man at the front of the team grinned at them, revealing a mouthful of big gold teeth. His eyes swept frivolously over Su Xinyan, with a strong gangster vibe. Su Xin frowned, disgust flashed in his eyes, and pushed behind Ji Yuan. The big golden tooth's gaze turned and flashed imperceptibly when it fell on Ji Yuan. Zhang Di, don't make too much noise deep in the mine. When Lu Hen saw the person coming, he just said coldly. Okay, Brother Lu, you're right. We're just planning to go this way too. Can we keep some distance from you? Zhang Di stretched out his fingers to rub his big gold teeth and said with a smile. No. After Lu Hen finished speaking, he directly called Ji Yuan and others to move towards the blood lizard's nest. Zhang Di and his group watched them leave. Xiao Lingjue stood behind them, frowned, and asked, where did this guy come from? Why is he so arrogant? Master Xiao, you don't even know the local tyrants in Hongling City, and you dare to go down to the mine. Zhang Di sneered, stared at Ji Yuan's back, and said, Master Xiao, that handsome guy is the one you said you wanted to teach Ji Yuan a lesson. Yes, it would be best if he could stay at the bottom of the mine forever. There was a cold look in Xiao Lingjue's eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Di grinned and murmured in his heart, what a coincidence, someone just asked me to take his life. Chapter 28, Danger at Hand. Walking in the blood lizard's lair, Lu Hen in front turned his head to look at Ji Yuan. Zhang Di, do you have a grudge against him? Ji Yuan was a little surprised, no, I haven't seen this person. Come to think of it, this guy Zhang Di is also from Linyan City. Zhao Shan interrupted. No. Ji Yuan shook his head. Maybe it's because of Xiao Lingjue. At this time, Su Xinyan spoke for the first time. You mean, just because Ji Yuan and I said something to him, he hates us? Zhao Shan was somewhat speechless. Are all you noble young masters and young ladies so petty? Who are you calling petty? Su Xinyan glared at him, looking a little cute. I. Just as she was about to explain. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking in the huge nest. At the back, in the passage where everyone came from, a giant scorpion of huge size appeared out of nowhere. The giant scorpion held up its 2 huge pincers and rushed towards them. Soul Scorpion. Ji Yuan frowned. Doesn't this thing live in the Withered Valley? Soon, he reacted. Is it Zhang Di with big gold teeth? Swoosh. As a figure shot out, in everyone's sight, the muscular kangaroo at the rear had already rushed to the front of the Soul Scorpion, and its muscular right arm fiercely blasted towards the scorpion. Bang! There was a sound of collision, and the muscular kangaroo's fist hit the scorpion, only knocking it back a short distance, seemingly unable to cause any substantial damage. Zhang Di, do you want to die? When Lu Hen saw this soul scorpion, his voice was filled with coldness. I'm sorry, Brother Lu, someone wants to buy this handsome guy's life, I really can't do anything about it. Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue walked out from behind the scorpion. Xiao Lingjue, do you have any shame? Unexpectedly, Su Xinyan actually scolded in a tender voice. She thought that it must be Xiao Lingjue's intention. It's none of my business. Xiao Lingjue stood at the back, keeping a distance from Zhang Di, and spread his hands innocently. Ji Yuanben was wondering why there were only two of them. Sudden. The ground beneath his feet suddenly loosened. Get out of there. Lu Hen shouted loudly, but it was too late. The place where Ji Yuan was standing seemed to be hollowed out by something from below, and the whole person fell directly into the ground. He just disappeared from everyone's sight. Ji Yuan. Su Xin and Zhao Shan walked forward anxiously, only to find that the ground was intact, with no signs of looseness at all. Seeing this, Su Xin raised her head, glared at the distance, and shouted, Xiao Lingjue. What did you do to him? When Xiao Lingjue saw her getting so emotional because of someone, coldness appeared in his eyes, but he still shook his head to distance himself from her. I don't know. This matter has nothing to do with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Hey! When Zhang Di saw Ji Yuan disappear, he grinned, revealing his big gold teeth, and also retreated. The soul scorpion that was fighting with the muscle kangaroo let out a sharp roar, and the sound waves seemed to be mixed with stimulation to the soul. The muscular kangaroo covered his ears and retreated repeatedly. Soon, he saw the soul scorpion's thick scorpion tail sweeping towards the top of the nest. Boom! Countless pieces of gravel and soil suddenly scattered down. Seeing this, Lu Hen's face darkened. He pulled Zhao Shan and Su Xinyan and ran away. During the process, he did not forget to put away the muscle kangaroo and the poisonous wind leopard. The nest began to collapse under the deliberate destruction of the soul scorpion. Because of the distance, I could no longer chase Zhang Di and could only run forward. Under countless rubble and soil, Lu Hen pulled the two of them and rushed into the passage at the last moment before the nest collapsed. Dust was flying all over the sky, burying the entrance of the passage. They were trapped deep in the mine and could only find another way out. But before that, they still need to find Ji Yuan. Uncle Lu. Ji Yuan's light spot is right below us on the map. What should we do? Zhao Shan asked anxiously. Su Xin was also a little nervous. Being stared at like this by the two, Lu Hen shook his head and said, Don't worry, the light spot is still there, which means he is fine. Let's wait until the surrounding environment is scanned clearly before we go to find him. In a wide passage. Cough. Ji Yuan staggered to his feet, his handsome face was dirty, and his hair and clothes were covered in mud. Ming's figure appeared, and fortunately he brought Ming back at the moment of falling. Rustle, rustle. A strange noise was heard in my ears. Ji Yuan turned his head and saw a small golden beast the size of a wheel in the corner. This little beast has golden scales all over its body and has sharp claws. At this moment, the little animal was rubbing its sharp claws, which were covered with a lot of dirt. It seems that this thing is the culprit that caused me to fall. Zhang Di, why did he want to kill me? Ji Yuan looked around and saw a straight mineral vein. From the map, he learned that he was far away from Zhao Shan and the others. Hey hey. Laughter came from the front and back. I saw two people from Zhang Di's team double-teaming him from the front and back, their eyes full of mockery. As the soul power surges, the two of them summoned their own beasts. In front of us is a fire wolf with its hair burning with flames. Behind it was a rare bird that exuded a chill. Ji Yuan. At this time, the shrill laughter sounded again, and Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue, with a mouth full of gold teeth, appeared from behind. You are such a bad person, you actually offended young Master Xiao and me at the same time. Zhang Di walked forward, his eyes always fixed on Ming. How about this, cancel the contract, give me your beast, and I will let you live. He grinned, looking like he had everything under control. You promised me that you would keep him from leaving here. Xiao Lingjue frowned. Master Xiao, just because I don't touch him doesn't mean my people won't touch him. Zhang Di laughed shamelessly, and his two younger brothers also laughed. This young master from a prominent family can't even understand this. How's it going, kid? Zhang Di looked at Ji Yuan with full of teasing, not taking him seriously at all. Did Zhang Jilin ask you to come? Ji Yuan's face was calm. Zhang Di's expression remained unchanged, but there was a gleam in his eyes. See. Just at the moment when Ji Yuan finished speaking. Buzz. Blood surged, and then the man and the beast shot out directly from the ground, rushing towards the flaming fire wolf in front of them. Don't be so arrogant. This kid is not as simple as he seems. Zhang Di's voice came from behind, but I didn't take it seriously. He was just a young boy, what could he do? He immediately ordered the fiery wolf to prepare for an attack, but found that the fire wolf was actually wailing with its tail between its legs due to the bloodline suppression. Ji Yuan's goal was very clear. This was an almost certain death trap for him, and he had no chance in a head-on confrontation. You. Seeing that fire wolf did not obey his orders, the younger brother became panicked. When he saw Ji Yuan and the dark green beast approaching, his panicked expression suddenly changed and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Not good. When Ji Yuan saw this, he stopped immediately. Swish. But it was still a step too late. A small golden beast jumped out from above his head, and its sharp claws pierced into Ji Yuan's right shoulder. Blood, flowing freely. Ji Yuan is in danger. Chapter 29, How to Break the Deadlock. Ha ha ha. Naive boy, you think you can use me as a breakthrough point? The younger brother laughed triumphantly. The sharp claws of the golden beast are full of toxins that can paralyze the human body. But the next moment, Ji Yuan, whose shoulder was pierced by the sharp claws, suddenly rushed out. Firestorm. At the same time, Ming released a raging netherworld flame that instantly filled the entire passageway. I obviously didn't expect that this young man of the 7th rank could actually act under the influence of the poison. Because the distance was too close, he could only stare in horror at the turquoise-green flames coming towards him. The moment they touched him, they spread to his entire body. Ah! The scorching temperature burned his flesh and soul at the same time, as if countless insects were biting his body. The little brother and his two beasts screamed continuously. Amidst the raging flames, a hand suddenly appeared, grabbed his face, and pressed it hard to the ground. At this point, a 6th-rank beastmaster paid the price of his life deep underground because of his arrogance. This idiot. Behind them, an extremely cold ice wall blocked Zhang Di and the other two. The screams of his younger brother before his death reached his ears, making Zhang Di want to kill him. He had already heard the news about Ji Yuan's beast taming from Zhang Jilin. I have also told these two guys a long time ago not to take it lightly if they meet. Xiao Lingjue's face gradually turned cold. At first he thought the scream was made by Ji Yuan, but when he saw that Zhang Di's expression was not right, he reacted. Chase. When the flames dissipated, the ice wall shattered, and Zhang Di summoned a leopard-shaped beast with dark purple fur and 4 slender front legs, and it flew out. This is also a poisonous wind leopard. In front, Ji Yuan covered his wound, and under Ming's concerned gaze, he took out 2 brown pills from the royal ring and swallowed them. 1 pill detoxifies, and 1 pill stops bleeding. These were all given by Zhao Shan before he went down to the mine. Ha! Sudden. A strange voice whistled from behind. Then Ji Yuan and Ming felt their souls shaken, and their minds became dazed for a moment. Turning back, I found Zhang Di riding on a poisonous leopard, rushing towards me with a hideous smile on his face. The soul trembling just now was exactly the method of using soul power that Lu Hen had taught him earlier. It seems that Zhang Di's grade is at least on par with Lu Hen's. Call out. At the same time, a beam of hot fire shaped like an arrow broke through the passage and shot towards Ji Yuan. This was Xiao Lingjue's first attack, but he didn't see clearly what shot the arrow. Ming's body leaped up, the netherworld flames jumped, and he immediately blocked the flaming arrow. Its characteristic entry is immunity to all fire-related damage. The raging firestorm ignited once again. Ming and Ji Yuan were connected in mind, knowing that there was no possibility of escape at this moment, and they could only fight to the death. However, when the netherworld flame once again rose out of nothingness, a bright ray of icy light overflowed. Immediately afterwards, an extremely cold wind as if from the underworld blew over and directly extinguished the green netherworld flames. Ji Yuan leaned against the earth wall and looked carefully. In front of Zhang Di stood a unicorn covered with ice crystals. Frosty air gushed out from the unicorn's nostrils, and there was still a cold glow on its sharp horn. The footsteps of the poisonous wind leopard slowly stopped. Zhang Di jumped down and stood between the unicorn and the strange leopard. He showed his big golden teeth to Ji Yuan and waved. "Boy, I'll give you one more chance to destroy the contract. Don't let such a beautiful creature die with you in a place without sunlight. When the beast master dies, the beast will die with him." According to the information provided by Zhang Jilin, this is a beast with a legendary bloodline, so Zhang Di was naturally tempted. Ming pressed his body tightly against Ji Yuan and let out a low growl from his throat, as if telling him that he was willing to die. Rest assured. Facing a life-and-death crisis, Ji Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and patted Ming's forehead lightly. "Open the Emperor's Atlas." He looked at Zhang Di and the other two and murmured in his heart. The Emperor's Atlas appeared in my mind. His consciousness stayed on the third pattern, which was a giant lizard that was emerald green and full of endless vitality. It was the skeleton of a wood lizard that he absorbed from the spider's nest in the Beast King's secret realm. The last function of the first upgrade of the Emperor's Atlas is to consume the integrity of all the remains and temporarily transform the creatures into something. Before, he thought he wouldn't need this function. Integrity of the remains of the abounding wood lizard, 15%. Should we consume it completely and transform it into an adult, the abounding wood lizard? Yes. At this moment, Zhang Di's patience was completely exhausted. Humph. Since you don't want to, let it die with you. The poisonous leopard rushed out instantly, opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a thick poisonous mist towards Ji Yuan. The sharp horn of the ice crystal unicorn condensed with light, and there was a terrifying wave condensing. Xiao Lingjue had a faint smile on his face, and shot out another flaming arrow, pointing directly at Ji Yuan's heart. "This is what happens when you provoke me." Buzz. Just when they thought Ji Yuan was going to die, something unexpected happened. An extremely bright and dazzling green light emerged, causing them to subconsciously close their eyes. Boom. Then, there was a terrifying sound like an earth-shaking movement. Zhang Di was the first to open his eyes and looked at the front in surprise. The mine tunnel was suddenly filled with an emerald green object. What the hell? Zhang Di signaled his younger brother to go forward and investigate. Call out. But just as the little brother took a step, something pink suddenly shot out from the front, wrapped around his body and shrank back. Ha! Ugh! The younger brother was stunned at first, but then he let out a shrill and tragic cry. Zhang Di's face changed slightly. He looked carefully, and when his eyes met a pair of sad yellow pupils, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did the giant lizard come from? This monitor lizard completely filled the entire mine tunnel. It chewed with its mouth, and stared at Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue with its sad yellow pupils, motionless. Call out. There was a sound of breaking wind, and a pink thing shot out again. This time, Zhang Di understood clearly that this thing was the tongue of a monitor lizard. Release the wind breath barrier. He hurriedly shouted at the poisonous wind leopard in front of him. But at the moment the barrier was formed, the pink giant tongue was unhindered, wrapped around the poison wind panther, and retracted again. Your mother. I spent so much effort to tame her. Zhang Di's face changed drastically, and the unicorn beside him immediately emitted a beam of icy light, heading straight for the sad yellow pupil in front of him. But this attack had no effect, he could only watch his poison-wined leopard being swallowed by the giant lizard. What is this? Behind him, Xiao Lingjue was also stunned. He had never seen a giant lizard beast of this size. Still looking, run. Zhang Di felt the beast-controlling mark belonging to the poisonous wind leopard disappear, and his heart was bleeding. He saw that the unicorn's attack just now was completely ineffective, and immediately thought of a possibility. Zhang Jilin said that Ji Yuan possesses some ability to transform into strange beasts. But damn, didn't he say that the beast he transformed into was a griffin? Why is it a giant lizard now? Zhang Di put away the unicorn and ran wildly towards the back. Xiao Lingjue's face was gloomy. He stared at Zhang Di's back with murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 30, Gains after escaping danger. Call. The other side of the mine. Ji Yuan leaned against the wall, his face pale and breathing heavily. The phantom-wood lizard directly sucked away half of his soul power, almost making him faint. Ming came forward, his eyes full of concern. I'm fine. Ji Yuan smiled and patted it, then glanced at the map and found himself a little further away from Zhao Shan and the others. I can only explore slowly. He followed the route scanned by the map and walked along the upward mine tunnel. When he climbed out of an almost vertical mine tunnel, the distance between him and Zhao Shan and the other two people on the map was already very close. However, a black rock wall separated them. The other side. Damn it. This wall is too thick. I can't communicate with him. Can Uncle Lu break this wall? Zhao Shan leaned against the rock wall and looked at Lu Hen. This is bedrock. It's extremely hard and cannot be broken. Lu Hen looked to the right, go around. Ji Yuan is moving. Is he in danger again? Su Zin kept an eye on the map, with worry flashing in his eyes. Remains of an imperial creature detected. Remains of an imperial creature detected. Ji Yuan had not expected that there would be skeletons buried in such a place, and that there was more than one marking point lit up in front of him at this moment. Following the mark, as he passed through a narrow, crowded mine tunnel, a wall blocked his way. There are cracks in the wall, and a faint light shines through. Mark the spot, just behind. He kicked out. Bang! The wall was not very solid to begin with, and collapsed instantly under the influence of external force. Afterwards, a huge mine was revealed. Through the mask, nearly countless colorful lights flashed around the mine. He walked toward the nearest mineral. It was a red crystal embedded in the soil. Red flame stone, fire-type beast taming advanced material, average market price, 50,000. The mask pops up information, which is very considerate. At the same time, a white line suddenly appeared on the crystal. This should be the mining cutting line mentioned by Zhao Shan. He took out the mining gun and lightly pulled the trigger. Hi! A special beam of light about 2 centimeters in diameter spurted out from the muzzle. He followed the lines and began to cut on the red crystal. Sparks flew, and as the outer layer of the crystal was cut open, a palm-sized object lay quietly inside. Ji Yuan stretched out his hand cautiously. The red flame stone was oval in shape and irregular, and weighed about the same as a bottle of water. After experiencing the feeling of mining, he put the red flame stone into the royal ring and walked towards the marked point of the skeleton. Along the way, he was very careful and observed the surroundings with Ming and the beast. Fortunately, there seemed to be no living creatures living in this mine. When he approached the first marked point, he found that it was an arm severed at the elbow. Looks similar to human bones. Are there any humanoid imperial creatures? He absorbed it with doubt, and the Emperor's Atlas popped up immediately, and a new grid was unlocked. Creature, 9-tailed demon fox. Race, fox. Bloodline, imperial level. Attribute, wind. Features, charming demon body, can seduce any creature with weak will, including beastmasters. The rest of the data is lost. Remains integrity, 10%. It turned out to be the broken arm skeleton of a 9-tailed fox. Because the remains of the Anran-wood lizard were consumed, this creature is still ranked after the Thunder Emperor beast, Flash Soul, and is the 4th Emperor-level creature collected in his illustrations. Soon, he came to the next remains. This time the remains were even stranger. It was a thin, curved bone shaped like a fawn. The bones were dark purple in color, a skeleton he had never seen before. Crouch down and absorb it. The Emperor's Atlas popped up, and the 5th grid was unlocked. On it, there appeared a ferocious and shocking beast. Creature, Void Lord. Race, Void Dragon Clan. Bloodline, Imperial level. Attribute, Void. Feature, lost. The rest of the data is lost. Remains integrity, 1%. Void Lord. Ji Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. What kind of creature is this? He had never seen a creature with void attributes, and there was not even any record of it in books. He looked at the Emperor's Atlas, which contained the portrait of this strange creature. Because the remains are too incomplete, only an outline remains. However, Ji Yuan could still recognize that this so-called Void Lord was a giant dragon with wings. This trip to the mine was really beneficial. It not only broadens our horizons in science and technology, but also includes a brand new species atlas. After taking the atlas back, Ji Yuan raised his head and looked forward. There was the last skeleton. A thick, dirt-stained skeleton. After absorption, a line of information pops up. The skeleton has been absorbed. The integrity of the Star Peak Griffin remains has increased to 55%. Oh. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that it was the Star Peak Griffin. It seems that I have a deep connection with this guy. Call. Just when he was about to pull up the Emperor's Atlas to take a look. Suddenly, a very heavy gasp sounded in my ears. That kind of noise made Ji Yuan's hair stand on end. He quickly looked towards Ming, only to see it looking at something not far away, its eyes trembling as it slowly retreated. Ji Yuan followed its line of sight, and only at this moment did he discover that there was a huge creature sleeping in the deepest part of the mine. The skin color of this creature overlapped perfectly with the earth. If it weren't for the panting sound just now, Ji Yuan wouldn't even have noticed it. What made him even more frightened was that after seeing the creature clearly, he discovered that its nostrils alone were as big as the wheels of a heavy truck. Swallowing his saliva, Ji Yuan and Ming hurriedly retreated carefully to the back. The mine was so quiet at this moment that you could even hear a pin drop. When he and Ming retreated about 10 steps, there was a sudden sound of something falling from the back. Ji Yuan didn't look back, because he saw a pair of diamond-shaped black pupils. Boom! Accompanied by a huge noise. This is a python of extremely amazing size. It had been awakened, and at this moment, it raised its head and stared at Ji Yuan and Ming. This gray-black python is so huge that it is several times thicker than the largest water tank. The entire snake head occupies almost a quarter of the space in the mine. Ji Yuan. It was also at this moment. Zhao Shan's roar came from the entrance from behind. This undoubtedly made Ji Yuan feel relieved. But because the giant python was staring at him, he didn't dare to look back or move. You. FFF dash. Zhao Shan's shocked voice was heard, and then he was heard shouting, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu. Ji Yuan cursed this idiot in his heart, he made too much noise. But suddenly, the giant python moved. Chapter 31, Thunder Pond. At this moment, it seems as if several trains are running around me at the same time. The giant python's movements were obviously not fast, but it brought up gusts of terrifying wind that made Ji Yuan's hair flutter wildly. Strangely, the giant python did not make any attacking move, but instead passed Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan and stopped its huge head at the entrance. Ah! Su Xinyan let out a terrified scream. It seemed that she must have seen the terrifying giant python head as soon as she entered here from the mine tunnel. You fucking. Zhao Shan ran up at this time, laughing very happily, and walked around Ji Yuan in a circle, looking him up and down. Finally, when he saw the wound on Ji Yuan's right shoulder, his brows frowned. The wound is so big, are you okay? Zhao Shan looked at him and said with concern. It's okay. I took some detoxifying and hemostatic medicine. Ji Yuan shook his head and looked towards the entrance. He was surprised to find that Lu Hen seemed to be communicating with the giant python. At the same time, Su Xinyan also came in front of him. Her fair, oval face had an indifferent expression. She tilted her head slightly, and her eyes drifted back and forth over Ji Yuan. When she glanced at the wound on his right shoulder, her eyes narrowed, her brows furrowed, and her red lips moved slightly, but she said nothing. You really know how to pick a place. Zhao Shan patted his back and gestured in the direction of Lu Hen. This giant python is one of the earth veins in Hongling City. That means guardian beasts. We call them earth veins. Guardian beast. At this moment, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh again that the world outside was so wonderful and had everything. Soon, Lu Hen's sturdy body walked towards them. At the same time, the giant python also shrank back, and its body began to shrink visibly to the naked eye. Since we have stumbled into its territory by mistake, let it take us for a ride. Lu Hen's deep voice makes people feel safe. In the blink of an eye, the giant python's body shrank to only about 1 meter. It turned into a small snake and wrapped itself around Lu Hen's arm. It tilted its head back and stuck its tongue into Lu Hen's ear from time to time, as if it was talking. At this moment, after it shrank, a hole suddenly appeared where it had been sleeping before. Lu Hen walked forward on his own, listened attentively and nodded. Ji Yuan and the other two followed behind him. "I'll have a surprise for you when you get out." Zhao Shan raised his eyebrows. "What?" Ji Yuan looked at him, but this guy was pretending to be mysterious and refused to say anything no matter how much he asked. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately started to fight with Zhao Shan. The two of them joked for a while, and then Ji Yuan noticed that someone was looking at him, so he turned around. Su Xin quickly turned his head away and looked elsewhere. "By the way, I never asked you before, are you here for the Netherworld Ghost Seed this time?" Ji Yuan smiled. "Ah." Su Xin was stunned, and then his eyes wandered, his expression was a little strange, and he said intermittently, "No, it's not." Zhao Shan looked at her strangely. "You scolded me all the way, why are you stuttering now?" You are talking nonsense." Su Xin stretched out her little hand and slapped Zhao Shan hard, her pretty face immediately flushed. "Curse. Is this true or false?" Ji Yuan couldn't imagine Su Xinyan scolding someone. "No, it seems that last time, she even called herself a gangster. I figured it out. She didn't talk much when we first met because we weren't familiar with each other." Zhao Shan seemed to have found an outlet to vent his feelings, and complained to Ji Yuan, "You don't know, she has been blaming me and Uncle Lu for not helping you in time." Before he could finish his words, Su Xian's deadly hand grabbed his ear, and a miserable howl suddenly resounded throughout the depths of the mine. "I suggest just twisting his ears off." Ji Yuan laughed and added fuel to the fire. "Ah." When Zhao Shan heard this, he begged for mercy, "Grandma Su, I was wrong. Why do you girls love to pull other people's ears? My sister always does this, it hurts." For a moment, laughter and wails for mercy echoed in the passage. The three of them met on a trip to a valley, and this trip to the mine made their friendship even stronger and last forever. Ji Yuan laughed so hard that tears came out. He gently wiped his eyes. In the past 2 years, he had never laughed so loudly as he did today. At this moment, the three people who were fighting suddenly found that Lu Hen had stopped. He turned around and said, "There are several newly mined mineral veins, and one of them does have Netherworld Ghost Seeds. But the road to the Netherworld Ghost Seed is blocked." Lu Hen looked at Zhao Shan and said, "We need to contact Brother Tianho. I'm afraid he will have to come here in person." "So serious?" Zhao Shan immediately regained his composure and looked extremely serious when he heard that. Zhao Shan is the one who knows Lu Hen's strength best. If even he is not sure. Isn't it some kind of creature blocking the road? Lu Hen tilted his head to listen to the little snake's unique language. After a moment, he said. "The only way to the Netherworld Ghost Seed Mine is through a mine that cannot be crossed. So that's how it is." Zhao Shan immediately took out a satellite phone the size of a brick. Just as he was about to dial, Ji Yuan stopped him. "Lei Qi. Maybe we don't need to bother Uncle Zhao. Let's go take a look first." Lu Hen turned his head and looked at Ji Yuan. After a while, he said nothing and continued to lead the way. "I forgot that your beast has the attribute of thunder." Zhao Shan also reacted. When Lu Hen stopped again, a pool of thunder and lightning leaped and roared, blocking everyone's way. Although it is called the Thunder Pool, it is actually just a pothole filled with thunder attributes. The only way to cross it is to use a thunder attribute beast to absorb the power in the Thunder Pool. Lu Hen moved aside and Ji Yuan took 2 steps forward. Boom! Under the gaze of several people, the Thunder Emperor beast, Flash Soul, appeared for the first time. Its appearance caused a resonance in the Thunder Pool. For a moment, the power of thunder surged, and even Lu Hen couldn't help but take a few steps back. What a thunder beast! Lu Hen's eyes suddenly lit up. It was rare to see this kind of expression in him. He looked at Ji Yuan deeply. Brother Tianho was right. Zhao Shan was so lucky to be able to make friends with such a genius. Wait, isn't this the green Sebuxiang? Zhao Shan came to his senses and moved closer to him. "You are so mean. You actually lied to me. You." The chatterbox mode was turned on, but Ji Yuan pretended not to hear it. After the order was given, Shanpa jumped down. Its characteristic entry already grants immunity to lightning damage, so entering this pool of lightning is like a fish in water. After just over 20 seconds, the energy in the thunder pool dimmed until it disappeared completely. The figure of Shanpa returned, his majestic figure surrounded by thunder. The thunder pool, without its power, returned to its pothole-like shape, and he took back the flash soul as the seal of taming beasts. After crossing this pothole with a diameter of about 1 meter, a faint green fluorescent light flashed in front. Finally found it, the Netherworld Ghost Seed. Chapter 32, Life and Death Moment. 4 hours have passed since they went down the mine. The mineral veins of the Netherworld Ghost species are very special. Unlike other minerals, it is not scattered everywhere. Looking around, you can see a large area of dark green crystals gathered together, sparkling with luster. The crystals are shaped like watermelons, and although they are clustered together, they are distinct individual pieces. This is the Netherworld Ghost Seed. Summon your beast. Lu Hen stood in front of one of the crystals, took out a unique mining gun and started mining. Ming stood aside, looking up. The vibrations of these crystals had a strange attraction to him. The crystal hardness of the Netherworld Ghost Seed seemed to be unusual. It took 20 minutes just to cut it. Ji Yuan stared at it intently. The moment the crystal shell was completely cut open, Lu Hen reached into the crystal with swift hands, took out a ball of dark green object, and without saying anything, stuffed it directly into Ming's mouth. When he pulled his hand back from Ming's mouth, Ji Yuan saw the netherworld flames around Ming's body begin to jump. At the same time, the eyes of the Ming beast slowly closed, its body swayed, and finally fell to the side. Did you advance directly? Lu Hen looked at Ming, thoughtfully. We have got the stuff, shall we go? Zhao Shan yawned. Where's Su Xin? What are you looking for on this trip to Hongling City? After Ji Yuan took Ming back, he looked at the girl who was standing silently beside him. Oh, we are on our way to find you, already, got it. Su Xin's eyes flickered and his words were a little vague. What's wrong with her? Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, 2 straight men, looked at her with confusion at the same time. In the end, it was Zhao Shan who explained for her, on the way to meet you, we passed a Holy Spirit mineral vein. She came here this time just for the Holy Spirit stone. Then let's go. Now that everyone's goal has been achieved, there's nothing to linger on. What? But at this time, Lu Hen made a sound of surprise for the first time. The 3 looked over and saw the big guy frowning, staring at the little snake on his arm, and said, the herd is going berserk. But the time has not come yet, why? The herd is going berserk. Zhao Shan's expression also changed, and then he explained to the puzzled Ji Yuan and the others. Generally speaking, the creatures in the mineral veins have their own nests and habitats. These creatures have a strong sense of territory and will not stray too far from their nests. But, every once in a while, these creatures will suddenly go berserk, wreaking havoc in every corner of the mine, and tearing apart any creature they see. He looked at Ji Yuan with great solemnity. Do you remember I said that there was a 3rd-grade beastmaster who died in the mine? He died when the herd went berserk. Although it happened many years ago, Dad has since figured out the pattern of the group's rampage. Every 2 months, he would seal off all entrances to the mine until the rampage subsided. Ji Yuan frowned, he didn't expect that there would be such variables in the mine. And judging from the expressions of Lu Hen and Zhao Shan, it was obvious that now was not the time for the animals to go berserk. Hill. Lu Hen shouted in a deep voice, contact Brother Tianho quickly and tell him that we will leave from the number 1 mine exit. Okay. Zhao Shan immediately took out the satellite phone. Then, the little snake on Lu Hen's arm returned to the ground and crawled forward. Follow me. Lu Hen was in front, and the poisonous wind leopard and muscular kangaroo appeared again. When it returned to the previous mine entrance, the little snake's body gradually expanded and turned into a giant python again. It will block this opening for us. The number 1 mine exit is not far away. We must speed up. Lu Hen, Ji Yuan and the other 2 quickly shuttled through the mine tunnel. Call out. Sudden. A black shadow shot out from the surrounding earth and rock walls and headed straight for Su Xinyan's head. Careful. Ji Yuan, who was closest to her, was the first to react. As the thunder surged, Flash Soul bit the black shadow in one bite. When Ji Yuan took a look, he found that the attacking black shadow was the elusive Yojiao rat again. However, this horned rat was different from the one that had just come down from the mine. Its eyes were dark purple, and its body was covered with dark purple streaks. Corrosive poison mist. As Lu Hen's voice came, white mist emanated from the body of the poisonous wind leopard in the front, covering the rock wall of the mine tunnel. Some of the U-horned rats hiding there turned into gas and dissipated the moment they came into contact with the poison, leaving not even a single bone behind. Roar! The breath of the poisonous wind leopard burst out, which seemed to attract other creatures. A creepy and terrifying roar came from the back of the mine tunnel. Walk! Lu Hen ran out again. Zhao Shan, holding the satellite phone, finally dialed his father's number, and while running he talked about the dramatic changes in the group of creatures in the mine. When Ji Yuan and Shanpo were about to leave, they found that Su Xinyan's pretty face was pale, as if she was frightened by the scene just now. Go! There was no time to think about it. The movement from behind was getting closer. Ji Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her to catch up with Zhao Shan. Su Xinyan stared at his back in a daze, letting him pull her like this and run wildly all the way. As the daughter of the Su family, one of the 5 great beast-controlling families, no one could understand why she always traveled alone. As everyone ran away, all kinds of horrible and strange roars echoed inside the mine. It is no exaggeration to say that the sound was enough to make the timid person's heart burst and die of fright on the spot. Ji Yuan and the other 2 felt their scalps tingling and their hearts beating wildly. When they suddenly escaped from the enclosed mine tunnel and entered a spacious space, an elevator shaft appeared in Ji Yuan's sight. It's finally here. At this moment, the lights are on and an old but useful elevator is waiting quietly. Looking back, in the mine tunnel where they came from, colorful strange lights were blooming, and strange creatures with dark purple eyes were chasing after them. Fortunately, you can leave this dark place by just getting into the elevator. Suddenly, in Ji Yuan's sight, a purple light suddenly flashed from the sky. Bang! Then, he heard a deafening and terrifying roar. No! Lu Hen's roar resounded throughout the space. Ji Yuan looked forward and his expression changed drastically. The elevator shaft was cut in half by some huge force. Amid the dust, a huge creature covered with dark purple patterns stood up at the elevator shaft. Ape Demon. Lu Hen's eyes were filled with violence, and he turned back to look at Ji Yuan. You guys find a way to resist the front, I must use all my strength to stop this guy. After saying that, Lu Hen directly summoned the muscular kangaroo and the poisonous wind leopard to rush towards the huge ape demon. Ji Yuan's heart sank, because what the 3 of them had to face was not just a runaway creature in the mine tunnel. At a glance, there are more than 10 mine tunnels connected to this number 1 mine space. Moreover, in these mine tunnels, rampaging creatures are surging like a sea of tide. Chapter 33, Turn the Tide. The strange and bizarre creatures at the bottom of the mine rushed out of the mine like a tsunami. This scene made Ji Yuan and the other 2's hearts beat wildly. How can we stop this? Lightning Dance. Following Ji Yuan's order, Shanpa let out a low roar, and his body turned into lightning, crashing into the rampaging beast tide. The deep blue lightning spread out instantly, and countless creatures screamed. Some relatively weaker ones even fainted with their eyes rolled back. When wild creatures face beasts that have made contracts with beast masters, unless they are extremely powerful, they will definitely be crushed. Let's fight. When Zhao Shan saw him taking action, he immediately summoned the gibbon Tuan Tuan. As soon as it appeared, it turned back in shock at the scene before it. What the hell are you looking at? Come on. Use the big whirlwind. As Tuan Tuan's beastmaster, Zhao Shan understood this thing's thoughts too well and immediately cursed. The gibbon shook its body, gritted its teeth, rushed forward, spread its arms, and spun like a whirlwind. Its arms were so powerful that they knocked away all the creatures it touched. Flame bombing. At the side, Su Xinyan also came to his senses, raised his arms and shouted. The fire-eating bird hovered high in the sky, spewing fireballs at the tide of beasts below. The combination of fire and lightning caused a violent explosion in the beast tide. The first wave of joint efforts of the 3 people actually delayed the enemy for a little time. Swish, swish, swish. Before they could be happy, some creatures that were behind and unable to move forward began to spit deadly venom or various strange spikes at the three people. Ji Yuan immediately called out to Su Xin and Zhao Shan to dodge, but Tuan Tuan's target was too big, and soon, it was hit by all kinds of venom and spikes. Ouch! A painful howl rang out. If it weren't for Tuanchuan's talent of being immune to poison, he would probably have died on the spot. Seeing this, Zhao Shan had no choice but to put it back into the beast taming seal. What should I do? My Bing Bing is in the process of upgrading, and I don't have any beast to control. Ji Yuan sighed secretly. Ming had also fallen into an advanced dormant period, otherwise, its deterrence would have been extremely useful at this time. That's right. Deterrence. Ji Yuan suddenly had an idea and looked towards a certain part of the beast tide, where there was a small group of wolves with light yellow hair. Among the characteristics of Flash Soul, there is this one. Wolf Lord's Majesty, able to command, intimidate wolf creatures or tame beasts, only those whose bloodline level is equal to it can be immune. Obviously, the wolf pack deep underground could not possibly possess imperial bloodline. Shanpa and Ji Yuan were connected in mind. It immediately raised its head high and let out a sharp and passionate howl from its throat. An invisible ripple spread out, and the wolves, with their teeth bared, suddenly stopped. Then, the dark purple light in their eyes faded and turned into confusion. Indiscriminate attack. As Ji Yuan growled in his heart, the wolves mixed in the beast tide opened their bloody mouths and started biting the surrounding creatures like crazy. That part of the beast tide instantly became chaotic. What the hell? Internal strife. When Zhao Shan caught this scene, he exclaimed. Su Xin continued to concentrate on commanding the fire-eating bird to attack. Without the beast tide attack, the pressure on the front was visibly reduced. Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan, who was hiding behind him, and couldn't help complaining, "You are the son of the mayor of Hongling City, how could you contract two monkeys?" It's not that he looks down on Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing, it's just that these two beasts are somewhat unbecoming of this young master's status. Hey! Unexpectedly, when Zhao Shan heard him say this, he just smiled mysteriously and did not retort or explain. His appearance made Ji Yuan's heart move. Could it be that these ape and gorilla have a hidden evolutionary path? No, I can't delay any longer. Su Xin's voice rang out, and Ji Yuan hurriedly looked forward. The paralyzing effect caused by lightning dance was gradually weakening, and some powerful creatures had begun to break free. He looked in the direction of Lu Hen. There, the fighting was extremely fierce. Even Lu Hen himself joined in the battle. However, when he saw the demon ape covered in blood and with a dazed look in its eyes, he could hardly hold on any longer. Let's hold on for a while longer, Uncle Lu will be done soon. Ji Yuan once again signaled Shanpa to launch lightning dance. But these underground creatures seemed to have developed a resistance, and the effect was far worse than the first time. My soul power is almost exhausted. Su Xin's pretty face gradually turned pale. She only had low-level soul power qualifications and could not continue fighting for too long. This also means that Ji Yuan will be the only one facing this terrifying tide of beasts. It seems that I can only give it a try. Sighing, Ji Yuan shouted in his heart, Soul Flash, release, Thunder Judgment. Boom! Moment. A thunder suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The majestic figure of Shanpa stood before everyone, the terrifying power of thunder gushing out from its body. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds with divine power gathered in the sky. Ji Yuan's face turned pale instantly. This skill was a huge drain on both him and Shanpa. Bang! When the dark clouds formed, rolling thunders fell towards the beast tide. In an instant, the thunder element leaped wildly and exploded in the beast tide, stirring up waves of violent power. Some creatures that were hit directly were instantly turned into ashes, without even having time to scream. High in the sky, Su Xin's fire-eating bird disappeared, indicating that her soul power was exhausted. Zhao Shan stepped forward to support her and she stepped back. Facing the scene of the thunder madly tilting, their eyes were focused on different places. Su Xinyan stared blankly at the young man standing under the thunder, as if he had returned to the Beast King's secret realm a month ago. It was he who stepped forward and turned the tide when everyone was in despair. This time, it was also him who, when the team's strongest combat power was tied down and he and Zhao Shan were unable to cope with it, stepped forward again. Zhao Shan was staring at Shan Po's body. He had only one thought in his mind. My good brother actually owns this kind of beast, that's so cool. Ji Yuan was breathing heavily. Although the thunder was falling with great force, some mantis-like creatures were so fast that even the thunder could not hit them. They were rushing forward rapidly, following the tide of beasts from behind. What to do? At this time, Ji Yuan raised his head and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, and suddenly remembered what Lu Hen had said before. Yes, soul power. Soul power can resonate with any attribute. Now, there is only one chance. Immediately, he raised his palm and mobilized all the soul power in his body. In the end, the remaining soul power in his body was only enough for him to condense into the size of a palm. A strong feeling of dizziness came over him, but he endured it and threw it hard towards the thundercloud. Boom! Suddenly, the thunderclouds were surging wildly, not only increasing the speed of the lightning strikes, but even the loud noise of every thunderbolt would make the souls of all living things tremble violently, making them involuntarily frightened and stop all actions. Even Lu Hen, who was fighting with the demon ape, felt a palpitation in his heart. Likewise, the already extremely weak demon ape became dazed for a moment because of the thunder mixed with soul power. Lu Hen's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he seized the flaw in this moment. The muscular kangaroo's fist shot towards the demon ape's head like a cannonball. The poisonous wind leopard turned into a whirlwind and crashed into the heart of the demon ape. At this point, the demon ape died. Ji Yuan. At the same time, Zhao Shan and Su Xin exclaimed. Lu Hen turned around and saw Ji Yuan staggering, and the beast tied that he had blocked alone. From what happened just now, did he use his soul power to resonate with the lightning attribute of the beast man? Chapter 34, Divine Soldiers Descend from the Sky. Vision is blurry and consciousness is erratic. Ji Yuan was staggering all over. This was the first time that he almost exhausted his soul power. This feeling of overdraft is really uncomfortable. Suddenly, he felt someone holding him up. Turning his head, he saw the worried expressions of Zhao Shan and Su Xin, and curled his lips. It's okay, just a little overconsumption. Because of his overdraft, Shanpa has been forced to return to the beast taming seal. High in the sky, the thunderclouds also dissipated. These rampaging creatures kept coming one after another, making it difficult to kill them all, and the wolf pack that was driven by them had already been destroyed. Fortunately, Lu Hen had freed his hands and came to the front. In addition to the poisonous wind leopard and the muscular kangaroo, he also summoned a muscular and strong beast. What is shocking is that this sturdy beast can vaguely be identified as a dog. To be precise, it is an extremely strong and powerful husky. Era can actually be trained to this level, which makes people wonder if Lu Hen has some kind of quirk. However, this muscular husky is extremely ferocious. I saw it flashing with ice all over its body, and it rushed into the beast tide, turning the world upside down. A 5th-rank beastmaster can control up to 3 beasts at the same time. In addition to the husky, the muscular kangaroo was also swimming madly in the beast tide, and one could even see a hint of excitement from its expression. Lu Hen kept the poison wind leopard beside him and kept him on guard. Then, he walked towards Ji Yuan, looked at his pale face, and couldn't help but ask, did you just use your soul power to resonate with the beast taming attribute? Lu Hen's expression was strange, one of shock and disbelief. When he saw Ji Yuan nod, he immediately said, don't go back to Linyun City, stay here. Lu Hen said seriously, with your talent and our resources, you will become the youngest 4th-grade beastmaster in the world. In his eyes, the promotion conditions for the 6th and 5th ranks were nothing to this young man. Of the 3 people present, he was the only one who knew how terrifying it was that Ji Yuan and the beastmaster's soul power resonated. Although Ji Yuan had resonated with the wind attribute of the poisonous wind leopard before, that was because he was a 5th-grade beastmaster. This young man is currently at most a 6th-grade person. According to common sense, it is impossible for him to resonate with the soul power of the beast man. Ji Yuan was stunned. He didn't understand why Lu Hen had that expression. Zhao Shan was also extremely looking forward to it, and he also hoped that Ji Yuan could stay. Don't rush to answer. Think about it carefully. I will ask you again after we leave here. After saying that, Lu Hen walked forward with the poisonous wind leopard. Are you okay? Su Xinyan stood beside him, looking at Ji Yuan with worry in her beautiful eyes. It's okay. My soul power recovers quickly. Ji Yuan smiled and said, after all, it is a special grade qualification, the speed of mana recovery is unimaginable. The number of runaway creatures is gradually increasing. According to Zhao Shan's explanation, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Shan said that it was because the giant python deliberately emitted its aura that the numerous runaway creatures did not rush towards the number 1 mine. Su Xin was a little confused, since the rampaging creatures will deliberately avoid the giant python, then why don't they let it follow them? You don't know that it won't shrink its body unless it encounters a beastmaster of Uncle Lu's level. Su Xin was puzzled by Zhao Shan's explanation. Ji Yuan added, that is to say, the giant python must maintain its largest size in order to make the rampaging creatures afraid. That's what I mean. Zhao Shan nodded. After recovering for a while, Ji Yuan summoned out the flash soul again. With Lu Hen in front of him, he didn't have to fight as hard as before. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, but they couldn't smell anything because of the masks. Ji Yuan asked Shanpa to drive the wolves in the beast tide to assist Lu Hen. Time passes by every second. The number of beasts is increasing instead of decreasing. If this continues, even Lu Hen will not be able to withstand it. Brother Tianho hasn't arrived yet. Lu Hen frowned. Controlling 3 beasts at the same time was extremely exhausting, and he couldn't hold on for much longer. Ji Yuan's soul power was almost exhausted again. During this period, Su Xinyan summoned the fire-eating bird twice more. Zhao Shan, who was unable to summon his beast, was frantically shaking hands with a satellite phone in the back, bombarding Zhao Tianho. When Ji Yuan's soul power was exhausted again and cold sweat began to appear on Lu Hen's forehead, a heart-pounding and terrifying vibration suddenly came from the top. Looking up, Ji Yuan was surprised to find that the light in the direction of the elevator shaft began to flicker, and some scattered stones on the ground were shaking violently. Bang! Next moment, the top suddenly exploded. Get out of the way. Lu Hen pounced on Su Xinyan and helped her avoid a huge rock. Countless pieces of gravel mixed with dust rolled down, and the only thing left in his ears was the terrifying sound of the earth shaking the sky. After Ji Yuan took back the flash soul, he also rushed to the side. Zhao Shan ran away holding his head and screaming. When all the noise gradually faded away, Ji Yuan raised his head in a hurry, his pupils suddenly contracted. In front of me, dust is flying. Wow! Very fierce. A pair of gorgeous wings gleaming with golden light bloomed in the dust. The strong wind caused the smoke and dust to dissipate, revealing a perfectly proportioned body. This creature that suddenly appeared was huge in size. It not only had wings, but also had a head as majestic as an eagle. Its lion-like burly figure is covered with golden hair, which is extremely dazzling at first glance. Ji Yuan was no stranger to this creature. Griffin. At the side, Zhao Shan's eyes lit up when he saw the majestic Griffin. He opened his arms and waved them, shouting, "Daddy! You little brat, you always cause me trouble." A light laugh came from the Griffin's body. At this moment, Ji Yuan discovered that on this Griffin, there was a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back. This Griffin is about the size of a bus. Zhao Tianho looked extremely small standing on its back. But when he turned his head and looked at the beast tide that had stopped moving forward, a terrifying feeling of oppression suddenly emerged. "You beasts, get out of here now." The calm words made the underground beasts flee in all directions. In one word, drink back the beast tide. One day, I want to be a person like this. Ji Yuan looked at the figure, his eyes full of passion and longing. Zhao Tianho jumped off the Griffin and walked towards the crowd. Lu Hen walked forward covered in dust. "Old Lu, you look quite embarrassed." There was a hint of teasing on Zhao Tianho's lips, without the coldness and majesty that he had just used to drive away the beast tide. Lu Hen shook his head, as if he was already used to his behavior. Then, Zhao Tianho slapped Zhao Shan on the head and said, "You didn't help me at all this time, right?" Zhao Shan covered his head in grievance and said, "Dad, how did you know? Among the 4 of you, your clothes are the cleanest and your complexion is the rosiest. Is there any need to say that?" Zhao Tianho scolded with a smile. Then, he finally fixed his gaze on Ji Yuan, smiling gently as he did when they first met. Godson, you did a perfect job this time, especially at the end. You used your soul power to resonate with the thunder, which provided Lao Lu with the opportunity to kill the ape demon. You got a perfect score out of a perfect score. His words startled Ji Yuan. How did he? Hey. As if he had guessed what Ji Yuan was thinking, Zhao Tianho inexplicably waved towards Zhao Shan. A faint green light flew out from Zhao Shan's collar and fell into his hand. You actually used the ghost butterfly to spy on us. Zhao Shan shouted immediately. Chapter 35, Quick, take a group photo. What are you talking about? Zhao Tianho glared at him and said, I'm just worried that something might happen to you, so I can take action immediately. What do you know? After saying this, he pretended to hit him. Zhao Shan shrank his head and dared not say anything more. So, he has been watching. Ji Yuan's heart was as clear as a mirror, no wonder the other party had not shown up until now. Miss Su, are you satisfied with this trip? Zhao Tianho turned his gaze to the last person. Su Zine bowed slightly and said respectfully, Uncle Zhao, just call me Zine. Thanks to you and Uncle Lu for taking care of me this time. Hey. Zhao Tianho smiled and waved his hand, these are all trivial matters. I know your situation in the Su family. Then, he looked at Ji Yuan with ill intentions and laughed strangely, if you have any difficulties in the future, tell my godson. I will ask him to personally deliver things like the Holy Spirit stone to you. Ah. Ji Yuan was a little confused. Why were they dragging me into this? Also, when did he agree to be my godson? Su Zine's pretty face flushed red. She knew what Zhao Tianho was talking about, so she lowered her head and dared not answer. Afterwards, the group sat on the Griffin's broad back. As its wings flapped, Ji Yuan and the others followed the big pit where the Griffin had fallen and left. Outside, it's already night. Hongling City, overlooking from above, is brightly lit. The wind was howling so hard that it was hard to open one's eyes. Zhao Shan sat in front of Ji Yuan and Su Zine, and took out his cell phone, shouting, Quick! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, let's take a picture. As he said this, he raised his hand. Behind him, Su Zinyan's long hair was flying. When she saw him holding up his cell phone, she quickly hid behind Ji Yuan. Don't hide, I've been regretting this month that I didn't take a photo after I came out of the secret realm. Zhao Shan shouted and said a lot of things, and even the strong wind in the sky could not stop him from talking. Ji Yuan was fed up with what he heard, so he could only agree reluctantly, okay, go ahead and shoot. Seeing that he agreed, Su Zinyan paused, his eyes flickered for a moment, and then he stopped tidying up his long hair, letting it fly. Then, she tilted her head slightly, revealing her pretty face, which was right at the position of Ji Yuan's left shoulder, with a sweet smile on her face. Ji Yuan casually raised his thumb. In front, Zhao Shan was grinning. The moonlight fell on the cheeks of the three people, and Zhao Shan pressed the shutter to record this moment forever. Let's create a group later and I'll send the photos to the group. After returning to the hotel, Ji Yuan fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Until a rapid knock on the door woke him up. Yawning and looking out the window, the night sky was as dark as ink and dotted with stars. How long have I slept? He was a little puzzled. It was night before he went to bed, so why was it still night when he woke up? The knocks on the door continued. When he opened the door, he saw Zhao Shan standing in front of it and said with a smile, let's go, I'll take you guys out for a midnight snack. Behind him, followed the sleepy-eyed Su Zinyan. Ji Yuan took out his cell phone and saw that only an hour had passed since he returned to the hotel. I'm so tired, can I order takeout? Su Zinyan yawned continuously, and her plan was approved by Ji Yuan. Half an hour later. Ji Yuan looked at the dazzling array of midnight snacks in the room and couldn't help asking, how much did you order? This is enough for 30 people, right? Unexpectedly, Zhao Shan's answer almost made the two of them dumbfounded. Ah. This isn't ours. This is the midnight snack we ordered for Tuanshuan and Shanpa. What? 10 minutes later. The hotel's suites were designed to accommodate beastmasters, so both the space and furnishings have been designed to take into account certain large beastmasters. In addition, the suite that Zhao Shan arranged for Ji Yuan was of the highest standard and was as spacious as a large flat. At this moment, Ji Yuan rested his hand on his right cheek, looking at the scene in front of him, and fell into deep thought. In front of him, a gibbon was sitting cross-legged, holding a large skewer of meat in his left hand and stuffing it into his mouth. In his right hand, he also held a large skewer of meat, but was passing it to Shampa's mouth. Inside the room, the brown-haired gibbon and the dark-haired wolf lord were both feasting on their food. He looked at Shampa's satisfied expression and realized that he had overlooked an important point. Normally, it is enough for the beast masters to supply soul power. For them, eating is just a taste. Seeing that Shampa was eating happily, Ji Yuan realized that they, like humans, occasionally needed these things to provide emotional value. After Ming advances to youth, let him experience it as well. Afterwards, Zhao Shan prepared some special midnight snacks from Hongling City and also took out 2 bottles of expensive red wine from the Imperial Ring. You guys drink, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. Seeing him take out the wine, Su Xinyan ran away, for she was afraid that she would say something she shouldn't say after drinking too much. Before leaving, she said to Zhao Shan, remember to post the photos in the group. After returning to her room, her cell phone vibrated soon. She quickly opened it and saw that it was the photo Zhao Shan sent in the group. Su Xin sat on the bed and enlarged the picture. Her eyes were fixed on Ji Yuan's handsome face. As she looked at him, her snow-white cheeks gradually turned red. Ha ha ha. Old Ji, you're so stupid. On the other side, Zhao Shan laughed while pointing at the photo of Ji Yuan with his thumbs up. Ji Yuan's face was calm as he tasted the so-called collector's level red wine. To be honest, he really couldn't taste the difference, so he could only blame himself for not being able to drink. By the way, didn't you say you would have a surprise for me when you get out? Seeing that Zhao Shan was still savoring the photo, he became a little annoyed. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it. Tomorrow we'll go find Uncle Lu. Zhao Shan put away his phone and said with a smile, do you still remember Zhang Di who lives in the same city as you? After I used some tricks to escape, I didn't see him chasing me again. What, did you meet him? Hee, you guessed it right. We were on the way to meet you when Su Xin was digging for the Holy Spirit stone. Zhao Shan recalled, at that time, Uncle Lu was the first to notice something was wrong, and then when we went over, guess what state Zhang Di was in? Don't keep me in suspense, just say it. Ji Yuan hated it most when people left words halfway through. He is dying. Zhao Shan's eyes flashed with solemnity. There is a big hole in his abdomen, and his right arm is completely gone. He is leaning against the mine tunnel, dying. At first, we thought it was you who did it, but who knew that this Zhang Di was madly cursing someone? This time, he did not keep the secret. He stared at Ji Yuan and said word by word, Xiao Lingjue. According to Zhang Di, it was Xiao Lingjue who attacked him and seriously injured him. Xiao Lingjue. Ji Yuan recalled carefully. When he transformed into the lushwood lizard, besides Xiao Lingjue, Zhang Di should have had another younger brother. Could it be that these two were killed and injured by Xiao Lingjue? However, from what Zhang Di said, Xiao Lingjue is not much better. The two of them should have severely injured each other, right? Never mind him. Let's go find Uncle Lu tomorrow. He has put Zhang Di into his imperial ring. You can ask him yourself tomorrow. Zhao Shan waved his hand and raised his glass. Ji Yuan nodded silently. Chapter 36. Unexpected results. Early the next morning. Under the guidance of Zhao Shan, Ji Yuan and Su Xin came to Lu Hen's home, a 3-story villa. As soon as they entered the door, Ji Yuan saw the muscular kangaroo fighting wits and courage with a giant wooden stake in the villa garden. When you enter the house, there are no other complicated furnishings except for various fitness equipment. It fits Lu Hen's style very well. Coming. Lu Hen asked Zhao Shan and Su Xinyan to sit wherever they wanted, and then took Ji Yuan to a closed room. With a wave of his hand, Lu Hen summoned a giant frog. Not surprisingly, this frog was also covered in muscles, which was exaggerated. Wow! The frog opened its mouth wide and spit out Zhang Di, who was covered in mucus. As Zhao Shan said, his right arm had indeed disappeared, the wound on his abdomen seemed to have stopped bleeding because of the mucus, his face was bloodless, and he was on the verge of death. When the dying Zhang Di regained his sight, the first person he saw was Ji Yuan. He immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "It's Zhang Jilin. He promised me that after I succeed, he would let me return to Linyan City and support me to become the dean of Qingfeng Beast Taming Academy. Zhang Di was not a good person to begin with. When he was on the verge of death, he knew that only Ji Yuan could save him, so he told Ji Yuan everything without Ji Yuan saying anything. Zhang Jilin wants to get Tan He out of office and become the mayor himself. He has been planning for many years and now it has come to the most critical step. To be on the safe side, he asked me to kill you. After saying this in one breath, Zhang Di breathed rapidly, as if to show his sincerity. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan had already heard these things from Tan He, so they didn't mean much to him. How did Xiao Lingjue hurt you like this? He glanced at Zhang Di's mutilated body and asked. When mentioning the young master of the Xiao family, Zhang Di's eyes were filled with strong hatred. If it weren't for this bastard's sneak attack, how could I be like this? At this point, he cursed Ji Yuan in his heart. If Ji Yuan hadn't transformed into a giant lizard that devoured his poisonous wind leopard, he would definitely have been able to keep Xiao Lingjue completely underground in the mine. What is the most critical step in Zhang Jilin's plan? Ji Yuan spoke out the issue that concerned him most. I told you, you'll let me go. Zhang Di raised his head. Okay. Ji Yuan responded. Lu Hen frowned but didn't say anything. You promised to let me go. Zhang Di stared at him intently. You have no other choice. Ji Yuan said lightly. Anger flashed in Zhang Di's eyes. If he hadn't been so seriously injured, he would never have allowed himself to be bullied like this. Damn little bastard, as long as I can get away alive, I will find a chance to kill you. He roared in his heart, and then whispered, Zhang Jilin wants to surround and kill Tan He at the city summit. What? Ji Yuan's face changed. I had also received an invitation to join the siege, but 2 days ago, Zhang Jilin suddenly changed his mind and asked me to keep an eye on you in Hongling City. According to Zhang Jilin, he wants me to kill you. Zhang Di lowered his head. After telling this biggest secret, he seemed to have lost all his strength. On the side, Lu Hen frowned. Zhang Jilin is so bold that he dared to surround and kill the mayor? Every beastmaster above the 5th rank is registered. Isn't he afraid of being held accountable by the Beastmaster Alliance? Humph. He must have his own plan for daring to do this. I don't know this. Zhang Di raised his head and looked at Ji Yuan. I've finished speaking, you promised me to let me go. Certainly. Ji Yuan replied. But before Zhang Di could be happy, he heard him continue, Uncle Lu, I'll leave this man to you. Ji Yuan. You are not trustworthy. Zhang Di's face changed drastically, and he yelled hysterically, you little bastard, you go back on your word at such a young age, you are not a human being. Oh. Ji Yuan raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, I promised to let you go, but Uncle Lu never said that. Don't get me wrong, I learned this trick from you. After saying that, he left, leaving Zhang Di with a desperate back. Zhang Di's hoarse roar came from behind, and soon turned into a shrill scream and finally subsided. What is the City Federation Summit? Walking out of the house and into the garden, Ji Yuan found the two people. Zhao Shan replied, to put it simply, it is an important meeting headed by the mayors. Generally speaking, it is only held in cities ranked outside the top 90. I heard from my father that the essence of this kind of summit is to discuss how to improve our ranking in the city competition. As for the details, I don't know. What's wrong? What did you ask? So, Zhang Jilin has united several other urban areas? But, why? How could a mere vice president have the ability to convince other districts to join him in doing such a thing? Ji Yuan took out his phone and quickly dialed Tan He's number. But the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. According to the time Zhang Di said, today is his 3rd day in Hongling City, and the Municipal Federation Summit is being held. Just when he was getting a little anxious, Tan He called back. He quickly answered the call, but the voice of a male secretary came from the other end. Mr. Ji, I'm Secretary Lin. I'm following Mayor Tan's instructions. He asked me to tell you not to be nervous or worried. Since your prospecting trip is over, please return to Linyan City immediately. I will send you an address later. For other specific matters, I will contact you via text message after you arrive at the designated location. Bye. Secretary Lin spoke very quickly and hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. Looking at the phone, Ji Yuan frowned. Don't be nervous, don't worry. Tan He, have you guessed what Zhang Jilin wants to do? He immediately did not delay any longer, and after explaining the situation to Zhao Shan and Su Xinyan, he booked the earliest flight. While waiting for the flight, Zhao Shan told him a piece of news. Lu Hen cracked Zhang Di's phone and found suspected messages with Zhang Jilin. He attached a few screenshots, and when I clicked on them, they should be the chat records between Zhang Di and Zhang Jilin. The conversation between the two was very strange. Basically it was all about buying things, giving gifts and the like. I think it should be some kind of code word. The chat date in the last screenshot was 1 day ago. Zhang Jilin asked, has the cauliflower I ordered arrived? Zhang Di replied 10 minutes ago, the goods are in stock and have been loaded. There are red captions below the two messages. Has the cauliflower arrived? It means, how is the thing I asked you to do going? If the goods have already been loaded onto the truck, it means, the person is already dead. Do you want to confirm it? Zhao Shan said that these were the annotations Lu Hen made because he was afraid that he wouldn't understand them, and Zhang Di's reply was naturally also from Lu Hen. This kind of professional terminology should not arouse the other party's suspicion, so people will think that Ji Yuan is dead. Thank Uncle Lu for me. I'll come to Hongling City to have a drink with him later. After sending the last message, Ji Yuan boarded the plane. He took a short nap, and when he landed, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ji Yuan did not delay and immediately rushed to the address provided by Secretary Lin. This is a unique courtyard located in the mountains and forests on the outskirts of Linyan City. The courtyard is very retro, different from the reinforced concrete in the urban area. It is just a simple wooden house with stone tiles. There are dense woods all around. If he hadn't followed the address, he would probably never have known that there was such a courtyard in the mountains outside Linyan City. He sent a message to Secretary Lin to tell him that he was in place. Soon, the other party replied. Okay, Mr. G, please wait patiently. If anything appears, please make sure to control it as soon as possible. Remember, you have to control it right away. Chapter 37. The object of control is. Who will come, Zhang Jilin? Ji Yuan guessed secretly in his heart, found a secluded place to hide, and began to wait quietly. Time passes. He watched quietly from the time the sun was high in the sky till the time it set in the west. When night fell and the dim moonlight scattered through the woods, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the chirping of insects. Ji Yuan, who was almost drowsy, suddenly became alert. Through the bushes where he was hiding, he saw a figure running towards the yard anxiously. The figure looked around, and when he approached, Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Heng. Unexpectedly, the one waiting for me would be him. Under the gaze, Zhang Heng rushed into the courtyard with unsteady steps, muttering something. What secrets does this yard hold? Ji Yuan temporarily suppressed his urge to take action and decided to wait and see. Soon, Zhang Heng moved a blue round table the size of a manhole cover from a house in the yard. The round table appears to be made of metal, with a blue luster flowing on it, giving it a high-tech feel. Zhang Heng's hand was shaking as he held a black object and placed it in the center of the table. Why is there no movement? Zhang Heng muttered to himself in panic, and after a moment, he slapped himself hard. Oh, moonlight, moonlight. It was at this time that Ji Yuan discovered that the woods surrounding the courtyard seemed to have been deliberately trimmed, revealing a round opening. A beam of moonlight shone unobstructedly in the center of the courtyard. Zhang Heng picked up the round table and placed it towards the position of the moonlight. The moment when the moonlight touches the stage. Shoo! A strange sound of electricity was heard, and then Ji Yuan saw the circular platform begin to rotate. Next moment. Whoa! With a painful wail, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and drooping eyelids, Zhang Jilin suddenly appeared in the courtyard. That round platform, is it a teleportation device? Ji Yuan suddenly remembered how they escaped from the Beast King's secret realm. He remembered that this teleportation device was a technology possessed by a force called Ku Ji Yuan. Did Tan He expect Zhang Jilin to appear here? Given Zhang Jilin's current condition, it would be easy for him to control him. Dad! How are you, Dad? In the courtyard, Zhang Heng was shocked by the look on his father's face. Zhang Heng swallowed and said almost tremblingly, after the plan fails, what will happen to me, us? Zhang Jilin hung his head, his voice hoarse and weak, your mother. Ah. Is your mother gone? Oh. Let's go. According to your arrangement, my mother has transferred most of her assets. This afternoon. Before Zhang Heng finished speaking, he suddenly heard footsteps and startled him. When he saw who it was, he collapsed to the ground and cried out in shock, You! Ji Yuan. When Zhang Jilin heard the name, he was shocked even though he was seriously injured and dying. He raised his head with difficulty, and when he saw the handsome young man in the moonlight, a touch of bitterness surged in his heart. Zhang Di, he is dead. Ji Yuan's calm voice echoed in the ears of the father and son. He looked at Zhang Jilin, whose clothes were torn, his breath was weak, and he was seriously injured. What does Tan He mean? Asking him to come here early to wait was so that he could personally send Zhang Jilin off, or... At this moment, Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Roar! Suddenly, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and summoned a ferocious wolf with silver-gray hair. The silver wolf that was frightened by Ming's aura during the late autumn test bared its fangs at Ji Yuan again. Presumptuous. But when Ji Yuan snorted coldly, the invisible deterrence instantly made the silver wolf's fierce gaze clear. At this moment, Ji Yuan in its eyes turned into a wolf king with a strong body and shiny black hair. Immediately, under Zhang Heng's confused gaze, the silver wolf once again tucked its tail between its legs, lay on the ground, and whimpered ingratiatingly at Ji Yuan. You idiot! Open your eyes and see clearly, he is a human, not that weird creature. Zhang Heng stamped his feet and cursed in a hurry. He couldn't understand why. How could this loser who had been bullied and humiliated by him for 2 years grow to such a height in just 1 month? The reason why Ji Yuan was able to intimidate the silver wolf without summoning the beast was one of Shanpa's talents. Flash Soul allows Ji Yuan to selectively possess its characteristic entries. Because of this, now he can not only intimidate, but also drive. With a thought, the silver wolf changed its target and suddenly threw Zhang Heng to the ground. Ji Yuan. When Zhang Heng was frightened and screamed, Zhang Jilin shouted angrily. Do you think Tan He really wants to train you? You are just a chess piece used by him. Once Zhang Di succeeds in Hongling City, he will support another supernova in Linyun City. You are just a hook he set out, a bait to force me to take action. As Zhang Jilin spoke, he actually laughed bitterly. He blamed himself for being too stupid, having been in a high position for too long, and thinking everything was too simple until his plan failed. Only after seeing Ji Yuan did he understand everything. Now I am in your hands. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. Tan He has killed all my beasts. He staggered to his feet, looking up with a look that said, Come and kill me. You guys go. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan spoke calmly. You. Zhang Jilin was stunned, his eyes flashed with sinisterness. Is this also arranged by Tan He? Ji Yuan did not answer and took back control of the silver wolf. After returning to normal, the silver wolf quickly licked Zhang Heng's cheek, trying to regain his master's favor. Standing up, Zhang Heng looked at Ji Yuan with a hint of fear in his eyes. Zhang Jilin looked at the handsome young man for a moment, and then, with the support of Zhang Heng, he gradually walked away. As he watched the two disappear, laughter rang out from his ears. Why did you let Zhang Jilin go? Glancing sideways, Tan He, a man with gray hair on his temples, appeared beside him at some point. Although he looks middle-aged, his angular face still makes him look like a handsome old man. Isn't that what you mean? Ji Yuan smiled. He kept thinking when he saw Zhang Jilin. First, Lu Hen mentioned that anyone who kills a Beastmaster above the 5th rank will be held accountable by the Beastmaster Alliance. Then, it was Secretary Lin who repeatedly emphasized the word control on the phone. Just, why? Tonight, a strong smell of blood permeated Tan He's body. Considering Zhang Jilin's appearance, the so-called siege should have been broken by Tan He. He shouldn't be the kind of person who is soft-hearted. You want to know why I didn't kill him? Tan He seemed to know what Ji Yuan was thinking. Zhang Jilin is a 4th-rank Beastmaster. Furthermore, Zhang Jilin is a branch of the Zhang family, one of the 5 major Beastmaster families. Although he doesn't have much weight, killing him is still a bit troublesome. There is one more thing, you will understand it later. But... Tan He waved his hand. With a flash of silver light, a corpse of a creature with silver light swimming and thundering power suddenly appeared in the huge courtyard. This is the Overlord level lightning beast that Zhang Jilin has raised for 10 years, the silver-blooded thunder beast. He smiled casually. Didn't you say before that the second beast needs to devour the flesh and blood of lightning creatures? This is the strongest lightning creature below the legendary bloodline. It will definitely satisfy your beast taming advancement. I've been eyeing it for a long time, but I didn't have the chance until today. I killed it and left it to you. Chapter 38. Is he really a genius? This silver corpse is shaped like a hound, with two sharp and curved fangs at the corners of its mouth, and looks quite terrifying. However, there was a glaring bloody hole on the top of the beast's head, and it seemed that it was killed by this blow. I have raised it for 10 years. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. No wonder Zhang Jilin looked so depressed and wanted to die. Immediately, he summoned Shanpa without any hesitation. The so-called swallowing does not mean eating crazily as Ji Yuan thought. I saw Shanpa with his shiny black hair standing up, his teeth bared, and lightning flashing in his eyes. Moment. A phantom that was countless times larger than it appeared, condensed from thunder. The shadow pounced towards the silver beast corpse, and in the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared together. Then, Shanpa growled at Ji Yuan, curled up into a ball, and fell into a deep sleep. At this point, his two emperor-level beasts have begun their transformation. Once completed, Ming and Shanpa will both advance to the young adult stage. Ji Yuan felt a sense of anticipation in his heart, and he couldn't wait to see what these two guys would look like in their youth. On the way back, the atmosphere was a little silent. Following Tan He to the municipal building and entering the mayor's office, Ji Yuan asked, "Uncle Tan, the Municipal Federation of Trade Unions will?" "Of course I didn't go." Tan He sat on the chair, let out a long breath, and seemed a little tired. Zhang Jilin used his last bit of connections in the Zhang family and found a few people to try to kill me halfway. A faint smile appeared on his face. It's been a long time since I completely let go and fought. Ji Yuan's pupils shrank, thinking of Zhang Jilin's appearance and the fact that Tan He was safe and sound at the moment. He didn't need to think too much to know the fate of the participants in this ambush. Tan He's rank was definitely higher than he had imagined. Just as he was thinking to himself, Tan He said, "How about this mining trip?" "Not bad, but I have some questions that I would like you to answer." Ji Yuan took the opportunity to ask his deepest question: in what aspects are the differences in the soul power levels of Beastmasters reflected? This is really the most confusing thing for him in recent times. After experiencing several battles in the Beast King's secret realm and the mineral vein, he increasingly felt that the bloodline of the Beastmaster had an extremely high priority in battle. But if that is the case, why do we need levels of soul power? He always had a feeling that in a one-on-one fight, he could even tie with Lu Hen and Zhang Di. In short, in the recent battles, apart from the fusion of soul power and attributes taught by Lu Hen, there was no other manifestation of soul power level. Because your starting point is too high. Tan He restrained his smile and turned serious. The special soul power qualification gives you soul power control and recovery speed far exceeding that of others. I don't know where your two beasts came from, but the level of their bloodline is probably not just a legend, right? Ji Yuan didn't answer, which was considered as his consent. Special grade qualifications, plus a bloodline of mythical beast taming. These two qualities are unmatched among millions of people. As he spoke, Tan He stood up and walked to the window. 9th rank to 7th rank is nothing to you. It can be said that the special grade qualification is already at the 6th level from the moment the beast taming contract is signed. But you have to know that after the 6th rank, the gap between each rank will be unimaginably large. Tan He turned his head, looked at him deeply, and said, "Do you think that a 5th grade beastmaster like Zhang Di is not that far behind you?" Ji Yuan nodded, "Indeed. That's totally wrong." Tan He said, "A 5th grade beastmaster has opened up a beast control space for himself. Not only can he control up to 3 beasts to fight at the same time, but he can also make the attributes and soul power of the beasts resonate. With these 2 points alone, you can't defeat any 5th grade beastmaster." Ji Yuan was silent. Indeed, he was a little naive. Etc. He raised his head and looked at Tan He strangely, causing the latter to raise his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" "Uncle Tan, you just said that you want the attributes of the beast to resonate with the soul power. Is this the characteristic of a 5th grade beastmaster?" "Of course. Although a 6th grade Beastmaster can release soul power, the attributes of a 6th grade Beastmaster cannot resonate with soul power. Only when a Beastmaster reaches the 5th level and awakens the beast control space, the power of beast control will undergo a qualitative change. Hearing his words, Ji Yuan was stunned. The scene of using his soul power to resonate with the flash soul when facing the beast tide at the bottom of the mine flashed through his mind. So that's why. No wonder Lu Hen's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He looked a little puzzled at his expression, but suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Are you just now? There was a flash of disbelief in He's eyes. Immediately, he saw Ji Yuan nodded at him seriously. Hiss. At this moment, the mayor, who had seen all kinds of storms, took a deep breath. I have underestimated this handsome young man. Could it be that he is really a peerless beast-taming genius that only appears once in 1,000 years? He hasn't even reached the 5th rank yet, but he can do the same things as a 5th rank person. This is simply unheard of. Show me how to do it now. The mayor had just finished speaking when he remembered that Ji Yuan's 2 beasts had fallen into an advanced sleep, and he was a little too excited. However, Ji Yuan then told all the details of his resonance with Shanpa when he was at the bottom of the mine. Unexpectedly. After listening, he breathed a sigh of relief. This is really beyond my expectation. Perhaps you can try to control 2 beasts to fight at the 6th level. He took out a palm-sized translucent orange chip from his royal ring. This is a skill core. It contains a special skill that requires the Beastmaster and 2 beasts to perform together. He looked at him and said, after your beast taming is advanced, devote all your energy to learning this skill. It will become your trump card. Ji Yuan stretched out his hand and took it carefully. The skill core, he had seen it many times in books. This thing is divided into 4 levels according to color: blue, purple, orange, and gold. Orange and gold are extremely rare. He was not in a hurry to watch it, but put it into the royal ring first. I almost forgot, there is one more thing. He continued, when beasts above the Overlord level reach a critical stage of advancement, they need to be accompanied by their masters. Your beasts have 2 attributes, 1 fire and 1 thunder. Both have very overbearing attributes. You must be mentally prepared. There are also Beastmasters who died during the period of advancing to the Beastmaster level. There is such a thing. Ji Yuan looked at him in surprise. Do you think advancement is easy? For a Beastmaster, advancement is a transformation and rebirth. During this period of time, don't run around. Stay in Linyan City and wait for the city competition to start. After saying this, he waved his hand, his brows revealing an unconcealable fatigue. Good. Ji Yuan left tactfully. Chapter 39, Ming advances to adolescence. Life returned to normal. Ji Yuan was obedient and didn't run around. He waited every day for the moment when Ming and Shanpa needed him. Without the Beastmaster seems to have nothing to do. Apart from sharing his meals with Zhao Shan and Su Xinyan, he did not socialize at all throughout the day. He and he had not seen each other again in the month since their last conversation at the municipal building. Everything was discussed over the phone, and every time, the question he asked most often was, has your beast taming not yet completed its advancement? As the city competition is getting closer, he's only worry lies in this. This day, Ji Yuan, who had been staying in the college dormitory for a month, decided to visit the Blue Sky Welfare Home. After all, he was an acting dean, and although Chin was in charge, he still had to show up occasionally. When he stepped into the Blue Sky Welfare Home, he was immediately recognized by several caregivers, who came forward to greet him with a smile. Dean Ji, Vice Dean Chen is on leave today. Why are you here? Nothing, I just came to take a look. We just happen to be fine, so we'll accompany you. Accompanied by several people very enthusiastically, Ji Yuan took a tour. Whether it was the environment or the zoning arrangement, under Chin's management, everything was good overall. Just as they passed a garden, a clear laugh made Ji Yuan stop. Glancing sideways, I saw a tall and beautiful woman happily playing with a group of children in the garden. The woman was none other than Lin Yunjia. Guardian Lin is very popular among the children in our courtyard. Several caregivers noticed his gaze and quickly explained with a smile. Ji Yuan's heart was calm and he took another step forward. At this time, Lin Yunjia also saw him, and her smile froze instantly. She hurriedly comforted the children to play by themselves, and then quickly chased after him. Ji Yuan, wait for me. Lin Yunjia shouted anxiously, and when she saw Ji Yuan really stopped, she was delighted. Ji Yuan looked at her calmly. Lin Yunjia stared at this handsome face, and after a while, she said softly, I'm sorry. I really realized my mistake, I'm really sorry. As she spoke, her eyes became red. Ji Yuan, She choked up and was interrupted before she finished speaking. Okay. In front of him, the handsome young man's eyes were full of indifference. Continue your work. Having said that, he turned and left. Ji Yuan, Lin Yunjia wanted to say something, but Ji Yuan turned his head and said coldly, pay attention to your address, Lin the Guardian. Okay. Dean Ji. Lin Yunjia lowered her head dejectedly and stood there. The caregivers following Ji Yuan looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. After leaving the welfare home, I found a random restaurant to have lunch. During this period, the small group belonging to the three of them had new news. As soon as I opened it, I saw a selfie of Zhao Shan with his teeth bared. At the same time, he added, Old Ji, Miss Su, what are you doing? As usual, he sent a photo of his lunch, and soon, Zhao Shan laughed at him. Ha ha ha. As expected, I guessed right. It's egg fried rice again. Old Ji, is Linyan City rich in eggs? He calmly replied with 2 words, get lost. At the same time, Su Xin also spoke up, Zhao Shan, you are very disrespectful when you say that. Oh, really? Sorry, Old Ji, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. I actually love egg fried rice the most, too. After saying this, Zhao Shan posted a selfie of himself with a bright smile. Ji Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was simply a funny guy. Sizzle. Sudden. Feeling a burning sensation on the back of his right hand, Ji Yuan stood up suddenly. After waiting for such a long time, Ming's advancement finally reached the critical moment. He checked out immediately and drove back to the college dormitory. Sitting on the bed, he took a deep breath and immersed all his mind into the seal of taming beasts. At this moment, Ming's body was wrapped in a green cocoon of light, and the terrifying temperature made the chaotic space extremely hot. On the side, the only thing that was not affected was the deep blue light cocoon that Flash Soul transformed into. Under his guidance, Ji Yuan could feel that Ming's condition was not very good. Without his help, he might not be able to survive this advancement. I know what to do. He stood in front of the green light cocoon, and after a while, he stretched out his hand. A moment. The indescribable horrific pain occupies all the senses. Tearing, burning, stinging, biting, etc., countless words to describe the pain flashed through my mind one by one. Ji Yuan's consciousness was on the verge of collapse almost instantly. It turns out that Ming's path to advancement requires him to accept the burning of the netherworld's flames. Only after tempering can he shape the body of a young man. This burning allows the Beastmaster to share the burden again. Ming managed to hold on for a month, and only when it was almost over did he ask Ji Yuan for help. Ming's thoughts flowed through Ji Yuan's mind, and his consciousness, which was almost collapsed, was reorganized. This was related to Ming's life, and he absolutely could not let him down at this moment. Outside, his whole body was wrapped in green flames. The strange thing was that the flames emitted a temperature that distorted the air. However, no damage was caused to surrounding objects. Time passes by every second. Ji Yuan's consciousness was on the brink of collapse, his body and soul constantly melting and reorganizing under the burning of the netherworld flames. Big beads of sweat overflowed from the forehead and evaporated instantly. This feeling is like all the bones in my body are shattered, my flesh and blood are crushed into mud, and I am tortured to death. I can only hold on by keeping the 3 words, hold on, echoing wildly in my heart. Some time passed, and his reason was gradually overwhelmed by the pain and he was about to collapse. Roar. A weak roar appeared deep in the soul. Then, the pain gradually dissipated, turning into an extremely comfortable warm current that flowed throughout the body. The consciousness that was on the verge of collapse finally recovered at this moment, and Ji Yuan slowly opened his trembling eyes. Before his eyes, a majestic green creature stood. Its body is stronger and more powerful than before, and its snow-white scales are more three-dimensional, like pieces of armor covering its entire body. The netherworld flame also changed, transforming from green to pure blue, outlining lines of texture on the scales. Looking at the two short emerald green horns on the head, as it enters adolescence, they have grown into complex and forked dark green horns. The biggest change is in the face. Not only are there several dark green whiskers fluttering, but the mane on the neck is also becoming more lush, moving without wind, like a ball of dark green flame burning forever. Finally, there is its emerald green tail, at the end of which is burning a ball of dark flame. This time the advancement is not just a change in appearance. Just as Ji Yuan expected, after entering adolescence, Ming unlocked new talents. As its attribute panel popped up, Ji Yuan looked at the newly added talent and muttered to himself. As expected of an emperor-level creature, awesome. Chapter 40, Both Advance. Creature, Skeleton Beast, Adolescent. Race, chilin Auspicious Beast. Bloodline, Imperial Grade, Perfect. Attribute, Fire. Features, Immune to fire damage, master the unique netherworld fire that can burn the soul, netherworld flame. Talent, Auspicious Beast, reliably increases the luck of the beast master, Flame Lord, the power of the released fire attack is doubled. New talent, no need to worry, learn any fire attribute skill, you can learn it immediately. New passive skill, Fire Control, completely master the nether flame, reduce soul power consumption, and increase damage. Skill 1, Flame Storm, release the netherworld flames in your body without reservation, burning everything around. Skill 2, Deterrence, unleash the oppressive force of the Emperor's bloodline to intimidate any creature with a lower bloodline level than itself. Advanced Path 1, Skeleton Nether Beast, Adult, needs to devour the Mad Demon Seed. Advanced Path 2, Nether King, Ultimate Form, requires devouring the Heart of Flame, Void Ghost Seed, and Pathological Holy Stone. It can be seen that as Ming enters young adulthood, a lot of new content has appeared on the panel. At first, Ji Yuan's attention stayed on the new talent, no need to worry. This talent is truly a divine skill. Some beast tamers need at least 2 or 3 days to learn and master new skills, but Ming can learn it at a glance. The difference is self-evident. Coupled with the addition of a new passive skill, the effect is equally eye-catching. But when he saw Ming's next path of advancement to the end, he was stunned. The so-called advanced paths 1 and 2, can you choose one of the two, or? Forget it, I'll explore this matter slowly later. After all, the materials mentioned in this advanced path are even more weird. Retracting the panel, Ji Yuan looked forward. Once upon a time, Ming's height was only at his waist, but now, he could look at him at eye level. The huge chilin head looks majestic, no longer the weird monster it was in its childhood. Now, one can recognize it at a glance as the auspicious chilin. Now, just wait for the flash of soul. He smiled and looked at another ball of light cocoon in the chaotic space, the expectation in his eyes becoming stronger and stronger. Ming moved his big head and rubbed Ji Yuan's cheek affectionately. Alright, alright. He reached out and patted its body, its scales felt smooth and hard. Ji Yuan could feel its dependence on him and its 100% trust in him. At this time, Ming took 2 steps back and walked to the light cocoon that Shanpa had transformed into, and 2 puffs of green hot air spurted out of his nose. It looked as if he was asking Shanpa through the light cocoon why he was still not feeling well. Just as the hot air emitted by Ming touched the deep blue light cocoon. Boom! A deep blue color suddenly appeared on Ming's body, and its body began to tremble instantly. It raised its big head and let out a painful howl in this chaotic space. At the same time, the back of Ji Yuan's left hand flashed with a deep blue mark again, and the same feeling as before emerged from his heart. Sparkling has reached a critical moment too. Ji Yuan took a deep breath. Fortunately, his condition had fully recovered. Immediately, without any hesitation, just like when he helped Ming, he once again reached out to the light cocoon that Shanpa had transformed into. Bang! In an instant, his consciousness was blurred by a thunderclap. When he came to his senses again, he found himself on a boundless plain. There were thunderbolts gathering in the dark sky, and the moment he looked up, they struck him directly. The vast power of heaven, with its tyrannical force that could destroy everything, left him no room to resist, and he was knocked to the ground. Ji Yuan's entire body was filled with the smell of burning. He was almost killed by just one bolt of lightning. Ouch! At this moment, a low and melodious howl sounded. He raised his head with difficulty, only to see thunder pouring down madly on a giant black wolf in the distance. The giant wolf howled to the sky, standing firm amid the rolling thunder. What surprised him even more was that Ming's figure also appeared in the plain, and it was mobilizing the netherworld flame to counter the power of thunder. The thunder in the sky continued to fall towards Ming and Shanpa, but on his side, there was only the first one. The rest were attracted by these two. Did they realize that I couldn't handle it? Ji Yuan stood up with a wry smile, changed his posture, lay on the plain, and watched the two beasts being struck by thunder. Fortunately. He let out a long sigh. Fortunately, Ming was also able to enter this space, otherwise he alone would not be able to share the burden for Shanpa. About 5 minutes later. What the hell? Ji Yuan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly found that a vortex appeared in the sky above his head again, and thunder was gathering. Before I could react, lightning flashed. Let's fight. He suddenly had an idea and released the soul power in his body crazily, covering his entire body. Boom! The thunder dissipated after it fell. A huge pit appeared where Ji Yuan was. He was lying on the ground in a spread eagle position, not moving a muscle. Puff! After a convulsion, he coughed violently, poked the ground with his hands, and stood up with a dazed look in his eyes. The release of soul power does not play any role. If it happens again, he will die here. Fortunately, this seems to be the last thunder. Ji Yuan's short black hair was now covered with wisps of smoke. He raised his head and saw that the dark clouds had faded away, revealing a clear sky. Wow! Oh! A low growl sounded. Ji Yuan turned around, his eyes lit up. Compared to Ming's earth-shaking changes, Shanpa has not changed much. In his youth, Shanpa is still strong and sturdy. The biggest change is the hair. If you look closely, you will see that each of its hairs has a little bit of blue luster extending from it. At first glance, the pure black is dotted with dazzling blue light. It may not be as stunning as Ming, but if you look at it for a long time, there will be a unique beauty. At this moment, the two beasts walked together, and there was no difference in their size anymore. The moment they got close, they all pounced forward at the same time. Ji Yuan was startled and quickly opened his arms, allowing the two to pounce on him. Shanpa was like a possessed husky, licking his face madly. Ming is always the auspicious beast chilin, unlike it, but uses its big head to support Ji Yuan's neck and body. Feeling the unique way of care from the two beasts, Ji Yuan laughed unusually loudly. After breaking free from it, Ji Yuan looked at Shanpa and whispered, "Is this plane the place where you advanced?" The wolf's head shook up and down excitedly, as if confirming his question. Is this really the only change you've made?" He scanned Shanpa's body and felt that it was not that simple. At this time, only a low roar of Shanpa was heard. Swish! Moment! A mighty momentum suddenly surged out from his body. At the same time, under Ji Yuan's astonished gaze, Shanpa's hair gradually turned into dark blue. Although it is dark blue, it also has a hint of pure black, which is extremely eye-catching. Pretty. The dark blue and jet black hair fluttered slowly without wind, making it look even more oppressive. As the scene gradually darkened, they retreated from the boundless plain and returned to the chaotic space. "Come on, let's see what new abilities you have." Ji Yuan looked at Shanpa and expanded its attribute panel. Chapter 41, Hallucinations. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Adolescent Stage. Race, Thunderwolf Lord. Bloodline, Imperial Grade, Perfect. Attributes, Thunder, Lightning. Features, 1. Immune to lightning damage, 2. Possessing the ability to control lightning, 3. Driving and shocking wolf beasts, ineffective if the bloodline level is the same. Talent, Soul Link, gives the Beastmaster his own characteristics, only one can be selected. Thunder Lord, released thunder, electric attack, double the power. New talent, may be useful, the time required to learn new skills doubles. New passive skill, Awakening, better control of thunder and electricity attributes, use thunder to increase attack power, use electricity to increase release speed. Skill 1, Lightning Dance, transforms into lightning to launch an impact, which will produce chain lightning after hitting the enemy, paralyzing and destroying the enemy. Skill 2, Thunder Judgment, condenses a thundercloud, rains down rolling thunder to destroy any enemy. Note, when released in thunderstorm weather, the cost is halved. Newly added Skill 3, Crazy Explosion, condenses lightning elements in the mouth, spits in the specified direction, causing an explosion. Note, when resonating with soul power, the spits and explodes instantly will cause soul shock. Advanced Path, Thunder Emperor Beast, Adult, needs to devour the Thunder Heart. Advanced Path, Thunder King, Ultimate Form, needs to devour the essence of Raw Thunder, essence of Flame Thunder, essence of Withered Thunder, and essence of Frost Thunder. Compared with Ming's panel, Shanpa's panel has a lot more content. But, isn't this new talent too abstract? It takes twice as long to learn a new skill. Are there talents with negative effects? After calming down, he continued reading. When he saw that Shanpa had gained new skills after upgrading, he was delighted. Normally speaking, a beast tamer's companion skills will only be added after adulthood. The way to improve a beast, besides the tamer's soul power level, is to learn new skills. Although Shanpa got a talent with a negative effect, his newly added skills made up for it. And the path to advancement is the same as Ming's, with 2 options. Forget it, I'll study it later. The most urgent task now is to gain a firm foothold in the 6th rank. He has already met the conditions for releasing his soul power, and is only waiting for Ming and Shanpa to learn a new skill to determine their soul power release. Immediately, Ji Yuan left the beast taming seal. When I opened my eyes, a strong feeling of fatigue and hunger swept over me. How long has it been? He felt strange, but when he opened his phone, he was surprised to find that a whole day had passed. Has it been that long? Ji Yuan got up, found something to fill his stomach, and then fell into a deep sleep. It was 16 hours later when the urgent ringing of the phone woke him up. Ji Yuan felt dizzy and his eyes were blurry. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Tan He. Uncle Tan. What have you been doing these past 2 days? No news at all. 2 beasts have advanced. You are right. It is indeed a narrow escape. Oh. Good that you've completed your advancement. There's something I need you to do today. Ji Yuan sat up from the bed, yawned, and said, What's the matter? Tell me. Go pick someone up for me at the airport. In the afternoon, around 1 o'clock. Ji Yuan stood at the airport entrance, waiting. The person Tan he asked him to pick up was his own daughter, Mu Xuxin. It was not until today that he found out that not only was Tan he married, but his ex-wife was from the Mu family, one of the 5 major beast-taming families. During this period of time, Ji Yuan has been cramming information about the beast-taming family. The 5 largest beast-taming families in the country are Mu, Xiao, Su, Zhang, and Jiang. In fact, there are many famous beast-taming families, but these 5 have the longest heritage and the richest cultural heritage. There is a rule among the 5 major families. A simple example is that the children of Tan He and his ex-wife must take the Mu family surname. No matter what your status as the father is, this rule cannot be crossed. If the Mu family and the Xiao family were to marry, the child's surname could be decided by the winner in a competition. It's complicated. It's complicated. Ji Yuan waited boredly. Soon, a petite girl appeared, wearing a light yellow floral dress and exuding elegance in her every move. The girl's long burgundy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she walked through the crowd with light steps. She exuded a unique temperament, and immediately attracted countless eyes at the airport. Under the gaze of countless people, this unique girl walked towards Ji Yuan with a smile on her beautiful face. Old Tan said he arranged a handsome guy to pick me up, and it turned out he was not lying. The girl's eyes were as bright as stars. She looked at Ji Yuan boldly without any concealment. At first sight, the girl's character was revealed. Mu Xuxin naturally put her arm around Ji Yuan's, and a faint scent of osmanthus entered her nose. Old Tan said that you are a beast-taming genius that he has never seen before. Is that true? What level are you at now? Do you have a girlfriend? Where are you from in Linyan City? Have you ever been to Withered Valley? Are there really strange creatures there? At this moment, Ji Yuan had an illusion, as if Xiao Shan was right beside him. Just as talkative, just as outspoken, and just as likely to have a father who is the mayor. Looks like it. Very similar. After suffering from the long-lost Chatterbox bombardment for 20 minutes, Ji Yuan finally sent Mu Shushin to the mayor. When he saw Tan He's faint smile, he felt that Tan He did it on purpose. After saying goodbye to the father and daughter, Ji Yuan did not return to the dormitory, but drove straight to the suburbs. There is a medium-sized forest outside the city, where some ferocious predators live. It's a perfect place to use as training. Ji Yuan walked in the woods, smelling the mixed scent of soil and grass, and summoned Ming and Shanpa. When in a relaxed state, the flow of soul power is gentle. It is also because of this that beastmasters below the 5th rank are able to release multiple beasts at the same time in daily life. After reaching the 8th rank, you can contract 2 beasts. If one is promoted to the 6th rank, the number increases to 3. After the 5th level, there are no more restrictions. Ji Yuan turned over and jumped onto Ming's sturdy back, raising his chin towards Shanpa. Let's go and find some ferocious beasts to practice with. He wanted to see what Shanpa's new skills were like first. Ouch! Shanpa raised his head and howled, then rushed out with a whoosh. Quick! Catch up with it and show me your speed. Ji Yuan hugged Ming's neck tightly, and the auspicious Chilin beast was aroused by the desire to win, and it carried him and turned into a ball of gust of wind and flames and shot out. The strong wind was whistling in his ears and the scenery around him was blurry. This lightning speed made Ji Yuan shout excitedly. The next moment, Ming stopped suddenly, and with a low roar mixed with fear, Ji Yuan raised his head. Shanpa was not far away, and in front of it was a huge, hairy brown bear. This big bear was nearly 3 meters tall. It had just finished hunting, and its broad paws and big black mouth were covered with bloody stains. This wild brown bear, whose blood fluctuations had reached the intermediate level, felt a terrifying pressure from Ming and Shanpa. However, it, which was once unstoppable in this forest, still suppressed its fear and roared in an attempt to scare away the invaders. This big guy is pretty good. Ji Yuan jumped off Ming's back and came to Shanpa's side. He stretched out one arm, spread out his 5 fingers, pointed it at the brown bear's head, and said, "Release, explode." Chapter 42 Combination Skills, Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault. Release, explode. The words fell. Shanpa's sturdy limbs suddenly tensed up, and spider-web-like cracks appeared on the ground. In its mouth, a ball of blue and silver light instantly condensed. Bang! With a loud bang, a blue-silver ball of light splashed out and exploded on the brown bear's head. Boom! The violent aura swept wildly, creating a whirlwind in a small area. Under Ji Yuan's gaze, the 3-meter-tall brown bear with high-level bloodline fell to the ground with its back to the sky. The huge body shook loudly and remained motionless. Killed with one blow. The destructive power is much stronger than imagined. Immediately, Ji Yuan waved his hand and the 2 beasts came closer. He took out the orange skill core given by Tan He from the royal ring and said, "Release your soul power and touch it." After saying this, he also released his soul power to explore the core of the skill. Bang! Moment. An ethereal, melodious and deep sound wave spreads in my mind. Ji Yuan felt as if he had entered some mysterious space. Initially, our ancestors who created skills could only record all the details of their skills in books in order to preserve and pass them down because the technology at that time did not allow it. Now, after thousands of years of development and with increasingly advanced technology, the content that was once in books has begun to be implanted into chips, shaping the core of skills. With just soul power contact, you can obtain everything about the skills. Complicated, obscure, and difficult to understand knowledge flowed into Ji Yuan's brain like a tide along with his soul power. For a moment, he only felt a headache, but fortunately the feeling did not last long. Soon, he got relevant information. Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault. Required conditions: control 2 beasts at the same time, and one of the beasts must have electric attributes. Introduction: an extremely rare resonance-type combat skill, created by the top beastmaster of the ancient century, the Beast King, a fatal attack launched by the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster in combination. The combat skills consist of 3 parts: Beastmaster, Soul Shock, Electric Beastmaster, Lightning Flash, any Beastmaster, Phantom Assault. Note: after releasing the combat skill, there will be a short period of weakness. The power of this combat skill is affected by the Beastmaster's soul power qualification and the Beastmaster's bloodline level. The introduction of the skills made Ji Yuan raise his brows slightly. Apart from the familiar words, Beast King, this skill is simply tailor-made for him. The power of combat skills is affected by soul power qualifications and bloodline level. Ji Yuan not only possesses the highest special grade qualifications, but his beast control is also at the top level of the Emperor grade. The power of most skills/combat techniques in the world depends only on the bloodline level of the Beastmaster, and it is rare that the Beastmaster's soul power is also taken into account. Beast King. When the skill introduction faded away, all the key contents of his part of Soul Shock converged in his mind like an ocean current and were deeply engraved. Ji Yuan exited the skill core, closed his eyes and felt it, trying to read and master it. At the side, Ming and Shanpa also had their eyes slightly closed. As Beast Masters, except for their inability to speak, their intelligence and thinking were not much different from those of ordinary people. This is also the key to their ability to learn new skills. After a while, Ji Yuan slowly opened his eyes. I see. As a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, the soul power that was filled in his entire body seemed to collapse suddenly. The soul power flowing throughout the body shrinks into a point and gathers at the heart. Swish. Suddenly, the soul power that had shrunk to the extreme exploded in an instant. At the moment when it was about to break out of the body, Ji Yuan hurriedly suppressed it to prevent it from overflowing. Bang! But it seems difficult to suppress it. The shock wave condensed by soul power exploded from his body, shocking Shanpa and Ming next to him so much that they almost counterattacked subconsciously. Then, the two beasts saw Ji Yuan touching the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Sorry, I couldn't help it. He was a little embarrassed, but very surprised. What kind of person is this Beast King who can create such powerful skills? Because most combat skills are created around the individual strength of the Beastmaster. As for the skills that Beastmasters can learn, they are mostly about self-preservation and defense. Conventional battles are definitely centered around taming beasts. However, the highly offensive combat skill, Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault, emphasizes the Beastmaster as the leader. The first step for Ji Yuan to master, Soul Shock, is to gather all the soul power in his body at the heart position in 0.01 seconds, just like he did just now, and then suddenly explode. At the same time, he must ensure that his soul power does not overflow from his body. He must repeat this process and achieve 100% success before he can proceed to the next step. Obviously, the first attempt just failed. I felt weak as if my soul had been overdrawn. More haste, less speed. I had to take it slow. In the days that followed, Ji Yuan would take time out in the morning and evening every day to take Ming and Shanpa to the mountains outside the city for training. At noon, I spent the time playing with Mu Xuxin. According to Mu Xuxin, her mother imprisoned her in the Mu family and rarely let her leave, so she wanted to have a good time before going back. The reason she was released this time was because the Beast Taming Alliance was paying attention to the incident of Tan He being ambushed, and her mother asked her to bring a message to Tan He. Because Mu Xuxin was outgoing and talkative, the two of them didn't feel awkward after spending a few days together. For a whole week, Ji Yuan accompanied her shopping and eating. Until this day. After a week of practice, Ji Yuan's proficiency in the first step of Soul Shock has reached nearly 90%. With another day, he will be able to master it. After all, this is a skill that only a 5th grade Beastmaster can learn. During this period, Ji Yuan also tried to use Ming and Shanpa at the same time in battle. But maybe it was because he did not open up the beast taming space. At most, you can only drive 2 beasts at the same time for 1 minute. After a minute, his soul power will be exhausted, and the worst result will be falling into a coma. The progress of Ming and Shanpa's skill mastery is not very optimistic either. Ming is relatively better, but Shanpa learns very slowly because of his negative talent, may be useful. Ji Yuan also learned about it during these few days. In the combination skill, Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault, Ming's, Phantom Assault, and Shanpa's, Lightning Flash, are both auxiliary skills. The effect of both skills is to use soul power to create clones to distract the enemy's attention, and then Ji Yuan's, Soul Shock, will deliver a fatal blow. Perhaps this is why learning is so difficult. During the 7 days, Ming could only use his soul power to conjure up a phantom, which could not be mistaken for the real thing. But Shanpa couldn't even create a phantom. Don't be discouraged, we still have about 20 days. Under the cover of night, Ji Yuan rode on Shanpa's back and patted its head. At the side, Ming raised his head, a cloud of green air came out of his nose, and he raised his eyebrows at Shanpa, as if laughing at it. Roar! Shanpa was a little annoyed and bluffed symbolically. Then, Ming looked at Ji Yuan innocently. Don't act pitiful. If a fight breaks out, I won't help you. Seeing Ming's appearance, Ji Yuan laughed and scolded. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Mu Shushin. Looking at the name on the caller ID, he was stunned for a moment. As soon as he answered the call, the energetic female voice rang out. Ji Yuan. Are you free tomorrow? Nonsense, what do you want to do? Tomorrow, take me to Withered Valley. Chapter 43, Return to the Withered Valley. Why do you have a special obsession with Withered Valley? The next day, Ji Yuan got up early and was taken directly to Fenghen town by Mu Shushin. He sat in the passenger seat with sleepy eyes, looking at Mu Shushin's perfect profile, feeling a little confused. Since the day she landed in Linyun City, she has been talking about Withered Valley. Because of my mom. Mu Shushin, who was driving, answered seriously. Your mom? What kind of reason is this? Ji Yuan was a little surprised. You mean, your mother asked you to go to the Withered Valley for her? What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Shushin glared at him and said, Old Tan and my mother met in the Withered Valley. At that time, Old Tan was just a 9th-rank beastmaster who had just signed a contract. She had a smile on her face and her eyes were full of happiness, but there was also a hint of regret hidden in them. So this is where my parents got engaged. Ji Yuan suddenly realized, no wonder she made such a strong request. However, Uncle Tan repeatedly told me not to take you out of the city. Is that really okay? Oh, just go find the place where they took the photo. It won't take too long. Mu Shushin said, besides, Old Tan left Linyun City early this morning and won't be back for a while, what are you afraid of? Ji Yuan curled his lips, okay, I'll listen to you. It's a good opportunity to see if I can encounter new Imperial remains on this trip. Now that he had officially entered the 6th rank, he could already contract a 3rd beast. Judging from the current progress, the Star Peak Griffin is the best choice. However, the completeness of its remains is stuck at 55%, neither higher nor lower. After conversion, its bloodline level is probably only at the Overlord level. His psychological expectation is 70%. Even if it is not at the Imperial level, it is right between legend and myth. Most of the remains of the Imperial creatures are still buried deep underground and are difficult to excavate, so we can only do it slowly. When the two drove to Fenghen town, they went straight to Huiyun's house under Ji Yuan's guidance. When I saw Huiyun again, he had an untidy beard and looked much more aged. What's wrong with you? Ji Yuan was surprised. The changes were so great in just 2 months. However, he soon realized that all of Huiyun's beasts were buried in the Beast King's secret realm, and perhaps this incident was too much of a blow to him. After all, beast tamers are companions that require a lot of effort and energy to train. Huiyun waved his hands, as if he didn't want to talk about the past. Let's not talk about this. The reason you came here this time is... Nothing, I just wanted to leave the car with you. We need to go into Withered Valley. Ji Yuan did not deliberately introduce Mu Shushin's identity because Tan he had instructed him to do so. Withered Valley. Huiyun glanced at Mu Shushin and said to him, the terrain in the valley is complicated and it's easy to get lost. Do you need me to take you there? This sentence made Ji Yuan stunned, your current state. I'm fine. Huiyun smiled and waved his hand, and a strong and sturdy rhinoceros appeared in the yard. This one-horned rhino is very common in the mountains. I tamed it a while ago. Ji Yuan jumped onto the rhinoceros's back. There were still several customized seats on its broad and flat back. This big rhino looks exactly the same as when we first met. Thank you for leading the way, tour guide Hua. Ji Yuan smiled and said that the valley was indeed different from other places. It would be better to have someone familiar leading the way. It's okay. After 2 months of rest, it's time for me to get back to my old job. Huiyun asked the two to wait for a moment while he went back to his room to take care of things. More than 10 minutes later, Huiyun, who had shaved his beard and tidied himself up, once again controlled the rhinoceros and carried the two people towards the valley. Along the way, Mu Shushin chattered non-stop. She seemed very excited, especially about the seat on the rhino's back, which was so novel. In front, Huiyun glanced at her and whispered to Ji Yuan, "Your girlfriend? Why does she seem to be just like Xiao Shan? She talks a lot." "No, just ordinary friends." Ji Yuan smiled and shook her head. Her chatterbox nature was indeed very similar to Xiao Shan's. The two chatted casually, and Mu Shushin took out her phone and took selfies from various angles on the rhino's back. After shooting for a while, he felt unsatisfied and pulled Ji Yuan to force himself into the shot. Ji Yuan had no choice but to accompany her to take a few photos as she pestered him. 10 minutes later, Mu Shushin finally calmed down. She was holding her phone and screening photos. When she saw the photo of the two of them, she couldn't stop laughing. "Ha ha ha, he looks quite handsome normally, but he becomes stupid when the photo is taken." Hearing this, Ji Yuan glanced at her indifferently. "Hey, you're not going to be angry, are you?" Seeing him like this, Mu Shushin quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Don't be angry, in fact, I am actually praising you." "Thank you. This is the first time I've heard someone use the word stupid to praise someone." "Hey, don't be so petty. When we get back home tonight, I'll treat you to a big dinner." "Real? When have I, Mu Shushin, ever told a lie?" "Okay, I'll have the Emperor's set meal." "Ji Yuan. The Emperor's set meal costs 30,000, you are blackmailing me." In this way, the two of them bickered with each other, and Huiyun controlled the rhinoceros and gradually went deep into the mountains. During this period of time, whenever the two of them quarreled, the talkative Mu Shushin was always defeated by Ji Yuan. This time was no exception. She quickly gave up, pouted her lips, and stopped talking angrily. Ji Yuan found her look funny and was about to say something else when he noticed that white mist was gradually spreading around them. "Brace yourself, we are entering the Withered Valley." Huiyun's voice rang out. The temperature dropped sharply, and they initially walked on a wide dirt road. But as we entered the Withered Valley, the surrounding woods suddenly increased. The trees were covered with green vegetation, the air was mixed with moisture and fragrance, and there was vast white mist. It was completely different from the road leading into the mountain. Moreover, strange noises could be heard from time to time in the fog. For a moment, Ji Yuan seemed to have returned to the secret realm of the Beast King, and bad memories came to his mind. Mu Shushin took out her cell phone, handed it to Huiyun, and said, "Guide Hua, can you find this place?" The picture on the phone is a photo. The two protagonists of the photo are a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Both of them had a faint smile on their faces. The background of the photo is an extremely thick tree trunk. The tree trunk is dark, and judging from the photo alone, it seems that even if 5 people hold hands, they may not be able to hug it. "1,000-year-old tree, you want to go here?" Huiyun is not called a tour guide for nothing. He recognized this place immediately. This 1,000-year-old tree seems to have a special magnetic field. No creature in the Withered Valley will approach it. It's a good place. As we went deeper, the fog became thicker. Huiyun controlled the rhino and shuttled through the woods. He didn't see any other people on the way. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of people in the Withered Valley. Ji Yuan asked his question, but Huiyun simply sped up the rhino and made up an excuse. This scene made Ji Yuan feel a little strange, but because He trusted him very much, he didn't think much about it. As the thick fog gradually faded, the rhino's footsteps slowly stopped. In front of them was an extremely wide open space. Apart from a towering tree, there are no other trees within a radius of hundreds of meters. "This is it," Huiyun said. Mu Shushin couldn't wait to jump off the ground and ran towards the so-called 1,000-year-old tree. Ji Yuan frowned slightly and followed him down. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. Just at this moment. "I have already brought the people here. Other matters have nothing to do with me." Huiyun shouted loudly for no apparent reason, and then he rode his rhinoceros directly into the fog. At the same time, huge black shadows began to appear all around. Chapter 44. Attack from an extinct civilization. Careful. Above the sky, the sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. Ji Yuan's expression changed drastically. He stepped forward and grabbed Mu Shushin, who was about to approach the 1,000-year-old tree. The two of them stepped back. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and a tall figure appeared right where Mu Shushin was just now. Who is it? Mu Shushin was frightened by the sudden loud noise and broke out in a cold sweat. I saw a figure standing up, more than 4 meters tall, with a gloomy face, and it was a man. How is it possible for someone to be 4 meters tall? Ji Yuan's heart was pounding as he looked at the man's body, which was covered with black hair and had 4 protruding pectoral muscles. This one looks like both a human and a monkey. Human-faced ape. At first glance, Mu Shushin recognized the creature. Thick fog rolled around them, and black figures rushed towards the two of them. Ji Yuan clenched his fists, blue flames surged, and the auspicious beast chilin in its youth suddenly appeared. Boom! The shock of the imperial bloodline exploded, directly dispersing the thick fog, revealing the creatures that were frightened in place. Firestorm! Ji Yuan roared, and the netherworld flame in Ming's body spread wildly in all directions like a storm. The horrifying temperature caused the air to distort, but the mad ape with a human face did not dodge or evade, allowing the flames to burn its body as it walked towards the two with heavy steps. It's useless. The man-faced ape is the nemesis of the fire element. Mu Shushin's voice rang out. She was stunned for a moment because of Ming's appearance. Immune to fire again. Is this a rare item? Ji Yuan complained in his heart. Before he could switch to Flash Soul and appear, he heard a delicate shout, Shigua, use, swift wind strangulation. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind suddenly arose from the ground, and Ji Yuan clearly saw a snake-shaped shadow rushing towards the neck of the human-faced ape. A pale blue light suddenly appeared, and Mu Shushin shouted, strangle. Swish! Blood splattered, and the human-faced ape's head, as big as a wheel, fell to the ground. But that's not all. Mu Shushin stretched out her slender fingers and drew circles in the air. In Ji Yuan's sight, the snake-like light and shadow followed her gestures, carrying the gust of wind and cutting madly on the body of the human-faced ape. The human-faced mad ape has extremely strong vitality. Even if it is beheaded, it can still survive for at least 10 minutes. We must kill it completely in one go. Mu Shushin explained to him. In just a few seconds, the 4-meter-tall human-faced ape was cut into pieces, bloody red blood flowed all over the ground, and the pungent fishy smell irritated the nasal cavity. Ji Yuan looked aside blankly, while Mu Shushin clapped her hands expressionlessly. Such decisive killing makes it difficult for people to associate her with the beauty and liveliness in her daily life. Look at what I am doing. When you encounter danger in the wild, you must act decisively and leave no room for maneuver. My mom taught me this, and I've kept it in mind. How's that? Isn't it great? Mu Shushin felt a little proud when she saw his surprised expression. Don't be happy too soon. Ji Yuan shook his head, his eyes solemn and extremely confused. What the hell is Huiyun doing? From what he just said, we can tell that someone has been waiting here. The beasts that pounced from all directions were frightened by Ming. The blue and white chilin auspicious beast held its head high, with strong flames surging in its body. At this time, 3 figures appeared in front of us. The 3 men were wearing blood-red clothes and had white patterns on their faces, just like the natives living in the Withered Valley. How so? Mu Shushin murmured in his ear, and Ji Yuan heard a hint of panic. Do you know him? He quickly turned his head. I've seen this kind of dress in ancient books, but there's no reason for it. Mu Shushin's eyes were filled with disbelief. She looked at Ji Yuan and said suspiciously, the way these people dress is from an extinct civilization. Extinction of civilization? What kind of term is this from ancient times? Who are they coming for? Oh no. Mu Shushin whispered, I used a special communicator to contact Lao Tan, but it seems that the signal was blocked by some force and could not be sent out. In front, the frightened beasts regained their senses and rushed forward again. Ming stepped forward, and the netherworld flame transformed into several fireballs, crashing into the group of beasts. The horrifically high burning temperatures, coupled with the scorching of their souls, caused the beasts to be burned to ashes with only a few screams. As Ming entered adolescence, the attack power of the nether flame also increased a lot. This amazing effect made Mu Shushin's eyes sparkle. She knew that Ji Yuan was also a 6th grade beast, and she also knew that the bloodline level of this beast was mythical. But in the hands of a 6th-rank beastmaster, it has such power, which is indeed beyond the passing line. After the death of these beasts, the ground shook violently, and then huge figures appeared one after another. Soul Scorpion. Ji Yuan frowned and looked at the 3 figures with extremely unique shapes in the distance. They have the ability to control wild animals. Mu Shushin's face was solemn. You have to remember, when the fight starts, never engage in close combat with them. Also, you must take back your beast when they control it. As the Soul Scorpion charged forward, Mu Shushin once again summoned out the wind-attributed snake-shaped beast. This time, Ji Yuan saw clearly that it was a snake with 2 pairs of thin wings. Shigua, Yu's, Lingfeng Thorn. A strangely shaped snake flew into the air, and then a huge shadow emerged. The phantom spread its huge wings, and countless light blue pointed feathers shot down from the sky. However, these seemingly sharp wings were broken the moment they collided with the scorpion's shell, and seemed unable to penetrate its defense. This scene reminded Ji Yuan of the time in the mine when Lu Hen's muscle kangaroo was unable to cause much damage to the soul scorpion. What a thick scorpion shell! Seeing that her attack did not work, Mu Shushin waved her hand, the little snake disappeared, and the air instantly boiled. Roar! From the void, a huge black shadow with blazing flames all over its body leaped out. Ji Yuan was surprised to find that this was actually a giant stone statue. Apples, smash them! As Mu Shushin finished speaking, the giant flaming stone statue leaped high into the air, and its terrifying body weighing 1,000 pounds fell into the group of scorpions, causing a loud and shocking noise. Perhaps a more powerful force is indeed needed. The Colossus swung his fists and these soul scorpions were directly flattened. At this moment, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh, this is the fighting power that a prominent family should have. In fact, during this period of time, he had learned from Zhao Shan that Su Xinyan's status in the Su family was very low, and he could even be said to be a marginal person. Although she is a member of the Su family, she has never enjoyed any family resources or training. If her grandfather had not been the current head of the Su family, Su Xinyan would probably not even be able to stay in the family. Of course, Zhao Shan also learned these secrets from his father Zhao Tianho. At this moment, looking at Mu Shushin, who is also from one of the 5 major families, being so powerful, he felt a little emotional. Being born in such an environment is not necessarily lucky. What other means do you have? Use them all. Soon, Mu Shushin's Colossus eliminated all the scorpions. She was having a great time fighting, and she leaned her slender waist and shouted provocatively at the other party. At this moment, Ji Yuan suddenly discovered that a faint red gas began to appear around the bodies of the 3 people. The next moment. Soul-disturbing moment. Ji Yuan and Mu Shushin both stood there in a daze. The 2 men had dull eyes and wooden expressions, as if their souls had been ripped out of their bodies. Their respective beasts dissipated directly and they were forced to return to the beast taming seal. Chapter 45, Soul Power Corner Lair. Soul-disturbing. The moment these 2 words rang out, Ji Yuan felt his eyes go dark and an inexplicable whisper linger in his ears. He wanted to struggle, but he was like being possessed by a ghost and couldn't move. What kind of method is this? The whispers continued, making him gradually anxious. This was a situation he had never encountered before. He tried to call out to Ming and Shanpa in his heart, but he felt as if the connection with the 2 beasts had been severed. His brain raced, and finally, he decided to give it a try. He calmed his mind, and the chaotic soul power in his body suddenly quieted down at this moment, and began to shrink to the heart at the speed of light. Bang! This time, he did not suppress it, and the surging soul power like waves broke through his body, causing a terrifying shock. Moment. His consciousness returned to normal. The whisper in his ear faded away, and his vision returned. He was horrified to find that the 3 strange-looking guys were actually very close. Beside him, Mu Shushin, who had also lost consciousness, came back to his senses because of his soul stirring. She was breathing rapidly, her eyes full of fear, and looked at Ji Yuan in suspicion, only to see that his face was pale. You. I have detonated my soul power and will be weak for a while. Can you hold on? Ji Yuan's eyes turned black, and an endless feeling of weakness was about to engulf his consciousness. This is for you. Mu Shushin immediately took out a bottle of light blue liquid the size of oral liquid from the royal ring. This is soul power replenishment fluid. These guys have special skills. I can't be their opponent alone. After saying that, she summoned the burning colossus again and rushed towards the three people. When Ji Yuan heard this, he was like, WTF, there is such a thing. He quickly grabbed it, unscrewed the lid and swallowed the whole thing. Suddenly, a warm current gathered in the abdomen, and the exhausted soul power was greatly replenished in an instant. Awesome! After his strength was restored, Ji Yuan summoned Ming again. The netherworld flames swept out along with the burning giant statue and enveloped the three strange people. But then, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. When the burning colossus's fists that could crush the soul scorpion fell, the three men actually raised their hands and threw out punches as well. There was a muffled explosion, and the burning giant was actually pushed back by them. The netherworld flame also arrived at this time, but it could not cause any harm to these people. What is going on? Ji Yuan looked at Mu Shushin, she was the only one who understood. The other party is sure of our rank, we can't hurt them at all. Their appearance is covered with an invisible soul keratin, which cannot be penetrated by ordinary beast attacks. She looked at Ji Yuan with a sullen expression, what should we do? We must use soul resonance to break through this layer of keratin, but we are only level 6. Soul resonance is needed. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ji Yuan roared in his heart, and immediately ordered, Ming, release, flame storm. Didn't you understand? Ordinary attacks won't work. Only the 5th rank. Mu Shushin thought he didn't believe it, but the next moment, she opened her eyes wide. The raging blue flames rolled in and submerged the three people. At first, they didn't care. A sneer appeared on Ji Yuan's lips, and his soul power flowed into the netherworld flame. Boom! The fire spread wildly, and the resonance from the special grade soul power qualification greatly enhanced the soul-burning property of the netherworld flame. In an instant, the expressions of the three strange-looking people changed for the first time. Visible cracks appeared on the surface of their skin. The netherworld flames extended along the crack, and in an instant, screams and wails sounded at the same time. You can actually resonate. Mu Shushin was surprised and happy, and looked at Ji Yuan with disbelief. Call out. But before they could be happy, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind behind them. A white object hit Mu Shushin. The huge impact force made her unable to control herself. She pounced towards Ji Yuan, and both of them fell to the ground. This sudden scene interrupted Ming's concentration, and the netherworld flame was about to go out. Go on, don't. Ji Yuan, who was lying on the ground, shouted hurriedly, but Ming's body also flew backwards, and the netherworld flame was extinguished. Well. Mu Shushin pressed her whole body on Ji Yuan, her pretty face wrinkled, sweat beads on her forehead, it seemed that she was seriously injured. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the sky. Ji Yuan's pupils shrank. He made a quick decision, put his hands on Mu Shushin's chest and pushed her away. Ah! When her sensitive parts were attacked, she screamed immediately, but before she could say anything, she watched a white figure falling from the sky. Swish! Ugh! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh and Ji Yuan's cry of pain was heard at the same time. Mu Shushin opened her eyes wide and opened her red lips slightly, Ji Yuan. It turned out that the thing that attacked the two people was a white rat with sharp horns on its head. Ji Yuan was no stranger to this creature. It was almost identical to the Yojiao rat found deep in the mines of Hongling City. At this moment, the sharp horn of the white horn rat pierced his left abdomen, and the severe pain of torn flesh made his brows twisted into a knot. Ouch! Ming felt that Ji Yuan was injured, and he let out a roar, and the flames of the underworld burned towards him. The terrifying high temperature caused the horned rat to pull out its sharp horns and retreat. Ji Yuan. Mu Shushin hurried forward and picked him up with red eyes. She was extremely ashamed and angry just now, but now she knew that Ji Yuan's action was to save her. There was not only severe pain at the wound, but also a slight numbness. Toxin. Ji Yuan took out 2 remaining detoxification and hemostatic pills from the imperial ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he staggered to his feet with the help of Mu Shushin. In the distance, the trio who had just been burned by the netherworld flame were gasping for breath on the ground. It was obvious that the raid was not theirs. Then, there is only one possibility. Huiyun. Ji Yuan looked at the man who walked out from behind the 1,000-year-old tree, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Your beast. That's right. Actually, my beastmaster didn't die in the Beast King's secret realm at all. Huiyun spread his hands helplessly. Ji Yuan, you are such an unlucky guy. Generally speaking, beastmasters below the 6th rank are not within our hunting range. But you always happen to be with people from the 5 major families, alas. Huiyun shook his head. Last time in the Beast King's secret realm, I thought the 3 of you were definitely dead, but who knew that you all survived? I was forced to bring you back with me. Unfortunately, you won't be that lucky this time. He looked at Mu Shushin. You have been trying to contact Tan He, right? Hey, the magnetic field in the Withered Valley is unique. Any technology entering here will be useless. Don't waste your energy. You young masters and young ladies from the 5 major families will one day be trained to become high-level beast masters. You are too much of a threat to us, so we have to get rid of you. At this moment, Ji Yuan looked to his side suddenly and saw Ming's steps becoming disorderly, and he fell headfirst to the ground. Hey, is the poison acting up? Huiyun laughed strangely. This toxin is not fatal, but it can make any creature temporarily lose its ability to move. At the same time, Mu Shushin's face gradually turned pale, and all the strength in her body seemed to be drained away, and she collapsed to the ground. I've been lurking in this damn place for more than 10 years. Today, I was finally able to personally kill a young beastmaster from one of the 5 great families. Haha. HAA. Huiyun laughed sickly, and looked at Mu Shushin with a vicious look in his eyes. Your head can be exchanged for something I've always dreamed of. Prepare to die. Chapter 46 Bloody Battle. When Huiyun wanted to control the beast to attack, Mu Shushin used up her last bit of strength and the burning giant in the distance leaped over. Huiyun sneered and summoned the rhinoceros that was used as a mount. After the rhinoceros appeared, it used the single horn on its head to directly meet the giant's fists. Bang! The ground collapsed instantly, but the rhinoceros stood still, and even pushed the burning colossus away with a little effort. I also have an antidote, but it will be slow to work. Can you hold on? Mu Shushin's lips turned pale and cold sweat kept oozing out of her forehead. She looked at Ji Yuan, her heart filled with despair. Let me answer for you. Huiyun strolled around the garden, as if everything was under his control. He looked at Ji Yuan and sneered, he only has this one beast that can change its attributes. If you pin your hopes on him, you are making a big mistake, Miss Mu. Back in the Beast King's secret realm, Ji Yuan deliberately dealt with Zhao Shan's words, and Huiyun really took it seriously. On the one hand, there can be no thunder creatures in the Beast King's secret realm, which is incompatible with the forbidden crab. So at the beginning, he directly ruled out the possibility that Ji Yuan had contracted a new beast in the secret realm. On the other hand, he had received accurate information from Tan He that Ji Yuan only had one beast. Huiyun believed that he had been lurking for more than 10 years without revealing any flaws, otherwise, why would Tan He have entrusted Ji Yuan to him during the trip to Withered Valley? Tan He would never lie to him. Don't struggle, Miss Mu. I will be gentle. He laughed and stepped closer. Ji Yuan lowered his eyelids. He didn't expect that the deliberate actions he had taken in the secret realm had laid the groundwork for this moment. Let him come. I'll let you move again. Mu Shushin struggled to get up, but suddenly heard Ji Yuan's whisper. Her eyes flickered. At this life-threatening moment, she didn't want to trust anyone. But thinking about how he pushed me away just now, and my current very bad condition, I could only choose to believe him. At this time, Ji Yuan let out a long breath, as if accepting his fate, and took back the beast taming seal from Ming. Huiyun couldn't hide his smile. The rhino disappeared and a white-horned rat appeared on his left shoulder. As long as you are within 8 steps, the U-horned rat can kill you with one strike. He thought to himself that the human-faced mad ape at the beginning was one of his 3 beasts. At that time, he didn't expect that the human-faced ape would be killed instantly. The rhino's attack method is too obvious, and the distance required to kill the horned rat is very close. Therefore, he showed up on his own initiative. Although he seemed to be talking nonsense, his purpose was to get close to the 2 of them and create conditions for killing the U-horned rat. Huiyun glanced at the injured Ji Yuan and Mu Xuxin who was suffering from the poison attack. Somehow, he felt an inexplicable palpitation towards Ji Yuan. This feeling would not appear without reason. In his heart, he immediately decided to kill Ji Yuan first. But just when he was only one step away from launching an attack. Behind him, the burning colossus suddenly raised his fists and smashed down at him. Huiyun snorted coldly, and the rhinoceros appeared again to block the attack of the colossus. Shoo! Suddenly, thunder roars. What? Huiyun turned around suddenly and saw a black shadow rushing towards him. Flash dance. As Ji Yuan's roar was heard, Huiyun was hit head-on by a car and flew backwards. The electric attribute that made him scream resonated in his body. At the same time, lightning burst out from the lightning dance and flew towards the rhino, shocking the big guy so much that his four legs were upside down and swaying wildly. Ji Yuan turned around without stopping. Behind them, three strange-looking people were running towards them, almost approaching them. Ji Yuan stretched out his palm and roared, "Spark soul, release, crazy explosion." Roar. Shanpa bared his teeth and roared, lightning condensed in his mouth, and in an instant. Bang! 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 3 lightning balls spurted out and hit the target accurately. Aya. Without the protection of the soul horn layer, their flesh and blood were simply not strong enough to withstand such an attack and were directly annihilated in the horrific explosion. The residual power of the explosion dissipated, and 2 of the 3 people were directly blown into pieces, while the remaining one seemed to have recondensed a corner layer of soul power at the moment the attack came. A trace of relief appeared on his face. But before he could catch his breath, lightning condensed again in Shanpa's mouth. This time, Ji Yuan separated a trace of his soul power. Bang! A soul-shaking roar echoed throughout the forest, causing all nearby creatures to become dazed for a moment. After dealing with the last strange man, Ji Yuan turned around. Huiyun lay on the ground, staring at the giant black wolf, roaring in his heart, "How is this possible? How could he really have a lightning beast?" Mu Xuxin, slumped on the ground, looked at the sudden reversal of the situation, staring at Ji Yuan's thin back with flickering eyes. "I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply." After spending so many days together, even she didn't know that the other party actually had a lightning-type beast. At this moment, offense and defense changed. Ji Yuan walked forward slowly, and as he watched the rhino tumbling and struggling, his heart moved. Bang! 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 Several lightning balls shot out and blasted it into pieces. Then, Shanpa appeared in front of Huiyun, with his bloody mouth wide open. A ball of lightning condensed and aimed directly at his head. As long as he dares to make any move, Shanpa will kill him without hesitation. "So, you did it on purpose in the Beast King's secret realm 2 months ago?" Ji Yuan looked down at him from above. Huiyun suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Boo! A moment. The thick trunk of the 1,000-year-old tree exploded, and a scarlet spear pierced out and shot towards Ji Yuan's heart. This sudden spear was so fast that there was no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Ji Yuan subconsciously turned his body. Swish! The scarlet spear pierced through his left shoulder, leaving a bloody hole, and then went straight into the ground, turning into a spot of light and dissipating. Ji Yuan groaned. If he hadn't experienced the piercing pain when Ming advanced, he would have fainted from the pain. He covered the wound with his palm, a large amount of blood dripped down his arm madly, and his face turned pale instantly. Ji Yuan. The situation reversed again. Mu Xuxin, who had recovered some strength, rushed forward. When he saw the penetrating wound on his shoulder, his face changed drastically. "I'm fine, ready to fight." Ji Yuan shook his head and looked behind the 1,000-year-old tree. When a man walked out, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted. Secretary Lin. This inconspicuous person beside Tan, he is the mastermind behind everything today. Lin Huan. You can even miss a sneak attack. Huiyun got up from the ground and cursed. Secretary Lin ignored him and leaned slightly towards Ji Yuan. As he did every time they met, he said, "I'm sorry." Then he raised his hand and clenched the air. Swish! A scarlet spear condensed out of thin air. Without further ado, he threw it at the two again. To be precise, he was aiming at Mu Xuxin. Secretary Lin moved so quickly that the spear appeared and was thrown in a split second. Chapter 47, Kirin on the left, Wolf Lord on the right. The poison in Mu Xuxin's body has not been completely eliminated yet, and she can only watch the spear rushing towards her. At the critical moment, Ji Yuan used his body to push her away. Then, when the scarlet spear was about to pierce his head, he shouted, "Soul Flash!" Boom! A ball of lightning flew out and exploded after colliding with the spear, emitting a deafening roar. Ji Yuan was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion and kept rolling on the ground. Shanpa approached in an instant and used his wolf head to press against his body. Mu Xuxin also came running over at this time, and with a wave of her hand, a breath of vitality emerged. She summoned a third beast, which looked like a colorful butterfly. The moment the butterfly appeared, it immediately emitted green light, which flowed into the wound on Ji Yuan's left shoulder. Suddenly, Ji Yuan felt the severe pain in his left shoulder eased, and the wound healed visibly. Mu Xuxin helped him up, her eyes were misty, and no one knew what she was thinking. Secretary Lin saw that his attack was ineffective again, so he sighed softly, raised his head, and said with emotion, "Actually, I quite enjoyed this experience." After saying that, he raised his hand, grabbed his clothes and tore them. Sizzle! The formal clothes were torn off, revealing a set of blood-red clothes. Then, white patterns began to appear on his skin, like some kind of mark or rune, which was extremely strange and weird. Almost exactly the same as the 3 people who were killed previously. What on earth does this represent? Be careful, this Ji Yuan somehow managed to produce a resonance effect at only the 6th rank. Your soul power is useless to him. Later, Huiyun watched Secretary Lin's transformation with his eyes full of longing. Then let's make a quick decision. Secretary Lin muttered to himself. Bang! In a flash, Secretary Lin's figure shot out like a cannonball. A muffled sound was heard, and Mu Xuxin summoned a burning colossus to stand in front of the 2 men. But Secretary Lin just threw a punch. Bang! With one punch, the burning giant was turned into rubble all over the sky, and its entire body exploded. Apple. This scene made Mu Xuxin dumbfounded. She had never thought that her apple would be blown up by a punch. Ji Yuan's pupils trembled. Secretary Lin did not use any beast control. What on earth is going on? Could it be that there is such a school of thought in this world that allows the body to be sanctified? Are you kidding me? Without time to think, he quickly grabbed Mu Xuxin and whispered quickly, "Do you still have that soul power replenishing liquid?" You. Mu Xuxin was stunned, and then quickly replied, "This kind of thing cannot be taken continuously in a short period of time, it will have side effects." What are the side effects? In as short as a few seconds or as long as 10 minutes, he will fall into a coma. Give me. Ji Yuan did not hesitate. Seeing the madness in his eyes, Mu Xuxin knew that now was not the time to hesitate, so she gritted her teeth, took out the royal ring and handed it to him. Then Ji Yuan said, "I will try my best to delay them, for 3 minutes at most. You have to find a way to contact Tan He during this time. My soul power will be exhausted in 3 minutes. If you still can't contact Tan He, take me and run away. As long as we leave the depths of the Withered Valley and go to the outskirts, they shouldn't attack us again." Now think about it, why did Huiyun choose to take action when they were deep inside? It must be because Secretary Lin's special power could not be seen in public. After saying that, without waiting for Mu Xuxin's response, he directly called Shanpa to meet Secretary Lin, who was rushing over. Explosion. Ji Yuan opened his 5 fingers and attached his soul power to the lightning ball in Shampa's mouth. Bang! The light ball was moving at an extremely fast speed, and when it hit Secretary Lin, it caused him to pause. Dark gray soul power keratin appeared on the surface of his skin. Secretary Lin seemed to be a level stronger than the 3 guys before. The violent explosion after the resonance did not cause much damage to his keratin. A 6th grade Beastmaster can actually achieve 5th grade soul resonance. Secretary Lin stared at Ji Yuan with cold eyes. "Your threat is greater than the fresh blood of the 5 major families. Today, Miss Mu can leave, but you must die." Whoosh! Taking advantage of this gap, Huiyun insidiously summoned the Yojiao rat and launched a surprise attack. He didn't want to kill, he just wanted to distract Ji Yuan. Wow! Just as the Yojiao rat was about to approach Ji Yuan, a green flame rose up. Grumble! The white-horned rat was instantly engulfed by the netherworld flames and let out a shrill cry. At the same time, Secretary Lin appeared and punched Ji Yuan in the face. Lightning dance! Shanpa's huge body collided with Secretary Lin, and he deliberately avoided his fist, knocking Secretary Lin back repeatedly. You! How is it possible? You can actually control two beasts to fight at the same time. Huiyun screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Secretary Lin narrowed his eyes and a look of shock also flashed across his face. In the back, Mu Xuxin was also stunned. At this moment, she finally understood where Ji Yuan got his confidence from. Her eyes flickered. The thin figure of this young man looked extremely reliable at this moment. There's so much you don't know. Ji Yuan laughed loudly. On his left, the blue and white chilin auspicious beast stood with its head held high. On his right, the Thunderwolf lord with a deep blue color inside his black stared at him hungrily. He has only been a beastmaster for more than 2 months, but he already possesses such combat power. The growth rate of this young man is shocking. Firestorm. Lightning dance. Explosion. The soul power in his body was rapidly depleting, but he still had a bottle of replenishing fluid, allowing him to completely let go, control the two beasts, and unleash his skills like crazy. During this time, he did not forget to release his soul power to resonate with the netherworld flame. After burning it, he let the flash soul launch, crazy explosion. Under this kind of bombardment, Secretary Lin seemed to have no other means but to put his arms in front of him to resist. His soul power layer was indeed very strong. It was not until Ji Yuan's soul power was exhausted that a crack appeared. Secretary Lin seized this momentary opportunity, rushed out, and finally launched a counterattack. The Imperial Ring flashed, Ji Yuan opened the cap of the soul power replenishing liquid and poured the light blue liquid into his mouth. Thunder Trial. When Secretary Lin was about to approach, Shanpa raised his head and howled loudly. Dark clouds gathered and thunder rolled. Huiyun's face changed drastically and he dodged backwards in panic. All his beasts were really destroyed this time and he was now a cripple. Boom! The thunder exploded and hit Secretary Lin with such force that he was sent flying several meters away. Asshole! Secretary Lin got up in a panic, veins bulging on his forehead. For so many years, he was afraid that he would find out, so he never dared to expand his strength any further. Therefore, he was unable to defeat a mere 6th-rank beastmaster. Of course, the main reason was Ji Yuan's extreme irrationality. If it weren't for the fact that the beast taming seal would still appear when Ji Yuan summoned the beast tamer, he would never have believed that a 6th-rank beast tamer was actually fighting in a 5th-rank manner. Today, it is impossible to succeed. Old Tan! Old Tan! Suddenly, Mu Xuxin shouted in surprise at the back. She had contacted Tan He. Chapter 48. Escape. Swish. Moment. The scarlet spear appears again. He wants to interrupt Mu Xuxin. But before he could launch his weapon, thunder from the skies suddenly came crashing down. Secretary Lin gritted his teeth and had to give up attacking Mu Xuxin and threw his spear towards the oncoming thunder. Bang! When the two come into contact, thunder explodes. At this time, Ji Yuan found that when he condensed the scarlet spear, the white patterns on his body faded a lot. Concentrating this thing seemed to consume a lot of his energy. We can't delay any longer. Ji Yuan drew out half of his soul power and madly injected it into the thunderclouds in the sky. Boom! For a moment, thunder poured down on Secretary Lin like a torrential rain. Due to the resonance of soul power, every time a muffled thunder sounded, it would cause the soul to stir. Secretary Lin was being bombarded by thunder, and the resonance caused him to become dazed for a moment every time he was hit, making him unable to move at all. Ah! He could only stand there and roar in despair. Lin Huan, be careful ahead. Huiyun's scream was heard. Secretary Lin was shocked and looked up quickly, only to see Ji Yuan with a strong killing intent, running towards him with the blue chilin beast. Just as he was about to retreat, thunder from the sky struck again, stirring his soul once again, and he was in a trance again. Crack! At the same time, his soul power layer finally couldn't resist anymore and shattered. Let's fight. There was madness in Secretary Lin's eyes, and a terrifying wave of energy and blood surged from his body. Ji Yuan and Ming also approached him at this moment. Ming. Use Phantom Assault. Currently, his strongest offensive method is only Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault. Although Shanpa could not participate, he just wanted to use this final attack to severely injure the opponent so that Mu Shushin could take him away. A green light flashed in Ming's beast eyes, and in an instant, an illusion that was 70% similar to it emerged. Phantom rushed to the front, Ming followed closely behind, and Ji Yuan gathered all his soul power at his heart, waiting for the moment to explode. Secretary Lin, who was bombarded by thunder, chose to give it a try without regard for the consequences. When he saw the phantom in front of him, without thinking, a dazzling blood light suddenly burst out from his chest. Call out. This bloody aura was extremely terrifying. It instantly penetrated the phantom's head, and then brushed past Ming's ears and flew high into the valley shrouded in haze. When the blood light passed through the thundercloud formed by the flashing soul, it directly shattered the thundercloud. This horrific attack seemed to have consumed a great deal of his energy. After the blood spurted out, his entire body felt weak, and his smooth skin was visibly aged. Ming stopped, and behind him, Ji Yuan raised his right fist and smashed it hard on Secretary Lin's face. The soul power that had been condensed to the extreme in his body poured out through his fist without reservation. Bang! Without the protection of the soul power keratin, the punch hit Secretary Lin's face hard, blood and broken teeth splattered everywhere, and he was knocked far away. At this point, Ji Yuan's spiritual power was completely overdrawn. He knew that this blow would not be fatal. He used up his last bit of strength to climb onto Ming's back, retracted his flash soul, and let Ming run towards Mu Shushin with all his strength. Just after running half the distance, Ji Yuan lost consciousness. This time the consumption was too thorough, causing Ming to be forced to return to the beast taming seal. Ji Yuan fell to the ground. Mu Shushin quickly helped him up and ran away without thinking. Fortunately, Hui Yun, who had killed all his beasts, did not dare to chase after them. He could only turn around and help up Secretary Lin, who had fallen to the ground. Reply. Secretary Lin looked as old as an 80-year-old man. Especially after Ji Yuan knocked out several of his teeth, it looked even more like that. His mouth was slightly open, as if he was saying something. Seeing this, Hui Yun quickly leaned over to listen. But in an instant, Secretary Lin's face turned ferocious and he hugged him. Ah! The shrill screams echoed in the foggy valley. After a while, Secretary Lin stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to his original state, and at his feet was a skeleton. Pooh! He spat at the bones, and then looked at Ji Yuan and the other two who had already disappeared, with indifference in his eyes. Ji Yuan. A 6th-rank Beastmaster has the combat power of a 5th-rank Beastmaster. If we allow him to grow, he will be an obstacle to our clan's plans. This body has been exposed and can no longer be hidden. The Beast Taming Alliance will react soon. We must tell our compatriots to strike first before being discovered by the Alliance. He did not choose to chase, but instead walked towards the depths of the Withered Valley. I don't know how much time passed. Consciousness gradually awakened from the chaos. A sobbing sound rang in my ears. Ji Yuan wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. Soon, he fell into endless darkness again. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he felt was that his head was resting on something soft. His body swayed slightly, and he tried to open his eyes, but his vision was blurry, and he seemed to be leaning on someone's legs. Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. Mu Shushin's voice rang out, but he could not respond because the darkness swallowed him up again. During this long sleep, Ji Yuan had the same dream over and over again. He dreamed of a group of people wearing blood-red clothes and with white runes painted on their faces, surrounding him and whispering. As these people whispered, his soul seemed to be pulled out of his body and left for them to eat. At this time, he saw the faces of these people clearly. They were all Secretary Lin. Hiss. Moment. Ji Yuan sat up suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his back and his heart was beating wildly. He's awake. Quickly inform Mayor Tan, Ji Yuan is awake. A nurse heard the noise and rushed out. Only then did he realize that he was lying in a hospital ward. Outside the window, it is already dark. With an 4 tube connected to his hand, he covered his forehead, feeling waves of severe pain in his head from time to time. Ji Yuan. Suddenly, a beautiful figure rushed into the ward. Before he could even look, the other person hugged him. The pleasant fragrance of osmanthus flowers penetrated into Ji Yuan's nose, relieving his headache. But he immediately broke free and said, Mu Shushin. What's wrong with me? You've been in a coma for 3 days. I was so worried about you. Unexpectedly, Mu Shushin hugged him even tighter. Cough, cough. At this moment, a cough sounded. Mu Shushin's body tensed up and she quickly jumped away. She turned around and smiled awkwardly, You are here too. He looked at his daughter speechlessly, then said to Ji Yuan seriously, the rules of the city competition have been changed. Moreover, not only the city competition, but also the national city rankings will undergo major changes. Mu Shushin stood aside, resting her hands on her waist, and said unhappily, Old Tan, Ji Yuan just woke up, can't you let him rest? He ignored her. Ji Yuan frowned and guessed, is it because of what we experienced this time? Yes. He nodded, after you, in the past 3 days, assassinations of varying degrees have occurred in other cities. These damn sewer rats are hiding so deeply. He's face was gloomy and his eyes were full of indifference. These people, what are they? Ji Yuan leaned on the hospital bed, his heart filled with endless doubts. Soon, he said an unheard of name. Cursed Soul Country. Chapter 49, Remnants of the Cursed Soul Nation. Cursed Soul Country. Ji Yuan was confused. He had never heard of such a country in the world. He raised his doubts. Mu Shushin crossed her arms and answered, in the ancient times, there were 3 major countries, the Cursed Soul Country, the Science Era, and Ardashia. Our great Xia has been focusing on beast control since ancient times, and we have adopted a contractual approach of growing together with the beasts and relying on each other. As for the Science Era, compared to beast control, they are more interested in developing technology and using the power of technology to equip themselves and their beasts. Since ancient times, Daxia and Kejiyuan have been inseparable allies, and to this day, the relationship between the 2 countries is closely linked. Only the Cursed Soul Country is full of lunatics. Mu Shushin clenched her fists, looking angry. The philosophy of the Cursed Soul Nation is to torture and kill beasts and devour their souls. They have a unique and bloody and cruel way of growing up. The people of Cursed Soul Nation are brutal, bloodthirsty, warlike and easily angered. In ancient times, they launched a war known as world destruction. The source of their power is too strange. With their soul power and unique fighting style, they defeated Daxia and Kejiyuan in the first battle. In the end, countless predecessors discovered the resonance of soul power during the battle, and were able to crack the soul power corner layer. The final outcome of the Cursed Soul Nation was that it was destroyed by the joint efforts of Kejiyuan and Daxia. As the popular science ended, Mu Shushin looked at He with a smile, how about it, Old Tan, did I miss anything? More or less. The mayor added, there is one more thing. In the ancient times, when the Cursed Soul Nation was destroyed, their core secret method was lost and has not been found. In order to prevent it from making a comeback, the Beast Tamer Alliance has just established a rule that once a Beast Tamer reaches the 5th rank, he must report to the Alliance. First, it is to reserve strength for possible wars in the future. Second, it is to prevent the remnants of the Cursed Soul Nation from secretly weakening Daxia's power. These sewer rats hide very deep and are extremely difficult to detect. A cold light flashed in He's eyes. He really didn't expect that Secretary Lin, who had followed him for many years, would actually be the remnant of the Cursed Soul. After hearing everything, Ji Yuan finally understood. If you put it this way, they are connected. During this trip to Withered Valley, he also discovered that the so-called rich ecology there was not as amazing as it was praised on the internet. I guess this is a conspiracy. Hui Yun is one of the driving forces behind this. He portrayed himself as a professional tour guide. If the person who hired him to lead the way was unimportant, he would just work normally and wait for the opportunity. But once he meets some careless young masters and young ladies from the family, he will show his claws and work together with the people in the valley to eat these people up. Then, having accomplished their goal, they can take the opportunity to disappear and act again in another place. Judging from this siege, Huiyun once said that Mu Shushin's life could allow him to exchange for the item he had always dreamed of. This is enough to show that the remnants of the cursed soul not only survived, but may have even formed a considerable force. And last time, there was a mass rampage in the mineral vein. Later, Ji Yuan heard from Zhao Shan that on that day, not only Su Xinyan and Xiao Lingjue were in the mine, but also people from the Zhang family and the Jiang family. The suddenness of this rampage of animals might have something to do with the remnants of these cursed souls. Thinking about it again, could it be that the third-grade beastmaster who died in the rampage of the beasts many years ago was killed in a carefully planned trap? Undercurrent surges. What's on your mind? Seeing Ji Yuan's serious expression, Mu Shushin asked. He told these things that he had thought of, which made Tan He and his daughter agree with him. Regarding the fact that Withered Valley may be the hiding place of the remnants of the cursed soul, I have already reported it to the Beast Taming Alliance. They will send people to investigate. What you need to do now is to recover from your injuries as quickly as possible and be in perfect condition for the city competition. Tan He looked relieved. This time, I listened to Shu Xian. You are really unexpected. Well done, you're a real man. He stretched out his hand, as if wanting to pat Ji Yuan's shoulder. He has an injury on his left shoulder. On the side, Mu Shushin shouted in a tender voice. Tan He's hand stopped in mid-air, not knowing where to put it. Take a rest first. We'll talk about changing the rules for the city competition tomorrow. After a moment, he calmly put his hand back into his pocket, left after saying his last words. Mu Shushin pulled over a stool and was about to sit down. Shushin, it's late at night, don't disturb him to rest. Tan He's voice came from the door. Mu Shushin paused, a look of shame and anger appeared on her face. Bye-bye. She said reluctantly and followed him out. On the way out, Tan He had a faint smile on his face. Well, now you should know how to tell your mother, right? I really don't know what kind of shit luck you have. Mu Shushin glanced at him. It's really a blessing for you to find Ji Yuan, a gold nugget, in such a small place. The reason why she came to Linyan City this time was actually because it involved a bet. The implications of this bet are very deep, and its origins can even be traced back to 10 years ago. Simply put, in this year's city competition, there must be someone who can represent Tan He and win a top 10 spot in this competition full of talented people. Only by doing this can Tan He win the bet. Mu Shushin's arrival was to examine this person's ability in advance. As long as her expectations are not met, there is still a chance to make amends within this last month. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan not only exceeded Mu Shushin's expectations, but even in her opinion, it would not be a big problem for Ji Yuan to break into the top 3. Dad, can I ask you something? In private, Mu Shushin still prefers to call Tan He like this. Tell me about it. Ji Yuan, did he have that? What? Tisk, oh, just a girlfriend. Mu Shushin has a straightforward personality and doesn't hold back when speaking. Tan He raised his eyebrows. Why, are you attracted to her? After all, you are 22 or 23 years old, so it is normal to have freedom in love. Actually, at the beginning, I think it might be a temporary psychological problem. Mu Shushin pouted. No one ever plays with me in the Mu family. The young masters from other families all like to act arrogant and complain that I talk too much and am annoying. But during this time in Linyan City, Ji Yuan has been with me every day. During our time together, he is different from other people. Do you know that? He is the kind of person who, how should I put it, always makes people feel comfortable when we are together, because he is very good at maintaining boundaries and never offends me. It's not that accurate to say that's all. What touched me most was that day in the Withered Valley. Mu Shushin tilted her head slightly, and the moonlight fell on her flawless white face. I saw how he remained calm in the face of danger. He stepped forward and turned the situation around when I was desperate. And the final battle against the remnants of the cursed soul nation, etc., etc. Mu Shushin raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of stars, looked at Tan He, and said, do you understand what I mean? In comparison, the things he did in daily life are. For a moment, she couldn't think of how to describe the feeling. Seeing that his daughter was at a loss for words, Tan He smiled and said, they are all plus points. Yes. That's what I mean. Mu Shushin clapped her hands and said with a smile, Dad still understands me the best. So, back to the original topic, does he have a girlfriend? Or, a sweetheart? Well, let me think about it. Tan, he pretended to think, and then answered, it seems so, and it's from the Su family. What? Really? Fake. Old Tan. Chapter 50. Meeting. That night, Ji Yuan had another strange dream about his soul being eaten. When he woke up, the sky was already turning white. I took out my cell phone and found myself bombarded with messages and calls from Zhao Shan. Among them, there was a missed call from Su Xinyan. With a frown on his face, he remembered that he had mentioned it in the group when he went to Withered Valley that day. Su Xinyan also sent a lot of messages. He took a comprehensive look and found that the two of them had actually agreed to meet in Linyan City in the group. I looked at the time and saw that it was sent last night. Just as I was about to contact the two people, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Old G. Zhao Shan was wrapped up like a dumpling, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and ran towards him with a big laugh. Looking at his appearance, it seems like he is planning to make a direct pounce. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a small white hand grabbed his collar. Zhao Shan. Keep your voice down, this is a hospital. Su Xinyan was behind, wearing a creamy white down jacket. Her delicate oval face was hidden under a blue scarf, with only a pair of clear eyes showing. As winter approaches, the temperature drops a lot. Ji Yuan leaned back on the hospital bed, looking at the two of them, a smile involuntarily appearing on the corners of his mouth. Who would have thought that we would meet again in the hospital a month later? The two men walked to the bed, and Zhao Shan looked around him. Su Xin asked with concern, how is it, are you okay? Ji Yuan shook his head, how did you find this place? Hey, my dad knows Mayor Tan. I saw that you haven't been heard from for a few days, so I asked him to ask. I heard that you were surrounded and attacked again. Zhao Shan looked at him with some admiration, this time, is it that Zhang Jilin again? No, it's Huiyun. Ji Yuan said softly. Hearing this name, both of them were stunned. When he told them all about his experience on this trip, they inexplicably felt as if they had survived a disaster. Who could have thought that such an ordinary trip could actually hide such a murderous intent? Fuck. Zhao Shan's eyelids twitched, it seems that I really have to listen to my father from now on and bring bodyguards with me when I go out. Su Xin also said with some fear, fortunately, we were not able to enter the Valley of Withering, otherwise we would have died if we were alone at that time. Ji Yuan nodded silently. Su Xinyan was right. What if they were surrounded and attacked in the depths of the Withered Valley at that time? They had no chance to resist at all. Come to think of it, the city competition will start in just over 10 days. Are you ready? Not wanting to talk about this topic anymore, Ji Yuan looked at the two of them. Stop talking. Zhao Shan suddenly looked bitter, Bingbing's advancement hasn't been completed yet, I'm almost dying of worry. What's taking so long? If Ji Yuan remembered correctly, his Snow Cliff Ice Ape began to advance after he returned from the Beast King's secret realm. It's been nearly 2 months and it's still not finished. I don't know. Dad just told me to keep waiting. Zhao Shan shrugged. Then, they both looked at Su Xin at the same time. I don't have to participate in the city competition. After it's over, I can just choose a college. Su Xian said with narrowed eyes. What? You 5 big families can guarantee admission. Ji Yuan was shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, he found it normal. I heard that the top 10 urban areas all have hundreds of admission quotas, not to mention the 5 major beast taming families. Well, this is actually a rule set by the Beast Taming Alliance. After all, the younger generations of the 5 major families are much stronger than the average. Su Xin said as he moved closer to the bed. At this time, Ji Yuan realized that she was carrying a pink bag and was looking for something in it. Then she paused, took out a scarf and handed it to Ji Yuan. This is. Ji Yuan took it and found that the style and color of the scarf were exactly the same as the one she was wearing now. Here, this is my gift to you. Su Xin took out another similar scarf and handed it to Zhao Shan. In memory of our friendship. She said with a smile. That's quite thoughtful, Miss Su. Zhao Shan took it with surprise and held it in his hands. Immediately, he looked at Su Xin with some emotion, no girl has ever given me a gift on her own initiative, you wouldn't. Get lost. Su Xian's disdainful voice came from under the scarf. Zhao Shan's expression froze. Old G. Look, I told you she's changed, she even knows how to curse. You're talking nonsense. Just as Su Xian was about to hit him, the door of the ward opened again. Ji Yuan, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious. A beautiful figure full of infinite energy came bouncing in. Mu Xuxin first saw Su Xinyan and stopped. Then, her gaze shifted to Zhao Shan, who was standing aside holding a scarf. At the same time, Zhao Shan also looked at her, and their eyes met. Next second. Oh my god. Mu Xuxin. Zhao Xiaomei. Why are you here? They both said in unison, their faces full of surprise and doubt. Do you know each other? On the hospital bed, Ji Yuan was stunned. Zhao Shan walked around to the other side of the bed, leaned over the headboard, and said depressedly, Old Ji, why is she here? How do you know her? Xuxin is Uncle Tan's daughter. I went to Withered Valley with her. She is Tan He's daughter. Why didn't Dad tell me? Zhao Shan muttered quietly. Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan has just recovered and is currently weak. Don't get so close to him. Mu Xuxin shouted with her hands on her hips. Am I still so fragile? Ji Yuan seemed a little helpless. That's right. Also, could you please stop calling me by that name? It's so ugly. Zhao Xiaomei joined in. Cut. Turning her head, Mu Xuxin then turned her gaze to the last person in the room. At the same time, she also found that the other person's eyes were also looking at her. The first thing Mu Xuxin noticed was the blue scarf that Su Xinyan was wearing. She glanced at the same item in Ji Yuan's hand without leaving a trace. Although Zhao Shan also had one, she still noticed something wrong. No way, there really is a love rival. This is a unique intuition of women. Hello, Mu Xuxin. Her character was ultimately more lively, and she smiled and extended her hand. Su Xian. The silent girl seemed to have returned to her original state, her voice was cold and a little distant. The two women clasped their hands lightly and then released them. Mu Xuxin smiled, then turned and walked to Ji Yuan's bed. Su Xian stood there blankly, his eyes fixed on Mu Xuxin, his heart in turmoil. It's quite lively. Tan He appeared a few minutes late. After meeting the mayor, Zhao Shan and Su Xian both greeted him politely. Sorry, little guys, Ji Yuan and I have something to discuss, please step aside for now. Tan He had a kind smile on his face. Okay, Uncle Tan. Zhao Shan immediately stood up and left. Su Xinyan followed behind him. He turned around to look at Ji Yuan, or rather, at Mu Xuxin who was standing by the bed with no signs of moving. You go out too. Mu Xuxin, who was about to sit down, was also driven out by Tan He. At this point, Tan He was the only one left in the room. The rules of this competition have been turned upside down, which has caused a lot of trouble. After finding a place to sit down, the mayor went straight to the point. Chapter 51, Tan He's past, the real reason. I won't say any more. Tan He said slowly, because of the exposure of the remnants of the cursed soul, the Alliance has realized the drawbacks of the city ranking. They plan to merge 120 cities and replan them. After the plan, the Beast Taming Alliance, the 3 major academies, and the 5 major families will each manage a city. Then, the remaining urban areas will all be merged into new areas, and they will divide these areas into gold, silver, and bronze. For now, it's enough for you to understand the changes in the urban area. The next step is the key point. In the past, as a representative of a city outside the 90s, you needed to win at least 15 battles to challenge the top 10 and take a spot in the top 10. According to the previous rules, the top 10 will be decided directly with one person from each of the top 10 urban districts. After the rule change, each of the 120 cities can only have one representative participating in the competition. There are 7 rounds in total, and every round is crucial. In the first round, 120 people will draw lots to fight. The winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. In other words, at least half of the people will be eliminated in each round. In the second round, the 60 people who advance will draw lots to fight. In the third round, the 30 people who advance will draw lots to fight. In the fourth round, since there are 15 people who advance, one of the people drawn will have a bye and go directly to the next round. In the 5th round, 7 people will advance. After the byes are drawn, the 8-4 finals will begin. In the 6th round, the 4 who advance will draw lots again, and the winner will enter the finals. Having said this, he let out a long breath. Do you remember our initial agreement? Of course, if we make it into the top 10, you'll get the egg and I'll become famous. Ji Yuan said with a smile. You kid. He was also amused by him. Now, I shouldn't hide it from you anymore. Actually, the legendary beast taming eggs have no appeal to me. Do you know why I kept you in the academy for 2 years even though you couldn't make a contract to control the beast? There was a look of reminiscence in He's eyes. Ji Yuan shook his head. In fact, although he had suffered countless ridicules during his 2 years in the academy, he was always grateful in his heart that he did not kick him out at that time. I am an orphan too. He said in a deep voice, when I met my ex-wife Mu Yen, I was just a small 9th-rank beastmaster. At that time, my first contracted beast was a big yellow dog with the lowest bloodline that could be found everywhere. Although I come from a humble background, my soul power aptitude has reached the upper level, so I can be considered a talented person with great potential. The subsequent plot was a bit cliched. He smiled faintly. Although he said so, his eyes were full of tenderness. Mu Yen brought me back to the Mu family. Because I have high qualifications and good talent, with the financial support of the Mu family, it took me 5 years to advance from the 9th rank to the 4th rank. By becoming a 4th rank beastmaster, you will be qualified to marry Mu Yen. At this point, He's eyes suddenly turned cold. After marriage, according to the tradition of the Mu family, both husband and wife will be able to obtain a beast egg with legendary bloodline. If a beastmaster wants to advance to the 3rd rank, he must possess at least 1 legendary beast. Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes. There is still such a restriction. After that, I took a year to enter the 3rd rank, becoming the youngest 3rd rank beastmaster of my generation. Although he spoke calmly, Ji Yuan could still feel how high-spirited he once was. In just 6 years, he went from being an unknown person to becoming the youngest 3rd rank beastmaster. Even though it sounds like a long time, he is actually considered an extremely talented person. Hey, ever since I was promoted to the 3rd rank, rumors have been spreading that the Mu family is going to change their surname to Tan from now on. Even though I never had any ill intentions, the Mu family still chose to cut ties with Mu Yen out of fear. After all, I was only a 3rd rank cultivator at that time, and I was still able to control myself. They were afraid that if I were promoted to the 2nd rank cultivator, I would really take away their precious family. He raised his head and stared at Ji Yuan, with flames burning in his eyes. Do you know what can never be eliminated between people? Bias. For Mu Yen, I obeyed the Mu family's orders. At that time, among the 5 major families, no 3rd-grade beastmasters of the same generation or even the older generation could rival me. Using my advantages, the Mu family seized countless resources in the competition. I won all the key battles for the Mu family and finally successfully sent the Mu family into the Beast Taming Alliance. I did so much, but when they wanted to kick me out, you know what they said? An orphan from a small place, marrying into the Mu family just to take over their nest. He smiled faintly, but there was only disappointment and ridicule in his smile. They said that if I hadn't been trained by the Mu family and hadn't gotten a legendary beastmaster when I got married, I would have always been just a beastmaster with no background, just like everyone else. They also said that if someone like me doesn't marry into a prestigious family, he will always be stuck at the 4th rank. It was then that I realized that no matter how well I did, in the eyes of these people, I was still an outsider with ulterior motives who coveted the family's wealth. So, I choose to destroy the contract, return the legendary beast, and refund every penny they have spent on me in the past 6 years. The year Shushin left the Mu family, she was already 12 years old. In order to humiliate me and for future protection, the Mu family used the freedom of both mother and daughter as a bet and made a bet with me. Having said this, he clenched his fists tightly, as if he had returned to that day. The city competition is one of the most important events for the Beast Taming Alliance. Participants must be under 25 years old. The Mu family is betting on the results of the city competition. The term is 10 years, 3 city competitions. As long as I can train a beastmaster who breaks into the top 10 during this period, the Mu family will lift the house arrest on Mu Yen and her daughter and give them freedom. Next month will be the last chance. This is the real reason why I want you to break into the top 10. After telling him everything, He suppressed all his emotions and looked at him quietly. Ji Yuan was silent. I didn't expect that He had such a past, nor did I expect that Mu Shushin's situation would be so difficult. House arrest. It looks so bright and beautiful on the surface, but it is full of holes in secret. The forced separation of her parents and house arrest since childhood made it difficult for her to have such a lively personality. So, what about Mu Shushin this time? Since he was under house arrest, why was he able to come out? Humph. He sneered, don't think that the people in these families are fools. This bet is a conspiracy for them. Whether I win or lose the bet, it will be extremely beneficial to the Mu family. And Shushin was released by them on purpose, as a less deliberate testing tool. This child has been unable to hide things since she was young. When she returns, she will definitely be interrogated by the Mu family. Then, the Mu family will respond based on Shushin's words. Don't worry, no information about you will leak to the Mu family. Chapter 52. Gift. The only rumor I spread was that you have a fire-type beast. The outside world doesn't know anything else. He looked shrewd and said, and Zhang Jilin, the reason why I let you go and spared him is also to prepare for the city competition. As for what will happen, let me keep you in suspense. You will know once you make it through the 4th round of the competition. It's up to you. Ji Yuan smiled. He's frankness at this moment was also a disguised proof that he had no intention of harming him. In fact, in his opinion, he doesn't need to be like this. Sincerity is something that can be felt by each other. From the day when he awakened his soul power qualification, when he personally took him back to the academy, Ji Yuan was already moved by his sincerity. Everything was self-evident. He waved his hand, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped to freezing point. This is... Ji Yuan was stunned to see a beast-taming egg surrounded by ice crystal fragments in He's hand. Maybe I shouldn't have done this, but after thinking it over, I took it out anyway. He raised the ice-type beast-taming egg in his hand and said, this is a legendary beast-taming egg. I only know that it is ice-type, but I don't know the specific type. You have already advanced to the 6th rank, so you probably haven't contracted a 3rd beast yet, right? He looked at him. Although he didn't know where Ji Yuan's beast control came from, just as he had promised, he would never delve into his secrets. This beast-taming egg is the best help I can give him now. If Ji Yuan doesn't accept it, he has another item. Legendary Beast Tamer Egg. Ji Yuan observed it carefully for a moment. It was the first time he had seen a beast-taming egg of this level. After a moment, he shook his head, thank you, Uncle Tan, but for now, my beast control is enough. His refusal was decisive, as if the priceless thing in front of him did not arouse his interest at all. I forgot to ask, you returned the legendary beast to the Mu family, so now you. 4th rank. He shook his head, don't worry about me. If you don't need this beast egg, I will get rid of it. He put away the beast-taming egg, and then, like a magic trick, threw a red object towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan quickly caught it with both hands, and heard He say, this is the skill core of the fire beast tamer. Take it. Fire skill core. He looked down at his hand. The surface of the skill core was flowing with a red glow, and a ray of gold would appear during that time. This is the highest level skill core. When I looked up, I saw he had already stood up and was walking towards the door. In the last 15 days, prepare well for the battle. Everything depends on you. Having said that, he did not stop. Ji Yuan tightly grasped the skill core in his hand. Just as promised, he really provided him with all the resources. The endorsement fee from Linyun City, the advancement of Shanpa, the life-saving, resonance, light and shadow assault, in the Withered Valley, and the fire-type beast-taming skill core that he really needed now. Every time he helped, it was just right. Top 10 is far from enough. If we want to do it, we must do our best and win the championship. The champions of the city competition are always won by the cities with the highest rankings. He wants to make history. At this time, a nurse pushed the door open and came in. Mr. G, your indicators are all normal. Mayor Tan has completed the discharge procedures for you. You can leave at any time. Half an hour later. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Xin, and Mu Xuxin came to a small restaurant with ordinary environment but excellent food. Ji Yuan brought Mu Xuxin here to eat on the day her plane landed, and she fell in love with this place since then. The restaurant was doing good business, and after the four of them sat down, they attracted a lot of people's attention. Su Xinyan took off her scarf, revealing her fair and flawless oval face with slightly drooping eyelids, looking like an icy beauty. Mu Xuxin's long burgundy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her delicate face was filled with a faint smile, full of energy. These two different, yet incredibly stunning beauties are not the focus of everyone's attention. Hello. A timid voice sounded. The four of them looked up and saw a girl wearing glasses. She looked at Ji Yuan cautiously and said, "Can I take a photo with you?" "What the hell?" Zhao Shan blurted out and looked at Ji Yuan in shock. The latter held his forehead with his hand. As a representative of the urban area, the essential step is naturally to build momentum. With the efforts of Tan He and a group of endorsements, Ji Yuan is now a popular superstar in the city. A new beast tamer who is more popular than any entertainment star. In fact, during the days when he accompanied Mu Xuxin for shopping and eating, he was already being chased for photos, autographs, etc. "Excuse me, little sister, we are eating." At this moment, Mu Xuxin stood up suddenly, crossed her hands in front of her, and shook her head. During those days, she was the one who fended off waves of fans who wanted to take photos, after waves of them. The little girl lowered her head and left. Zhao Shan looked at her back, turned around and said with a strange smile, "Old Ji, you are hurting the fans by doing this. If it were me, let alone taking a photo, I would just give you a hug." Unexpectedly, not only Ji Yuan, but the two women at the table also said in unison, "Get lost." Being scolded by three people at the same time, Zhao Shan's smile disappeared instantly, and then he said angrily, "I want to go back to Hongling City." His expression made Ji Yuan burst out laughing. Okay. I'm curious, how do you and Shu Xian know each other?" "I go to the Mu family with my mom often. We become familiar with each other after the first visit." Zhao Shan said truthfully. "His mother and my mother are close friends and besties." Mu Xuxin added. "Can I go to the Mu family often?" "What's your last name, aunt?" Ji Yuan became interested. Zhao Shan curled his lips and said, "My mother is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family." "Wow, it seems like I'm the only ordinary person at this table." However, according to the rules of the five great families, shouldn't Zhao Shan's surname be Jiang? Soon, Ji Yuan thought of the scene in the mine where Zhao Tianho descended from the sky riding a griffin. His grade was definitely not low, at least third grade. Perhaps it is because Zhao Tianho himself is powerful enough to break certain rules. Soon, after all the dishes were served, the four of them started eating. During this period, Su Xinyan seemed very silent, keeping his head down most of the time without saying a word. Zhao Shan and Mu Xuxin were indeed very alike. They never stopped talking, one after another, talking about everything. What was most surprising was that Mu Xuxin, who talked a lot, could still spare the time to pick up food for Ji Yuan. "Ji Yuan, this is delicious." "Ji Yuan, this is delicious too." "Wow. Try this, it's delicious." Before he could even pick up his chopsticks, the bowl was already full. "I say, old Ji is not disabled, why are you like this?" Even Zhao Shan, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't stand it and complained. Ji Yuan was also speechless. Was this woman playing a stacking game? Oh, sorry. Mu Xuxin also reacted at this time, blinking rapidly, stopped talking, and buried her head in eating. "It's over. My love rival is at the same table. It's too tense." While she was cursing herself in her heart, Su Xinyan, who was standing beside her, was holding a bowl. He glanced at Ji Yuan, then looked at Mu Xuxin, and then he lowered his head and ate silently. The sudden silence left Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan confused. After a moment, Zhao Shan said, "Oh, old Ji, I forgot to tell you that I don't have to participate in the city competition." Chapter 53. Red Flame Execution. After dinner, Zhao Shan, Su Xin and Mu Xuxin bid farewell to Ji Yuan. The three of them had flights in the afternoon, a little apart from each other, so it was just right for them to go to the airport together. On the way back, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh that the young masters and young ladies of these 5 families really had good benefits. Not only will you be admitted to the 3 major colleges, you don't even have to participate in major competitions. Ji Yuan did not return to the college dormitory. He prepared a large flat in the city center for him. Complete facilities, ready for move-in. After returning to the apartment, lying on the sofa in the living room, he summoned Ming and Shanpa. How are you two doing with your studies on resonance, light and shadow assault? Although he had been unconscious for 3 days, Ming and Shanpa could still carry out simple activities in the seal of beast taming, including learning skills. The words fell. Wow! Ming shook his body, and then another one of him appeared beside him. Seeing this, Ji Yuan stood up suddenly. He carefully observed the phantom created by Ming's soul power. Both its aura and strength were consistent with the real one. This level of illusion is simply a perfect clone technique. Ming started to move at this moment, it took a step forward, and the phantom moved with it. It was almost impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. However, the phantom soon disappeared. Ming's aura instantly weakened a lot. It seems that the energy consumption of this skill is still a bit too great. The upper limit of a beast's soul power is closely related to the Beastmaster. As he is a 6th rank Beastmaster, he is ultimately a bit of a drag on the 2 beasts. Ji Yuan sighed and looked at Shanpa. The latter's huge wolf head shook, and a translucent phantom emerged. After all, Shanpa was delayed by that negative talent. It's okay, take your time. In the last 10 days or so, let's try to learn resonance, light and shadow assault. He rubbed Shanpa's big head. It's time to move on to the next step for his soul shock part. After pondering for a moment, he took out the skill core that he had given him in the morning. Ming, this is a fire skill, you should learn it. At the same time, he also attached his soul power to the skill core. Red flame execution. Required conditions: fire attribute beast taming bloodline level must be at least high level. Introduction: control the fire attribute, generate flame chains to bind the target, and then condense a flaming giant sword to execute the enemy. Learning Step 1, try to control the fire attribute to generate a flame chain. Learning Step 2, try to control the flame chain to tie up the practice target. Step 3. This rare golden skill information emerged in his mind. Because it was a beast taming skill, Ji Yuan could not see how to learn it when he read the description. Fortunately, the new talent, no need to worry, that Ming unlocked when he entered adolescence allowed him to learn fire attribute skills at a glance. I think it won't take long for it to master this skill. Just as he was thinking this, Ming opened his beast eyes. The dark green animal eyes flashed with a gleam as it looked at Ji Yuan, looking eager to try. Let's try tomorrow in the valley outside the city. The next day, early in the morning. In the mountains and forests, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. A gust of black wind rushed through the woods. Behind, a ball of green flame followed closely. Soon, they stopped in front of a dark, huge cave. Ouch! A fierce howl was heard from the cave. As heavy footsteps sounded, gradually, a huge black bear came out step by step on all fours. Is this the guy? The black bear that attacked us last time and then turned into a black whirlwind and escaped. Ji Yuan rode on Shanpa's back and stared at the ferocious beast. 2 days before he and Mu Shushin went to Withered Valley, they encountered this strange black bear in the valley. It should be one of its skills. At that time, it disguised itself as a huge rock and tried to hunt Ji Yuan without their noticing. Fortunately, Ming and Shanpa reacted quickly, but before they could deal with it, the black bear turned into a black whirlwind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Today they returned to their old place, and with the help of Shanpa's keen sense of smell, they found their way to this guy's territory, to see how he could escape. Ming, come on. As soon as he finished speaking, the black bear roared and rushed towards Ji Yuan and Shanpa. Shanpa moved, creating a distance of about 5 meters. At the same time, the blue flames were boiling, and under Ji Yuan's gaze, the netherworld flames turned into several chains, madly wrapping around the black bear. In an instant, the black bear was burned by the terrifying high temperature, howling continuously, and its huge body fell to the ground. Hurry! It's trying to run away again. Ji Yuan was sharp-eyed and noticed that the black bear's body began to blur, which was a sign of turning into a tornado. But seeing the beast head raised high, green light flashed in its eyes. Swish! Swish! Countless chains stretched out from the ground, firmly securing it. Then, dark flames began to spread around Ming's body. Kong! A sharp and crisp sound like a blade being drawn from its sheath came out of nowhere. Ji Yuan raised his head slightly, and saw that above the black bear's head, a broad blade condensed by netherworld flames fell straight down. Bang! In an instant, terrifying hot waves spread out. A dazzling green light appeared, causing Ji Yuan and Shanpa to squint their eyes. The green light flashed and disappeared without a trace along with the hot waves. Looking at the black bear again, the chains wrapped around its body had disappeared. There was a shocking scar on its huge bare head. Black bear, dead. As expected, it is a gold-level skill. The ground around the black bear cracked to varying degrees, as if even the ground could not withstand the blow just now. Ji Yuan was very satisfied. Now, in addition to the resonance skill, the two beasts both possessed 3 skills, which was already excellent. I already know the tricks of the second step of Soul Shock. I will be able to master it completely in 2 days at most. After taking a deep breath, he patted Shanpa's body, and the two beasts turned into light and shadow again, flying through the mountains and forests. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, there are only 3 days left before the city competition. Participants from all over the country have already rushed to the cities where the competition is held to adapt to the environment in advance. Banners were hung in various places in Linyun City, all of which were cheering for Ji Yuan and hoping that he could represent Linyun City and achieve good results. Right now, at this moment. Municipal building. Well, are you ready? The handsome old mayor with gray hair on his temples sat on a chair, looking at the handsome young man in front of him with a smile in his eyes. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded in response. Of course, when do we leave? The venue for the urban competition is a city called Mohen, which is very far away from Linyun City. It would probably take 2 days to get there by plane. Now. After saying that, he stood up and motioned for him to follow him. Ji Yuan followed him all the way to the top floor of the municipal building, where there was a helipad, but there was no helicopter. Chiu. When an ethereal and melodious cry resounded through the sky, a magnificent and huge golden eagle appeared out of thin air. This is your flight. He jumped onto the back of the golden eagle. Good fellow. This was indeed somewhat beyond Ji Yuan's expectations. When it jumped onto the back of the golden eagle, it immediately spread its wings. Before Ji Yuan could adapt, its wings trembled. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the golden eagle had already swept to the horizon. Wow, what a fast speed! The young man shouted in surprise, this sculpture is so cool. Before chapter 54 begins. Ink Mark City. At first, Ji Yuan thought this would be a prosperous city with tall buildings like Hongling City. But when he stood on the back of the golden eagle and looked down at the city, he was shocked to find that although Mohen City covered a very large area, the height of the buildings did not exceed 3 stories. The only building that rises into the sky is a square tower standing in the center of the city. In winter, the sky is always gray. When Ji Yuan and he were riding a golden eagle and approaching the sky above Mohen City, the figures of flying beasts appeared in the surrounding clouds. There are at least 2 people on the backs of these beasts, and at most more than 10 people. They should not all be contestants. He controlled the golden eagle and flew straight to the top of the square tower without stopping. From a distance, the building looked thin and long, but as it got closer, Ji Yuan's pupils shrank as he realized that the area occupied by this square tower was probably much larger than a football field. This is the square tower of the Beast Taming Alliance. He's answer came to my ears. Except for Mohen City, there are 3 other cities with the same square tower. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance, you can even see them now. Hearing this, Ji Yuan looked around. Although the sky was covered with fog, he could clearly see black outlines in 3 directions far away. While Ji Yuan was still immersed in shock, the golden eagle had already arrived at the top of the square tower. The top is flat, and there are many uniform signs flashing on the ground, Beast Taming Parking Place. It was like a planned parking space, and he controlled the golden eagle to land in one of the parking spaces. Soon, a neatly dressed staff member trotted up and glanced at Ji Yuan and he with sharp eyes. Please show your ID, ordinary contestants are not allowed to land here. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out a white card. After the staff member took it and looked at it, he quickly stepped aside respectfully and said, "Mr. Tan, welcome." "Thanks." He put away the golden eagle and walked towards the elevator with Ji Yuan. I took the elevator down to the first floor, and as soon as the door opened, a flood of noise flooded into my ears. The brightly lit and exquisitely decorated first-floor lobby was crowded with people and noisy. After walking out of the elevator, Ji Yuan saw the 5 big words, "Competition Registration Office," from a distance. Fortunately, although there were a lot of people, most of the 120 contestants participating in the competition had already registered. Ji Yuan took 10 minutes to complete the registration, which basically consisted of reporting his name, city he represented, Beastmaster rank, and so on. "Let's go to your accommodation. You will stay here for at least 7 days." After all, having participated in many sessions, he was familiar with all the procedures here and walked outside with Ji Yuan. Leaving the square tower and walking in the urban area where the average building height does not exceed 3 floors, Ji Yuan was surprised to find that there seemed to be no ban on taming beasts here. Beasts of various shapes and sizes accompany their masters, and some people even ride on them while shopping. Mohen City is a city specially set up for the city competition. Here, you can buy better beast-controlling supplements and skill cores. The contestants' accommodation is planned uniformly on the edge of the city. There are 120 contestants and 120 two-story villas with independent yards. Along the way, Ji Yuan saw many novel beasts and commodities, which were not available in Linyan City or even Hongling City. When they came to the players' rest area, Ji Yuan opened his eyes. Just as he said, this is a neatly arranged area of small villas. There is a special person guarding the entrance, and you need to show your player ID card to enter. You will be given one after completing the registration process. The ID card has your specific address, and the door lock is pre-recorded with facial recognition. That's all. I have some old friends to meet. Call me if you need anything. After he finished explaining, he spread his golden wings on his back and disappeared into the air under the astonished gaze of the passers-by. Ji Yuan took out his ID card with a number on it, 92. As we searched along the way, we found that the appearance, size of the courtyards, etc. of these villas were all the same. The only thing that changed was the house number. Quite a few people have already moved in. When he walked to number 92, which belonged to him, a burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood in the courtyard of number 93. When the sturdy man saw him coming, a simple smile appeared on his face. "Hello, my name is Zhong Xian, from Damong City. Linyan City, Ji Yuan." He smiled and nodded in response, then walked into his courtyard. The 2-story villa is about 90 square meters in size, plus a 20 square meter yard, which is enough for one person to live in. Just as he said, the entrance door is equipped with a facial recognition device at the peephole position. Crack. As he walked forward, the sound of the door lock turning was heard, and the entrance door opened automatically, and then closed automatically after he entered. "Welcome, contestant Ji Yuan. Now, please move to the basement. I will explain to you the rules during the competition." The house is comfortably decorated, with simple and neat furnishings, and seems to be equipped with some kind of smart butler. After he stepped into the house, he found the entrance to the basement at the top of the stairs leading to the second floor. The lights came on and he walked down the stairs to the basement with a frown on his face. Here, there is a circular device the size of a manhole cover with flowing blue light. This is a teleportation device provided by Kejiyun. When the city competition begins, please follow the instructions and use the teleportation device to go to the competition site. In Mohen City, all fighting is prohibited. In the rest area, players are not allowed to visit each other. Your house can only be occupied by you alone. Food and clothing have been prepared. There are still 62 hours until the first round starts. Please be patient. The smart butler explained. Ji Yuan was amazed. To be honest, the scale and environment were beyond his expectations. They took out their cell phones, and because Mu Xuxin and Zhao Shan knew each other, the 4 of them created a new group. After he informed the 3 people of his arrival in the group, Zhao Shan immediately replied. "Come on, old Ji. I will be there in person to cheer you on the day of the competition. Just wait and hear me yell, Ji Yuan, in the audience." Then, Mu Shushin also said, I won't go to the scene, I will watch the live broadcast at home, and when you make it to the fourth round, I will go to the scene to cheer for you. After about 4 minutes of silence in the group, Su Zin sent a message, I will also be there to cheer you on. Zhao Shan, Miss Su, let's meet on the spot. I've prepared a really cool banner for old G. Su Zin, okay. Mu Shushin, wait. I want to go there too. Zhao Shan made a puzzled expression, don't you want to watch the live broadcast? The group chat ended with Zhao Shan's last words. Ji Yuan looked at the words, cool banner, and had a bad feeling. Chapter 55, City Competition, First Round, starts. In a flash, 62 hours passed. There are 3 minutes left before the match starts. Please go to the basement immediately and step onto the teleporter. The first day of the city competition, the first round, at 10 a.m. Ji Yuan, with a handsome face and short black hair, stepped into the basement at the urging of the smart butler. He was wearing a black shirt with 2 blue clouds embroidered on the collar and cuffs. The pure black clothing style, set off by his handsome face, makes him look like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. After taking a deep breath, Ji Yuan stepped onto the transmission device. Buzz. A strange sound was heard, and it was like an electric current passing through the whole body, causing a tingling sensation on the skin. As his vision went dark, when a beam of pale yellow light illuminated, Ji Yuan had been teleported to a room of about 10 square meters. Although the room is small, it is decorated with high-quality wallpaper and noble carpets. Even the small chandelier on the top is inlaid with sparkling diamonds. However, apart from these, there is nothing else to display. In the southeast corner, there is a brown wooden door. At this moment, the round handle with golden light turned, and a man with a headset on his head walked in. Linyan City, Ji Yuan. Yes. Come with me. The man turned and left, and Ji Yuan followed quickly behind him. After leaving the room, Ji Yuan followed him through a straight black corridor. He looked around and found that the corridor was only connected to the room he had just come out of. When he reached a corner, the man stopped and motioned for him to go forward. Next, let's welcome the city competition, the first round, the 5th contestant. At this moment, a dull yet passionate male voice came faintly from the front. Ji Yuan turned the corner and saw a staircase leading upwards. At the end of the staircase, there was a black curtain. The moment he lifted the curtain, a dazzling light shone towards him. The strong light made him subconsciously squint his eyes and raise his hands to block it. After getting used to it, Ji Yuan slowly put down his hand. What catches your eye is the sea of people in the audience. And he was standing on the wide stage. The edge of the ring was covered with a thin layer of light curtain, which could block any aftershocks of the explosion in the arena and avoid accidental injuries to the audience. At a glance, the competition venue is extremely vast and has 4 arenas at the same time. In other words, in the first round of this city competition, at least 8 people will fight at the same time in each battle. Soon, Ji Yuan saw a large and long banner in the north audience seats. The banner read, Tremble, contestants, you are about to face, Linyan City's #1 rising star, Linyan City's #1 tough guy, Linyan City's #1 beastmaster, Ji Yuan. The banner is stretched by 2 long tubes with bases, spanning 10 empty seats, and is the most unique landscape in the entire auditorium. Because the owner of this banner not only bought more than 10 consecutive tickets, but also held a customized flag in both hands and danced wildly under the banner. Zhao Shan held high in both hands a banner with the words, Macho Man Ji Yuan, written on it and shouted excitedly in the audience. His enthusiasm attracted countless people's attention. Fortunately, he still had some conscience and knew to book a seat in the last row, so that the banner would not block other people's view and he could still dance wildly. Where did this idiot come from? I remember Linyan City was ranked only 92nd, right? Is this Ji Yuan crazy? He doesn't even know if he can make it through the first round, but he invites someone like him to come and yell. That's right. How dare a small city ranked outside the top 90 dare to be so arrogant? I want to see which one he will appear and what he can do. So damn arrogant, and still trembling. Still a macho man. Look at the guys cheering and shouting, if they don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars, they can't act this passionately, right? The audience around was whispering because of Zhao Shan's unique way of cheering. On the stage, Ji Yuan's eyelids trembled, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he wished he could strangle Zhao Shan to death right now. At this time, a man in gray casual clothes walked out from the other side of the ring. Ji Yuan's arena was the last of the 4 arenas. At this moment, when his opponent came on stage, the lights in the arena suddenly went out. Okay, dear audience friends, all the contestants for the 5th round have come on stage. Let me introduce them to you one by one. First, it's the red team in the first arena, the 6th rank Beastmaster from Jinting City, Guanpeng. As the host finished speaking, a faint red light shone on the left side of the ring, and it was a slightly fat man. Next, it's the blue team of the first arena, the 6th rank Beastmaster from Luqing City, Su Rui. A pale blue light shone on the right side of the ring, and a woman with a cold expression stood there. Among them, Jinting City represented by Guanpeng ranks 42nd in the country, and Luqing City represented by Su Rui ranks 30th in the country. As you can see, the gap between the 2 contestant cities is not that big. Who will win the first stage in the end? Let's look forward to it. Following the host's introduction, the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. When he finally arrived at the 4th arena, Zhao Shan instantly became energetic, stood up, and waved the flag in his hand wildly. Let's focus our attention on the 2 contestants in the 4th arena. Please look at the red team, the 6th rank Beastmaster from Linyan City, Ji Yuan. The on-site director was very sensible. When Ji Yuan's name came out, the camera did not focus on him. Instead, it moved to the North Auditorium, where a banner with the words, Macho Man, occupied 10 seats. As expected, the scene was immediately filled with boos. Ji Yuan covered his face, feeling extremely helpless. Wow, this contestant's fans are awesome. Now, please focus on his opponent. The blue team is from the 6th rank Beastmaster from Mulanhang City, Chen Hui. Among them, Linyan City ranks 92nd in the country, and Mulanhang City ranks 90th in the country. These are the closest city rankings in this game. The host shouted passionately, now, the introductions of the 8 contestants in the 4 arenas have been completed. The 5th match is about to begin. Before that, I need to announce the rules. All contestants please strictly abide by them. 1. You are not allowed to kill the Beastmaster during the competition. 2. The competition time is 3 minutes in total. After the timer ends, if both sides are still tied, they will be eliminated at the same time. At the same time, eliminate. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows, interesting. Countdown 3 seconds, 3 seconds are up, the game officially begins. 3. 2. 1. Fight. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited, and on the stage, bizarre beasts appeared, charging towards their respective opponents. Opposite Ji Yuan, the seal of taming beasts appeared on the face of the man named Chen Hui, and then, a giant snake with scales emitting 7 colors and an extremely sturdy body appeared. Beautiful and clever snake. He recognized this creature. It had an intermediate bloodline and was good at spraying hallucinogenic poisonous mist. It would devour its prey when it was hit. Slightly clench your right palm. Swish. Blue flames suddenly spread out. At the same time, pink mist sprayed out from the bloody mouth of Yanhuakio snake towards Ji Yuan. There were only 3 minutes left, and everyone knew that they had to fight quickly and decisively, and the first move would have to be a killer move. Unexpectedly, the green flame surrounding Ji Yuan directly evaporated the pink mist. Ming, release, red flame execution. Let's end the battle with one strike. Chapter 56, Unexpected Result, Being Cyberbullied. Big hunk Ji Yuan. With such a small body. I thought he was some muscular hunk. In the audience, some people were paying attention to the battle on the 4th stage because they were resentful of Zhao Shan. Hey, Ji Yuan is lucky. The opponent's city is only ranked 2 places higher. This gap is easy to overcome. Oh my god, this guy in Mulanhang City's Beastmaster is actually a Yanhuakio snake. Am I seeing things? What kind of rubbish is this Beastmaster? Damn it, I wanted to see this hunk get eliminated in the first round, but Chen Hui is too lousy, Yanhua Qiaoxi. This kind of beast is not worthy of being on the stage. Hey! Look, the guy from Linyan City has also summoned a beast. I want to see what kind of creature he can come up with. Is it a wild boar or a wild bull? What is this green thing? Fog? Or what the hell? Why is the air around Ji Yuan distorted? Could this green thing be a flame? It appeared. It appeared. Oh my god, I am not seeing things. This Ji Yuan's beast is actually a chilin beast. The fourth arena. The heat waves are intense. Amid the boiling flames of the underworld, Ming slowly emerged. The lights in the venue shine on its white scales, reflecting an elegant and noble color. Ming Gao raised his head, with balls of dark green flames floating around him. The huge body of the Yanhuakio snake stopped. With its intermediate bloodline, it had been frightened by Ming's breath. Behind him, Chen Hui's pupils flickered as he stared at Ming, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He could sense from the beast taming seal that his Yanhua Qiao snake's soul was trembling violently and it had no will to fight. Where did this guy come from? He actually has a beast of this level. After all, it was a city that was ranked low, and he did not recognize the auspicious Chilin beast in front of him. The highest level beast in my bloodline is barely at the advanced level. Next second. Chen Hui lowered his head, raised his hands and shouted, Mulinhang City, Chen Hui, admit defeat. As soon as these words were spoken, they spread throughout the venue. Almost everyone was stunned. Including Ji Yuan, he quickly asked Ming to retract the skill that was about to be released, and looked at the other party in surprise. What? The blue player on the fourth stage has already admitted defeat before the Beastmasters even started fighting. I declare that the first to finish the fifth battle is in the fourth ring. The winner is Ji Yuan from Linyun City. The host was also a little confused, and his words made everyone in the audience look at him. When some people saw the auspicious beast beside Ji Yuan, they exclaimed in surprise. There was an uproar in the audience, and countless noisy discussions surged up. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, but saw Chen Hui calmly put away the Yanhua Qiao snake and walked towards him. After coming to the front, Chen Hui carefully looked at Ming for a few times, then looked at him and said, Your Beastmaster's bloodline level is at the Overlord level, right? Ji Yuan opened his mouth and finally nodded silently. That's good. We are going to lose anyway. Rather than letting our beasts get hurt, we might as well just admit defeat. Chen Hui shrugged indifferently and explained his motives. The city competition, isn't it very important? This guy admitted defeat so decisively that he was a little confused. Unexpectedly, Chen Hui smiled and spread his hands. Stop it, brother. We were all born in the bottom cities. How can we possibly compete with those geniuses who are ranked at the top? Haven't you heard? This is the last city competition. The cities are about to be merged, and those of us who are ranked low will soon be able to cling to the big guys. Before the competition, our mayor specifically told me that ranking is not important and I should admit defeat when it's time. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows, looking indifferent. Ji Yuan held his forehead with his hand. Why did things develop completely differently from what he had imagined? Wasn't this the passionate battle he wanted? In the audience, people even called it a fake match. How could anyone admit defeat without even fighting? Because of the protection mechanism at the edge of the arena, the aura inside the arena cannot spread to the outside world, although the Chilin auspicious beast is indeed rare and noble. However, this cannot be used as a reason for the contestants to surrender without a fight. Oh my god. Where does this opponent, Old G, come from and what is he doing? In the north audience seats, Zhao Shan was also a little confused. He also wondered if this was some kind of show effect. But then I thought, this is a city competition, who would dare to put on a show in such an occasion? The winner and loser of the fourth arena can leave now. The fighting in the other arenas was in full swing, but Ji Yuan had no choice but to leave amidst the shouting and cursing. Brother, although the Overlord level Chilin auspicious beast is rare, don't forget that we are just representatives of the marginal cities. I know what you're thinking, but, well, forget it. Take care. Before leaving, Chen Hui spoke in a serious tone, as if giving him advice. The curtain leading to the backstage was lifted and the staff were already waiting. I returned to the small room where I came from, closed the door, and my consciousness became hazy. When he came to his senses, he found himself in the basement of his house. Before he could do anything, his phone started vibrating like crazy. Open it, it's a group chat of 4 people. Zhao Shan, what the hell? What on earth is Chen Hui doing? Why did he just admit defeat? Now he's cursing Old G like crazy on the internet. He shared a post titled, the most outrageous game. Linyan City was exposed to have spent a lot of money to bribe the draw and opponents before the game, or to guarantee the championship. The competition has just ended, and the number of replies to this post has reached tens of thousands. Ji Yuan clicked it and took a look. Just as he expected, it was full of curse words. But amid all these insults, everyone can't escape the phrase, low-class urban area. Every one of the people who replied was full of hostility towards Linyan City, which was ranked outside the top 90. In other words, this is a habitual prejudice. Bias. Looking at the insults in the post, Ji Yuan felt a nameless flame rising in his heart. No wonder Tan He once said that the urban ranking has serious drawbacks. This unbalanced allocation of resources will gradually cause those in high positions to develop serious prejudices against representatives of small cities, who are unable to break out of the quagmire. Even Chen Hui, who is in the quagmire, has such ridiculous prejudice. Are these representatives from small cities really only fit to be runners-up in major competitions and can only perform badly like Chen Hui? Ji Yuan clenched his fists. At this moment, he deeply understood what Tan He said. The one thing that can never be eliminated between people is prejudice. Once this emotion arises, everyone will look at you with tinted glasses, and your every move will be misinterpreted and magnified. If you ask me, don't be anxious. Linyan City can only bribe the representatives of the districts with similar rankings. In the next round, Ji Yuan will definitely show his true colors. It's normal. Every time there is a city competition, there are always some low-level cities that try to use crooked methods. This Ji Yuan will not make it through the second round. The two most praised comments were pinned to the top, and countless people expressed their agreement. Chapter 57, Round 2, 92 vs 15. The next day. The first round of the city competition ended, and a total of 60 people were eliminated out of the 120 people. The number of eliminated people was basically consistent with the expectations of the entire network. Most of them are mid to high-ranking urban areas, which won the battle with a crushing momentum and eliminated the representatives of low-ranking urban areas. Of course, there are also a small number of battles where the gap between cities is not big. However, according to statistics, there were only 5 people in the city ranked below 60 who advanced to the second round. Among them, Ji Yuan's urban ranking was the lowest among the 60 people who were promoted. Right now, at this moment. In an old-fashioned room with retro furnishings, several figures were sitting casually. The old figure sitting in the corner tapped the cane in his hand and said with a smile. This kind of thing happened right at the beginning of this competition. Can you understand why I advocate the merging of urban areas? But maybe there really is a possibility of bribery. After all, Ji Yuan and Chen Hui are 2 places apart in the city rankings. There is no reason for Chen Hui to just admit defeat. And it is said that before the competition started, the mayor of Linyan City had contact with many lower-ranked urban areas. This. At the side, the man with his legs crossed spoke with a hint of disdain. Huh, Mu family agent, stop laughing. Have you forgotten that the people who draw lots for this city competition are from your Mu family? A light curtain suddenly appeared on the wall of the room, and the image played was an image of a blue and white, extremely elegant chilin auspicious beast. The chilin is a auspicious beast, with a bloodline at the lowest level of legend. It made an opponent who had a contract with the Manhwa Xiao snake surrender without a fight. Isn't that strange? At this time, a slender and lazy woman with long hair stood up and said, besides, the Mu family agent, everyone knows who the mayor of Linyan City is. The alliance did not interfere in the matter between your Mu family and Tan He. Now, don't add insult to injury. Jiang Wanqiu. Don't slander others. Since leaving my Mu family, Tan He has been stuck in the 4th rank and unable to break through. This kind of person is not worthy of us targeting him. I'm just speaking the truth. Boom. Boom. In the corner, an old man holding a cane tapped the ground lightly. His identity seemed to be extremely special, and the Mu family agent immediately fell silent. Mu family agent, this is within the alliance, please be careful about how you address us. Seeing that the scene was quiet, the old man continued, there is no need to deliberately clarify public opinion. As long as Ji Yuan encounters a strong opponent in the second round, no matter what the result is, the rumors will be broken by themselves after the second round. The old man's gaze was fixed on the auspicious chilin beast in the light curtain, flickering faintly. Zhao Xiaomei. The reason why Ji Yuan was scolded is all because of your lousy banner. You are so unreliable. In the group of 4, Mu Xuxin had been attacking Zhao Shan since the game ended. She cursed him for a whole day and night, with more than 100 messages, and Zhao Shan had no way to refute her. When she finally calmed down for a while, Zhao Shan carefully sent a crying emoji and said, I copied the format of this crappy banner from the internet. I didn't expect it would cause such serious consequences. Old G, I'm so sorry, old G. Sitting in the living room, Ji Yuan had a smile on his face, shook his head and typed, it's okay, it's not because of the banner. I have experienced too much of this kind of overwhelming abuse during the 2 years I spent at Qingfeng Beastmaster Academy, and I am numb to it now. Mu Xuxin, don't spoil him. Immediately afterwards, Mu Xuxin launched another round of verbal attacks. In an instant, dozens of messages filled the group chat. The competition is about to begin. Please move to the teleportation device and go to the competition site. The voice of the smart butler sounded. Ji Yuan stood up, a hint of seriousness appearing on his angular and handsome face. I hope that in the second match, he can face a normal opponent and break all the doubts from the outside world. It's the same process as before, the teleportation device connects to the gorgeous little room. Of course, when I lifted the curtain and stepped onto the ring again, my opponent was already waiting. As soon as he appeared, the whole audience burst into boos. This time, he was on the first stage. Welcome back, dear audience friends. What is about to take place is the first match of the second round of the city competition. After yesterday's fierce battle, a total of 60 contestants advanced to the second round. Today, 30 will be eliminated. Let's wait and see. Now, let's introduce the contestants for the first match. First up is the first stage. The red team is Ji Yuan from Linyan City. The audience was boiling instantly, and everyone shouted in unison, fake match. Fake match. Fake match. The overwhelming roar resounded throughout the entire stadium. Today, Zhao Shan was still standing on the north side of the audience seats, still holding the banner. However, this time the content was much more normal, with only 4 repeated characters, Ji Yuan will win. At this moment, amid the mockery from the audience, Zhao Shan stepped on a chair and yelled at the top of his lungs, Ji Yuan is awesome, Ji Yuan will win. Around him, others were pointing their thumbs down at him and making, whoa whoa, sounds. The first arena. The reddish light shone on his face. Ji Yuan closed his eyes and listened to the boos from the audience, his heart calm. The host remained silent and let the audience vent their emotions. After a moment, he spoke up to take control of the situation. It can be seen that everyone is a little dissatisfied with the red team's victory yesterday. As the host, I understand. However, I still have to make it clear here that there can be no match fixing, bribery, or insider decisions in the city competition. Okay, let's turn our attention to the blue team player, Haojun from Fengchuan City. Let's take a look at the rankings of the urban areas represented by the 2 contestants. Linyan City, ranked 92nd. Fengchuan City, ranked 15th. Wow! The difference between the urban areas this time is really huge. It is worth mentioning that in the last round, contestant Haojun eliminated his opponent in just 30 seconds. Please stay tuned to see how the first round of the competition turns out. As the host introduced the other arenas, Ji Yuan opened his eyes and looked at his opponents in this round. He was a man wearing a blue windbreaker and with cold eyes. His eyes swept over Ji Yuan, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. In his opinion, playing against these lower-ranked urban representatives was a waste of time. Okay, the contestants have been introduced, and the first battle is about to begin. As soon as the host finished speaking, the atmosphere became heated again when the battle bell rang. The other arenas were immediately engulfed in chaos, but on the first arena, Haojun clasped his hands and walked slowly forward. Swish! A dark beast-controlling seal appeared on his arm. Beside him, a ball of black flame emerged. The flame continued to expand and eventually turned into a giant bear with black flames burning all over its body. Ha ha ha. Haojun didn't use the beast control in the first round and summoned his Hellfire Bear. Kill Haojun. Tear this fake Sai Wang's chilin auspicious beast into pieces. People who were watching the battle shouted loudly. Haojun looked indifferent, and gave an order in his mind, Dark Soul, use, Hell Boiling, and end it immediately. Oh! The giant bear roared wildly, and the black flames burst out from its body. Chapter 58. I give up. The green beast-controlling seal emerged, and Ming's body appeared. It took 2 steps forward, staring at the black flames that were approaching like a dark cloud, motionless. Because he could not kill the Beastmaster, the black flames instantly engulfed Ming. Oh! Not far away, a breath of contempt spurted out of Hao Jun's nostrils. His Hellfire Bear was of the Overlord level bloodline. This unique black flame of hell could burn everything. This auspicious chilin beast would definitely die. Chilin is a rare auspicious beast. How did this guy from the low-level urban area get one? Thinking of this, he looked at Ji Yuan, but saw that the other party looked normal, without even frowning. Pretending to be profound. Hao Jun's face was indifferent, but he sneered in his heart, I see that after this auspicious chilin beast is burned to ashes, you. Sudden. In the strange black flames, wisps of green fire rose up. Swish. Next moment. Silently, terrifying ripples erupted, and the black flames dissipated instantly, revealing an intact chilin auspicious beast. What's going on? Hao Jun frowned. Dark soul, use, shocking roar. Roar. The black bear put all 4 paws on the ground and roared at Ming. Its dominant blood fluctuations were mixed in the sound waves, trying to intimidate the blue and white chilin. Even beasts of the same level would be shocked by this roar. After all, my black soul bloodline is close to the legendary level. Hao Jun sneered in his heart, once this chilin auspicious beast is frightened, let the black soul use the heart-diggering claw. But the next second, he was stunned. However, the auspicious chilin beast did not freeze as he expected. On the contrary, he only saw Ji Yuan's lips moving slightly, as if he was about to utter 2 words. Following right on. Boom. Suddenly. A blood pressure that was countless times more terrifying than that of a dominant beast surged violently from the body of the chilin auspicious beast. In just a moment, Hao Jun saw his black soul tense up and his sturdy limbs began to tremble wildly. Legendary. This beast has a legendary bloodline. Hao Jun roared in his heart, but his expression remained absolutely indifferent. He didn't allow himself to lose control of his facial expressions when facing opponents from lower-level urban areas. Wow! At the same time, at the moment when the black bear was shocked, countless green chains suddenly appeared out of thin air on the ring. The chains wrapped around the black bear crazily, and the horrific flames that burned its flesh and soul made the black bear scream violently. Dark soul. Damn it, why can't I take it back? This scene made Hao Jun's expression change for the first time. He looked at Ji Yuan in surprise, only to see that he was also looking at him. That look, calm and without any ripples. A bad premonition emerged in Hao Jun's heart. The black bear was tied up tightly with chains, and its huge body lay on the ground, struggling frantically but to no avail. Red flame execution. As Ji Yuan's calm voice sounded, Ming's eyes glowed with green light. Swish. In the air above the ring, a huge flaming sword emitting terrifyingly high temperatures appeared out of thin air. Ji Yuan raised his hand slightly and swung it down towards the black bear that was struggling on the ground. In mid-air, the flaming giant sword stabbed straight into the black bear's head as he moved. Bang! The ring erupted with a terrifying tremor, and Hao Jun's face changed drastically. He quickly looked at his arm, only to see that the beast-controlling seal belonging to the black bear was slowly fading. Don't want. The veins on Hao Jun's forehead popped up. This was the beast he had carefully trained. If it died in the second round, he would definitely go crazy. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan is not a soft-hearted person. The opponent's attack just now was merciless and it was obvious that he was going to kill him. In this case, he would not hold back either. When the scorching flames dissipated, only a big hole was left on the black bear's head. Kill with one blow. Many people who were watching this battle were all stunned. They couldn't even figure out what was going on. Even Hao Jun didn't understand. All this changed in just a moment. In the last second, his dark soul was still in the upper hand, devouring the auspicious chilin beast with black flames. However, the disappearance of the beast-controlling seal on his arm and the dimming of Black Soul's pupils all stimulated him and made him face reality. Ji Yuan. The beast that had taken so much effort to tame died in front of him, and Haojin could no longer remain calm. His face became ferocious and he let out a crazy roar. This sound permeated the entire arena, causing the enthusiastic audience seats and other arenas to pause. Everyone looked sideways, but were stunned in shock. The battle between the 15th ranked urban area and the 92nd ranked urban area should have been a battle without any suspense. Why now? Ah! Veins popped up on Haojin's forehead. He couldn't accept this result. Now the only option was to kill. Kill this auspicious chilin beast and avenge his dark soul. Grumble. There was a sharp cry. An ice crystal creature half the height of a human appeared. This creature looks like a mantis, with two sickle-like front claws, but its head is like a snake's head, which is extremely weird. It's the Cold Shears beast. A high-level bloodline creature unique to Fengchuan City. Outside the venue, countless people recognized the creature. After this Cold Shear beast appeared, its figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had teleported to above Ming. The sharp front claws shone with a cold light and were raised high, as if wanting to pierce Ming's head directly. Firestorm. In the back, Ji Yuan said in a deep voice. Swish. The sky was filled with boiling flames of the netherworld. Ming used his passive skill, fire control, to condense the netherworld flames into a giant flaming hand, and grabbed the Frost Shears beast. The terrifying burning effect of the netherworld flame instantly engulfed it. Then, the green flaming hand slammed down fiercely. Bang! After experiencing the double burning of soul and body, and being thrown heavily to the ground, the Frost Shears beast almost instantly lost its combat power. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Haojin let out an unbelievable roar and quickly took it back. Ice Soul, come out! Immediately, Haojin waved his arm again and summoned his last beast. This is a sturdy ice crystal demon ape with a ferocious face and fists covered with layers of ice crystals. It takes heavy steps and charges towards Ming. But Ming opened his mouth slightly, and his passive skill, fire control, was extremely special, allowing him to control the netherworld flame in various ways. For example, at this moment, the netherworld flame condensed into a ball in its mouth, and with a slight exhalation, this hot fireball spurted out. Roar! The ice crystal demon ape swung his fist and shattered the fireball. The high temperature melted the ice crystals on his fist, but did not cause much damage. Use Furious Attack. Smash it. In the back, Haojin saw hope and shouted quickly. But the next second. Wow! The green chain appeared out of thin air again, and in the blink of an eye it was madly wrapped around the ice crystal demon ape. The ice crystal demon ape screamed and tried to struggle, but the nether flame was too terrifying. This double torture of soul and body made it impossible for it to break free from the shackles. Its entire body was tied up and it fell to its knees on the ground, unable to move. The smile that had just appeared on Hao Zheng's face disappeared instantly. He was frightened out of his wits by this scene. Swish! When a sharp flaming giant sword appeared in the air, Hao Zheng no longer cared about his image and shouted to Ji Yuan in panic. Don't do it. I give up. I give up. Chapter 59, Showing Off One's Prominence. Fengchuan City, Hao Zheng, admit defeat. Hao Zheng raised his arms high, his face distorted and his whole body trembling as he shouted. His voice was hoarse and choked. The host was on the stands, looking at the figure on the first stage with raised arms and cheering in disbelief. This script is wrong. I declare that the first battle will end first on the first ring. The winner is Linyan City, Ji Yuan. The host reacted quickly, and his voice spread throughout the venue through the microphone. The audience was dead silent. The other three arenas were still full of action, but all the contestants had one question in their minds. What is Hao Zheng doing? How could he, a representative ranked 15th, lose to a guy ranked 90th? Ouch! Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. Moment. The silence was broken. Countless people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man with slicked back hair and a flag in his hand waving it wildly. At the same time, next to him, there was an extra-long banner that took up 10 seats. Zhao Shan was ecstatic. He had been pent up with anger from the boos from the crowd just now, and now he could finally vent his anger. Ji Yuan. Beautiful win. Zhao Shan yelled at the top of his lungs, as if he had won a prize. This guy. On the ring, Ji Yuan burst into laughter, then waved his hand and Ming immediately retracted his attack. Without the chains, the ice crystal demon ape's ferocious face was filled with fear, and its pair of brown eyes stared at the chilin beast beside Ji Yuan with terror. Just now, it definitely felt the threat of death. Haojin immediately took back the ice crystal demon ape. He stood where he was, lowered his head, and his pupils trembled. He lost. Lost to the low-level urban representative he once despised the most. Originally, his pride made him unwilling to admit defeat, but when the life of the beast he had been with for a long time was threatened, he finally shouted out those words instinctively. He couldn't imagine how the outside world would criticize him after losing the game. However, thinking back on this fight, all three of his beasts were out, one died and one was injured. If I hadn't admitted defeat, even the ice crystal demon ape would have died. Legendary Beastmaster, where did this low-level urban guy come from? Haojin looked carefully at Ji Yuan and the elegant and gorgeous chilin auspicious beast, and suddenly felt relieved. After nodding to Ji Yuan, he turned and left, his back looking a little lonely. In the first round, Haojin eliminated his opponent in 30 seconds. In the second round, he used all his tricks and sent three beasts into battle one after another, but they were defeated by Ji Yuan within a minute. Everything about this game was broadcast live across the country. Linyun City. From the first day of the competition, all screens on the streets of the city will broadcast the entire event. This is undoubtedly a battle that has attracted the attention of all citizens in the city. Yesterday, everyone in the city who knew how to use the internet set up a Protect Ji Yuan line of defense and spoke up for their city representative under all posts insulting him. And today, when Ji Yuan won this battle of huge difference in a decisive, clean and neat way. The entire city, whether it was the traffic, pedestrians, or people watching the live broadcast at home, everyone was stunned. 92 beat 15. After many city competitions, the citizens, who had already been extremely disappointed, exploded when the host announced the results. On this day, Linyun City was in an uproar. Banners were soon hung on the streets. The above content is unified and regular. Tremble, contestants, you are about to face Linyun City's #1 rising star, Linyun City's #1 tough guy, Linyun City's #1 beastmaster, Ji Yuan. Undoubtedly, this was the banner that Zhao Shan displayed on his first day of support. Is this all an exaggeration? Actually, it is not. Since its establishment, Linyun City has had several mayors and representatives in all previous competitions, but its ranking has never exceeded 85th, and the urban area's ranking has always been outside the 90th place and has never been broken through. But this time, as the representative of Linyun City, Ji Yuan not only won 2 rounds, but also defeated the unattainable Fengchuan City representative who was ranked in the top 20. This kind of victory spanning nearly 70 places is a scene that the people of Linyun never dared to imagine. Ji Yuan's victory today is not just his own, but also a victory for everyone in Linyun City. Some people even think that it is worth it for him to be eliminated in the next round. Being able to eliminate a player ranked in the top 20 is already enough. After exiting the ring, Ji Yuan returned to the rest area as usual without making any unnecessary moves. He just quietly took out his phone, opened the 4-person group, and typed 2 words, "How? Awesome. Great. A beautiful win." Zhao Shan, Mu Xuxin, and Su Xin all replied immediately. A smile appeared on Ji Yuan's face. He was very happy even though he was being naughty occasionally. On this day, the second round of the competition, a battle between 60 people, lasted from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. On the internet, Ji Yuan's reputation suddenly reversed. On major social media platforms, there is a polarized divide between insults and praise. In 2 days, the person who protected Ji Yuan and argued with many scholars on the entire network was a mysterious man with the ID, Night Falls Silently. He is active on major websites, and under every post criticizing Ji Yuan, you can see him fighting for Ji Yuan. Chat group. Zhao Shan, old Ji, is this, Nightfall Silent, your smuff? His language is too sharp. In just 2 days, he has exchanged insults with others for more than 2,000 floors. He also added a surprised expression. Mu Xuxin, this guy is indeed quite fierce, but I think he is more like a water army hired by Lao Tan, right? Ji Yuan was also very puzzled. After thinking about it, he decided that the other party was either a citizen of Linyun or Tanhe's mercenaries. After all, it's hard to imagine a person arguing with others on the phone for more than 2,000 floors all day long. At this time, Zhao Shan typed, "At Su Ziyin, Miss Su, why did you suddenly become silent after the start of the competition? I didn't see you at the scene in the first round yesterday." Su Ziyin replied immediately, "Your banner is so cool, I dare not get close to it." Zhao Shan, "Oh, please forgive me. I really know I was wrong and I will never do it again." Mu Shuxin, at Ji Yuan, "Hey. Since the second round is over, how about we have a small gathering?" Zhao Shan, "Great. I heard that the foot massage parlor in Mohen City is very famous, and it also has a special beast taming service. I just want to try it." Su Ziyin, I just happen to be free, too." Seeing the three people excited, Ji Yuan smiled and looked at the ceiling. "Smart butler, I have to go to the city." "Sorry, during the competition, only eliminated contestants can leave the rest area. Only when the competition reaches the 6th round will the contestants be able to move freely. Now, your range of activities is limited to the area around your residence. Depend on." "Repeat that again." Ji Yuan raised his phone and sent the smart butler's reply to the group chat via voice. Zhao Shan, "Oh my god, this is like being in jail. Old Ji, let's give up tomorrow's game. This way, we can experience the special beast control service." Mu Shuxin, Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan, "Get lost." Su Ziyin, Zhao Shan, "Get out." Chapter 60. 4th round opponent. When the third day came, there had been a clear change in public opinion about Ji Yuan on the internet. The strongest dark horse of all previous city competitions has emerged. Will Ji Yuan from Linyun City make it to the semifinals? Is it a conspiracy or the chosen one? What hidden information does Ji Yuan of Linyun City have about his beast taming? Latest post-match interview. Fengchuan City Haojin personally admitted that he lost to Ji Yuan. There was no shady dealings. He was defeated by hard power. Some people still doubted Ji Yuan's victory, but when a passage spread across the internet, everyone tacitly agreed that there was no conspiracy or water in Ji Yuan's victory. For those who say that Haojin's competition was fake, you should know that Haojin represented Fengchuan City in the city competition when he was only 18 years old. This 18-year-old beast taming genius has helped Fengchuan City rise from 30th place to 15th place. This is his last tournament. He must have gone all out to win the championship. But you actually said that he lost to Ji Yuan on purpose? When this statement was made, it was agreed by countless netizens. At that time, Haojin was already able to enter the 3 super colleges, but he vowed, "I want to enter the super college as a champion of the competition." But he didn't expect that in the end, he lost in the second round of the new competition system. Moreover, this passage was liked by Haojin himself. What's even more special is that the person who uttered these words is Ji Yuan's #1 defender, Yi Luo Wusheng. At this point, public opinion instantly reversed, and everyone recognized Ji Yuan's strength. In addition, netizens began to dig out all the information about Ji Yuan. Including Ming, he was also targeted. Everyone was curious about the race of this auspicious chilin beast and what was the limit of its bloodline level. In today's third round, Ji Yuan's battle attracted much attention. His opponent was a girl ranked 77th in the city. In the second round, the girl eliminated an opponent ranked 79th. There was no suspense in this battle, Ji Yuan won easily. In the third round, 30 people competed, 15 were eliminated, and 15 advanced. Among them, each of the top 10 cities has 1 person, and the remaining 5 are all above 20. Only Ji Yuan ranked the lowest in the urban area. Gradually, citizens from the city at the end of the race and contestants began to speak out on social media. Support Ji Yuan. In the ranking of urban areas after the 70th place are collectively referred to as low-level urban areas by others. In the fourth round, 1 person was excluded and advanced by a bye. The remaining 14 will compete for a place in the quarterfinals. However, no representative from the lower-tier urban areas had ever made it into the top 10. At this moment, Ji Yuan seemed to be about to create a miracle. People in the lower-level urban areas all focused their eyes on this handsome young man, hoping that he could really break this tradition. Let the low-level urban areas break into the top 10. On the internet, there are suddenly more and more voices supporting Ji Yuan. At this time, the Mu family was hundreds of kilometers away. In a courtyard full of birdsong and flowers. "Master, someone from the Shao family is visiting." A servant in simple clothes appeared at the entrance of the courtyard and spoke softly into the courtyard. "Tell him to wait for me in the main hall." An old voice sounded in the courtyard. After a while, an old man with white hair and eyebrows stood up from the flowers, patted the dirt on his hands, and went to the main hall with a faint smile on his lips. "Master Mu, excuse me for interrupting you." As soon as the old man appeared and sat down, the Shao family members, holding hot tea in their hands, hurriedly stood up and came forward to greet him. "Lin Shen, just speak frankly." The head of the Mu family waved his hand, motioning the other party to sit down. Seeing this, Xiao Linshan smiled and nodded, and got straight to the point. "Mr. Mu should have heard about the biggest dark horse in this city competition, right? You mean the kid that Tan he trained? That kid is pretty good and is worthy of my attention." The head of the Mu family took the tea handed to him by the servant and took a sip. "Indeed, this Ji Yuan is very young. Not only does he have a special level of soul power, he also controls an extremely mysterious chilin beast. I tried to look up the information, but there is no chilin species in the world today that is exactly the same as this one." Xiao Linshan smiled and said, "It seems that Tan he came prepared this time. I'm afraid the bet made 10 years ago will have its result today. Are you here just for this matter?" The head of the Mu family smiled slightly. "No." Xiao Linshan shook his head. "I came here this time to ask Elder Mu to help my son." "Oh." Before the competition started, I heard that Xiao Lingjue insisted on participating. "So, who among those who made it to the fourth round had a grudge against him?" They were all very familiar people, and as soon as the words came out, the head of the Mu family immediately guessed his purpose. "Indeed." Xiao Linshan admitted generously, "The result of the fourth round of the draw must be Ji Yuan versus Xiao Lingjue." "That's easy." Patriarch Mu blew on the surface of the tea, "But what if your kid can't win?" "It's almost impossible." After Xiao Linshan finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he smiled and said, "Doesn't the Mu family really hope that he will stop at this round? After my son wins, will the Mu family owe him a favor?" The city competition, the fourth day of competition. As we enter the fourth round, the schedule has changed slightly. In the early morning, a live draw was held in the stadium. Unlike the first 3 rounds, where you don't know your opponent until after you go on the court, starting from the fourth round, the draw will be live every time. Soon, among the 15 people, there was a lucky person with an empty ticket who was promoted to the top 8. Zhang Bao. Ji Yuan was sitting in front of the TV, and the name made him narrow his eyes slightly. One of the 5 great beast taming families, Zhang Bao, from the Zhang family. He is recognized as the favorite to win the championship and is also the player who finished the game in the shortest time this year. In the first 3 rounds, the average fighting time was less than 20 seconds. When he drew a blank lottery ticket, everyone just breathed a sigh of relief, as if Zhang Bao getting a bye was the most expected thing to happen. As the drawing of lots continued, Ji Yuan never saw his name. Until he yawned and was about to get up to go to the bathroom, a name came from the TV. 6th match, Blue Team, Xiao Lingjue. Xiao Lingjue. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and saw the person drawing the lots put his hand into the box, stir it for a long time, and then take out a ball. Somehow, he had a premonition in his heart. Soon, the ball was opened and a piece of paper was stretched out. On it, 2 black words were written, Ji Yuan. Really? What a coincidence. There was a flash of coldness in Ji Yuan's eyes. Xiao Lingjue, I will take back the debt you and Zhang Di paid for my murder deep inside the mine. After the draw, the host announced the schedule for the 4th round. There are 14 players in the battle, divided into 3 rounds. The first game starts at 10 a.m. 3 arenas, 6 people, fighting at the same time. The second game will start at 2 p.m. and the specifications are the same as the first game. The third game starts at 8 p.m. 1 ring, 2 people. I don't know if it was for the sake of hype, but the fight between Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue was scheduled for the 3rd round. For a time, the entire network was discussing it continuously. The biggest dark horse faces off against the young master of the Xiao family, or is this the most eye-catching duel in the 4th round? Chapter 61. Ji Yuan, your journey ends here. I asked my father about it. Xiao Lingjue's father went to the Mu family. It seems that this guy really hates you, old Ji. It's the fourth day of the competition and there's still an hour before Ji Yuan goes on stage. In the rest area of the villa, Ji Yuan had just finished showering and was wiping his hair while talking on the phone with Zhao Shan. Xiao Ling would never admit that he had teamed up with Zhang Di deep in the mine. What a despicable person he is. However, I have found out information about his beast control for you. Zhao Shan's voice continued to be heard. First, his first beast, the fiery lion, a fire type, high-level bloodline beast. The reason why he needed the Netherworld Ghost Seed was to upgrade this beast. However, I heard that he later gave up the Netherworld Ghost Seed and chose another way to upgrade. I checked for you. After it was upgraded, it is called Flame Devouring Black Lion. Its bloodline level has been upgraded to Overlord level. It is quite fierce. His second beast is the Lava Venom Bee given by his father as a gift for his coming of age. This Lava Venom Bee is also a dominant beast of the fire type. Moreover, I heard that its attack method is very special and can kill any target from a very long distance. Ultra-long range sniping. Ji Yuan's mind flashed back to the terrifying arrow that hit him deep in the mine. Xiao Lingjue only has these two beasts. Can you handle them? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Shan was a little worried. After all, Xiao Lingjue was different from ordinary contestants. The Xiao family had a deep foundation, so it was inevitable that he might have some special means. Don't worry, I'm sure. Putting down the towel, Ji Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, with a smile on his face. Two fire-type beasts. If it were someone else, it might be a bit of a headache. However, don't forget one of Ming's characteristics, immune to all fire damage. Xiao Lingjue, since you want to meet me so much, come and see who will win this duel. At 8 o'clock in the evening. In the competition venue, the other arenas disappeared, leaving only the one in the middle. Tonight, the house was packed. The audience watching this game can be roughly divided into three groups. One group was people who supported Xiao Lingjue and held up fan signboards. The other group, led by Zhao Shan, was a group of counterattack fans cheering for Ji Yuan and consisted of supporters from low-ranking urban areas. As for the last group, they are neutral spectators who fully enjoy the game and will cheer for every wonderful moment. In this show, Zhao Shan did not act weird, nor did he take up all 10 seats. He just sat quietly in the audience, looking like he was troubled. What's wrong? Su Xin, dressed in simple and light clothes, sat beside him. Her delicate and flawless face was not made up, but it still formed a beautiful landscape in the audience. I'm worried about old Ji. Zhao Shan had a gloomy look on his face, looking melancholy. To be honest, he was very afraid that Ji Yuan would lose. After all, Xiao Lingjue was different from those top-ranked city representatives. Hearing this, Su Xinyan retracted his gaze, his starry eyes flickered slightly, also hiding a hint of worry. Phew! I almost missed it. At this time, a lively laugh was heard. Tonight, Mu Xuxin tied her long burgundy hair into a ponytail and wore a pair of tight jeans, showing off her perfect figure. With a smile on her fair face, she sat down in the empty seat to the left of Zhao Shan. Haven't seen you for a long time. After sitting down, she leaned forward and waved to Su Xinyan across Zhao Shan. The silent girl nodded politely, her eyes wandering, not knowing what she was thinking. Mu Xuxin didn't care about this. She poked Zhao Shan with her elbow and said, Zhao Xiaomei, where is your banner? Pull it out. If you want to scold me, just do it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Zhao Shan glanced at her. TSK. Seriously, I put a lot of effort into coming out tonight. Mu Xuxin raised her fair chin and said, get the banners ready. If Ji Yuan wins, we'll each stand on one side and cheer for him. Okay. Zhao Shan nodded in response, but the worry in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Leaning back in the chair, a trace of imperceptible sadness also flashed in Mu Xuxin's eyes. Tonight, although they were reluctant to admit it, the three of them were indeed prepared for Ji Yuan to fail in this battle. Boom! When the sound of the bell echoed, everyone sat up straight involuntarily. The game has begun. Hello everyone, welcome back. As the lights came on, the host came out first. First of all, I would like to thank the players who brought us wonderful games in the first 6 games today. After a long wait, now, I am about to bring you the 4th round and the final match of the city competition. I know what you are looking forward to. Let's skip the opening remarks and get started. First, let us welcome our red team player, who is known as the biggest dark horse of this competition, the representative from Linyan City, which is ranked 92nd, Ji Yuan. The lights are on. On the right side of the ring, Ji Yuan walked out slowly. Ouch! In the audience, Zhao Shan immediately got into the game, stood up and yelled, Ji Yuan will win. His sudden howl startled the 2 women beside him. What are you doing? You looked like you were dying just now. Su Xian's pretty face was slightly angry. Zhao Xiaomei. You are trying to scare us on purpose, aren't you? Mu Shuxin stood up and put her hands on her hips. Come on, old Ji. How can the voice be so low? You have to cheer to the top. Zhao Shan said as a matter of course. At the same time, the audience who were cheering for Ji Yuan also joined in because of Zhao Shan's enthusiasm. It seems that after 4 days of competition, contestant Ji Yuan has gained quite a few fans. Then, the next blue player to appear is from the Xiao family, Xiao Ling Ju. The host deliberately pronounced his name in a very solemn manner. After all, this guy is a young master from one of the 5 major beast-taming families. When Xiao Lingjue appeared in white, the audience also burst into loud cheers. Seeing that his voice was suppressed, Zhao Shan expressed his dissatisfaction. He rolled up his sleeves and waved his hands to incite Ji Yuan supporters around him to shout. Xiao Lingjue's supporters were equally unwilling to be outdone. Just like that, before the battle even started, a contest to see who could make the loudest noise had already taken place outside the arena. Everyone please be quiet, everyone please be quiet. The host wiped the sweat off his face in the stands and said, I understand how you feel, but please watch the game in a civilized manner and don't disrupt the rules of the game. Before we begin, please allow me to follow the usual practice and introduce to you the difference in city rankings between the 2 players. Red Team, Ji Yuan from Linyan City, ranked 92nd in the urban area. Blue Team, Xiao Lingjue from Fenghui City, ranked 2nd in the city. Before we begin, there is one more rule that needs to be emphasized to both players. Please remember, no matter what the situation is, never, never, never kill the beast tamer. Alright, both players, please get ready. In 3 seconds, when the bell rings, the competition will officially begin. The host finished speaking in one breath. On the ring. Xiao Lingjue stared at the handsome young man not far away and said in a cold voice, Ji Yuan, your journey ends here. Chapter 62 Showdown. Emperor, show yourself. When the battle bell rings. The air around Xiao Lingjue was visibly distorted. A ball of rolling, hot flames emerged, and as it expanded, it transformed into a mighty giant lion. The lion had brown and yellow hair, with a ball of flame burning on its neck. The moment it appeared, a terrifying roar came from its bloody mouth. This flame-devouring black lion with a hegemonic bloodline was named Emperor by him, which shows Xiao Ling's absolute ambition. See. Ji Yuan murmured, and the flames of the underworld rose from the void, and Ming's figure appeared. 2 fire-type beasts appeared on the same stage. Even though there was an isolating light curtain at the edge of the arena, the audience could still feel the air gradually heating up. The moment Ming appeared, the flame-devouring black lion pressed its 4 claws into the ground, and the flames on its body condensed into a burning arrow and flew out. This familiar scene made Ji Yuan's eyes narrow slightly. Immediately, Ming controlled the netherworld flame to form a blue flame shield. When the 2 collided, the arrow exploded and shattered. Call out. Immediately afterwards, the flame-devouring black lion rushed out, its bloody mouth slightly opened, hot air spurting out of its nose, as if it wanted to engage in close combat with Ming. Fight! Ming! The auspicious blue and white chilin beast showed no fear at all, its dark green beard fluttered slowly, transforming into a ball of ghostly fire, colliding with the lion. Bang! There was a loud noise and the 2 beasts came into close combat. This was the first time that Ming had a close combat with other beasts. But it does not lose the upper hand at all, using its unique fire control ability to allow the nether flame to change its posture at any time and launch attacks during hand-to-hand combat. In close combat, the flame-devouring black lion prefers to use its front paws. Its sharp claws are burning with flames, and every time it slaps Ming's body, a dull loud noise is heard. But it seems that this level of attack cannot cause much damage to Ming. On the other hand, when Ming hit it with the netherworld flame, not only did it let out a wailing sound from its throat, but even the flames burning all over its body seemed to be extinguished. In this close combat, the flame-devouring black lion was at a disadvantage almost instantly. The fire-based melee combat method of this flame-devouring black lion is not enough to threaten Ming. In the back, Ji Yuan watched the fight between the two beasts and fell into deep thought. After this period of understanding, he also has some unique insights into the fighting methods between beastmasters. In a sense, most beast tamers are born with a certain fighting style that suits them. For example, Flash Soul. Its innate skill set includes close combat skills such as Lightning Dance. On the other hand, Ming's skill set seems destined to be biased towards long-range combat. But in Ji Yuan's opinion, this kind of natural destiny has great disadvantages. Some beastmasters might completely fix their fighting style when expanding their beastmaster skills. But according to Ji Yuan's idea, he needed each of his beasts to be able to master both close-range and long-range combat skills. Therefore, in fact, in the last 15 days before the start of the competition, Ji Yuan had been training Ming's close combat ability. This battle is a test of the results. After entering adolescence, Ming's new passive skill, Fire Control, has a very high upper limit. It not only increases the power of the netherworld flame, but also reduces the consumption of soul power. It can also make the netherworld flame condense into various forms according to Ming's ideas, and attack in various unexpected ways. Vomit. At this time, as the two beasts were fighting, suddenly wailing sounds were heard. Ji Yuan looked closely and saw that the flame-devouring black lion was suppressed by Ming in the close combat and retreated repeatedly. I saw that beside Ming, there were 4 arms formed by the condensation of netherworld flames, which were beating the flame-devouring black lion indiscriminately from all angles like a violent storm. This fighting style stunned the spectators outside the venue. After the first 3 rounds of competition, they thought that the most powerful killing move of this auspicious chilin beast was the sharp blade that pierced through it after being bound by the chains. I didn't expect that this auspicious chilin beast could actually fight in this way, it's simply cheating. The flame-devouring black lion was defeated again and again. These fists hitting its body were not only extremely powerful, but also contained a sense of soul-stirring pain. However, this type of attack seems to consume a lot of Ming's energy. After a while, the 4 arms merged into one and the frequency of attacks dropped a lot. Right now. In the distance, Xiao Lingjue clenched his tightly clenched hands and shouted, "Emperor, release the dark ghost claw." Roar. Moment. The flame-devouring black lion, which was retreating step by step, suddenly had a hint of black light in its eyes. At the same time, its front paws climbed up the dark power, and its entire body suddenly pounced forward. The fist transformed from the netherworld flame smashed fiercely into its mouth, causing several broken teeth to fall out. However, the flame-devouring black lion did not stop moving, swinging its claws out and tearing at Ming's body. Sizzle. Ouch. Ming let out a painful roar and stepped back repeatedly. On the ring, scarlet blood flowed, mixed with white scales that reflected light. Under the attention of the whole audience, the flame-devouring black lion pounced, tearing several eye-catching bloody marks on both sides of Ming's body. This is Ming's first time getting hurt. The intense pain made it roar continuously, and the wound was itchy and unbearable, as if some residual power was playing tricks on it. See. Ji Yuan hurried forward, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of heartache. Immediately, he raised his head and looked forward, only to see that the flame-devouring black lion also had a mouth full of blood and was gasping for breath. There is a hint of dark ripples on its front paws. Dark attribute. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted. Once the dark attribute attack cut a wound, it would bleed profusely and would be extremely difficult to heal. Laugh. However, fortunately, Ming's netherworld flame is not an ordinary flame, which can dispel the negative effects of the dark attribute. Outside the stadium, this sudden change caused Xiao Lingjue's supporters to cheer loudly. Damn it! This Xiao Lingjue actually has a hidden trick up his sleeve. In the stands, Zhao Shan's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that this flame-devouring black lion actually had a hidden second attribute. Are you surprised, Ji Yuan? I want you to watch your own beast die in front of you. Xiao Lingjue sneered, and the flame-devouring black lion's claws were covered with dark attributes, and it pounced out again. At the same time, Xiao Lingjue clenched his fists and ran out. He wanted to fight Ji Yuan in close combat. Bring it on. A fierce light flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. He didn't dodge or avoid, but went forward head-on. At the same time, Ming cheered himself up and distanced himself before the flame-devouring black lion pounced on him. Wow! A hot chain appeared out of nowhere and locked onto the other party tightly. But at the moment when the chain just touched the flame-devouring black lion, a wave of flames erupted from its body surface, shattering the chain. Roar! The flame-devouring black lion roared and swooped forward, but this time, Ming, who was on guard, instantly gathered up protection and blocked its murderous claws. The two beasts engaged in combat again. On the other side, Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue also started fighting. Not only were the beast tamers fighting, but even the beast masters started fighting. The entire audience erupted in loud cheers, with supporters from both sides waving flags and cheering. Such a scene will undoubtedly push the game to its climax. Chapter 63 Bloody Battle. Ah! Xiao Lingjue roared and punched out, hitting Ji Yuan in the chest. But in the same way, Ji Yuan's left foot swept across and hit his ribs. With one blow, both men stumbled back. This battle has lasted for 10 minutes. From the beginning of the fourth round, the match is no longer timed and will only end when one side loses its fighting power or voluntarily admits defeat. Not far away, the two beasts were still fighting. The arena was covered with blood and both beasts had scars all over their bodies. For a moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The two beast masters seemed much calmer. Although their punches hit each other hard, they basically did not cause any fatal injuries. Now. Ji Yuan gasped heavily. Fortunately, he had been practicing fighting skills with Tan He, otherwise, he would have been knocked down in just 3 rounds. Xiao Lingjue was also out of breath, his fists trembling. After 10 minutes, the duel still had no winner. This is not the result he wanted. How could Ji Yuan be able to fight him to a draw? It would be fine if it was just about taming beasts, after all, the other party's beast-taming bloodline was of a very high level. But, even the close combat that he was most proud of, the opponent could resist. Why? Xiao Lingjue took a moment to look at the battle between the two beasts, and a bitter feeling rose in his heart. It's not time yet. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Lingjue rushed out again. Ji Yuan didn't dodge or evade, but also punched forward. Bang! Another collision. Ji Yuan seized the opportunity and punched Xiao Lingjue in the left rib. The attack, which contained soul power, caused cold sweat to break out on the opponent's forehead, and the severe pain almost made him pass out. Ah! Xiao Lingjue raised his hook punch, and Ji Yuan quickly leaned back, but the wind from the punch still hit his chin a little. Puff! Almost at the same time, both of them felt a sweetness in their throats and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Outside the venue, the audience was still excited. Zhao Shan stopped shouting, grabbed his thighs with both hands, and his face was very nervous. Su Xin gently pinched the corner of her clothes, frowned slightly, and looked at the blood flowing from the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth, with a flash of heartache in her eyes. Come on Ji Yuan. Hit him. Beat him to death. Only Mu Shushin was still waving her arms and shouting, but the worry in her heart was growing stronger. Old Ji. Why don't you summon the Flash Soul? Ming is dying. Zhao Shan was extremely anxious, and he kept paying attention to the fight between the two beasts. After releasing the dark attribute, the flame-devouring black lion almost suppressed Ming in close combat range. Ming was forced to fight back and suffered repeated defeats. This scene is completely the opposite of the beginning. Inside the venue, Xiao Lingjue threw another straight punch to the face. Ji Yuan dodged by turning his head, grabbed his wrist, then raised his right knee and rammed it hard into his abdomen. Bang! Xiao Lingjue's face turned pale, but then a ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he swung out with his right fist, hitting Ji Yuan's right shoulder. The two men retreated again. Xiao Lingjue staggered, covered his abdomen, and stared at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was also a little shaky, and his entire right arm was numb. The physical strength of both of them is almost reaching its limit. At the same time, the soul power is covered on the limbs for combat, and the consumption of the beastman's combat is extremely high. It has been 2 years since Xiao Lingjue was promoted to the 6th rank, while it has been 1 month since Ji Yuan. If it were not for his special grade qualifications, he would not have been able to fight the other to a draw. Call. As expected of a young master from a big family. Ji Yuan shook his numb right arm and suddenly growled, "Ming. Release, flame storm." Almost at the same time, Xiao Lingjue also shouted, "Emperor. Use, red flame tyrant blade." Both of them understood that their physical strength was no longer enough to fight, and they had to control the beasts to end the game. In an instant, 2 balls of raging flames ignited in the arena. The flames in the flame-devouring black lion burst out, gathering above its head into a flaming long sword, which it swung down fiercely. The sharp edge of this flaming sword contains a strong dark attribute. Once it hits you, you will be in great danger. Ming raised his head and exhaled, a green light flashed in his eyes, and the netherworld flames surged wildly, eventually turning into a giant green hot blade, rushing forward. When the 2 blades formed by fire touched, the world seemed silent. Next second, a dazzling light burst out, and a deafening and terrifying explosion was heard. Inside the ring, violent waves were everywhere. Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue both raised their hands to block the wind in front of their eyes, and were blown back by the fierce wind. The aftermath of the explosion hit the light curtain at the edge of the ring, was blocked, and then surged back again. Everyone in the audience held their breath. They knew that this battle was finally coming to an end, and the winner was finally going to be decided. At the same time, in a small villa far away in the players' rest area, there were 4 people sitting in front of the TV. The rule that players are not allowed to visit each other in the rest area does not seem to apply to them. I can't believe that a guy from this small city can fight Xiao Lingjue for so long. There's something strange about Ji Yuan's beast. His bloodline may not just be legendary. The winner will soon be decided. Shall we take a gamble? Among the 4 people, 3 of them looked very excited. When the bet was proposed, their eyes all turned to the only silent man. Zhang Bao, who do you want to bet on winning? No response. The 3 of them looked at each other, shrugged, and said, I'll beat Xiao Lingjue. I will also suppress Xiao Lingjue. The 3 of us are suppressing Xiao Lingjue. What's the point of this? Old Mu. Don't suppress Xiao Lingjue, suppress Ji Yuan instead. Get out. For what? You. As the 3 were arguing, Zhang Bao, who had remained silent, said, Ji Yuan will win. After these words were spoken, the 3 of them fell silent. Inside the ring, the violent energy gradually dissipated. When the audience saw the situation clearly, they exclaimed in surprise. After the collision, a shocking and horrible blood mark appeared on Ming's back. As for the flame-devouring black lion, its left front leg was cut off entirely, and blood was flowing out. Its huge body was shaking, and it had no fighting power left. The Overlord-level creature was ultimately no match for the Emperor-level creature in this confrontation. Seeing this result, Xiao Lingjue's pupils shrank. Chilin, execution. The next moment, he suddenly saw countless chains appear, tying up the flame-devouring black lion. The power of this move has already been tested by others. Xiao Lingjue immediately tried to recall the flame-devouring black lion, but the chain climbed up very quickly and bound it tightly in an instant. Damn it! Xiao Lingjue's eyes were filled with madness. Now, he could not care about so much else. He had to give it a try. Swish. Moment. A dark red light mark appeared on Xiao Lingjue's palm, and then a dark red poisonous bee the size of a palm appeared in front of him. Ji Yuan. Die with your beast. The moment the poisonous bee appeared, Xiao Lingjue roared, put his hands together and stretched out his arms. Swish. As his soul power overflowed crazily and was injected into the dark red poisonous bee. Call out. Under the watchful eyes of the whole audience, this palm-sized poisonous bee swooped out. I'll kill your chilin beast first. Under Xiao Lingjue's control, the the poisonous bee seemed to transform into a blood-red arrow, flying straight towards Ming. This poisonous bee carried an indescribable aura, and Ji Yuan had an ominous premonition in his heart. He immediately interrupted Ming's spell and instantly took back the seal of the beast. You must die. Xiao Lingjue had gone mad. After losing the target of the chilin auspicious beast, he actually controlled the poisonous bees and rushed towards Ji Yuan. Careful. In the audience, Su Xinyan stood up suddenly. She was almost out of control, but she could only watch the poisonous bee approach Ji Yuan. This poisonous bee was too fast, and it was not a dead creature, so Ji Yuan had no way to avoid it. Laugh. In the dead silent venue, a crisp sound of flesh being pierced was heard. The poisonous bee, with unstoppable force, pierced through Ji Yuan's chest. Old Ji. Ji Yuan. Chapter 64, Victory. What does it feel like? Null. Ji Yuan had a lot of thoughts, but in the end he only thought of this word. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. There is a palm-sized hole roughly on the right edge. The indescribable amount of blood soaked through his clothes in an instant. Bang! Not far away. Xiao Lingjue collapsed to the ground, his face was pale and his lips were dead. This blow had exhausted everything he had. He struggled to raise his upper body and knelt on the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched, as if he wanted to smile, but he was unable to do so. Ji Yuan, how dare you, a guy of your humble origin, offend me? Die. He stuck his head to the ground, his eyes narrowed with madness. Although the death of a beastmaster was not allowed in the competition, what was his identity? The Xiao family will settle everything for him. Despair. Just at this moment. Suddenly, a slight sound was heard from the front. Xiao Lingjue looked up in surprise, his pupils shrinking. Cough. Red, flame, place, decision. Just see. Ji Yuan did not die as imagined. On the contrary, there was an endless fire burning in his eyes, and his left hand was raised, pointing into the distance. Xiao Lingjue's heart trembled violently, he thought of something, and immediately turned around. The situation was urgent just now, and coupled with the special characteristics of the lava venom bee, he did not use the flame-devouring black lion to collect the fire beast taming seal. Now. The green chains climbed up again, and the flame-devouring black lion, which had long lost its fighting power, could only whimper and helplessly watch as the chains bound it. No. Xiao Lingjue's pupils trembled. He has the deepest feelings for this beast. It is his close friend who has been with him for 6 years. It must not die. If you want to save its life, you have no choice but to admit defeat. But when he looked at Ji Yuan's current condition, his expression became hesitant. He doesn't believe it. I don't believe Ji Yuan still has enough energy to support the Beastmaster to release skills. Kong. The next moment. The flaming blade that once took the life of a dominant beast tamer in the arena reappeared. Xiao Lingjue also witnessed the entire match that day. He was kneeling on the ground at this moment, looking at the dying flame-devouring black lion, and the image of the executed black bear flashed back to his mind. The moment the blade that announced death appeared, his heart suddenly tightened. Finally. Ji Yuan. I give up. I give up. Ji Yuan. Xiao Lingjue lowered his head, clenching his fingers tightly, his nails digging into the flesh. Rather than admitting defeat, he hoped that the flame-devouring black lion would survive. Almost at the moment he shouted his surrender, the bell to end the game rang. Xiao Lingjue suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, he discovered that the flaming blade in the sky still existed. At the same time, Ji Yuan looked at him with mockery in his eyes. No. Don't. I have already admitted defeat to Ji Yuan, you can't. The words have not been finished. The flaming blade fell down with a bang. Xiao Lingjue was stunned suddenly, and a wave of flames emerged, swallowing up his flame-devouring black lion. The whole audience was silent. The winner of this match is, Linyan City, Ji Yuan. The host seemed not to have expected such an outcome. Win. At least we made it into the top 10. Uncle Tan, I fulfilled my promise, at least. Ji Yuan murmured, then his eyes rolled back and he fell face down to the ground. Ming let out a wail, turned into a point of light, and dissipated. Inside the audience seats, Zhao Shan stared blankly at Ji Yuan falling down, and then, an endless anger surged up his throat, causing him to roar, "Xiao Lingjue, I'm testing your code." This bastard actually dared to blatantly violate the rules and take advantage of people when they were not prepared. If the audience seats weren't too far away from the stage, he would definitely fly down and slap Xiao Lingjue twice. On the side, Su Xin covered her red lips with both hands, her eyes wide open, countless tears rolling down. She almost choked and said, Ji Yuan. Mu Xuxin was also glaring with anger, pointing directly at the stands, and yelling, "Why are you still standing there? Arrange for rescue quickly. Quick. Call the medical staff in." At this time, the host finally came to his senses and shouted in panic. Boom! Suddenly, a huge hole suddenly exploded above the venue. Gravel was scattered everywhere and dust was flying. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a gigantic golden eagle swooped down. On the back of this golden eagle stood a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and graying temples. The man jumped onto the stage, picked up Ji Yuan's body, and glanced coldly at Xiao Lingjue, who was standing stupidly not far away. Then he jumped back onto the golden eagle's back and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old Tan. When Mu Xuxin saw the person coming, her face lit up with joy. She looked at Zhao Shan and Su Xin and shouted, "It's Old Tan. Don't worry, with Old Tan's help, Ji Yuan will be fine. Let's go find him now." After saying that, she immediately took out her phone. At this time, Zhao Shan also reacted. Just as he was about to say something, his cell phone rang. "Dad?" Oh, good. Good. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shan grabbed Mu Xuxin and said, "Old Ji is fine. Old Ji is fine." Then, Zhao Shan quickly took the two girls and ran out of the field. The scene fell into dead silence. Before, perhaps someone had guessed the outcome. However, no one could have imagined that this battle would be so brutal. The ring was covered in blood and the strong smell of blood irritated the nose. Xiao Lingjue knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the flame-devouring black lion whose head had been completely burned. Finally, the feeling of weakness could no longer be resisted, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. It's over. Ji Yuan won again. This representative of a low-level urban area was the first to be blasted and scolded by the entire internet. Then he faced off against Hao Zhen, who was ranked 15th. After winning the second and third rounds cleanly, in the fourth round, he met the young master of the Xiao family, who everyone on the internet thought was bound to lose. The representative of this small city not only fought back and forth with the high-handed young master of the Xiao family, but in the end, he even killed the other party's beast, forcing him to bow his head and admit defeat. This is simply incredible and unbelievable in the eyes of those low-class urban people who can only accept it. This night is destined not to be peaceful. An hour after the game, the entire internet, everyone, is discussing tonight's matchup. Some people even began to denounce Xiao Lingjue. Does the beast taming family have special privileges? Can they ignore the alliance rules and kill people at will in the competition? All the low-level city representatives who have been looked down upon and discriminated against by the superiors should unite and speak up for Ji Yuan. After a series of posts with resentful headlines were published, tonight's showdown set off an unprecedented wave. And at this time, the protagonist, Ji Yuan, is placed in a container filled with emerald green liquid. The hole in the chest had disappeared and the body looked intact. Breathing is steady, but I don't know what the condition is. 3 hours after the game. At night, at 12 o'clock. A piece of news suddenly appeared on the internet. Ji Yuan, no worries about life. Chapter 65, it's quite touching. It's this dream again. The world is bloody. Ji Yuan was lying on a cold stone slab, surrounded by countless blood-red figures with blurred faces. They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, circling around Ji Yuan. Weird whispers filled my ears, as if hundreds of people were talking at the same time. He couldn't move, couldn't shout, he could only roll his eyes, watching these figures moving around in horror. At some point, the figures suddenly stopped, and the whispers in the ears disappeared synchronously. The world fell silent. At this time, you ran away again. A strange chuckle suddenly sounded. The blood-red figures fell on Ji Yuan one after another, tearing and biting him. Hiss. Just like the time in Linyan City. Ji Yuan suddenly sat up from the bed. The cold ticking sound of the machine echoed in my ears. The room was dark, and with the windows open, one could see the starry sky. Woke up. Corner. A figure was sitting back and forth. This is a single ward that looks luxurious. The figure sat in the middle of a long sofa. With a pop, the fire ignited, and his middle-aged face full of vicissitudes appeared in the darkness. Uncle Tan. What am I doing? Ji Yuan lowered his head and touched his chest. There was nothing damaged there. Thanks to Zhao Tianho's interpersonal relationships, you were able to live in the world's most advanced medical cabin. As long as the person's head is not torn off, the heart is not broken, or other fatal injuries, they can be saved. Tan He exhaled mist and sat in the dark, with no intention of turning on the lights. You played well today. Today? Ji Yuan was stunned. How long do you think you were unconscious? It was only 5 hours after the game ended. Tan He smiled. Uncle Tan, is this your business to advance to the quarterfinals? Hearing that this was the first thing he asked after waking up, Tan He's fingers holding the cigarette seemed to pause in the darkness. After a moment, he whispered, "Thank you for your hard work, kid. An hour ago, the current head of the Mu family contacted me and admitted that the bet had failed. Then Mu Xuxin and her mother. Naturally, the ban has been completely lifted." Tan He took a puff of cigarette and said leisurely, "However, the Mu family has proposed a new bet. The Mu family are all gamblers." Ji Yuan complained in his heart. Do you want to know what the bet is? Tan He smiled. Good boy, you're still keeping us in suspense. Ji Yuan also smiled and said, don't keep me in suspense. The handsome old man took a long puff of his cigarette and said, champion. That old man made a bet with me on whether you can win the championship. Guess what this old man did to make the bet? He bet that you will win the final victory and become the first low-level city champion to make history. Ji Yuan was a little confused. What did the head of the Mu family want to do? Then you. Hey, he bet on you to win, so naturally I can only do the opposite. But he did make me an offer I couldn't refuse. Tan He put out the cigarette in his hand, sat up straight and said, he said that if you can win the championship, the next head of the Mu family will be Mu Yen. Playing such a big game? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, if you fail to win the championship, I will return to the Mu family and return to the position I was in 10 years ago. What kind of bet is this? The position of the patriarch is not that important. Ji Yuan asked tentatively. Wrong, of course it's important. Tan He shook his head, the reason why he dared to bet like this is because you can't win. This bet is a way for both parties to step aside. I have no reason to refuse. Ji Yuan was silent. Tan He smiled and said, why, are you unhappy? No. Ji Yuan shook his head. Don't think about the championship. The handsome old man stood up and walked to the window. He seemed to like doing this every time he talked about something crucial. He turned around and said, because Zhang Bao is a 5th rank beastmaster. 5th rank? Ji Yuan was slightly surprised. He remembered that Zhang Bao was only 24 years old. Is it strange? Tan He explained, if you want to advance to the 5th rank, there is no technique or method. The only thing you can do is one word, wait. When your soul power begins to slowly transform into a stream, then turns into a river, and finally converges into the ocean, you will sense a certain power. That kind of power will allow you to open up a space for controlling beasts. This statement is extremely mysterious. As he listened to Tan He's words, he couldn't help but recall a post he had seen on the internet before. A 6th rank beastmaster waited his entire life but never got the chance to advance to the 5th rank. At that time, he couldn't understand it, until now, he suddenly realized it. This kind of soul power transformation cannot be completed autonomously, and cannot be guided by external forces. We can only wait. Tan He sighed, at first, I was stuck at this bottleneck for 3 years. So, don't feel frustrated. This kind of soul power transformation has nothing to do with personal talent. It depends purely on luck. There is actually such a restriction when advancing to the 5th level. But Ji Yuan was confident that he would be able to advance to the 5th level in 3 years at most. His dream of building an imperial beast taming army has not yet been realized. And if you want to achieve this dream, the first step is to enter the 5th level. Rest assured and take a rest. It's up to you whether you can participate in the 5th round tomorrow. He pushed the door and left. This is a medical facility with extremely high standards, not a hospital in the traditional sense. The room where Ji Yuan was located was at the highest point of the building. On this floor, his was the only room that was a sanatorium. He walked through the corridor and came to the balcony. Facing the dark night, he lit another cigarette. This bet with the Mu family may not have any meaning in the eyes of others. However, only he, the person involved, could understand the intentions of the old man from the Mu family. 10 years ago, the people who forced him to leave the Mu family were not the head of the family, but Mu Yan's 2 brothers. At the beginning, the head of the Mu family was a shrewd and calculating person. On the surface, he agreed to the Mu family's request and kicked He out. He was not a short-sighted person, so he made a bet that seemed humiliating. In fact, the old man did this so that he could return to the Mu family with a legitimate reason 10 years later. After all, he is the head of a big family, and he knows better than anyone how outstanding He's abilities are. So, although so many years have passed and Mu Yan and her daughter have been locked in the Mu family, both girls have been taken care of very well. This can be seen from the 3 outstanding beasts that Mu Xuxin owns. What this old man wanted was to use Mu Yan and her daughter as ropes to tie He firmly to the Mu family's boat. He knew all of this, so he still accepted the new bet tonight. Because Mu Yan and her daughter are indeed his weak points. However, what he didn't expect was Ji Yuan. After this kid crawled back from the brink of death, the first thing he cared about was his own affairs. You little brat, you're actually quite touching. Leaning on the edge, feeling the breeze, he blew out a smoke ring and smiled faintly. Chapter 66. Surrender without a fight again. The next day. Consciousness awakened from the haze. Ji Yuan was dazed. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard a happy shout in his ear, "Old Ji is awake." Zhao Shan's voice fell. Then, 2 hurried footsteps were heard in the room. Turning my head, I saw 2 unique and beautiful figures approaching. Su Xinyan stopped at the foot of the bed, looking at Ji Yuan with a pair of clear and moving starry eyes, shining brightly. Mu Xuxin walked to the bedside with a cheerful step, her fiery eyes swept over him, and then she smiled and said, "The family has lifted the confinement order on me and my mother, thank you." "Thank me for what?" Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. "At least I owe you a favor this time. From now on, if you have any requests, just let me know and I will definitely satisfy you." Mu Xuxin threw her long burgundy hair behind her and revealed a beautiful and generous smile. "Okay, next time I ask you to pay it back, don't refuse to pay." Seeing that she looked serious, Ji Yuan couldn't refuse. "Nonsense, how could I possibly default on my debt?" Mu Xuxin rolled her eyes at him, playfully and lively. Then, she changed the subject and asked, "Come to think of it, do you still plan to participate in the next competition?" "Certainly." Ji Yuan sat up and clenched his fists. He was full of strength and looked uninjured. "We have already made it to the quarterfinals, there is no reason to give up." Looking up, he saw the 3 of them looking as if they were about to say something but hesitated, and was a little confused. "What's wrong?" "Old Ji." Zhao Shan scratched his head, "Today's lottery results are out." Your opponent gave up." Ji Yuan was stunned. Xiao Lingjue openly violated the rules, and the Xiao family was punished as well. Zhao Shan curled his lips, "It's just that the punishment is not painful, and according to the result of today's draw, your opponent is ranked 10th in the city." An hour after the draw, your opponent publicly announced that he would give up the game, which means that you have advanced to the semi-finals. Surrender without a fight again. Why this time? Ji Yuan was puzzled at first, but when Zhao Shan stood up, held a basket of bright flowers and placed it on the bedside, and took a card from it, everything became clear. "I apologize to Ji Yuan on behalf of my son Xiao Lingjue. Please rest and recover from your injuries. I look forward to your performance in the semifinals. Signed, Xiao Linshan." This flower basket was delivered early in the morning, you see. Zhao Shan said. Ji Yuan nodded. This was clearly telling him that the Xiao family was behind the opponents giving up the game. Okay, I see you're fine, let's go to the center of Mohen City and relax. Good. Later, when Ji Yuan left the medical facility, he realized that the scale of Mohen City was not just as small as he had seen from the sky. Just like the competition venue that he had reached through the teleportation device, it was actually dozens of kilometers away from the rest area, but this venue still belonged to the scope of Mohen City. The four of them came to Mohen City together, strolling, eating and playing. During this time, when passing by a shop full of girls, Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan also stopped. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were standing outside the street waiting for the two women. During their chat, they received a piece of news. What? When the game ended yesterday, Uncle Tan smashed the roof of the stadium and paid $1 million in compensation. He looked at Zhao Shan, somewhat surprised. Yes, but after Mayor Tan paid the compensation, he suggested that the alliance kick the host out. I heard that the host was a relative of someone with connections and not very professional. Ji Yuan was a little amused and confused. What was going on? This is so beautiful. Sudden. Mu Xuxin screamed. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw that she was holding a green hairpin in the shape of a fallen leaf. So ugly. Zhao Shan blurted out. Mu Xuxin raised her eyebrows and glared at him angrily. Zhao Shan quickly shrank his head and hid behind Ji Yuan. It's really average. The old straight man Ji Yuan walked forward, glanced at the various hairpins on the stall, and finally chose two and held them in his hand. He paid directly, and then handed one of the black bow hairpins to Mu Xuxin. Here, why not choose this one? Then, he looked at Su Xin who was standing aside with a puzzled expression, and also smiled and held out his hand, saying, this light blue maple leaf hairpin should suit you. The two girls were stunned when they looked at the hairpins chosen by Ji Yuan in their hands. What's wrong? The appearance of the two women made Ji Yuan feel a little strange. While in the welfare home, he often took care of the children around him. Now, seeing that the two girls seemed to be planning to buy something, as if he had returned to the past, he picked out two hairpins that he thought were pretty good as gifts for the two girls. I don't have any other thoughts. Seeing their expressions at this moment, I thought that my taste was not good, so I touched my nose awkwardly and said, well, if you don't like it, just quit. I like it. Su Xin shook his head repeatedly, then withdrew his hands and placed them on his chest. Ah, yes, it's not bad. I didn't expect you to be so good at picking things. Mu Xuxin also tightened the hairpin in her hand and spoke with a vague look. Under Ji Yuan's puzzled gaze, a hint of red appeared on the tips of the two girls' ears. Then, the four of them strolled for a while, and somehow, Mu Xuxin, the lively and beautiful girl who loved to join in the fun, suddenly became quiet. Like Su Xinyan, he walked silently behind Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan. We walked around for about 2 hours, ate, drank, and bought a lot of things. Eventually, the four separated outside the rest area. While walking in the rest area, many eliminated contestants came up to him and clamored for photos after seeing him. In desperation, he stayed for another half an hour. Amidst the respectful cheers, I finally returned to my own villa. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw the burly man with thick eyebrows in the yard next door again. The big man gave him a simple smile, nodded, and said nothing. Ji Yuan responded politely, and then, after returning to his residence, he took a nice bath. After blow-drying his hair, he turned on the TV, which was broadcasting the final fight of the 5th round. Curled up in bed, he was bored and scrolling through his phone, and found that he had more and more supporters online. Some people even posted photos of themselves in their posts. Wow, some of their supporters are eliminated contestants. In this way, he surfed the internet while chatting with Zhao Shan and the other two. Time flies. When the draw for the 6th round was announced on TV, Ji Yuan put down his phone. Okay, everyone who is watching the live broadcast of the draw, the first contestant to be revealed is Linyun City, Ji Yuan. In the live broadcast, his name was clearly reflected on the note. The next person who will fight against Ji Yuan is. When the note was pulled open, 2 words appeared in the eyes of all the audience. Su family, Su Su. Chapter 67, Strong Man Ji Yuan, banner. Damn it, isn't old Ji's luck too bad? On the other hand, the opponent Zhang Baodru was ranked 7th in the city, and she was a woman? City Competition, Day 6. The results of the semi-final draw have been announced. There are 2 games in total. The first game is at 10 a.m. Chen Xinhe from Dongye City will face the strongest contestant of this session, Zhang Jia, Zhang Bao. There was no suspense in this battle. The second session will be at 6 p.m. Ji Yuan once again faces off against Su Su, the young master of the 5 major beast taming families. Looking at this battle online, the outcome is actually no surprise. The overwhelming choice is to believe that Ji Yuan can win the battle. After all, his duel with Xiao Lingjue in the 4th round is still vivid in people's minds. Even the replay of the game has been the most viewed in the past 2 days. Moreover, compared with Xiao Lingjue, Su Su from the Su family is relatively weaker. At this moment, Zhao Shan was indignant in the group. Su Su has 3 beasts. This time, Su Xinyan, who had always been relatively silent in the group, took the initiative to speak. Zhao Shan, 3. I looked back at his previous battles, and the beasts he controlled were all the same wolf, right? Isn't that right? Su Xin, he is more obsessed with wolf beasts, so his 3 wolf beasts are of the same origin, their bloodline levels are all high level, and their elemental attributes are ice, wood, and electricity respectively. Mu Shuxin, at Ji Yuan, is Ming's injury okay? Are you planning to hide any moves in this round? In front of the screen, Ji Yuan smiled when he heard Mu Shuxin's words and typed, no hidden moves. I have been using Ming to fight because Shanpa has another skill that needs to be consolidated. Don't worry, Ming's injuries have healed well. However, we should also bring out Shanpa for a stroll this round. Mu Shuxin, don't I know you? You like to hide your cards and then give your opponents a big surprise. She couldn't help but think back to the time in Withered Valley, when the situation was almost hopeless and was turned around by this guy. Ji Yuan did not reply, but only sent a hee emoticon. The other side. Curled up on the sofa, Su Xinyan, with her long hair casually spread out, stared at the screen of her mobile phone. When she saw the interaction between Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin, her starry eyes dimmed slightly and she looked a little lost. Their relationship is really good. At this time, the phone suddenly vibrates. There is a new message in the group. Ji Yuan, at Su Xin, thank you. The information you provided is very useful, I will definitely win. After saying this, he also posted a picture with an emoticon of Zhao Shan grinning. Seeing Ji Yuan's reply, Su Zi's body stiffened suddenly, and then a charming smile appeared on her pretty face, as if she had eaten honey, and her heart was extremely sweet. She looked at this short sentence over and over again. After a moment, he suppressed his excitement and typed, come on, degree. After sending it, she flipped over and over on the sofa holding her phone. Ji Yuan put down his phone. Looking up, the first match of the semi-finals was being broadcast live on TV, with Zhang Bao competing against the 7th-ranked female beastmaster in the city, and the result was already out. It only took 2 minutes from start to end. As a result, Zhang Bao naturally won. A 5th-grade beastmaster's power over beasts is substantially improved. Based on the resonance of soul power alone, a 6th-grade cultivator would definitely not be able to fight against a 5th-grade cultivator. However, no one seemed to know that Zhang Bao was a 5th-rank official. In the first round of the competition, the beastmaster levels of both sides will be introduced at the beginning. Ji Yuan had deliberately watched the replays of Zhang Bao's games, but had never heard the host introduce his grade. Do you think this will dampen the enthusiasm of the contestants? It is indeed possible. With a frown between his brows, Ji Yuan suddenly felt a little sleepy. After setting the alarm, he took a nap. Time passes. In the evening, at 6 o'clock. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends watching TV. I don't know if you guys have this feeling, time flies by so fast, and in the blink of an eye, we are already in the semi-finals. The host has been replaced by a new female one, and at least judging from the recent few shows, her professionalism is much better than before. Earlier, our player Zhang Bao won the 6th round with a crushing victory and secured his spot in the finals. Let us applaud and congratulate him once again. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers. Later, we will present the second half of the semi-final match between Ji Yuan from Linyan City and Su Su from the Su family from Jinqing City. Let's hand the stage over to the 2 contestants. Please enter the ring. Strongman Ji Yuan. Strongman Ji Yuan. Strongman Ji Yuan. Moment. The entire venue was filled with cheers as boiling as a tsunami, and countless men and women in the audience raised their arms and cheered. What is even more eye-catching is that there is a long banner in the east, west and north directions of the audience seats. The content of this banner is very familiar. Tremble, contestants, you are about to face Linyun City's #1 rising star, Linyun City's #1 tough guy, Linyun City's #1 beastmaster, Ji Yuan. Looks familiar, right? That's right, it was the online banner that made Zhao Shan ridiculed by countless people in the first round. Unexpectedly, the three banners this time had nothing to do with Zhao Shan. Instead, the new supporters pulled it up on their own. Right now, at this moment. Zhao Shan, Mu Xuxin, Su Xin. The three of them sat in the north audience seats, and next to them were Ji Yuan's crazy supporters waving flags and cheering. This level of enthusiasm made the three of them tremble. Even Zhao Shan and Mu Xuxin, the two old and outgoing people, felt inferior. Hey! It's you! Sudden. The crazy supporters saw Zhao Shan hiding in the crowd and pulled him out. What the hell? In the crowd, several hands instantly pulled Zhao Shan out of his seat, forcing him to wave the banner of Strongman Ji Yuan with these people. Gradually, Zhao Shan was also infected by this atmosphere. From being timid at the beginning, he suddenly let go and shouted more passionately than anyone else. At the same time, on the ring, Ji Yunying appeared in black clothes. Opposite him was Su Su, who was thin, wearing shorts and short-sleeved shirts, with a smile on his face. It's so lively. Su Su listened to the audience cheering for Ji Yuan without showing any displeasure. He looks very young, or should I say, has a green baby face. With his childish voice and thin figure, it is easy to mistake him for a high school student. Little did people know that Su Su was also 25 years old. After he got on stage, he walked around the venue, then looked at Ji Yuan not far away and said with a smile, "You deserve everyone to cheer for you like this." Ji Yuan was stunned. Hey! I love making friends the most. I know I can't beat you in this semi-final match, so let's just treat it as a friendly match, how about it? Su Su's childish voice kept coming, and combined with his appearance, he suddenly gave people a feeling of innocence. In fact, the reason why he said this was because he was afraid that Ji Yuan would kill his beast. There is a statistical ranking on the internet about killing opponent beast tamers. And only 2 people made the list in this statistic. The first one is Ji Yuan. As for the second place, it was Ji Yuan's second round opponent, Hao Zhen. In other words, after 6 rounds of competition, only the 2 of them had killed their opponent's beasts. Chapter 68. I can do anything you want me to do. Su Su smiled and summoned his own beast. It was a wolf less than 2 meters tall, with a body filled with emerald green vitality. He looked at Ji Yuan and thought to himself that the other party's beast was a fire-type chilin, which was much more suppressed than him in terms of both race and bloodline. I don't know how long it can last. Ji Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the young master of the Su family would admit so openly that he was defeated. In my impression, shouldn't these young masters be arrogant and domineering? It's a preconceived notion. Ji Yuan sighed inwardly. For some reason, he also developed a prejudice against these young masters of the families. Immediately, he stopped thinking about it, clenched his right fist, and lightning flashed. Now. Under the attention of the entire audience, and even the entire nation, violent bolts of lightning suddenly appeared beside Ji Yuan. After a while, when the thunder dissipated, a majestic, powerful, and sturdy black giant wolf appeared for the first time in this city competition. This giant wolf is huge in size and has strong limbs. The pure black hair all over the body is dotted with dots of dark blue light, exuding a sense of mystery. After appearing, the giant wolf stood beside Ji Yuan, raised its head, and swept the entire audience with its deep blue eyes. Countless audiences who looked at it had the illusion that they were surrounded by the power of thunder. Oh my god! This beast is so handsome. Oh my god! This giant wolf is just right for my taste. How can there be such a handsome wolf-type beastmaster? It's amazing. The comparison between Su Su's wolf and Ji Yuan's is like the difference between father and son. The first appearance of Shanpa made the audience exclaim in surprise. For a moment, countless burning gazes were focused on Shanpa, unable to move. Even Su Su, his opponent, widened his eyes and stared at Ji Yuan, motionless. Moment. Bang! Su Su suddenly ran out, his excitement could not be concealed, his eyes revealing incomparable surprise. As he ran, he shouted, "Ji Yuan! As long as you can let me take a good look at your beast, I will do anything you want me to do." Behind him, his wooden wolf followed his master's steps closely. When it looked at Shanpa, a strong fear flashed in the wooden wolf's pupils. After all, Shanpa himself is the leader of the wolf family. Not to mention the bloodline level, just the race, it is the Thunderwolf Lord. The wolf beasts next to it could not compare with it at all. Only other wolves of the same emperor level could be compared with Shanpa. Therefore, even if Su Su had absolute hostility towards Ji Yuan in this battle, it would be impossible for him to defeat Shanpa with his 3 wolf-type beasts. Su Su's shout was heard by everyone in the audience. Not only Ji Yuan, but even the audience was stunned. In fact, the ranking in the city competition is dispensable to the people of the 5 major families. Therefore, Su Su, who had a special liking for wolf-type beast taming, had already conceded defeat at this moment. Looking at Su Su, who was running towards him with his arms open, unable to conceal his excitement, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. Finally, he mentally ordered Shanpa not to attack. He could feel the excitement and sincerity of his opponent. When Su Su stood in front of Shanpa, his entire body was shaking. He is about 1.7 meters tall, a little shorter than Ji Yuan. Shanpa stood quietly, his huge wolf head much taller than Su Su, so he could only look up. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Ji Yuan and asked, "Can I touch it?" "Well. Can." After getting the master's consent, Su Su immediately stretched out his hand tremblingly. When his fingertips touched Shampa's smooth and soft hair, his whole body shuddered. This performance was too exaggerated, like a big man who had never seen a beautiful woman. His expression was full of enjoyment and admiration as he gently stroked the hair on Shampa's neck. Shanpa slightly raised his head. Being touched like this, coupled with the other person's emotions, he also felt secretly happy in his heart. As an emperor-level creature, he liked others to admire him very much. Afterwards, Su Su touched everything except the abdomen and a few indescribable parts. Looking at his appearance, he even wanted to pry open Shampa's mouth and go in to take a look. 5 minutes later, Su Su reluctantly took a few steps back, without any burden, and shouted easily, "I admit defeat. Ji Yuan won. I accept the defeat wholeheartedly." He was really not stupid. During his recent contact with Shanpa, he could feel the terrifying aura that this giant wolf unintentionally emitted. Compared with Ji Yuan's auspicious blue chilin beast, that feeling is only stronger, not weaker. Compared with this giant wolf, his 3 wolves all became stupid. If a real fight breaks out, he has no chance of winning. It would be better to admit defeat graciously and make friends with this representative of a small city with great potential. In the audience seats, before the game started, people who were cheering crazily for Ji Yuan were looking at each other in bewilderment. They thought this battle would be like the one with Xiao Lingjue. Who would have thought that I would spend 5 minutes just to watch Su Su appreciate the beastmanship? I didn't expect that the second half of the semi-finals would be so harmonious. Then, let us congratulate Ji Yuan, the representative of Linyun City, for advancing to the finals. The city competition, the semi-finals are over. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends watching on TV, see you at the finals in 3 days. After the host's standard closing remarks, lights lit up everywhere in the venue. Ji Yuan. Good luck in the finals. Mu Shuxin then stood up, put her hands together to make a trumpet shape, and shouted to the handsome young man in the ring. On the side, supporters also shouted along with her. This time, the Su family's young master's voluntary surrender did not stir up a public opinion storm like the first time. The most discussed topic on the internet is the muscular giant wolf, Shanpa, who made his debut tonight. At first, everyone thought that Ji Yuan only had a chilin auspicious beast. After all, in the 4th round, when he and Xiao Lingjue fought so fiercely, he did not summon a second beast. No one expected that in addition to the blue fire-type chilin auspicious beast, he also owned a giant thunder-type wolf. At this time, somewhere in the Xiao family. This seems to be a bedroom. However, the wide area is probably about 40 square meters. The bedroom was fully furnished, the curtains were closed, and the only light came from a TV embedded in the wall. Playing on it was the scene of Su Su observing Shanpa. Thunderwolf. In front of the TV, on a big bed, Xiao Lingjue's handsome face looked a little hideous. He locked his eyes on Ji Yuan's face and gritted his teeth. Ji Yuan. You killed my emperor, don't let me get a chance in the future, otherwise, I will make you pay back 100-fold. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Master, there is a result for the matter you asked me to inquire about. Speak. Xiao Lingjue shouted. The three major colleges are very positive about Ji Yuan. I heard that they are already competing for him in secret. If Ji Yuan wins, I'm afraid the deans of the three major colleges will come out to recruit him personally. Bang! A black object slammed onto the TV screen. There was a loud noise, and the screen was not completely damaged, but the area where Ji Yuan's face was cracked. Champion. He wants to beat Zhang Bao. That's just a pipe dream. Chapter 69 I Like You the Most. Cheers. In a gorgeous private room, a variety of dishes were placed on the table. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Xin and Mu Xuxin sat around. The four of them each held a glass of red wine, with happy smiles on their faces. Old Ji, have you decided which college you want to go to? Zhao Shan looked slightly tipsy, resting his chin on his hand. It's too early to say this now. Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. So far, he is not clear about the differences, advantages and disadvantages, etc. between the three major colleges. There are still 3 days until the finals, and he wants to use this time to get to know the three super academies better. Now that we have entered the finals, it's unclear whether we'll win or lose, but I should still be able to make my own decision on choosing the college. Hey, let me tell you a piece of news. At this time, Zhao Shan smiled mysteriously. Cut. Su Xin turned her head away with disdain. Once the silent girl came into contact with even a little bit of alcohol, she would become much more active. Zhao Xiaomei. If you have something to say it now. I hate it when people finish speaking halfway. Mu Xuxin drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Her bold attitude made Ji Yuan, who was sitting opposite her, twitch his lips slightly. This isn't juice. Are you going to get yourself drunk just as the party is halfway through? He couldn't help but remind. Hey. Stop interrupting. Zhao Shan opened his arms and waved them, shouting, everyone, listen to me. The three super academies are extremely satisfied with Lao Ji's performance. My dad told me that as long as Ji Yuan can hold out for 5 minutes in the finals without losing, he will be given a very special reward when he enters school. Zhao Shan burped and continued, Old Ji, you must hold on for 5 minutes. I'm waiting for you to lead me to dominate the Super Academy. Get lost. Ji Yuan laughed and scolded, what special reward? Didn't you ask for the most crucial information? Zhao Xiaomei, you are drunk. Can you hold on for 5 minutes? Little Zhang Bao, Ji Yuan will slap him like a kitten with one slap. Mu Xuxin lowered her head slightly, running her left hand through her long burgundy hair as she spoke slowly. That is. Su Xin also muttered softly. All drunk. Ji Yuan shook his head and said not to drink so much. Zhang Bao is a 5th-rank beastmaster after all. He thinks highly of himself if he can hold on for 5 minutes. What do you know? Zhao Shan sneered, do you know, Zhang Bao, he is a 5th rank. After these words were spoken, Su Xin, who was shaking the wine glass, paused. Mu Xuxin raised her head suddenly. What did you say? The two women cried out in surprise at the same time. The word 5th grade sobered the two men up. The difference of one word creates an insurmountable gap. Zhang Bao is a 5th rank. Then, how can he win the final? Mu Xuxin's pretty face was tense and unbelievable. Su Zi also frowned slightly. This matter was indeed a little unexpected. So, didn't they set a premise? Being able to fight a 5th grade beastmaster with a 6th grade soul power for 5 minutes actually counts as Old Ji's victory. Zhao Shan shrugged. His words silenced the two women. In fact, they have already reached the finals, and they definitely hope that Ji Yuan can win the championship rather than create an unprecedented miracle in the competition. It is because only in this way will Ji Yuan receive extraordinary attention after entering the academy. Including Zhao Shan, the original intentions of the three of them must be good. However, it is indeed a fantasy for a 6th grade cultivator to defeat a 5th grade cultivator head-on. That's right. After a short silence, Mu Xuxin's cheeks flushed, her eyes half opened, staring at Ji Yuan, and said, if he says so, he can definitely hold on for 5 minutes. If it were someone else, you never know. Bang! As the alcohol gradually took effect, Mu Xuxin suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Ji Yuan. I have something to tell you. Her long burgundy hair hung half down, covering her flawless face. Staggering, he raised a hand. This sudden action startled all three people at the table. Seeing her like this, Su Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. She wants to be here. Su Xinyan quickly lowered her head, her fair little hands tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this moment, Mu Xuxin muttered drunkenly, and then there was no movement. What's wrong? On the opposite side, Ji Yuan was full of confusion. What did she want to say with such a big fuss? Zhao Shan tilted his ear and moved slightly closer to Mu Xuxin, only to hear a burst of even breathing sounds. Well, I fell asleep in the middle of my conversation. Zhao Shan spread his hands speechlessly. This guy just told her not to drink so much in one go. Seeing this result, Ji Yuan couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Because Mu Xuxin was completely drunk, the dinner had to end early. By the final stage, the contestants in the rest area had left one after another. The previous rules regarding the rest area were naturally invalid, and Zhao Shan insisted on going to see the scenery of the villa. Finally, Ji Yuan brought the three of them to his 92 villas. The 3-story villa could accommodate the 4 of them. Ji Yuan arranged Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan to live in the large bedroom on the 3rd floor. The big bed was big enough for 2 women to squeeze in for one night. He and Zhao Shan spent the night in the living room. 3rd floor. Mu Xuxin, reeking of alcohol, lay flat on the bed. Su Xinyan took a basin of hot water from the bathroom and carefully wiped her face. Ji Yuan. With red cheeks, Mu Xuxin, who was in her sleep, suddenly murmured, and then grabbed Su Xinyan's little hand. I like you the most. After saying that, she put her hands down and fell into a deep sleep. Su Xian was stunned, his eyes flickering, his mind unclear. Living room on the 2nd floor. Zhao Shan leaned on the sofa, covered with a thick blanket, watching TV boredly. Gradually, he fell asleep. 1st floor. Ji Yuan held the phone in his hand and smiled softly. Kid, you have to remember that being able to reach the finals is already much better than we expected. Tan He's voice rang out from the other end, so, screw the champion. The runner-up in the city competition is also a good gimmick. I understand, uncle. However, I still want to give it a try on the day of the finals. I want to see how big the gap is between the 6th rank and the 5th rank. Looking up, Ji Yuan looked at the crescent moon in the sky through the window with a firm gaze. By the way, Uncle Tan, do you have any opinions on the 3 super colleges? When he was young, he was also a student of a super college. Asking him would definitely be the most accurate answer. I knew you would ask. Tan Han laughed, dueling, Lantian, Xingtian. Of these 3 academies, dueling is the strongest, while Lantian and Xingtian are more balanced. If it were in the past, I would suggest you go to Absolute Spirit Academy. However, considering what you told me yesterday, Xingtian Academy is your only choice. Yesterday, after the game, Ji Yuan talked a lot with Tan He in private. He made up a very reasonable way to explain the origins of Ming and Shanpa, and also had his own partial secrets. Of course, what Ji Yuan said was very mysterious and complicated. He only told Tan He the most crucial point. He really needs Emperor-level remains. And Tan He is someone he can absolutely trust. Chapter 70 My Dad is Your Dad. Holy Heaven Academy. Why? Ji Yuan was a little curious. First of all, you have to know that the 3 super colleges each have their own area. This area is probably comparable to the area of 3 cities combined. So exaggerated? He raised his brows. The 3 super academies, as the most core breeding grounds for beastmasters in Dacia, are beyond the imagination of ordinary people in terms of their background, reputation, importance, etc. Also, the Beast Taming Alliance is composed of the top leaders of the 3 major academies. I remember telling you this, right? Ji Yuan responded. On the phone, Tan He continued, there is a lost land within the area of Xingtian College. Rumor has it that it was a battlefield in ancient times, and there are countless skeletons buried there. So, you should understand, right? Ancient century battlefield. Then wouldn't he be able to happily suck up the remains and grow rapidly? Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. The remains of imperial creatures were too difficult to find. It was indeed a bit difficult to rely solely on the 1-kilometer status function of the Emperor's Atlas. Now, his top priority is to search for as many remains of the Star Peak Griffin as possible. As long as he could make its remains 70% intact, he would have a place to keep his third beast. However, it doesn't mean that Xingtian Academy is the only place with such a burial ground. In fact, there are also lost lands in the areas of the other 2 major colleges, but the one of Xingtian College is relatively larger and more extensive. Listening to Tan He's answer, Ji Yuan nodded secretly. From this point of view, Xingtian College is indeed his best choice. By the way, the finals will be held in Guanmian City. Someone from the Alliance will contact you tomorrow and take you there. Let's do this for now. During this 3-day off-season, I need to go back to Linyan City. I have some things to deal with. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan was filled with thoughts. No words were spoken that night. The next day, as Tan He said, people from the Beast Taming Alliance contacted him early in the morning and had sent a special car to wait at the entrance of the rest area. At the same time, Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan also came down from upstairs. Both of them were sleepy with casual hairstyles, and their lazy look at this moment had a unique beauty. After packing up their things, the 4 of them prepared to leave. But just as I walked out of the villa, I saw a majestic griffin standing in the aisle of the rest area. Upon closer inspection, isn't this the beast controlled by Zhao Tianho? Good morning, little ones. A gentle laugh was heard. Zhao Tianho stood on the back of a griffin with his hands behind his back, exuding a sense of elegance and grace. Uncle Zhao. Ji Yuan and the other 2 greeted each other politely, but Zhao Tianho looked at Ji Yuan with a hint of dissatisfaction and said, why call me uncle? Call me godfather. Seeing that this big shot was still so persistent, if Ji Yuan didn't change his mind, it would seem hypocritical. So he immediately called him respectfully, godfather. We are closer than brothers. My dad is your dad. Zhao Shan happily put his arm around his shoulders and laughed. This sentence left Ji Yuan at a loss as to how to respond. Above, Zhao Tianho's mouth twitched slightly. Why did this kid's words sound so weird? Godson, do well in the finals. Then, I, your godfather, will personally support you. Zhao Tianho looked at him and nodded secretly in his heart. Good. Ji Yuan responded. Okay, Xiaomei, Xia Shuxin, Xia Ziyan, I'll take you back. After saying that, Zhao Tianho looked at the 3 people. What about old Ji? Zhao Shan asked. The Beast Taming Alliance has sent a special car, so don't worry about me. Ji Yuan explained, let's meet in Guanmian City. I see. Great. All 3 of them nodded. When this gorgeous and unique griffin flapped its wings and flew away, Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Once the Star Peak Griffin reaches its expected completeness, I will be able to ride it and fly around, right? After enjoying for a moment, collect your thoughts. When we reached the entrance of the rest area, a black business car stopped. Next to the car stood a man with a flat head, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, a standard bodyguard attire. Mr. Ji Yuan, please. After seeing him, the bodyguard snapped his fingers and the car door slid open automatically. After sitting in the enclosed space of the car, the bodyguard also got on the passenger seat. He turned around and said, in 10 minutes, we will take you to Guanmian City via the space crawler. This journey will take about an hour, so you can rest assured. On your left and behind, there is a retractable storage space with a variety of drinks and food. You can choose your own. After saying that, the bodyguard turned around. At the same time, an electric privacy panel rose up, completely separating the cab from his position. Ji Yuan did as he was told and pulled the obvious buckle on the left side. Bang! Suddenly, a storage box of medium size popped out, containing several of the most popular drinks and juices at the moment. Ox. He could see that on the side of the storage box, there were 3 small words shining, Science Era. As for the space tracks that the bodyguard just mentioned, he also had some understanding of it. This is similar to a space wormhole, using advanced technology to build a space channel across thousands of mountains and rivers between cities. It shortens the journey that would otherwise take a long time to reach. For example, it would take at least 5 days to drive from Mohan City to Guanmian City on normal roads. Flying birds of prey like Tan He's Golden Eagle and Zhao Tianho's Griffin require at least 3 hours. But through space tracks, this time span can be shortened to 1 hour. Extremely convenient. However, space tracks are too expensive and the project is huge, so only a few cities in the Great Xia Kingdom have them. Most people travel long distances by plane or flying beasts. When Ji Yuan set out on his journey to the final city, he didn't know that the Linyan city was now completely swept by the Ji Yuan craze. He punched the representative ranked 15th and kicked the young master of the Shao family. In this city competition, he surprised and delighted the citizens of Linyan City. Those merchants who had previously signed endorsement contracts with Ji Yuan were grinning from ear to ear. Since he entered the finals, not only locals, but even some fans from neighboring cities have flocked to Linyan City, and almost sold out the items endorsed by Ji Yuan. Even the Blue Sky Welfare Home has become a check-in attraction for these crazy fans. Gradually, the mystery of Ji Yuan's identity began to spread on the internet. An orphan who grew up in an orphanage awakened his special talent at the age of 18, then experienced 2 years of slump, and finally made a strong comeback. Representing Linyan City, which ranked 92nd among the city districts, we participated in the city competition. Although in the 6 games of the competition, the opponents surrendered without a fight in 3 games. But Ji Yuan defeated Chen Hui cleanly and neatly, and he did not lose to Xiao Lingjue in the fight, and even defeated him. It has undoubtedly won the respect of audiences across the country. Now that they have advanced to the finals, the whole country is watching this final showdown. They all want to see whether the strongest dark horse can make it to the end and create a miracle. At first, everyone thought so. Until one day before the final, a bombshell news suddenly came out. The champion has already been chosen. Zhang Bao is a 5th grade beastmaster. Chapter 71, Let's Fight. Finals. Guanmian City. As the most prosperous city in the country, there are countless beast-taming families, large and small, standing among the thousands of high-rise buildings. Among them, the direct descendants of the 5 major families of Zhang, Jiang, Su, Shao, and Mu have taken root in Guanmian City. The rest of the branches are distributed in cities across the country. In a flash, the 3 days of preparation for the finals passed. Today is the day of the finals. Public opinion online was already boiling over with the news that broke the day before the final. Are you crazy? A 25-year-old 5th grade beastmaster. Holy crap. This is definitely the biggest news of this tournament. No wonder Zhang Bao wins every game with a crushing victory. Good fellow, if I were Ji Yuan, I would have directly applied to withdraw from the competition. How can a 6th-ranked player fight against a 5th-ranked player? Indeed, if it were me, I would be so upset if I found out that my opponent was a 5th grade player the day before the finals. My goodness, Ji Yuan is really annoyed. However, runner-up is enough. The representative of 92 is so close to the championship. It's incredible. Yes, Ji Yuan has already made history. It doesn't matter to him whether he wins the championship or not. Alas, today's finals are boring. There are more and more words like this on the internet. Countless people felt that there was no suspense in this final. A 6th grade cultivator cannot possibly defeat a 5th grade cultivator. It's like a law that no one has ever been able to break from ancient times to the present. The opening ceremony is about to end, and the contestants are ready to go on stage. When a voice came into my ears, Ji Yuan turned off his phone and stood up. The venue for the finals is located in the center of Guanmian City. The area of the venue is beyond description. Not only can the auditorium accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at the same time, but even the ring is large enough to park hundreds of giant trucks at the same time. The venue is equipped with the most advanced broadcasting equipment and giant screens, allowing all spectators to see the real-time situation on the ring. At this moment, Ji Yuan was only one step away from this much-anticipated arena. In front of him was a thick black curtain. "Please welcome the blue team player, Ji Yuan." The echoing voice said, "It's time. Reach out your hand, lift the heavy curtain, and indescribable warm cheers break into your senses." With dazzling lights shining on his body, Ji Yuan looked calm, his eyes firm and sharp, and he walked towards the center of the ring step by step. The shouts of hundreds of thousands of people, like the roar of a giant, reached the sky and made the silent night boil. In this crowded venue, huge banners were erected in the audience seats. All of them were banners with the words "macho," which made Ji Yuan ashamed. Zhao Shan never expected that his "make it happen" banner would be adopted by so many people. These hypocritical guys were actually hushing me at that time. Next, please welcome the red team player, Zhang Bao, to the stage. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. This person is the youngest 5th grade beastmaster of this session. In the light, a tall, square-faced, bald man appeared in everyone's sight. The bald man's eyes were as calm as water, and his brows were slightly furrowed, as if hiding a hint of melancholy. Both players are in place. Now, let's read out the rules for the finals. First, contestants are prohibited from killing beastmasters. Secondly, contestants are prohibited from killing beasts. Serious injuries or disabilities do not count. Third, there is no time limit for the match. The match will only end when one side voluntarily admits defeat or loses its fighting power. The rules have been read out, the competition officially begins. As the host shouted, it fell. Zhang Bao looked at Ji Yuan. "You're not giving up the game? Because you are a 5th rank?" Ji Yuan replied with a smile. Seeing his smile, Zhang Bao thought, "I see. Do you want to see how big the gap is?" Immediately, Zhang Bao stretched out his right hand, and saw ripples in the space in front of him. Then, a strange beast with a slender figure and dark purple spots all over its body appeared out of thin air. This strange beast has a strange shape, similar to a cheetah, but with 4 slender front legs and 2 thick hind legs. Poisonous wind and strange leopard. Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the first beast he summoned would be this thing. A creature unique to the depths of the mines in Hongling City. Green fire rose up, and Ming appeared. The poisonous wind leopard opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, rolled its throat, and suddenly spit out a circle of wind. Then, Zhang Bao waved his hand, and a ball of light blue light merged with it. Bang! There was only a loud ethereal sound, and invisible ripples that were enough to shake the soul swept towards Ji Yuan and Ming. This familiar scene made Ji Yuan smile. He did not hide or avoid it, but was still washed by the resonating ripples. Only contestants who have reached the 5th level can perform soul resonance. Zhang Bao is ready to give Ji Yuan a warning at the beginning. The host was explaining, but he actually didn't understand. From his point of view, it was completely unnecessary for Ji Yuan to accept the challenge. He could just surrender and take home the runner-up position. In the audience, countless people looked at the scene of Zhang Bao using soul power resonance, and their eyes flashed with longing. The population base of 6th grade beastmasters is quite large, even much larger than that of the 9th grade who have just entered the profession. They are all waiting for their own moment of promotion. The 5th rank is what these people are most looking forward to and desiring. However, when the resonating waves touched Ji Yuan and Ming, the man and the beast did not become unconscious or dizzy as everyone had expected. Ji Yuan's eyes were still calm and composed, while Ming beside him instantly condensed a huge fireball and shot it towards the poison wind leopard in the distance. I didn't expect that contestant Ji Yuan was not affected at all, and even his beastmaster decisively launched a counterattack. Seeing this scene, a thought flashed through Zhang Bao's eyes, and then the poisonous wind leopard beside him flew over and charged. During this time, a ball of light gray liquid collided with the fireball condensed from the netherworld flame, and the fireball was instantly melted. Gang Feng. Zhang Bao let out a low roar, and at the same time, the poisonous wind leopard's body suddenly spun, and a powerful whirlwind was formed. Withering poison mist. This was not the end. With another roar from Zhang Bao, the poison-wind panther let out a sharp howl, and the spots on its body suddenly overflowed with dark purple mist, merging with the whirlwind. Call out! The poisonous wind leopard's slender tail lashed the poisonous whirlwind violently, and its speed suddenly increased, sweeping towards the sea. Firestorm! Ming roared, and the netherworld flames burst out, transforming into a tornado of flames of the same size in the blink of an eye, wrapping around him. For a moment, two whirlwinds on the field collided and entangled with each other, and the intersection of green and dark purple turned into another strange color. The hot waves continued to surge, but the poisonous wind leopard did not stop. Its figure was hidden behind the whirlwind and suddenly appeared, with light gray liquid sprayed from its mouth towards the sea. Laugh! Fortunately, Ming reacted in time and neutralized the attack as flames rose. Roar! But before one crisis was over, another one arose. This poisonous wind leopard with a ghostly appearance approached in an instant, and it was ready to bite Ming's neck with its mouth full of sharp teeth. Such a strong desire to attack made Ji Yuan's eyes focus. Bang! The netherworld flame transformed into a strong arm and hit the poisonous wind leopard hard on its right rib when it was about to approach. Chapter 72 Wind Explosion, additional chapter for Big Lion. Bang! The arm transformed from the netherworld flame punched the poisonous wind leopard away. But the figure that was flying backwards suddenly flashed, and he stabilized his body and appeared not far away. At the same time, light green wind elements appeared around it. Wow! The poisonous wind leopard swung its four front paws crosswise, and four strong winds strong enough to cut through steel came howling. Ming dodged violently and narrowly avoided it. But at this time, the poisonous wind leopard pounced forward again, spitting out light gray corrosive liquid from its mouth, and the wind elements of its four front paws fluctuated again. After all, it is a beast controlled by a 5th-grade beastmaster. With such a dense frequency of attacks, it is almost impossible to find any flaws. The flames of the netherworld surged out and formed a barrier of fire that completely protected Ming. The terrifying high temperature and the burning of the soul made the poisonous wind leopard stop. Corrosive poison mist. From the back, Zhang Bao whispered. The poisonous wind leopard instantly spewed out a thin mist, and the gray mist adhered to the flame barrier. Then, Ji Yuan saw the leopard sending soul power towards the mist. Could it be that this gray poisonous fog, after resonating with soul power, can corrode Ming's defense? Ji Yuan's heart moved, and he flicked his fingers obscurely, shooting out a ball of his own soul power, which rushed into the netherworld flames without anyone noticing. Swish! Suddenly, the barrier formed by the netherworld flame was visibly boiling. This extremely obvious increase made Zhang Bao frown. Strange, what's going on? His soul power has already resonated with the corrosive poisonous fog, and the mere flame barrier will surely corrode it easily. But now, he could feel a force of resistance, as if there was also a resonance of soul power in this flame. How is this possible? Zhang Bao immediately denied his guess. Before the competition started, someone in the family had checked all the information about Ji Yuan. He was a 6th-rank beastmaster, there was absolutely no doubt about that. Am I too sensitive? His eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the handsome young man with a calm expression not far away. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly took back the poisonous wind leopard. Call. Suddenly, Ji Yuan's pupils shrank as he suddenly saw ice crystals and snowflakes floating on the stage for no apparent reason. Just see. Zhang Bao stretched out a finger and pointed at the flame barrier formed by Ming. Ice. Crack. Next second. Bang! A light blue beam burst out from his hand, carrying a chill, and when it came into contact with the flame barrier of soul power resonance, it penetrated it instantly. Once the airtight barrier is broken, there is no need to continue. Shoo! But the moment the fire barrier dissipated, a sharp thunder suddenly sounded. In Ji Yuan's suspicious eyes, Zhang Bao clenched his fists tightly, and lightning elements surged around his body. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the sea. Thunder. Explode. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bao appeared in front of Ming and swung out a fist with thunder elements. Call out. When his fist was about to touch Ming, Ji Yuan quickly retracted it. At the same time, deep blue thunder emerged, and the flashing soul moved like thunder. In the gap when Zhang Bao's attack missed, it launched, lightning dance. Bang! The collision of thunder elements caused a loud explosion, and the dazzling thunder leaped wildly, causing many people to close their eyes. In the audience, everyone was discussing the unusual fighting skills displayed by Zhang Bao at this moment. What's going on? Zhang Bao didn't summon any beasts, so how could he release elemental skills with his bare hands? Ha! I can tell from the looks of it that you're from a small city. Zhang Bao is using the Zhang family's unique soul skill for Beastmasters, called Wind Explosion. Yes, I heard that this Wind Explosion was passed down from ancient times. It can be said to be a family heirloom of the Zhang family. Unfortunately, although this Wind Explosion can temporarily grant the Beastmaster elemental attacks, the cost is too great. Only Beastmasters above the 5th rank are allowed to practice it. Ji Yuan might be defeated by this move. On the ring. The wanton and violent power of thunder continued to beat. Ji Yuan stood in the distance, his pupils slightly contracted. He saw that Zhang Bao was using his fists to resist the impact of Shanpa. No matter how strong a Beastmaster is, he can't fight against the beast with his flesh and blood body. Could it be that the difference between grades really has such a big impact? Fortunately, Zhang Bao was quickly defeated in this confrontation. At the same time, compared to his surprise, Zhang Bao's shock was even stronger. Strange, so strange. Ji Yuan's two beasts are definitely not as simple as described in the intelligence. Even if it was a beast with legendary bloodline, when the controller was only of the 6th rank, there was no way it could withstand the Wind Explosion he released. This was his confidence as a 5th rank Beastmaster when fighting against a 6th rank Beastmaster. But now, this wolf-type beast not only blocked his attack, but even destroyed his offensive. There are only two possibilities. First, Ji Yuan hit his rank. He is also a 5th rank Beastmaster. Secondly, the bloodline level of this wolf-type beast is definitely above the legendary level, at least, it is also mythical level. In Zhang Bao's mind, the seal of the beast that appeared on the back of Ji Yuan's hand when he summoned the beast quickly flashed through his mind. Therefore, the first possibility is completely ruled out. So, in Linyan City, which ranks 92nd, there actually appeared a young man who possessed a mythical beast tamer. Bang! Just as Zhang Bao was thinking quickly, Shanpa's power finally surpassed him. A huge force came at him, like a head-on collision with several vehicles, causing him to groan and step back in pain. Release, explosion. Almost at the same time, Ji Yuan's voice was heard, and Shanpa opened his mouth wide. A ball of blue and silver light condensed in an instant and sprayed directly towards him. Wind. Break. The ball of light came shooting out with a terrifying gust of wind. Zhang Bao immediately released the last move of Wind Explosion. The sharp gust of wind howled like a sharp blade, directly cutting the blue-silver ball of light into two halves. Bang! Bang! The violent force split in two, slammed into the ground behind, making a deafening noise. After this short period of contact, Zhang Bao had already sensed something was wrong. Ji Yuan cannot be compared with an ordinary 6th grade Beastmaster. But, in this nationally watched competition, does he really have to control multiple beasts at the same time to fight against a 6th rank Beastmaster? Deep down, as a 5th rank Beastmaster and the arrogance of his Beastmaster family, he was unwilling to do so. Finally, a dark purple light appeared in his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the air above Zhang Bao's head suddenly began to ripple. Then, an arm covered with black hair stretched out from nowhere. A strong sense of oppression permeated the entire arena. Ji Yuan raised his head, Zhang Bao, and summoned a 4-meter-tall, hideous-looking mad ape. He was also familiar with this big guy. It was the demon ape that Lu Hen fought alone deep in the mine. At that time, Lu Hen, a 5th rank Beastmaster, took nearly 10 minutes and used all his skills to finally kill the demon ape. And now, only less than 2 minutes have passed since the start of the game. Theoretically speaking, if Ji Yuan could hold on for another 3 minutes, it would be considered a victory in the eyes of some people. However, what he was about to face next was a demon ape that could rival a 5th grade Beastmaster. Chapter 73. Unexpected. Old Ji, come on. Ji Yuan. Come on, hold on. In the audience, Zhao Shan waved the Macho Man flag in his hand wildly, and even used his mobile phone to count the time with his left hand. Mu Shushin made a trumpet shape with her hands and shouted as well. Only the silent girl clenched her hands tightly and murmured in her heart, "Come on, you can do it." Inside the ring, Ji Yuan looked at the demon ape in front of him, which was filled with infinite oppression, and his heart was filled with surprise. Unexpectedly, in addition to the poisonous wind leopard, he even tamed the demon ape. However, this demon ape is much smaller than the one deep in the mine. What's even more coincidental is that this demon ape was restrained by the soul power resonance of Shanpa. Ji Yuan, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Zhang Bao said softly. Come on. Ji Yuan just smiled calmly. Seeing this, Zhang Bao said nothing more. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the demon ape beside him rushed out. Soul flash. Release, explosion. Ji Yuan shouted in a deep voice, quietly injecting a trace of soul power. Bang! When the ball of light mixed with thunder and lightning spurted out, it produced a soul-shaking explosion. The exploding light ball that resonated with the soul power instantly hit the demon ape's chest, and the aftermath of the explosion once again caused the soul to tremble. With one blow, the demon ape stumbled. Resonance wave. It's really a resonance wave. Zhang Bao was shocked. In the previous moment, he clearly felt the fluctuation of soul power resonance. He immediately looked at Ji Yuan, but the other party's face remained gloomy and he did not reveal anything. It's this wolf-type beast. Soon, he attributed it all to Shanpa. It was not surprising that a beast master with mythical bloodline had some special abilities. I can't believe it's such a coincidence. The demon ape lives in the underground world and is most afraid of the fluctuations of thunder resonance. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Bao decisively took the demon ape back to the beast taming space temporarily. In a beast taming battle, once a weakness is suppressed, no matter how powerful one is, it will be difficult to exert one's strength. First, beat this wolf-type beast until it loses its combat power, and then summon the demon ape to clean up the chilin auspicious beast. It's just that I don't know if Ji Yuan has a third beast. While thinking, he summoned a giant stone statue again. The cracks in the stone statue's body were flickering with vitality, and emerald green light was everywhere. It was a wooden stone statue. Seeing this thing, Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall the fire stone statue of Mu Shushin in the Withered Valley that was blown up by a punch. Call out. The ball of light wrapped in lightning spurted out again, and when it hit the stone statue, only a series of loud noises were heard. That was all there was to it. He had heard Mu Shushin explain that this kind of stone statue was almost indestructible. It's hard to hurt a big guy like this. Therefore, many people like to make contracts with these big guys. What to do? Ji Yuan looked at the wooden stone statue approaching step by step and fell into deep thought. Try it, flash. Immediately, Shanpa's body rushed towards the stone statue like lightning. Lightning dance. Bang! The sturdy giant wolf, carrying lightning, crashed into the wooden stone statue, but the statue did not move at all, and even raised its arms high and smashed down fiercely. Bang! The arena was shaking. Shanpa quickly distanced himself from it, turned his head, and shook it at Ji Yuan. This big guy is too strong. Plus, the person controlling it is a 5th-rank beastmaster, so it is very difficult to break through. What should he do? If he couldn't deal with this giant stone statue, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, and quickly recalled all the information he and Mu Shushin had shared about this giant golem. At the same time, somewhere in the audience. Compared to the enthusiastic other audiences, the people sitting here were relatively quiet. Sitting in the front row on the left side is a gentle middle-aged man with a smile on his face. Next to this middle-aged man was a tall and strong man with a serious face. The wood-grained golem, can indeed be considered as a counter to lightning-type beasts. The middle-aged man smiled, tilted his head and looked to the side, and said, "Old Lu, how long do you think it will take for this little guy to react and find a way to deal with it?" "It should be soon." The big guy said in a dull voice without any emotion, "The flame of his chilin beast has a unique effect, which is exactly the nemesis of these golems." In the ring, Zhang Bao controlled the wood-grain golem to continuously attack Shanpa. During this time, the golem also grew vines out of thin air to try to tie up Shanpa. Fortunately, Shanpa was agile enough to pull and spit out violent balls of light at the same time. At this moment, the match duration is, to be fair, exactly 5 minutes. Got it. Got it. Ha. In the audience, Zhao Shan laughed while looking at the timer on his phone. The two girls beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could hold on for 5 minutes, theoretically, it wouldn't be a big deal even if Ji Yuan admitted defeat. However, this secret matter was known only to a few of them, so the audience around him cast confused looks at Zhao Shan. In their opinion, Ji Yuan's beasts were simply unable to break through the giant statue. If they continued like this, Ji Yuan would definitely be the first to be exhausted to death. And at this time, Ji Yuan, who was brainstorming on the ring, suddenly had a bright idea. That's right. Mu Xuxin once said that all golems in the world were infused with natural souls and given life. Although it looks indestructible, it can be disintegrated by using attacks that hurt the soul. Back in the Withered Valley, Secretary Lin used some strange methods of the cursed Soul Kingdom to smash her flaming giant with one punch. Immediately, Ji Yuan took back the Flash Soul. Then, the Netherworld Flame emerged again. Release, Red Flame Execution. The moment Ming appeared, he immediately issued an order. Wow! Moment. The chains in the sky were like green snakes, wrapping around the wood-grained golem. These methods are useless. Zhang Bao stood behind with his hands folded, watching quietly. His wood-grain golem had blocked many powerful attacks before, and he was confident that this time would be no exception. When the chains condensed from the netherworld flames were bound around the golem, its unique ability instantly produced bursts of green smoke. The wood-grain golem sensed something was wrong and started struggling in panic. But once the chain is tied, it will be difficult to break free. Almost at the same time, Zhang Bao sensed something was wrong. The mental communication that the wood-grain golem fed back to him actually contained pain and fear. What's going on? He quickly looked up into the air. A scorching hot blade had already taken shape, and at the moment he was paying attention, it fiercely stabbed down. Because the rules state that beast masters cannot be killed, the sharp blade did not kill the golem, but instead pierced through the golem's head and abdomen. With one blow, the wood-grain golem instantly became listless, and the emerald green light on its body dimmed, as if the fire of life would be extinguished at any time. Soul burning. At the same time, Zhang Bao had clearly received feedback from the wood-grain golem. He looked fiercely at the auspicious chilin beast covered in green flames. Could it be that the bloodline of this beast was also of mythical level? Unexpectedly, with a wave of his hand, Zhang Bao took the wood-grain golem back to the beast-controlling space. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, 3 beasts appeared beside him at the same time. Zhang Bao finally let go of his arrogance. He is going to go all out to win this battle. Chapter 74. Using all possible means. In an instant, a poisonous wind leopard, a demon ape, and an insect-like beast floating in the air, emitting cold air, immediately appeared beside Zhang Bao. Upon closer inspection, the cold beast was actually a cicada, huge in size, floating in the air like a giant water tank. It's over, Ji Yuan. Zhang Bao looked extremely serious. The combination of these 3 beasts was carefully put together by him. Not only are their bloodline levels both at the Overlord level, but in battle, the demon ape charges ahead while the poisonous wind leopard fights in coordination with them. The ice cicada is the key to harassment and waiting for the fatal blow. The moment Zhang Bao gave the order, the 4-meter-tall demon ape roared, its legs wrapped in dark purple light, and it jumped up. The poisonous wind leopard shot out like a gust of wind and followed closely behind. In mid-air, the ice cicada flapped its wings and flew out. The triple attack instantly covered Ming in all directions. 3 Overlord-level beasts launched an attack at the same time. This scene made countless people exclaim in surprise. This final is about to end. Because no one could imagine how Ji Yuan would control the auspicious chilin to resolve this wave of triple attacks. But, in the back, Ji Yuan's eyes darkened and he growled, "Activate, shock." Don't forget, Ming is an emperor-level creature. In an instant. Buzz. Ming stood with his head held high, his dark green eyes flashing with a green light. Then, he looked down upon everything, and a wild and surging blood aura burst out from his body. Invisible ripples spread across the arena, and when the three Overlord level beasts came into contact with this aura at the same time, they all stopped moving. The next moment, a scene that made the whole audience exclaim again happened. The poisonous wind leopard was the first to lean forward, staring at the chilin beast not far away, and slowly retreated. In mid-air, the ice cicada fell to the ground, folded its wings, and stood still. Only the huge body of the demon ape was trembling slightly, as if fighting against the fear in its heart. But Ji Yuan did not stop there. Although Ming's shock has an immediate effect, this bloodline suppression skill is more often used on wild creatures. He only found out about it yesterday. After the 5th level, due to the generation of the beast taming space, the beast tamer can deliberately use his soul power to cover the perception of the beast tamer. This way, when facing an opponent with a higher bloodline level, the beast can avoid being intimidated by it. Therefore, from beginning to end, he never let Ming release shock. For this moment, firestorm. Ji Yuan seized the moment when the three beasts were shocked at the same time. Ming took a step forward, and a raging blue flame swept across the entire place, instantly engulfing the three beasts. Blood shock. Zhang Bao didn't expect that he could break through again so easily. The three beasts were burned by the netherworld flames at the same time, and their tragic roars were transmitted to Zhang Bao's heart through telepathy. What a great Ji Yuan! Zhang Bao clenched his fists and immediately took back the three beasts. The blazing storm slowly dissipated. On the field, Zhang Bao stared at Ji Yuan. After a moment, three new beasts flashed by his side again. After reaching the 5th rank, the number of contracted beasts is no longer restricted. The first to appear was the seriously injured wood-grained golem that had not yet recovered. The second one was a unicorn that shone brightly like an ice sculpture. This unicorn has dazzling ice crystals and a sharp horn with flowing colorful luster on its forehead, but its attributes can still be seen from the frosty aura emanating from its body. At the same time, Ji Yuan realized that this unicorn was almost of the same origin as the one that Zhang Di had used to attack him. The third beast was a strange giant wolf covered with rocks and soil. At this point, the 6 beasts that Zhang Bao contracted after entering the 5th level have all appeared. The bloodlines of the 6 beast tamers are all at the Overlord level, enough to crush most ordinary beast tamers. Zhang Bao's soul power spreads, covering the perception of the 3 beasts. This time, the blood pressure will no longer have any effect. In the stands, everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Yuan. This young man had already shocked them too much tonight. But at this moment, when Zhang Bao once again summoned 3 different beasts, everyone knew that this decisive battle was about to end. No one suffers the same mistake twice. This is especially true for Zhang Bao, a 5th-rank beastmaster. In everyone's opinion, there is only one possibility for Ji Yuan to break the impasse this time. He can make Killinman and Thunderwolf fight together at the same time. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan is only at the 6th rank, so this possibility does not exist. Phew! What a wonderful battle! Ji Yuan from Linyun City, I will remember this man. I didn't expect that after the battle started, every time Zhang Bao took the initiative to attack, Ji Yuan could find a way to resolve it. However, perhaps this is the end. Isn't Ji Yuan's performance good enough? Which 6th-rank beastmaster can fight against a 5th-rank beastmaster for such a long time? This Ji Yuan is simply a supernova. TSK. In my opinion, Ji Yuan was just lucky and happened to have the advantage of controlling beasts. That's right. In the final analysis, it's because Zhang Bao underestimated the enemy. In the first round, the 3 beasts worked together, and Ji Yuan was lucky enough to break through with the blood of the beasts. Let's see what he will do in the second round. Where there are voices of support, there will naturally be voices of opposition. Not all the audience were optimistic about this low-class urban guy. These people made history compared to Ji Yuan. They needed Zhang Bao to win in a crushing manner to maintain their prejudice against low-level urban areas. For a moment, the two groups started arguing. After all, a large number of Ji Yuan's supporters were urban residents who were ranked lower. There was a fierce quarrel outside the field, while inside the field, Zhang Bao stared at Ji Yuan, and for the first time, coldness appeared in his eyes. He originally wanted to show off his identity as a 5th-grade beastmaster on the final stage to gain enough attention. Unexpectedly, this opponent exceeded his expectations. At first, he thought that the poisonous wind leopard was enough to deal with Ji Yuan. But after the initial confrontation, he had changed his mind, so he used one of his trump cards, Wind Explosion. But the battle is still not over. As the demon ape was repelled, his prejudice against Ji Yuan's humble origins completely dissipated. Until now, he was able to force his 6 beasts to take turns fighting with his 6th grade beasts. In his eyes, Ji Yuan was already an equal opponent. At this moment, he already had a plan of attack in his mind. The Ice Crystal Unicorn confronted Ming's flames head-on, while the Earth Wolf and the Wood Grain Golem attacked together. After all, he can only control one beast at a time, and he certainly can't take care of attacks from multiple directions. Go ahead. The decision was made, and Zhang Bao's eyes narrowed. In an instant, the 3 beasts followed his idea, with the Ice Crystal Unicorn in the front and the Wood Grain Golem and Earth and Rock Wolf on both sides. They each distanced themselves from each other and rushed towards Ming in a surrounding manner. It's over, Ji Yuan. Zhang Bao looked at the handsome young man not far away with a slightly cold look in his eyes. But he found that the corner of the young man's mouth suddenly curved up. Moment. Suddenly, the blue chilin beast turned into a ball of flame and flew towards the Wood Grain Golem at a rapid speed. Then, before the unicorn and the rock wolf could react, under Zhang Bao's suspicious gaze, a deep blue lightning surged out. Ji Yuan actually summoned and controlled 2 beasts at the same time. Chapter 75, Who Will Win? Additional chapter for Yu Luo. Bang! A deafening roar spread across the arena. The moment Ming approached the Wood Grain Golem, he condensed the netherworld flame into a giant palm and fiercely pressed the golem to the ground. The flames that burned the soul made the golem struggle frantically, but the palm formed by the flames did not move at all. Looking at the other side, Shanpa's body, which contained infinite lightning, hit the Ice Crystal Unicorn, causing the unicorn to retreat again and again. Then, it turned its head, and a ball of light condensed in its mouth and spewed towards the Earth and Rock Wolf. Bang! The violent power of the explosion shattered the rocks on the surface of the Earth Wolf, and its body flew backwards several meters. When Ji Yuan was able to control 2 beasts, the only advantage of the 5th rank was the abundant soul power. So, within this minute, Ji Yuan must resolve the battle. Otherwise, his spiritual power will be exhausted and he will fail. The situation changed again. Not far away, Zhang Bao's pupils trembled. He looked at the Chilin beast and the Thunderwolf that were on the ring at the same time, and for a moment, he was completely speechless. In the stands, all the boiling shouts suddenly quieted down at the same time. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes were dull, their mouths were open, and they said nothing. So stupid. All stupid. Including Zhao Shan and Su Xinyan, they were also dumbfounded. In the entire venue, except Mu Xuxin, no one knew that Ji Yuan could control 2 beasts at the same time. In the corner of the stands, Zhao Tianho, with a smile on his face, also looked a little stunned. Lu Hen, who was standing next to him, tensed his body and even leaned forward involuntarily, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What a surprising little guy. Zhao Tianho suddenly laughed, great, great. I'm so lucky to have this godson. Inside the venue, Zhang Bao's eyelids trembled and his lips were dry. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. You hid your rank? After a moment, he asked in a tone of extreme disbelief. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan shook his head and smiled, 6th rank Beastmaster, if it's fake, I'll replace it. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed in his eyes. Ouch! Shanpa raised his wolf head and let out a howl that pierced the entire venue. Boom! Suddenly, under the shocked gazes of countless people, dark clouds as dark as ink appeared in the sky, with thunder rumbling in them. Thunder trial. As Ji Yuan finished speaking, thunder and lightning poured down from the dark clouds. Giant rock barrier. Ice wall. The terrifying power of thunder was overwhelming. In the ring, Zhang Bao's face changed drastically and he quickly gave orders. The sharp horn of the Ice Crystal Unicorn suddenly burst into colorful light, and a floating ice wall condensed in midair. A bright light flowed on the ice wall, revealing an indestructible power. The Earth Wolf also howled immediately, and earth elements surged out of its body like crazy. A semicircular rock barrier covered Zhang Bao and it. Boom! In an instant, Bolts of lightning struck the ice walls and rock barriers. The fragments of lightning were scattered on the ground, leaving tiny holes. Inside the barrier, Zhang Bao was breathing rapidly. Every strike of thunder would cause the barrier to tremble. Although he had only been promoted to the 5th rank for 2 short months, he was, after all, a 5th rank beastmaster. Zhang Bao looked at his palm, madness flashed in his eyes. Since the beast tamer cannot win, there is only one last method. His last trump card. Boom! At the same time, the fortress could no longer hold on and was split apart by thunder. Ah! Zhang Bao roared, clenched his fists, and blue veins appeared on his arms. High in the sky, the dark clouds gradually dissipated. It's almost time, Ji Yuan, you're almost reaching your limit. After all, he is not of the 5th rank, and controlling 2 beasts at the same time, he can only last for 1 minute at most. Ji Yuan. Next, I will give you my final blow. If you can take it, you win this final. Zhang Bao's roar resounded through the sky. Ji Yuan's eyes were solemn. He called Shanpa and Ming back to his side and tried his best to adjust his final state. All of the wood grain golems, ice crystal unicorns, and earth and rock wolves on the scene turned into beams of light and drilled into Zhang Bao's chest. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying soul power fluctuation burst out from Zhang Bao's body. It's the Zhang family's resonance fighting skill, soul fusion. Oh my god! Ji Yuan actually forced Zhang Bao into such a situation. I heard that this, soul fusion, is extremely rare, a resonance combat skill initiated by the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster together. I can see it with my own eyes today. It's a real feast for the eyes. However, this, soul fusion, seems to have some serious side effects. As I recall, after using it, the Beastmaster will feel completely powerless and paralyzed for 7 days and 7 nights. TSK, being able to force Zhang Bao to use this move, Ji Yuan, it's an honor to be defeated. In the corner, Zhao Tianho still smiled, his eyes moving back and forth over Zhang Bao, and finally, focused on Ji Yuan. Godson, how will you handle this last move? In the ring. The violent and surging soul power in Zhang Bao's body created an endless hurricane, blowing Ji Yuan's clothes and the hair of the 2 beasts. Resonance combat skills. Ji Yuan felt a familiar fluctuation, and then he suddenly smiled. Resonance combat skills. Me too. Ming, flash soul. As he drank softly, Ming and Shanpa tensed their bodies, ready to go. Ji Yuan also gathered all his thoughts, and the remaining soul power in his body gathered towards his heart. You. There's no way you can defeat me. When the strong wind suddenly stopped, Zhang Bao's muscles expanded to the extreme. His body was filled with huge soul power, eager to be released. Activate, resonance, light and shadow assault. Just at this moment, Ji Yuan took the initiative to rush out. Roar. Ouch. Beside him, Ming and Shanpa roared at the same time. Then, the 2 beasts split into 2 at the same time, creating 2 identical clones. Ouch. 2 flash souls were charging in the front. They were extremely fast, and their bodies turned into 2 balls of lightning, bringing up bursts of fuzzy electric currents that were unpredictable. Afterwards, Ming and his clones simultaneously released netherworld flames, which blended together to form clouds of mist. For a moment, this massive double fog completely enveloped Zhang Bao. Ah! He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes fixed straight ahead. At some point. Soul melting, violent charge. Zhang Bao suddenly roared. Swish! He shot out like a cannonball, and the powerful soul power fluctuations condensed into a substantial shield in front of him, which suddenly hit Shanpa and Ming. Puff! However, what he didn't expect was that his timely collision directly penetrated the bodies of the 2 beasts. Phantom! He was horrified, but before he could react, a terrible wave came quietly. You! Ji Yuan's face turned pale with a smile on his lips, and he appeared in front of him without him noticing. Soul shock. When he was completely unprepared, Ji Yuan's palm touched his chest, and a terrifying soul power wave burst out. At this final moment, Zhang Bao was a 5th rank beastmaster after all. He reacted quickly and also madly poured out his soul power towards Ji Yuan. Bang! A deafening noise and roar. Chapter 76, Victory or Defeat is Undetermined. On the ring. The obscuring fog created by Ming and Shanpa is slowly dissipating. The entire audience, hundreds of thousands of spectators, all stood up at the same time. They knew that this was the last clash between the two. Who would win? Zhao Shan grabbed his hair with both hands and dared not breathe. Mu Xuxin held the edge of the stands, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Su Xin clenched her hands tightly and prayed continuously in her heart. When the last wisp of fog dissipated, one person was standing and one was lying on the field. The person standing is Zhang Bao. Woo woo. Moment. Some cheers rang out. Zhao Shan, Mu Xuxin, and Su Xin sighed deeply upon seeing this scene. However, I soon felt relieved. After all, the opponent is a 5th-grade beastmaster, and it is already very good that Ji Yuan can beat him like this. Those who supported Ji Yuan also fell silent, listening to the cheers of Zhang Bao's supporters, although they also knew that it was simply a fantasy for a 6th grade to defeat a 5th grade. However, Ji Yuan's supporters still felt a little disappointed. Puff. Sudden. Zhang Bao, who was standing in the field, spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell straight back. At the same time, the handsome young man lying on the ground made a move. I saw him turn over, struggling, using his hands and feet and standing up shakily. A strong feeling of dizziness and weakness continued to invade the whole body. Ji Yuan frowned and covered his mouth with his hands, coughing violently a few times. His palms were trembling slightly, and the cough just now brought out a pool of scarlet blood. Hiss. His eyelids trembled, and at this moment, he felt a terrible pain in his left rib. In the previous confrontation, his soul shock defeated Zhang Bao first, causing the opponent to fail to fully launch his attack. But even so, judging from the fact that even the slightest breath caused severe pain, the condition of his left rib was probably not optimistic. That's all. Ji Yuan covered his ribs with one hand and staggered towards Zhang Bao. With a slight wave of his hand, a flashing figure appeared. Because Ji Yuan was in a very bad condition and had very little soul power left, Shanpa also looked sickly, with his eyes slightly drooping. However, Shanpa still followed his idea, opened his mouth slightly, and a tiny ball of explosive light condensed and pointed directly at Zhang Bao's head. Good. Zhang Bao lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on Ji Yuan. I admit. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Bao seemed to have reached his limit. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Even if he didn't say the third word, the outcome was clear given the fact that Ji Yuan was still able to summon the beast. Ji Yuan let out a long breath of his last breath. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. Win. 1. The whole audience was silent. No one could believe that the final winner of this battle between the 5th rank and the 6th rank would be Ji Yuan. Ouch. At the same time, Zhao Shan in the audience had red eyes and let out an indescribable howl. Immediately afterwards, the royal ring in his hand flashed, and a huge banner appeared in his hand. Mu Xuxin's pretty face was also filled with excitement. The two old friends each took a corner and directly opened the banner. At the same time, Zhao Shan read out the contents of the banner loudly like a madman. Tremble, everyone. You are facing Linyan City's #1 rising star, Linyan City's #1 tough guy, Linyan City's #1 beastmaster, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan is the champion. Ji Yuan. Mu Xuxin also held up a banner, jumping and shouting without caring about her beautiful image. The enthusiasm of the two instantly ignited the others. In an instant, the terrifying roar that was like a tidal wave spread through the sky, penetrated the interior of the stadium, and reached the ears of all the citizens of Guanyin City. At this moment, countless people raised their arms and shouted, waving flags and cheering for the handsome young man lying on the ground, unconscious. Su Xinyan stood quietly in the crowd, looking at the handsome young man's face on the screen, a happy smile appearing on the corners of her mouth. As the medical team entered the venue and took the two people away, the cheers from the audience increased instead of decreasing. Those who had previously supported Zhang Bao left the stage in embarrassment amid boos. But then, something happened that countless people could not have imagined. The host was slow to announce the results of the competition and did not make any statement. At the same time, the venue turned on all the lights, signaling the audience to exit in an orderly manner. This scene made everyone feel strange. There is another way. In a room. Several people sat casually, in front of them was a huge screen. The scene before Zhang Bao fell into coma was played repeatedly on it. I admit. His words were clear and he repeated them over and over again. This is the only point we can use. A woman stood in front of the screen, looking at everyone else in the audience, and said, Zhang Bao did not admit defeat. And Ji Yuan also fell into a coma. This final is a draw. But, if this is the case, I'm afraid other people won't buy it. That's true. Those cities that are ranked low already have resentment. If something like this happens, will it? Everyone. The woman said in a cold voice, I think you still don't understand what the consequences will be if you let Ji Yuan win the championship. First, if he wins, there will be no more obstacles to Old Man Yang's plan to merge the urban area. Do you really want to merge with those hopeless low-level urban areas and share resources with them? This Ji Yuan was born in a low-level urban area. Now, he already has countless supporters. Once Ji Yuan wins the championship, merging the urban areas will be a foregone conclusion. By merging the urban areas, not only will our wealth be affected, but even our business will suffer a serious blow. Everyone, please think carefully about the consequences of this. After the woman finished speaking, the rest of the people in the room were silent. After a while, a man said, Yang Qing is cold and indifferent. If the merger of the urban area is really implemented, I'm afraid some of our business will not be able to continue. Mu Li, what are you going to do? The others remained silent, as if they agreed with the man's words. Seeing this, the woman named Mu Li sneered and said, it's very simple. Use the rules to change the winner of this match to Zhang Bao. In previous finals of the city competition, there have been cases where both sides have fallen unconscious. And the final result of the competition will be decided by voting among the 120 cities. The one with the most votes will be the champion. How is it? This is within the rules. The key point is that Zhang Bao did not admit defeat himself. Her words made everyone present think for a moment and then nodded. Just do as you said. Chapter 77. How to calculate. How shameless. In a private room of a high-end restaurant in Guanyin City, Zhao Shan was furious. Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan also frowned slightly. At this moment, it is the second night after the finals. After all, it is the number one city, so the medical level is naturally needless to say. In just one night, Ji Yuan recovered as before. However, he didn't expect that the final result would be a draw the next morning. What if it's a tie? Ji Yuan played with the tableware in front of him and looked at the three people. They were all young ladies and gentlemen from beast taming families, so they naturally knew more about this situation than he did. This has happened before. The final result will be voted on by 120 cities, the 5 major families, and some specific personnel from the Beast Taming Alliance. Then, the champion will be decided by the number of votes. Su Xin spoke softly, and as soon as she finished, Zhao Shan immediately cursed, Bah! Let old Ji and Zhang Bao compete for votes. On the side, Mu Xuxin said, don't be too anxious. According to the rules, if both parties involve members of the 5 major families, in order to avoid suspicion, the 5 major families cannot participate in the vote. That's what I said, but I don't know if they will do something secretly. I have to contact my father. After saying that, he immediately got up and made a phone call. At this moment, Su Xin suddenly whispered, I will find a way for you. No. Don't make it hard on yourself. Ji Yuan shook his head repeatedly. He understood Su Xinyan's situation in the Su family. Even if she could really do it, she would definitely pay a heavy price. He didn't want to see his best friend suffer any injustice because of him. Except Zhao Shan, because he is thick-skinned. Seeing Ji Yuan's firm attitude, Su Xinyan pursed her red lips and said no more. Alas, one problem after another arises. Mu Xuxin sighed lightly. She couldn't help at all in this matter and could only worry. Today, public opinion on the internet is polarized. Some people were angry, some supported voting, and some analyzed the issue rationally. In general, the most crucial point about the draw is that Zhang Bao did not say the word surrender. Under the deliberate guidance of certain people, some people clung to this point, brainlessly whitewashing the public and calling on the whole country to agree to vote. This final city competition was extremely popular and had a lot of attention. Inside the box, the atmosphere was silent. Not long after, Zhao Shan pushed the door open and turned back. Dad told us to rest assured, other than that, that's all. Zhao Shan shrugged. At the same time, 10,000 meters in the sky. A huge golden eagle was flying under the moonlight. On his back stood a middle-aged man with graying hair and a gloomy face. The golden eagle had been flying for an unknown amount of time, but at a certain moment, it suddenly swooped down. It passed through layers of clouds and mist and finally landed safely in a yard. It landed silently, and the middle-aged man jumped down and retrieved it. Tan He. Just as I stood firm, an old male voice was heard from the corner of the yard. Tan He looked and saw an old man with a cane and a hunched back walking slowly towards him. I know why you're here. The old man smiled and said, come in and sit down. Tan He seemed to be in a bad mood. He nodded and walked into the house without any courtesy. This is a courtyard house, and the furnishings and decorations in the room are very retro. I proposed the merger of the urban area 20 years ago. The old man sat on a chair, trembling with a cane, and said, at that time, you were the only one who supported me. Some people have been in high positions for so long that they think everyone in the world lives the same extravagant life as them. Fortunately, over the years, some people have finally come to their senses and started to support my plan. The old man was talking to himself, his wrinkled face seemed to be condensing some kind of emotion. What's the use of the support program? Tan He snorted coldly. Why would they suppress a beast-taming genius like Ji Yuan? Why would they rule this match a draw? After all, isn't it all because of the word, prejudice? A beastmaster who comes from a humble background and ranks low in the city, is it true that he really doesn't deserve better resources? You need to calm down. This kind of thinking is deeply rooted. It can't be solved by just swiping it away. The old man sighed and said, I have been trying to change for so many years. Change? There was rage in his eyes, but Tan He remained calm. If you really want to change this, you should stop this farce from happening. Tan He. The old man shook his head, you should know that this matter is within the rules, and there are not a few people who support Zhang Bao. Please be patient, Mayor Tan. He said leisurely, a tie vote is not a bad thing. Perhaps it can help Ji Yuan's reputation rise to a higher level. Someone has to do something to stop it. Tan He snorted coldly. Isn't that what you came here to talk about? The old man glanced at him and said, don't worry, I will supervise it. The words fell. In that case, I'll trouble you, teacher. Tan He's expression changed in an instant. He stood up and bowed slightly to show his respect. It's getting late, so I won't disturb the teacher's rest. I'll leave first. After saying that, Tan He pushed the door open, walked out into the courtyard, summoned the golden eagle, and disappeared in an instant. The old man sitting in the room seemed to have expected this scene. He did not move at all, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. High in the sky. Tian Ho. Well, it's consistent with what you and I expected. I understand. I'll contact you later. Above the golden eagle, Tan He's eyes flickered. After the finals, the third morning. Ji Yuan left the hotel room and got into a special car with an indifferent expression. The voting process will be broadcast live. The voting camp is composed of 120 mayors, 5 major beast-taming families, and 15 senior officials of the alliance. The total number of valid votes was 140. And when Ji Yuan set out on the road to the scene. On the other side, the Zhang family. Bang! The crisp sound echoed. There was a red slap mark on Zhang Bao's left cheek. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. What did you say? You want to give up? The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Bao with a cold tone. If I lose, I lose. I can't beat Ji Yuan, I admit it. Dad! Why do we have to vote to decide the champion and runner-up? Zhang Bao's tone was firm and heavy, he didn't understand. What do you admit? The middle-aged man was furious and swung out with his palm again. A burning pain came from his cheek, making Zhang Bao grit his teeth. You are from the Zhang family. As a 5th-ranked Beastmaster, you lost to an unknown person from a small city. Don't you feel ashamed? Why do you admit defeat? Do you want the Zhang family to become a laughingstock across the country? You bastard, if you don't go today, get out of the Zhang family and never come back. Chapter 78, Deciding the Victory, additional chapter for the Big Lion. The voting venue is a huge circular hall located in the north of Guanyin City. Compared to the lively atmosphere at the finals, this place seems depressing. In the circular hall, 120 mayors sat in an orderly manner. The 10 high-ranking officials of the Beast Taming Alliance sat at the front of the hall. The core figures of this scene, Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao, were arranged in the center of the hall, with 2 simple tables and chairs, sitting face to face. The atmosphere in the entire conference hall was depressing and serious. There were no outsiders. On the day of the final, both players were unconscious, resulting in a tie. According to the rules, a voting process will be held today, with mayors of cities across the country and senators of the Beast Taming Alliance voting together. The voting process will be broadcast live and conducted under national scrutiny. At the top of the Beast Taming Alliance, a middle-aged man with a beard spoke in a serious tone. After saying that, he sat down directly. Click. A mechanical sound rang out. A translucent screen was projected behind Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao. At the same time, 2 buttons popped up in front of the mayor and the senator of the Beast Taming Alliance, one red and one blue. The screen was also split into 2 at this time, turning into blue and red. Blue represents Ji Yuan. Red represents Zhang Bao. Please all participating mayors and senators start voting and select your champion based on the performance of this competition. The cold mechanical sound does not contain a trace of emotion, like an intelligent butler in the rest area. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, all those participating in the vote pressed the buttons in front of them. For a while, the screen behind Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao showed the urban areas represented by the voters. Outside world. Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin and Su Xin were all at home, watching the live broadcast in front of the TV. As the real-time vote counts appeared and changed, the hearts of the 3 people were in their throats. It can be seen from the live broadcast that the votes of Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao are increasing at almost the same rate. Ji Yuan 20, 21, 25. Zhang Bao 23, 24, 26. The votes between the 2 were very close, and at this moment, the whole internet was talking about it. Oh my god, judging by the momentum, it's not going to be a tie again, is it? It's hard to say. The 10 senators haven't made a move yet. The current votes are contributed by 120 mayors. It's hard to say. Oh my, the votes for both of them have reached 50. It's so close, maybe it will be a tie. What's that? 120 cities divided in half. No. Zhang Bao's vote count has stopped. It's at 56. And Ji Yuan's is still rising. Barrages of comments were flying everywhere, and in an instant, exclamation marks in the live broadcast room almost occupied the entire screen. Inside the venue. As the soaring vote count gradually slowed down and even stopped. In the end, Ji Yuan received 64 votes. Zhang Bao received 56 votes. There is a difference of 8 votes between the 2. But no one was happy. Because, this is just the votes of 120 mayors. When the 10 alliance senators pressed the voting buttons expressionlessly, Zhang Bao's votes began to change again. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Bao's votes soared to 64. The votes are tied. But it's not over yet. As 2 names appeared on the red and blue screen at the same time, the votes for Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao rolled at the same time. Double, finally fixed at 65. At this point, all 130 people have completed voting. Among them, Ji Yuan received 64 votes out of 120 mayors. Among the 10 senators of the alliance, Ji Yuan only got 1 vote. Asshole. Someone actually betrayed us. In a certain house, the sound of glass breaking was heard. A woman yelled angrily, "Asshole! Asshole! Asshole!" Then she immediately made a phone call. Inside the conference hall, Tan He, who was sitting on the side, had a calm expression, but a hidden light flashed in his eyes. His eyes swept across the senators, and he saw the bearded man who cast his only vote for Ji Yuan. This was beyond Tan He's expectations. According to the plan, Ji Yuan should lose the vote by 1 vote. The other mayors exchanged glances, they had not expected it to be so dramatic. The votes have been counted. A mechanical voice sounded, since the votes are tied, according to the additional rules, the 4 major beast taming families will be notified to go to the venue for the final vote. Due to the special status of Zhang Bao, the Zhang family needs to avoid suspicion according to the rules. The venue fell silent again. The entire internet exploded because of this result. Damn it, if it were you, I should have just declared Zhang Bao the loser. He was the first person to faint, and Ji Yuan was right after him. Doesn't that count as Ji Yuan's win? A bunch of dogs are chasing Ji Yuan and biting him every day. Are you the navy hired by the Zhang family? Bah! Only you guys from the lower-level urban areas can resonate with Ji Yuan, right? That's right, why don't you just stay in your little place? Why do you have to be so arrogant? The keyboard war begins over the ranking of urban areas. While waiting for the beast-taming family to arrive at the venue, both sides started cursing at each other. At this moment, a post suddenly appeared and instantly ended the mindless war of words between the two sides. Should Ji Yuan lose? Let's take a look at the potential of this contestant from a small city. The publisher of this post, ID. On the internet, Ji Yuan's #1 fan. In the first round, when Ji Yuan was caught up in a storm of public opinion, this, Yi Luo Wusheng, engaged in a verbal battle with many people and cursed at others for more than 2,000 floors. At that time, countless people were speculating that this, Night Falls Silently, was Ji Yuan's secondary account. But after Ji Yuan defeated Xiao Lingjue in the 4th round, this ID was no longer active. Unexpectedly, today, she appeared again. Moreover, the words were still so sharp. The entire post dissected every battle that Ji Yuan participated in the city competition. Especially in the finals, many people couldn't understand why Zhang Bao lost, and Yi Luo Wusheng also gave an explanation. Everyone has overlooked the most crucial point, the difference in soul power qualifications. In fact, as long as you pay attention, you can find out all the information about the two contestants. It will be disclosed during the finals. First is Zhang Bao. He became a 9th grade beastmaster at the age of 18. After 7 years, he entered the 5th grade 2 months ago. His soul power qualification is low. Then there was Ji Yuan. He awakened his special grade soul power at the age of 18. After a 2-year hiatus, he finally contracted his first beast before the city competition began. Until today, Ji Yuan has only been a beastmaster for more than 3 months. In 3 months, he was promoted from the 9th rank to the 6th rank. He has a special soul power qualification, but he can control 2 beasts at the same time. Based on these 3 keywords, any one of them would not necessarily be ordinary if it were given to someone else, right? But why is it so hard to accept Ji Yuan? Is it because he represents a low-level urban area? In the post, Yi Luo Wusheng shut everyone up with a plain and simple statement. In a chat group of 4. Zhao Shan, my goodness, please take a look at this post. Who on earth is this, Yi Luo Wusheng? I must find him and treat him to a meal. As he said this, he shared the link of the post. Mu Shuxin, I'm reading it. It's so well said. I feel more and more that this is the water army that Lao Tan hired for Ji Yuan at a high price. After all, between the lines, he knows Ji Yuan too well. Su Ziyin changed the subject and said, watch the live broadcast, the time to decide the winner has come. Chapter 79, Champion Winner. Outside the venue. In front of a heavy brown wooden door. 2 men and 2 women with extraordinary temperament and elegant clothes stood there. How about you 3 keep each other informed? The male representative of the Xiao family, dressed in a suit and tie, smiled and said, I want to vote for Zhang Bao. I vote for Zhang Bao, too. The Mu family's representative spoke calmly. Zhang Bao. The female representative of the Su family also nodded. Only the representative of the Jiang family's daughter remained silent. Everyone, please enter. At this time, the wooden door slowly opened. Each of the 4 people received a bronze coin. Placing a judgment coin on a contestant's table is considered a vote for the other party. A mechanical sound rang out, and lights illuminated an aisle in the solemn conference hall. The representative of the Xiao family walked out first, and under the attention of the whole audience and the live broadcast equipment, he placed the judgment coin on Zhang Bao's desk. Zhang family, 1 vote for Zhang Bao. The representative of the Mu family followed closely behind, taking the same steps, and walked to Zhang Bao's desk without hesitation, gently placing down the judgment coin. Zhang family, 2 votes from Zhang Bao. When it was the Zhang family representative's turn, she walked lightly to Ji Yuan's desk, holding a coin between her fingertips and gently tapping it on his desk. Linyan City, Ji Yuan, 1 vote. This moment, everyone's eyes were on the last person, the representative of the Su family. Her crucial vote will determine who will win the city championship. Immediately, the representative of the Su family stepped forward. She walked to the center of the venue and passed by Ji Yuan under the gaze of countless people. The outcome is decided. Call out. Finally, she stopped in front of Zhang Bao's desk and threw the coin in her hand. The bronze coin drew an arc in the air, and in front of countless people, it landed accurately on Ji Yuan's desk. The sound of coins hitting the wooden table was heard, and the representative of the Su family smiled at the camera. It's flat again. The representatives of the Xiao and Mu families who were leaving the stage both had gloomy expressions. Among the 5 great families, their 2 families were the closest to the Zhang family. The Jiang family is powerful, and their interactions with any aristocratic family are just right, neither too deep nor too shallow. Only the Su family is aloof, quiet, and does things as they please. For example, now, no one knows what is going on in the minds of these Su family members. There was silence. I wonder if this result is unexpected again. Since the votes are tied, according to the additional rules, the 3 alliance elders will make the final decision. A mechanical voice was broadcasting, and at the same time, 3 screens of the same size were projected in the center of the venue. The screen flickered like a flower, as if it was making some kind of remote connection. At the same time, in a courtyard somewhere. Don't let this farce go on any longer. How about abstaining from voting, both of you? You mean to keep the final result a tie and share the championship? Why not? Doing so will not only save face for the Zhang family, but also give an explanation to the kid from Linyan City. We old guys shouldn't worry about such trivial matters. So let's leave it at that. I agree. Old man Yang, what about you? The vague yet slightly clear words echoed in my ears. Sitting in a house with retro furnishings, the old man stroked the cane in his hand without saying a word. You old fool, you're pretending to be deaf again. Forget it, let's see what he says later. Inside the venue. At a certain moment, a picture suddenly appeared on the flickering screen. There are 3 screens, corresponding to the 3 old men. They are the veterans of the Beast Taming Alliance. The first old man had white hair and eyebrows and a snow-white beard. There were obvious signs of time on his face. He was dressed in white and looked like an immortal. He is Li Chongqi, one of the 3 greatest beast tamers today. It was he who proposed to abstain from voting. The second old man has white hair and a youthful face, smiling. Judging from his appearance alone, it is difficult to infer his real age. Similarly, he is also one of the 3 great beast masters, named Yen Pengpa. The third old man was Yang Qing, the alliance veteran who talked with Tan He and advocated the merging of the urban areas. The moment the images of the 3 old men of different appearances appeared, everyone in the audience stood up, bowed their heads, bowed, and then sat down. Please ask the elders of the alliance to make a ruling. Mechanical sound prompt. Li Chongqi and Yen Pengpa remained silent. Yang Qing stood up at this time, and he used his crutch to tap, making crisp sounds. Historically, when we need to make a ruling, we will review the performances of the 2 players during the competition. His old face was calm, and his cloudy eyes swept across the 2 players on the field, finally fixing on Ji Yuan. Combining the performance in the competition and the final, I choose Ji Yuan. After Yang Qing finished speaking, he tapped his cane lightly, and his screen went back to being distorted again. His words made the mayors who supported Ji Yuan present secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The elders' words almost sealed the outcome. After the 2 elders Li Chongqi and Yen Pengpa received Yang Qing's answer, they both thought for a moment, and then they both chose to abstain from voting. So far. After the decision of the alliance elders, the champion of this city competition is Ji Yuan. Along with the mechanical sound, the lights in the solemn conference hall lit up. Ji Yuan stood up, glanced across the room, and then, calmly bowed, he lowered his head slightly. Pa! At the same time, a crisp applause was heard. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the handsome young man in the field, smiling at the corner of his eyes and clapping softly. As he moved, waves of applause spread out and echoed in the conference hall. Congratulations. Zhang Bao stood up and said expressionlessly. Then, he was the first to leave. Outside world. Ah. Old G won. Old G is the champion. After going through so much trouble, these bastards still failed to succeed. It feels so good. Zhao Shan was dancing at home, extremely excited. The two women who were also watching TV showed varying degrees of joy. Somewhere in Guanmin City. Asshole. This is outrageous. This is really outrageous. Loud noises of smashing and crashing were heard continuously from inside the house. Also in Guanmin City, the ancestral home of the Jiang family. So, it was you who changed the senator's vote? Beside a clear pond. Jiang Tianho was sitting cross-legged with a fishing rod in front of him. He listened to the inquiry on the other end of the phone and smiled. I suddenly changed my mind. I think my godson still needs this championship to support the situation. But you took advantage of my godson and even fabricated a second non-existent bet. Aren't you afraid that he will get angry if he finds out? There was also a laugh on the other end of the phone. Ji Yuan will understand. Now that the plan is complete, I have prepared a big gift to thank him. Oh. What gift? Tell me about it for reference. Fuck you, this is a secret between Ji Yuan and me, and can't be revealed to anyone. Tan He, you really have to thank my godson. Since he showed up, you, the stingy miser, have become more generous. Thinking back to the days when we were classmates, I still like you better now. Hey, you and I have been close friends for so many years, and now your son and Ji Yuan are also inseparable. Isn't this fate? Ha. I really don't know if this little guy Ji Yuan will do anything earth-shattering when he goes to the academy. Chapter 80. Coming for you. Linyun City. Since the night the voting ended, fireworks were set off across the city for 3 days and 3 nights. These fireworks are made of unique materials manufactured by Kejiyun, which can burst into brilliant colors without producing smoke. The fireworks lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, costing a total of 100 million yuan. Moreover, overnight, a statue covering an area of 300 square meters and 15 stories high appeared in the center of Linyun City. The statue is made of white and smooth stone and was built by thousands of workers and hundreds of earth-type beasts. The sculpture shows a handsome young man with his head held high and chest puffed out, full of vigor and vitality. Next to him, there are 2 5-story-high beast statues. They are a unicorn and a giant wolf. The statue is lifelike, recreating the moment when Ji Yuan was controlling 2 beasts at the same time in the final arena. Below the statue, there is a monument with several golden characters engraved on it. With this statue, we commemorate the Linyun City representative, Ji Yuan, who won the national city competition and became the champion. Ji Yuan made history. In the city competition, he first defeated Hao Zhen, who was ranked 15th in the city. Killed the second-ranked person in the city, the young master of the Shao family, Shao Lingjue. Finally, they made it to the finals where the lower-level urban areas could only watch in the past. In the ring, he faced off against a 5th-grade beastmaster head-on without losing, and ultimately won the vote with the approval of the veterans, winning the championship. Ji Yuan's title as the city championship was legitimate, and no one dared to say anything about it, either on the internet or in real life. Linyun City also became famous because of him. All citizens in the city know that next year, Linyun City will no longer be a low-level urban area. After the huge influx of resources, the lives of all citizens in the city will be greatly improved. Right now, at this moment. A tall, fair-skinned and beautiful woman stood under Ji Yuan's statue, looking at him silently, her eyes filled with trance and endless regret. Yunjia. The old woman's voice came from behind. The woman sniffed and turned her head, looking at the old woman, and murmured, "Aunt Qin, do you think you will forgive me?" The old director of the Blue Sky Welfare Home shook his head and handed over a gorgeous envelope. Thanks to Xiao Yuan, our city has 100 spots for Beastmasters going to Xingtian's Super Academy. Chen Qin handed the envelope to Lin Yunjia and said, "You are unwilling to let it go like this, right? If you really want to make up for your past mistakes, try to catch up with him and really help him." 5 days after voting closed. According to the procedure, today will be the day for the 3 super colleges to select new students. Now, on the outskirts of Guanmin City, on an extremely wide plain, there was a huge crowd of people. Today, 120 participants of the city competition and Beastmasters recommended by various cities for super academies gathered on the plain. Among them, the 100 Beastmasters from Linyun City were the first to find Ji Yuan, the big brother, and then followed him one after another. At the same time, many contestants from lower-level urban areas came to Ji Yuan to say hello. "Hello, my name is Chen Feng." "Hello, my name is Lu Tonghe." "Hello." One by one, as if by agreement, they introduced themselves, shook hands, and left to make way for the next person. Ji Yuan could only be patient and respond one by one. During this period, many people of the opposite sex wanted to leave their contact information. However, Mu Xuxin, who had long burgundy hair, declined all of them. She stood beside Ji Yuan, with a flawless face and long wine-red hair, exuding an incomparable temperament, making many girls feel inferior. Damn, this is so exaggerated. In the past 20 minutes since we came here, people have been greeting old Ji non-stop. In the back, Zhao Shan muttered softly. At one side, Su Xinyan stood quietly in the crowd, staring at Ji Yuan's back with her starry eyes, flickering faintly. Among the 100 Beastmasters from Linyun City, Lin Yunjia hid in the crowd, staring blankly at the beautiful and lively girl next to Ji Yuan. Hey hey hey. At this time, a thin figure suddenly jumped out of the crowd and came to Ji Yuan. Su Su. Ji Yuan was stunned when he saw the person coming. This guy is none other than the young master of the Su family who was obsessed with Flash Soul during the semifinals. Hey, well, I just wanted to ask you, which college are you planning to go to? Su Su had a smile on his face and kept rubbing his hands. He didn't look like a young master at all. What do you want to do? Ji Yuan glanced at him. Of course I'm following your steps. Su Su chuckled. Humph. Are you targeting Ji Yuan's beast? Sudden. A cold snort came from behind. Su Su's smile froze. He looked over Ji Yuan's right shoulder and saw the icy girl with an oval face. He opened his eyes and asked, "Sister." "Sister. My dear sister." At the same time, Zhao Shan also looked at Su Xin in surprise. In front, Ji Yuan and Mu Xuxin were also a little surprised. Nonsense, if she's not my biological sister, then what is she? Are you stupid? When Su Su heard what Zhao Shan said, his expression suddenly changed and he looked domineering. You. Zhao Shan was inexplicably criticized and was so angry that he was about to retort. How did you talk to my friend? But at this moment, Su Xinyan took 2 steps forward, stretched out her fair little hand, suddenly grabbed Su Su's left ear, and twisted it hard. This force made Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan tremble involuntarily. Ouch! It hurts. I was wrong, I was wrong. Sister, I was wrong. As expected, Su Su screamed and tears came out. Oh my goodness, I was wondering how this woman could be so skilled at twisting ears, and after all this time, it turns out there was already a victim. Zhao Shan swallowed his saliva, and Su Xin glared at him angrily when he heard that. Seeing this, Zhao Shan quickly hid behind Ji Yuan, trembling. The commotion here immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Seeing everyone's eyes cast towards him, Su Xinyan, who was not used to the hustle and bustle, loosened his hand, took 2 steps back and lowered his head. Ji Yuan looked at Su Su, who was grinning, breathing in and rubbing his ears, and smiled silently. Call out. Sudden. 3 figures dropped from the sky and suddenly landed in front of everyone. The landing of these 3 people did not stir up any dust or make any noise. Only the vast soul power fluctuations emanating from their bodies reveal their identities. Among the 3, there are 2 women and 1 man. The woman standing in the middle, wearing a long blue dress, glanced at the crowd and said, "Champion, come forward." As soon as the words came out, the crowd of thousands of people immediately made way. Under the gaze of everyone, Ji Yuan slowly walked to the front. The three of them looked over. A silent oppressive force came over him, carrying a strong deterrent, trying to break the calmness on Ji Yuan's face. But Ji Yuan was neither humble nor arrogant, his face was as calm as water, and he said softly, "Ji Yuan from Linyan City, I meet the three seniors." Seeing that the handsome young man's expression remained unchanged, the woman in the blue skirt looked extremely satisfied. "Don't be so polite, we are here for you." Chapter 81 My Junior, additional chapter for Big Lion. Oh my god, are these three all deans? The deans of the three super academies actually came to greet us personally. How shameless do you have? They are looking for the champion, and you are the champion. The crowd was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, the elusive dean would show up in person today. Especially when everyone heard one of the deans say that they came for Ji Yuan, everyone looked at Ji Yuan with envy. You two, let's start quoting. I'll go first. At this time, the beautiful woman with a plump figure and a blue dress smiled, blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Ji Yuan and said, "I am the dean of Lantian College, Lu Qingxi. As long as you can join, I will give you the green light for everything in the college. It's not just about the beast resources, soul power resources, and skill resources, etc. It's everything. Also, there are a lot of female students in our Lantian College. A handsome guy like you who can fight will definitely be very popular." The black hair seemed to give her a natural charm, and her soft and gentle voice made many young boys present eager to make a move. I've even started imagining the wonderful life after entering Lantian College. Behind, Mu Xuxin looked at the beautiful dean with hostility in her eyes. Su Xinyan stood in the crowd, also pouting her lips and snorting coldly. Okay, I'm done, come on. Lu Qingxi blinked at Ji Yuan, showing a smile that fascinated many boys, and slowly retreated to her original position. Following closely behind was the only man among the three. The man was wearing a black and gold suit, and his angular face showed steadiness and a hint of pride. Since he appeared, he has always had a cold face and never smiled. I am Zhang He, the vice president of Dueling Academy. Dueling Academy has always been ranked first among the three major academies. This is enough for you to know. Zhang He spoke in a flat tone. In fact, he came here just for show. He was just a champion in a city competition, although this champion was a little surprising. However, for Dueling Academy, they have seen too many geniuses. More importantly, he is a member of the Zhang family, so how could they be kind to Ji Yuan? The vice president is so arrogant. What do you know? To be called the strongest academy among the three academies full of evildoers, you must have the capital to be arrogant. The crowd whispered. Zhang He didn't care about his attitude at all. After saying this, he closed his eyes and rested. Ji Yuan looked at him and sneered in his heart, the contempt in the other person's eyes was not concealed at all. It just so happened that I had no plans to enter Dueling Academy. At this time, the third person, the woman who had been silent since she appeared, took 2 steps forward. The woman had long ice blue hair, delicate features, and a cold look in her brows that kept people at a distance. She was wearing a blue and white outfit, which set off her graceful figure, making her look like a cool fairy. Tang Yi from Xingtian College. Today, on behalf of my teacher, I invite you to join Xingtian College. Her voice was clear and moving, and her tone was indifferent. After she finished speaking, her snow-white palm flashed and a translucent chip appeared. Ji Yuan took it and held it in his hand. After injecting soul power into this kind of information storage device, a voice that was neither hurried nor slow sounded in his ears. No one knew what information Ji Yuan had obtained. After a moment, he put the information storage device into the imperial ring with an expressionless face. Then, he said to Lu Qingxi with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, Dean Lu, actually my first choice is Xingtian College. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxi immediately revealed a disappointed expression, looking so aggrieved that some hot-blooded guys at the back cursed Ji Yuan in their hearts. Do you know how to choose? Let me choose. Look. Lu Qingxi was full of grievances. She pointed at Zhang He and Tang Yi and said, I'm the only one who came in person. Do you have the heart to reject me? As she spoke, she placed her fingertips lightly on her red lips, and the instant charm that blossomed filled the eyes of many young boys who were not well versed in the world with fascination. Immediately, jealous and resentful gazes came from behind, piercing Ji Yuan's back. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. This woman was a bit difficult to deal with. One word, one action, and you can become the target of public criticism. Dean Liu, please don't tease my junior. Fortunately, the cold and beautiful goddess Tang Yi spoke up and rescued him. Oh, you're protecting her already? Could it be that our little iceberg is also attracted to this champion? Lu Qingxi raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Tang Yi teasingly. The cold and beautiful goddess remained indifferent and responded calmly, anyone who decides to join Xingtian College is a junior who I need to take care of. When she said this, you could tell she was serious. Lu Qingxi sighed immediately, you are indeed a good student who has always been in the top 3. I wish the girls in my academy had your awareness. Then, she looked at Ji Yuan and smiled, Ji Yuan, I will remember you. Cruel little fellow, you owe me a favor, you have to pay it back in the future. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhang He said calmly, that's smart. During this time, he did not forget to glance at Tang Yi. These people's words were so harsh and pointed, but when Ji Yuan heard them, he could only laugh it off. Whether it's a chicken or a phoenix, it's not yet Vice President Zhang's turn to say. If I remember correctly, junior brother Ji Yuan not only defeated your son Zhang Bao in the finals, but also received personal recognition from Elder Yang at the voting meeting. Vice President, I suggest you be careful with your wording. The cold and beautiful Tang Yi had no scruples at all and directly refuted Ji Yuan with cold words. Whispering sound. Zhang He looked calm, and after glancing at her indifferently, he didn't seem to intend to make a fuss about it. Tang Yi also continued, took a step forward and waved to Ji Yuan. Senior. Ji Yuan stepped forward. Please stand over there. After I confirm the other students, I will take you back to the academy. Tang Yi raised her right hand and pointed to an open space on the left. Good. He walked over obediently. The fact that Tang Yi came to his rescue and confronted Zhang He after their first meeting alone was enough to make him worthy of respect. After he stood up, Tang Yi swept her cold eyes across the room and said, next, the juniors whose names I called, please step out of the line, starting with junior Ji Yuan, and line up behind him. Zhao Shan, He Fun, Su Ziyin, Mu Shuxin, Zhong Xian, Su Su. The 3 major academies had already finalized this list, and all those who were eligible to be selected into the academy this time, from their background to the number of beasts they controlled, were all listed at a glance. Therefore, a situation may arise. Except for those like the beast taming family who can choose their own academy, other outstanding people may be selected by all 3 academies at the same time. In this way, the college that has the first choice will have the upper hand. The other 2 colleges can only choose the remaining people. And whoever the champion of the competition chooses can choose first. The scramble has been going on since the beginning. Chapter 82, Heading to Xingtian Super Academy. Tang Yi's list was very long and took about 5 minutes to read. In the end, there were about 400 people selected by Xingtian College. Among them, there were 50 men and 50 women out of the 100 people in Linyun City. The males followed Ji Yuan to join Xingtian College, while the females were all absorbed into Lanfeng College. Lin Yunjia was also included, but Ji Yuan didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As for this girl who grew up in the same orphanage as him, she was already dead in his heart when the test took place in late autumn. After Tang Yi finished her selection, she didn't wait. She said goodbye to Lu Qingxi politely, waved her hand, and summoned an ice-cold griffin that blocked out the sky and the sun and was chilling. This was the second time Ji Yuan saw other griffins. Zhao Tianho's griffin exudes a sacred glow, like a holy beast that saves the world. Tang Yi's ice griffin was filled with endless coldness and murderousness. Just like its owner, it could only be admired and not desecrated. In terms of size alone, Tang Yi's griffin is superior. Its back, as broad as the ground, can accommodate more than 400 people. This was the first time Ji Yuan had seen a beast of this size in his life. Not only him, but even Zhao Shan was amazed. Just like that, 400 freshmen rode on Tang Yi's ice griffin and rushed into the sky. This big one looks even stronger than Dad's. At this moment, Ji Yuan and the other 3 were sitting cross-legged at the front, only about 5 meters away from Tang Yi. Zhao Shan stroked the back of the ice griffin with his hand, somewhat amazed. No. Su Zin shook his head slightly, staring at Tang Yi's back with his starry eyes, and whispered, "The strongest of the remaining griffin species in the world today is Uncle Zhao's Holy Peak Griffin. Then there are the Flame Peak Griffin and the Dark Peak Griffin. As for this Frost Peak Griffin, it can only be ranked last. However, the upper limit of the bloodline of these griffin races is all mythical level, which is already among the top beasts in the world. When it comes to information about these beast tamers, Su Xinyan obviously knows more than Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin." Listening to her words, Ji Yuan's eyes flickered, and he asked casually, "What about the Star Peak Griffin? It's the big guy we met in the Beast King's secret realm." "I'm not too sure either." Su Zin smiled apologetically. "The Star Peak Griffin is an emperor-level species from the ancient times, and there is very little information left. But one thing is certain, the Star Peak Griffin is an existence that despises all its kind." "I know that." Mu Shuxin suddenly took over the conversation, raised her hand and said, "Because the elemental properties of the Star Peak Griffin are extremely special, I heard that it can use the power of the universe." "Yes." Su Zin nodded. "Harness the power of the universe?" Ji Yuan was slightly surprised and immediately fell into deep thought. When Tang Yi handed him the admission invitation just now, there was a message and a picture in the chip that only he could see. The picture shows a skeleton covered in mud. Caption: Xingtian College has everything you want. At first, when he saw it, he was shocked. It is impossible for Tan He to reveal his secret. The only possibility is that Ming and Shanpa have been discovered by the Dean. In fact, this is inevitable. Although the monarch creatures have been extinct for many years, it is impossible that no information about them has been preserved. As long as those in high positions pay attention, they will soon find out the truth about Ming and Shanpa. Therefore, what he needed most from the beginning to the end was shelter. In this city competition, he has indirectly offended the Zhang and Xiao families among the 5 major families. Once it is known that his beast is an extinct emperor-level creature, I am afraid that these guys will ask him to explain himself at all costs. Therefore, it is particularly important to have one or more big shots who can protect him. Judging from the chip given by Dean Xingtian, the other party should be conveying a friendly message. All the guesses will be answered once we arrive at Xingtian College. As winter approaches, there is heavy smog in the sky. Ji Yuan and the other 3 were chatting idly. After an unknown amount of time, they felt that the cold peak griffin's flying altitude was decreasing. Is it almost time? A sense of anticipation rose in Ji Yuan's heart. Looking back over the past 3 months, he still hasn't fully experienced college life. What will the Super Academy be like? I am really looking forward to it. As the frost-peaked griffin's dive became more obvious and rapid, when it passed through a thick gray cloud again, everyone's vision suddenly broadened. Wow! A simultaneous exclamation sounded from the griffin's back. Ji Yuan looked at it, his eyes shining. At this moment, below them, was a vast and magnificent scene. Looking down from the sky, the land looks like a huge chessboard, and countless buildings are like chess pieces, filling the chessboard to the brim. As we continue to descend, small buildings begin to magnify and the details of the city gradually emerge. Among these buildings, there are wide roads crisscrossing each other, which are wide enough to accommodate 5 cars driving side by side. What is surprising is that what is moving on these roads are not vehicles, but bizarre beasts. Not only that, even in the low sky, there are also flying beasts spreading their wings and soaring. There is no ban on beast taming here, and everyone can show off their beast taming. At first glance, it seems as if you have arrived at the beast taming city. I'm a little excited, what should I do? Zhao Shan loved the hustle and bustle, and looking at the scenery on the street, he could hardly contain his joy. At this time, Ji Yuan remembered something. By the way, how is your Snow Cliff Ice Ape's advancement going? Before the city competition, Zhao Shan's Snow Ice Ape had already fallen into advanced sleep. But after 2 months there was no progress, and at that time, I was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Hey, wait and see. Hearing this, Zhao Shan smiled mysteriously and kept the secret again. Seeing this, Ji Yuan curled his lips and didn't pursue the matter any further. At this time, Tang Yi, who was at the front, suddenly spoke up, "Young students, welcome to Xingtian's Super Academy." Looking forward, Ji Yuan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. In front of us, there are several majestic white buildings. At the front of these buildings are two huge doors made of pure gold. Above this huge gate, the four golden characters of Xingtian Academy shine brightly even in gloomy weather. The Frost Peak Griffin continued to descend, as if preparing to land in the open space in front of the courtyard gate. Ji Yuan took one last look at the academy. It was so magnificent that it was beyond description. He couldn't help but compare the Qingfeng Beastmaster Academy in Linyun City with this place. Less than 1/10,000th. This thought arose in his mind. When the terrifying body of the Frost Peak Griffin that blocked out the sun and covered the sky came to a steady stop on the ground, its icy wings slowly lowered to form a staircase, allowing the freshman to descend safely to the ground. Everyone looked around in amazement at the two luxurious and magnificent gates. After everyone came to the ground, Tang Yi waved her hand and put away the cold Peak Griffin. Your admission information has been registered. Please report to the dormitory area immediately. Tomorrow, an entrance test will be held at Wuya Square. The results of the test will affect everyone's class assignment. Chapter 83, 4-person dormitory, who is the boss? Young students, welcome to join Xingtian College. Tang Yi spoke in a cold tone, and after she finished speaking, she took the lead to step into the academy and walked away on her own. There are two signs at the entrance of the college. There are two arrows drawn on it, pointing to the left and right. Go straight from the left for the boys' dormitory and go straight from the right for the girls' dormitory. It is quite simple and clear. Ji Yuan looked at Mu Xuxin and Su Xin and said with a smile, go and report first, see you later. Good. The two women nodded at the same time, and then left together to the right. Let's go too. Ji Yuan turned around to look for Zhao Shan, but found that the latter had already run to the front. At the same time, he did not forget to turn around and wave at himself, old Ji. Come on, what are you standing there for? Just like that, the 400 freshmen were divided into two groups, one on the left and one on the right, approaching two completely different buildings. Why are you so excited? Walking on the road, Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan strangely as he jumped up and down like a monkey released from a zoo, attracting the attention of many students. Hey, I've asked my dad to take care of it. We can share a dormitory. Zhao Shan laughed excitedly. In fact, like Ji Yuan, he had never experienced college life since he awakened his soul power. Therefore, excitement is inevitable, especially when it comes to college life with good brothers. When they arrived at the boys' dormitory, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan both stopped. The building in front of me is 10 stories high and hundreds of meters wide. It is shaped like a sharp giant sword, inserted upside down on the ground. The building is painted in gray and white, exuding a unique texture. Walking into the courtyard, the extremely spacious courtyard was empty, as if the old students were completely avoided specially for the new students to report. At the entrance on the first floor of the dormitory, a bald man with a stern face and black-framed glasses was sitting. When Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan approached first, the bald man raised his head. The sharp eyes shot at the two of them, making Zhao Shan shrink his head involuntarily. Scan your face first. The bald man raised his hand and pointed at the machine hanging in the air. Ji Yuan walked over and a blue light shot out, sweeping across his face. After a while, the light faded away, and a female mechanical voice announced, Freshman Ji Yuan, Dormitory Floor 8, Room 811. Bang! On one side, a small drawer suddenly popped out from the wall, and inside it, there was a square manual. Memorize everything in the handbook regarding the Academy's prohibitions, and don't overstep the mark. The bald man adjusted his glasses, stared at him, and said word by word, Are you the champion of this year? I will keep an eye on you. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Such familiar words, could this guy be the Dean of Studies or something like that? Picking up the manual, he stood aside waiting for Zhao Shan. Freshman Zhao Shan, 8th floor, room 811. Unexpectedly, as soon as the announcement started, the bald man's serious expression suddenly changed. He looked at Zhao Shan with a friendly expression and said, it's Mr. Zhao. What has Mayor Zhao been busy with recently? Damn, your face changes so quickly. Not only them, but the freshmen standing behind the two of them all complained silently. Then, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan took the elevator to the 8th floor first. The corridor is very wide and is definitely not smaller than the dormitory. When I walked to room 811, I saw that all the door locks were equipped with facial recognition technology. As the heavy door opened, the scene that came into view made Ji Yuan stand at the door in a daze. What the hell, is this true? On the side, Zhao Shan was also a little surprised. This so-called quadruple dormitory not only has a living room, kitchen, balcony, but even the rooms are independent. Is this the generosity of a super college? This condition is also great. The two of them closed the door and looked through the 4 separate rooms. The dormitory is fully equipped, not only with home furnishings but even small items such as daily necessities. The innermost room is the largest of the 4 rooms. Old G. Why don't you just stay in the biggest room? Zhao Shan pointed to the opposite side and said, how about I live across from you? Seeing Ji Yuan was a little hesitant, he continued, what's there to think about? We'll be on a first come, first served basis. Anyway, there are 2 empty rooms. Let's. Before he could finish his words, the dormitory door suddenly opened. So you also have a wolf-type beast? Damn, then let me see it later. At the same time, a voice came into the house as the door opened. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were both stunned when they heard the voice. They looked over and saw, as expected, the thin Su Su pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw people standing in the room, he was also stunned. Then, when he saw the appearance of one of them clearly, he screamed, oh my god. Ji Yuan. You live here too? Damn. What kind of luck is this for me? Su Su rushed into the house, looking almost crying with joy. Ever since he saw Flashbow in the semi-finals, he had been thinking about it day and night, hoping every day to observe this king of wolf-type beasts up close. Before being admitted to the hospital, he had begged and pleaded to be assigned to the same dormitory with Ji Yuan. Unexpectedly, it actually came true. At this time, he looked to the side and saw Zhao Shan looking at him with strange eyes. Why are you here? Why, I live in 811 too, you have an issue with that? The two were on edge as soon as they met. Fortunately, another figure walked in through the door. When Ji Yuan saw the person, he was stunned. The last member of this 4-person dormitory is a burly man with a strong build, thick eyebrows and big eyes. After the sturdy man came in, he first looked at Ji Yuan and smiled honestly, we meet again. This person is Zhong Xian, who lives in Villa number 93 in the rest area of the city competition. What a coincidence. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded. This guy left a pretty good impression on me, and he always smiled every time I met him. At this point, all 4 people in dormitory 811 are present. Su Su, who is good at making trouble, started playing with permutations and combinations. Now that everyone in our dormitory is gathered, the first thing we need to do is to sort out the first, second, third and fourth in command. Su Su raised his head, as if he wanted to say arrogantly that he was the boss. But when his eyes swept over Ji Yuan, he couldn't help feeling guilty. Cough. Su Su pretended to cough a few times and looked at Zhao Shan and Zhong Xian. Finally, he locked onto his target and stared at Zhong Xian and said, brother, who do you think is suitable to be the boss? Hearing this, Zhong Xian scratched his head and said in a simple and honest voice, I don't know either. How about this, I'm the youngest, so I'll be the 4th. You are young. You look almost the same as my Uncle Lu. Zhao Shan said in disbelief. Zhong Xian does look very mature, but he is indeed only 21 years old. He didn't get angry when Zhao Shan said that, but just smiled foolishly. Seeing that this guy didn't fall for it and instead directly recognized the 4th brother, Su Su cursed in his heart, looked at Ji Yuan, scratched his nose and said, well, brother Ji Yuan, what do you think of the position of the eldest brother? You want to be the boss? Ji Yuan smiled and said, can you beat me? Chapter 84. Who is the second? Su Su froze in place, wanting to refute, but unable to, and could only say 3 good words in his heart. With this championship in hand, you can forget about becoming the boss. Bang! At this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Su Su turned around and saw Zhao Shan smiling brightly, 3rd brother, your arrangement and combination is great. It makes us feel closer even when addressing each other. TSK. What do you think? Su Su smiled brightly when he was praised by him, but he realized something was wrong in an instant. Who the hell is the 3rd one? If I can't be the first one, I'm the second one. Screw you. Among the four of us, I have no objection to Lao Ji being the eldest, but I have to be the second. Get lost, what right do you have to be a nameless guy like you to sit in the second position? No name or surname. Zhao Shan was stunned, then rolled up his sleeves, determined to have a good talk with him. Come on, tell me, where is your strength? Su Su raised his head and chest and said proudly, I am from the Su family, one of the 5 great beast-taming families. My grandfather is the current head of the Su family. And then? Zhao Shan had no expression on his face. Isn't that enough? Su Su glanced at him. Enough, enough, enough. Zhao Shan clapped his hands in a pretentious manner. Then, he took a deep breath and said softly, Su kid, you better listen to me. Immediately, without waiting for Su Su to speak, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted. The person standing in front of you is Zhao Shan, the son of Zhao Tianho, the mayor of Hongling City, and the son of Jiang Wanqiu, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. He is also the brother of the champion of this city competition and a good friend of your sister Su Xin. How is it? Am I taller and stronger than you? After saying this, Zhao Shan revealed a look of contempt and arrogance for the first time. Ji Yuan shook his head and smiled faintly. This guy's imitation was too unsimilar. Su Su obviously didn't expect Zhao Shan to have such a strong background. Then, he seemed to have caught something and looked at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan in surprise. Are you two brothers? Stop listening to his farts. Ji Yuan waved his hand. Zhao Shan snorted, we are closer than brothers. We are close friends who have been through thick and thin together. So, do you have anything else to say? I don't accept it. I want to duel with you. Su Su obviously didn't want to give up his second position so easily. Okay, after the entrance test tomorrow, let's have a fight. What's the point of fighting? You rude fellow. Su Su sneered, walked to the round table in the living room, squatted down, stretched out his right hand, and said, do you dare? If you lose, I will obey you. Zhao Shan laughed when he heard this. This guy, with his small body, still wanted to arm wrestle with him. He rolled up his sleeves and walked directly to Su Su. Ji Yuan stood by and watched with interest. At this time, Zhong Xian came over and asked in a low voice, brother, who do you think is good? The big guy adapted quite quickly, and he almost couldn't react to the name. Immediately, he smiled and said, everyone has a chance. Soon, the two held hands together, and Zhao Shan and Su Su looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination to win the position of the second. Start. Following Ji Yuan's order, the two men suddenly grimaced and tensed their arms at the same time. For a moment, neither of them gave in and the situation was deadlocked. Little thing, I wouldn't have guessed you're quite strong. A few words came out from between Zhao Shan's teeth. Su Su's eyelids twitched, as if all his attention was focused on his right hand. In this way, the two men's contest lasted for 5 minutes, and there was still no movement. One could only see their hands shaking wildly, but they did not lean to either side. 10 minutes later. Both of them held the table legs tightly with their left hands at the same time, staring at each other, not giving in at all. 15 minutes later. You. Su Su gritted his teeth and blurted out a few words, you still won't let go. On the other side, Zhao Shan gnashed his teeth and said, whoever lets go first is the fool. 20 minutes later. Brother, these two are so determined. Zhong Xian stood beside Ji Yuan, looking at the two men sweating profusely, admiration appeared in his eyes. He can hold his ground in an arm wrestling match for 20 minutes, he is truly a talent. At the same time, it also indirectly reflects the determination of these two guys to be the second in command. Ji Yuan rubbed his brows and finally interrupted, Mu Shuxin and Su Xin have already settled down, and they want to invite us to visit the academy together. You two should stop making trouble. I don't hear that. Your dear sister is going to pull your ears. Damn it, Zhao Shan, I just don't accept you. Then. Continue. Seeing that the two of them were endless, Ji Yuan sighed, how about this, you are both second, is that okay? As soon as these words came out, the two of them let go at the same time, looked at him, nodded and said, okay. Looking at the two men's right hands shaking like Parkinson's disease, Ji Yuan was completely speechless. It seemed that these two stubborn guys had been waiting for others to give them a way out. Let's go and meet them at the entrance of the academy. After saying that, Ji Yuan walked out the door first, and the fourth brother Zhong Xian followed closely behind him. Zhao Shan and Su Su looked at each other, and immediately, they said in unison, "Hello, third brother, I'm second brother." "I'm the second one." "I'm the second one." The two of them followed Ji Yuan and Zhong Xian, arguing with each other. Life in this college is never quiet. With these two funny guys, every day will be lively and lively. At the entrance of the college, as the admission procedures of more than 400 new students were completed, old students began to appear in the college one after another. Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan stood in the crowd, and the two beauties with completely different temperaments made many people look back. After settling down, both women seemed to have changed their attire. Mu Xuxin tied her burgundy long hair into a ponytail with a black bow hairpin, revealing her flawless face. She paired it with casual clothing, looking lively and charming. Su Xinyan tied her black hair into a bun with a light blue maple leaf hairpin and wore a gray long skirt. Her fair, oval face contained a hint of indifference that kept strangers away. One is passionate as fire, the other is cold as ice. Standing in the crowd, he was extremely eye-catching. At this time, when a handsome young man walked over from a distance, the two women had different reactions. Mu Xuxin smiled and jumped and waved to Ji Yuan. Su Xian's starry eyes lit up the moment she saw the handsome young man. She stood there quietly, with a gleam in her eyes. "Sorry, there were a lot of people along the way, so we were delayed for a few minutes." Walking up to him, the handsome young man smiled faintly. "How is it? Does it look good?" Mu Xuxin turned her head, showed him the black butterfly hairpin that tied her ponytail, and asked with a smile. This hairpin was the gift that Ji Yuan gave to them when they were shopping together after the fourth round of the competition. "Not bad." Ji Yuan smiled, then looked at Su Xian and found that she also had a bun with a hairpin. He gave both girls a thumbs up and said, "Very beautiful." Su Xinyan's ears blushed after receiving the compliment. When she was about to say something, the two women simultaneously discovered the burly man Zhong Xian following behind Ji Yuan. "Hello, sisters-in-law. My name is Zhong Xian, and I am ranked 4th in the dormitory." Zhong Xian is indeed honest in appearance, and he doesn't even think before speaking. When these words came out, the two women were shocked at the same time. Ji Yuan almost stumbled, and quickly turned around and said, "Zhong Xian, you misunderstood, we are good friends." Su Xinyan lowered her head quickly, a blush suddenly appeared on her fair face, her heart was beating so fast, she didn't know what to say. Mu Xuxin's eyes were also erratic, and she laughed dryly, "Ahem, well, Ji Yuan is right." "Oh," Zhong Xian scratched his head, his face full of embarrassment, "Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Strange, these two girls look like they like Big Brother. I'm the second one, you're the third one." "Bullshit. I'm the second in command, and you're the third in command." At this time, two arguing voices sounded from the crowd. Ji Yuan and the other three, who were still embarrassed a second ago, immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Zhao Shan and Su Su were arguing so fiercely that they even quarreled while walking. It kept coming right up to him and didn't stop. "What are you doing?" Mu Xuxin asked doubtfully. "We're fighting over who's number 2. The two answered in unison. "What second? Who's second?" Without thinking, they said directly. "Be the second in command of Lao Ji. Be Ji Yuan's second." On the side, Ji Yuan's face suddenly darkened, "Both of you get the hell out of here." Chapter 85 Entrance Test. The 6 of us strolled around from the afternoon until the evening before we separated. Zhao Shan and Su Su continued to quarrel endlessly and compete with each other over everything. Su Xian turned back into a silent girl, answering passively the whole time. Mu Xuxin pulled Ji Yuan to look here and there, while Zhong Xian followed behind Ji Yuan. Whenever he looked at him, admiration was extremely strong in Zhong Xian's eyes. On the way back to the dormitory, the two people who had been arguing all day finally stopped making any noise. Ji Yuan had a rare moment of peace and quiet. Everything in this super academy exceeded his expectations and put him in a very good mood. "Thank you." Sudden. Su Su, who had been shouting all day about wanting to be the second child, said in a low and sincere voice, "Thank you for being friends with my sister. My sister and I have always been marginalized members of the Su family. Our parents disappeared when we were young, and it was Grandpa who raised us all by himself. My sister has a cold personality and is very repulsive to strangers, which is why she has no friends in the Su family since she was a child. Over the years, I have tried to enlighten her. Until a while ago, she suddenly ran away from home, leaving only a note telling me that she was going out to relax. Later I learned that she went to Withered Valley and met two friends. It was also after that I noticed she would sometimes smile foolishly at her phone screen. Su looked at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan sincerely and said, "Since I was little, what I most hope is that my sister can make friends and be happy. Thank you so much." After he finished speaking, tears welled up in his eyes. This look made Ji Yuan not know what to say. At the side, Zhao Shan was silent for a moment, patted his shoulder, and said, "Although Miss Su likes to twist her ears, she is still a good person." "Thank you." Su wiped his eyes and said with a sob, "Then, can you give me the second place?" "You fucking." Zhao Shan's face fell and he was about to punch him. Su ran away, and Zhao Shan chased after him, cursing at him. Ji Yuan looked at the backs of the two people chasing each other and sighed, "Old four, you must not be infected by them." "Good." Zhong Xian smiled innocently and responded. Back to the dormitory. Each of the 4 rooms has an independent bathroom. This layout is so convenient that it cannot be described with just 2 words. After taking a hot shower, Ji Yuan fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, he seemed to be back on the cold stone slab, unable to move, allowing those people with distorted faces to gnaw and bite him. It wasn't until there was a gentle knock on the door that he suddenly opened his eyes. "Old Ji. Wake up, we're going to be late." Zhao Shan's voice came in through the crack in the door. Ji Yuan, sleepy-eyed, turned on his phone and saw that it was 8:20, and there were still 20 minutes before the test. After washing up, he pushed the door open wearing a black slim-fitting suit. Zhao Shan and Su sat on the sofa in the living room playing with their phones, while Zhong Xian leaned against the wall in front of his room waiting. Seeing him come out, Zhong Xian showed a silly smile on his face, "Big brother. Let's go." Ji Yuan smiled and nodded. After leaving the dormitory, the 4 followed the crowd to a vast area in front of the teaching building. Wuya Square has a smooth and flat ground paved with stone bricks. On each brick is carved the face of a strange creature. This creature is the species on the emblem of Xingtian College, and its name is Holy Sky Angry Pterosaur. I heard that this is an emperor-level creature that has survived for tens of thousands of years and is one of the guardian beasts of Xingtian Academy. At this time, on Wuya Square, there stood 3 technological light pillars filled with green light. This kind of light beam is the most advanced, test light beam, today. It can simultaneously measure a Beastmaster's soul power qualification, grade, potential, and the bloodline level of the beast he controls within 2 seconds. Furthermore, this test beam of light cannot deviate, making it an extremely efficient detection tool. With more than 400 freshmen, if the 3 light beams are activated at the same time, I'm afraid all the tests can be completed within 1 day. Now, in Wuya Square, apart from a dozen or so instructors and senior executives from the academy, the rest of the people were all freshmen waiting to be tested. The test order had already been sorted according to the list. As the champion of the competition, Ji Yuan was naturally placed first. He was tested at the same time by 2 unfamiliar men. "Step forward." Next to the test light column stood a woman with a serious expression. When Ji Yuan came forward, she said softly, "Please touch the test column." He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the beam of light. The cool touch spread from the palm of the hand to the whole body, and then the test light beam began to vibrate. At the same time, the other 2 light pillars also began to move. "Call out." At this time, the test beam of light where Ji Yuan was suddenly shot out a golden beam that went straight into the sky. The other 2 beams of light flickered for only a moment before stopping. A cold mechanical voice rang out. "Li Hein, Soul Power Qualification, Intermediate, Soul Power Grade, 7th Grade, Beasts Controlled, 2, Bloodline Level, Intermediate, Intermediate. Lu Yunxian, Soul Power Qualification, Low Level, Soul Power Grade, 8th Level, Beast, 1. Bloodline Level, Intermediate." The information of the other 2 freshmen was announced. Both of them were from Linyun City and were qualified to enter the Super Academy because of Ji Yuan's care. Li Heng, Lu Yunxian. Overall rating, low. Classified as 5th level student. Students at Xingtian College are divided into levels rather than grades, with level 5 being the worst and level 1 being the strongest. When the two people's test ended, Ji Yuan's golden light column was still expanding. At the same time, a strong wind blew up and the sky and the earth changed color. This kind of fluctuation made the people leading the test look slightly grim. The mentors waiting not far away had different expressions, and everyone's eyes were full of passion when they looked at Ji Yuan again. That kind of look is like finding a piece of gold among the sand. Every mentor wants to take this piece of gold as his own. The earth-shaking momentum swept through the academy, and those students who were watching from other places showed more or less surprised expressions. In an independent classroom on the top floor of the teaching building, Tang Yi, a cool and beautiful goddess with long dark blue hair, sat leaning against the window, gazing at the beams of light reaching the sky in Wuya Square, as if she was thinking about something. Is this person the champion of this competition? In the classroom, some people were also paying attention to the entrance test. The man who was speaking had silver hair and was facing the window. His tall and straight figure was surging with vast soul power. That should be the case. Among this class of freshmen, apart from the geniuses from the major families, this guy is the only one who is worth looking at. Golden light column, it seems that the foundation is good, it is normal for him to win the championship. However, there is still some gap compared to the red gold light column that Senior Ku had at the beginning. As soon as the silver-haired man opened his mouth, several people around him echoed him, and one of them even said flatteringly. Indeed, the golden beam of light is somewhat impressive, but it is at most a first-year student and cannot be compared with Senior Ku. Yes. Indeed, indeed. Just when everyone was praising him. Buzz. Suddenly. The pillar of light that reaches the sky in Wuya Square has undergone a drastic change. From gold, it instantly changes to pure black. At the same time, there is also a hint of dazzling golden color blended into this black. Ji Yuan's test light beam changed color from gold to black gold. Chapter 86, The Birth of an Emperor. Hiss. It's actually the black gold pillar. Throughout the ages, those who were able to trigger the black gold pillar eventually became famous super beast masters. I remember the last time the black gold pillar appeared was more than 20 years ago. Great! This year's college gold list is going to be exciting. The appearance of the black gold beam of light caused many paying attention students to go wild with excitement. And in Wuya Square, the waiting mentors had gleaming eyes, and their eyes were full of hostility when they looked at each other. Ji Yuan's test lasted about 3 minutes. He clearly felt a hidden force passing through his body again and again, as if it wanted to explore all his secrets. Finally, when this power flowed to his beast taming seal, the golden beam of light turned into black gold. When the power completely left the body, the beam of light slowly dissipated. Then, the test results that the instructors had been looking forward to were finally announced. Newborn Ji Yuan, Soul Power Qualification, Special Grade, Soul Power Level, 6th Grade, Beasts to Control, 2, Bloodline Level, Myth. When the results came out, not only were the instructors shocked, but even some of the 400 freshmen exclaimed in surprise. Most of them only knew that Ji Yuan was an excellent beast tamer, but they never expected that his bloodline level was actually at the mythical level. This is already considered the top bloodline. Moreover, his soul power qualification is of special grade. Even in the top 10 urban areas, special grade qualifications are rare. This guy, Old Ji, always causes a commotion wherever he goes. In the crowd, Zhao Shan was smiling happily. Ji Yuan was his good brother. He naturally felt proud and honored that his good brother was in the spotlight. Old 4, he and I have a lifelong friendship. How about I be the second in command in the dormitory? Is that okay? Zhao Shan patted Zhong Xian's sturdy arm and said with a smile. Zhong Xian tilted his head and thought about it. Just as he was about to agree, Su Su suddenly interrupted, "You are so immoral. You actually engage in unfair competition." What is unfair competition? Suddenly, the two started arguing again. Zhong Xian stood by, at a loss, not knowing who to stop or how to persuade them. Finally, he remembered the method taught by the eldest brother. He stretched out his hands, and when Zhao Shan and Su Su were arguing, he suddenly grabbed their necks with his arms. Zhong Xian was as strong as an ox. This time, he grabbed the two people in his arms like catching chickens, and they couldn't move. The method that Big Brother taught me is really useful. Zhong Xian smiled innocently, totally ignoring the fact that Zhao Shan and Su Su's faces were gradually turning red. While the three were arguing, the final rating for Ji Yuan was also decided. Ji Yuan, comprehensive rating, special. Classified as Emperor's Life. When the last three words rang out, the instructors in Wuya Square who were ready to go were all stunned. Emperor Sheng. The instructors were dumbfounded. There was another type of student above the first-year students. These students represent the highest standards of the academy and are the unique students that the academy prioritizes training. There have only been 6 new students in Xingtian College who were labeled as imperial students in the entrance examination. And now, Ji Yuan has become the 7th person. The mentors hung their heads helplessly, as the emperor's life was beyond their reach. Imperial students have special tutors, and after the entrance test is over, a special person will contact Ji Yuan. Student Ji Yuan, you can leave first. At this time, the woman standing next to the test light column was no longer as serious as before, and she smiled gently and friendly at Ji Yuan. I don't have to stay here. Ji Yuan was stunned. The 2 people who had taken the test with him before were asked to stay aside and wait. Only students who are rated as level 5 to level 1 need to wait for the test to be over. You are an imperial student, so you can leave directly. Can I wait for a moment, friend? The test is over. Try not to stay in Wuya Square. The woman still smiled and said that if it were any other student, she would have scolded him harshly. There was nothing she could do about it, because the person in front of her was an emperor's student. After getting the answer, Ji Yuan left tactfully. During this time, when he passed by Zhao Shan and the other 2, he said, I'll go back to the dormitory and wait for you. Originally, he really wanted to see the test results of Zhao Shan, Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan. The emperor is born. Ji Yuan muttered to himself, what does this title represent? It should be a pretty good rating, right? Just as he was walking towards the dormitory, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue-haired figure walking towards him not far away. Looking closely, it turned out to be Tang Yi. Junior brother Ji Yuan. The cold and beautiful goddess stopped 5 steps away from him and spoke in a cold voice. Senior, what's up? Ji Yuan looked at her in confusion. Then, she turned around, her long blue hair fluttering, and said, the teacher wants to see you. Along the way, Tang Yi always kept a distance of 5 steps. Ji Yuan followed her obediently, walked through the teaching building, and came to the back, a square building of about 4 floors. During this period, many students would politely call Tang Yi, senior sister, after seeing her. Ji Yuan observed that the eyes of these students looking at her were full of respect and undisguised admiration. It seems that this cool goddess has a good reputation in the academy. As she entered the square building, she went all the way up. Ji Yuan observed everything that passed by and just confirmed that this building was the exclusive building for the college's senior management. He also understood who wanted to see him. Sure enough, after reaching the 4th floor, Tang Yi stopped in front of a milky white wooden door. On the wall outside the door, there are 5 golden signs with the words, Dean's Office, on them. Tang Yi stretched out her delicate hand and knocked on the door. Come in. A deep voice came from inside the house. Tang Yi stood there motionless. Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly pushed the door open and walked in. The dean's office is very different from what I imagined. There are no complicated or gorgeous furnishings, just a few bookshelves, a tea table, and a desk. On the wall behind the desk hangs a piece of calligraphy with vigorous and powerful strokes. The content can be summed up in 4 words, bad times will eventually turn into good times. How is it, are you used to it? A faint laugh sounded from behind. Ji Yuan turned around and saw a man standing there wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and slippers. The man has an ordinary appearance, but his eyes are extremely deep. When you look into his eyes, you will feel an inexplicable sense of avoidance. Just looking at his clothes, it is hard to associate him with the word dean. Student Ji Yuan, meeting the dean. Ji Yuan bowed his head slightly. Don't be restrained. The man smiled and said, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll just say it straight. He walked towards the tea table and asked as he walked, Can you revive the extinct imperial creatures? A sentence. But it was like a thunder, exploding in Ji Yuan's mind. Chapter 87. 2 complete skeletons. Moment. Ji Yuan calmed down and didn't reveal any flaws. But, my heart was still filled with shock. This is his biggest secret, and no one knows it. Dean, how? At this time. The Dean tilted his head and smiled, don't be so nervous. If I really want to do something to you, no one in Daxia should be able to stop me. He said it casually, but Ji Yuan didn't dare to take it as a joke. Sit. The Dean pointed to the sofa next to the tea table and then sat down first, crossed his legs, and looked at Ji Yuan with interest. After Ji Yuan sat down, he remained silent. If the other party is not trying to get to the bottom of this, then his purpose is. Call out. Sudden. The Dean threw out a gray round ring. Ji Yuan quickly caught it, and the moment he touched it, his consciousness entered a strange space. This is. In front of him, there was an enormous skeleton. Judging from its shape, it should be some kind of reptile. Ding! Complete remains of an imperial creature detected. The long-lost system prompt sound rang out. What the Dean gave him was an imperial ring containing the remains of an imperial creature. After exiting the ring control space, Ji Yuan looked at the other party. Tan he asked me to give it to you. He said this is a gift for you after you win the championship. The Dean smiled lightly. Tan he. Come to think of it, I haven't contacted him for a while. From this point of view, Tan he was also conveying some kind of message to me, meaning that this Dean could be trusted. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and put away the imperial ring. Dean, how can I help you? Unexpectedly, the other party just waved his hand and said with a smile, it's too early to talk about this now. You just need to answer me a question. Can you revive an emperor-level creature? Hearing this, Ji Yuan no longer concealed it and nodded, yes, but this has a prerequisite. The skeleton of the emperor creature must be intact to do it. At this moment, hearing him admit it personally, an imperceptible gleam flashed in the Dean's eyes. Good. The Dean exhaled deeply, as if relieved, and said, I do need your help, but not now. I will tell you when you advance to the 5th rank. Otherwise, knowing it too early will only cause you more trouble. Don't worry, from now on, no one in Daxia can take your life. Having said that, he stood up. Seeing this, Ji Yuan stood up as well. The Dean walked to the desk, pulled out a dark gold card from the bottom, handed it to him, and said, this is the highest authority card. Except for a few places, you can enter and exit the college as you wish. Ji Yuan took it calmly, but he was delighted in his heart. After walking around the college yesterday, he had already locked onto a few must-visit places. These include the skills core room, reading room, simulation training room, etc. These places are divided into different levels of authority, and the higher the level, the better it is. And this. The Dean gave another royal ring. Inside is a relatively complete skeleton dug out from the lost land. I don't know what species it is. It had been kept at the research institute, but I brought it back for you yesterday. Thank you, Dean. After taking the royal ring, Ji Yuan politely left the office. He ran back to the dormitory as fast as he could, but it was empty. It seemed that the test was not over yet. After returning to his room and locking the door, Ji Yuan immediately took out the 2 imperial rings, intending to start absorbing from the remains that Tan he had sent. The remains were probably tens of meters long, and the huge skull was several times larger than a truck wheel. After the absorption was completed, the information popped up. Creature, abundant wood lizard. Race, giant lizard. Bloodline, imperial level. Attribute, wood. Features, wild growth, exudes vitality, causing vegetation to grow rapidly, and can also heal all non-fatal wounds. The rest of the data is lost. Remains integrity, 99.9%. After going around in circles, it's here again. The first time I came into contact with the remains of this lively wood lizard was in the spider's nest in the Beast King's secret realm. Afterwards, deep in the mines of Hongling City, in order to escape Zhangdi's siege, Ji Yuan burned all the remains of the wood lizard in exchange for a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, this time, what Tan he gave him was actually the remains of a complete wood lizard. As the Emperor's Atlas was unlocked, Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and exited the Imperial Ring space. He looked at the second ring, the royal ring given by the Dean. Among them, there was a half-human tall, thin humanoid skeleton. Ji Yuan was frightened at first, thinking that it was the corpse of some ancient human. But upon closer inspection, it was discovered that not only did the skeleton have a section of tailbone, but its head was also not in human shape. Imperial remains detected. The system prompt sounded, and he absorbed it immediately. The remains have been absorbed, and the data panel is being generated. Creature, Cold Demon Mandrill. Race, Demonic Ape. Bloodline, Imperial level. Attributes, Ice, Dark. Features, Demonic body, ignores all attacks of ice, dark, and fire attributes. The rest of the data is lost. Remains integrity, 100%. The integrity of the remains of the phantom demon Shao is detected to be 100%. Do you want to copy the perfect larva immediately? Looking at the prompt box, Ji Yuan suddenly became troubled. In fact, after learning that it would take a long time to advance to the 5th rank, Ji Yuan began to hesitate about his third beast. Because he didn't know when he would be promoted to the 5th rank, this last beast taming spot was particularly important. If he were to ask himself honestly, neither the lush-wood lizard nor the cold demon goblin were options that could tempt him. Although he could reach the emperor level, he was definitely not an ordinary beastmaster. However, these two beasts were definitely not what he wanted. If only it were a 5th grade one, I wouldn't have to worry so much. With a sigh, Ji Yuan finally chose to put away the Emperor's Atlas. Let these two big guys continue to sleep for now. After exiting the Imperial Ring space, he didn't know how long he had been struggling. He vaguely heard Zhao Shan laughing outside the house. After opening the door, Zhao Shan, Su Su and Zhong Xian all turned their heads in surprise. Old Ji, so you are here. Zhao Shan ran over triumphantly, hugged him, looked at the other two, and said loudly, Old Four, who is the second brother in this dormitory. Zhong Xian said honestly, you. On the side, Su Shula shrugged her head, looking depressed and dejected. Seeing that he did not refute, Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan in surprise. What happened? Hey, guess what grade I was rated as? Without waiting for an answer, Zhao Shan said, Level 2. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows and immediately looked at the other two. What about you? Zhong Xian held up 3 fingers and said, I am a third-year student. Then, he patted Su Su on the back and said, Third brother is also a third-year student like me. I see. Ji Yuan smiled silently. That's how it feels. Even the ratings were lowered. This time Su Su was completely speechless. Chapter 88, Classmates. Additional chapter for Big Lion. Night. In a chat group of 4. Mu Xuxin, nervous, tomorrow I will officially start my college life, so nervous. After all, everyone was locked up at home with no chance to go out. However, for her, who is very outgoing, the excitement are definitely greater than the nervousness. Zhao Shan, I'm so happy today, I'm the second one. Ji Yuan, what are your ratings? I heard that if you have different ratings, you can't take classes together. Mu Xuxin, I am a second-year student, why? Why can't we take classes together? Zhao Shan, hey, I'm also a second-year student, at Mu Xuxin, maybe we'll be assigned to the same classroom. Mu Xuxin, Zhao Xiaomei. I don't want to be in the same classroom with you. Su Ziyin, I am a third-year student. Level 3. In front of the screen, Ji Yuan frowned. Immediately, he thought of Su Zinyan's soul power qualification, which was only at the lower level, and the only beast he had ever controlled was a fire-eating bird. However, Su Su and Zhong Xian are also third-year students. They hope that the 3 of them can be assigned to the same class so that they can take care of each other. Mu Xuxin, at Su Ziyin, don't be discouraged, keep going. You will definitely be promoted to a second-level student soon. Su Ziyin, thank you. Ji Yuan, at Su Ziyin, come on. Zhao Shan, at Su Ziyin, I am the second in command now, and there are the third and fourth in command below me. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell us and I will ask the brothers to deal with him. Mu Xuxin, at Zhao Shan, hey. What incomprehensible things are you talking about? Ji Yuan covered his face. This guy is like a child who never grows up. After chatting for a few more sentences, the four of them said good night to each other and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ji Yuan was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. When I looked at the time, it was already 8:30. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After picking up the phone, a boy spoke, "Hello Ji Yuan. I'm your mentor, Lei Shi. Are you up?" "Hello, Professor Lei. I'm about to leave for the teaching building." Ji Yuan, who was lying in bed, answered. "Okay, come down now, I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory." After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan suddenly got up, washed quickly, and appeared at the dormitory entrance with light steps. "It's 8:30, it's already time for class." The entire dormitory building was empty. At the entrance, a man in dark blue clothes stood upright. The man looked middle-aged, with short hair neatly combed back and a pair of golden single-frame glasses on his right eye. At first glance, he exudes the gentle and elegant temperament of a scholar. "Teacher Lei." Ji Yuan approached. "Let's go. I'll take you to the logistics department to get your clothes." Lei Shi stepped forward, and while doing so, he turned his head to look at Ji Yuan from top to bottom. After arriving at the logistics department, which was similar to a warehouse, Lei Shi reported a series of sizes to the warehouse manager. About 10 minutes later, the administrator returned pushing a vehicle full of items. Inside, there was a set of blue and white clothing. "This is the school uniform, and it is also a symbol of your status. From now on, you must dress properly in the school." Lei Shi pointed to the locker room nearby and said, "Go ahead and change." Walking into the locker room, Ji Yuan changed his clothes in a second. On the collar of the uniform was embroidered with a silently roaring head of a ferocious beast in gold thread, which was a unique symbol of the emperor's birth. The uniform is just the right size, adding a touch of youthful vigor to Ji Yuan's handsome face. Walking out of the locker room, Lei Shi nodded, "Not bad." Then he walked up and patted Ji Yuan on the shoulders. Swish. Sudden. A silver-white cape extends from the shoulders of the uniform, just a distance from the ground. Ji Yuan turned his head to observe in surprise. The material of the cloak was extremely delicate. Under the light, he could clearly see strands of special texture. In the very center of the cloak, a beast's claw was outlined with gold thread. The claw was in a half-clenched position, holding the word Emperor firmly in the palm of its hand. This is a holy spirit cloak that only an emperor can possess. Don't underestimate it. At a critical moment, it can withstand the full force of a hegemon-level beastmaster. Lei Shi packed up the other things and handed them to Ji Yuan. Withstand the full force attack of a dominant beastmaster. Ji Yuan did not hide his surprise. "Let's go to the classroom. Follow Lei Shi and head straight to the teaching building." During this period, Ji Yuan also roughly knew some things about the emperor's life. There are more than 100 imperial students in the entire college. There are 6 classrooms in total. There are a total of 18 students in the class that Lei Shi is in charge of, and with Ji Yuan included, there are a total of 19 students. Take the elevator all the way up. When reaching the top floor, the elevator doors opened. A strong and restless breath came towards me, which was a wave of soul power that was released unexpectedly. Every new emperor will receive this kind of welcome ceremony. Ji Yuan stood in the elevator, as if being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. If someone is not mentally strong, he might be frightened to the point of paralysis on the spot. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan was not raised to be frightened. What's more, the concentration of these soul powers varies. Although it is intimidating, it cannot be compared with the concentration of special grade qualifications. Buzz. On the side, Lei Shi, who was watching, suddenly saw a layer of dark gray light patterns appearing on the surface of Ji Yuan's body. Moment. The light pattern spread out violently, and the soul energy that tried to suppress him was instantly dispersed. Several exclamations were heard in the corridor. Special grade qualifications, indeed extraordinary. Lei Shi thought in his eyes and walked out of the elevator first. Ji Yuan followed behind him with a normal expression. The top floor is the exclusive teaching floor for imperial students, with 6 classrooms equally divided on this floor. Therefore, the area of each classroom is incredibly large. As I walked along, I saw that the number of people in these classrooms varied, some more and some less. However, Ji Yuan observed that there was a huge pull rod placed at the podium in every classroom, but he didn't know what its function was. After passing 4 classrooms, Leisure finally stopped. He stood in front of an open door, with noise coming out from inside. The moment he stepped into the classroom, it became quiet instantly. "Come in," Leisure shouted. As soon as Ji Yuan stepped into the classroom, 18 men and women of all kinds cast their eyes at him. With a quick glance, he suddenly saw a cold blue-haired woman sitting quietly by the window in the corner. As he looked at her, the woman nodded slightly. "Tang Yi. What a coincidence." On the podium, Leisure said with a smile, "Ji Yuan, summon your beast." Moment. On the left, a blue and white Kirin bathed in fire emerged, and the temperature in the classroom instantly rose. On the right, a giant black wolf appeared, quiet yet containing a hint of violent power, with bursts of thunder echoing around it. Ji Yuan stood between the two beasts, looked around the room, and said in a slightly kind tone, "New student Ji Yuan, please give me your guidance." Super Academy, where power speaks volumes. Not to mention the black gold beam of light during the entrance test, the terrifying fluctuations of the two beasts he summoned at this moment were enough to make everyone dare not underestimate this freshman. Among the emperors, the worst are always of the 5th rank. Ji Yuan's arrival broke this convention. However, considering his performance in the city competition, no one would be foolish enough to regard him as an ordinary 6th grade beastmaster. Chapter 89, First Lesson. In case some people are behind the times, let me tell you that our new classmate is the champion of this city competition. Leisure said with a smile, but his eyes stayed on Ming and Shanpa. As early as the live broadcast of the competition, he had become curious about these two beasts. Only when he was in close contact with them could he feel the unique blood fluctuations. As expected of a mythical beast. He's just the champion of the competition. Senior Ko was also the champion of the city competition. Below, 3 male classmates laughed and looked disdainful. The positions of students' desks and chairs in the classroom are very interesting. They are not arranged neatly in the traditional sense, but everyone sits separately. For example, the 3 male classmates who were laughing at this moment were standing in a row, and in front of them sat a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes. The rest of the students sat by the window, some sat by the back, some sat in groups, there was no order at all. Yes, they are all champions of the competition. The black gold light column of the new classmate cannot even compare to the red gold light column of your senior Ko. How amazing! A sarcastic voice sounded in the corner. Ji Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person speaking was a bald man. His words made the 3 men look slightly angry, but the senior Ko they were talking about remained calm as he flipped through the book in his hands, as if he hadn't heard anything. Seeing that he didn't respond, the 3 of them fell silent. It seems that college life is not as harmonious as he imagined. However, none of these things mattered to him. The top priority now is to advance to the 5th rank and allow Ming and Shanpa to develop a new skill. Apart from that, he doesn't care about anything. Instead of wasting time here talking nonsense, why not practice hard? Tomorrow is Friday, and the gold list rankings will be unlocked. Do I need to remind you? Leisure stood on the podium and glanced at the 3 male students who had just taken the initiative to cause trouble. Then, he made a gesture of invitation to Ji Yuan. In my class, the main idea is to follow your heart. You can choose the seat you want to sit in by yourself. In the huge classroom, the middle seat was occupied by the silver-haired man and his 3 lackeys. The wall on the right side facing the corridor is also occupied by many people. After a quick look around, I saw that there were only 3 tables and chairs near the window. The owners of 2 of the photos are the cold and beautiful goddess Tang Yi and the bald man who seemed to be speaking for him just now. The remaining one is empty. There was plenty of space between this empty table and Tang Yi. Senior, can I sit in front of you? Ji Yuan walked down from the podium. Because there was plenty of space, Ming held the chair in his mouth, and Shanpa held the table on his head, following behind him. No. Unexpectedly, the answer he received was a cold remark laced with anger. Turning around, I saw the silver-haired man who had never spoken before staring at me coldly. Tang Yi's admirer? Not really. What is the reason? Because both he and I are champions. Thinking back to the conversation between the lackey and the bald man, Ji Yuan had the answer in his mind. At this time, Tang Yi said coldly, "Okay." Hearing this, a gloomy look flashed in the silver-haired man's eyes. He glared at Tang Yi coldly and said nothing more. Ji Yuan sneered in his heart and signaled the two beasts to put down the table and chairs. Where does the hostility from these guys come from? After he put away the two beasts and sat down. On the podium, Lei Shi, who had a full view of everything, looked calm. He snapped his fingers and said, "Today's lesson is about the maintenance and cultivation of the beast control space. But because of the new students joining us, we will temporarily put aside the knowledge-based courses. Ji Yuan, come up." Lei Shi waved his hand. When he walked onto the podium, Lei Shi pointed to the lever beside him and said, "Push it forward." Ji Yuan held the lever, and the cool temperature covered the palm of his hand. As he pushed forward, in an instant, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. As the pull rod was pushed, beams of technological light began to appear on the walls of the classroom. At the same time, after the beam of light passed, the wall turned into a lush green forest, the ceiling turned into a clear sky, and the hard ground under the feet turned into mud in the forest. You can understand that by pushing the lever, our classroom will be transformed into a simulated green forest space. The scale of this space is infinitely larger, and everything inside is controlled by me. Lei Shi saw Ji Yuan's surprised expression and answered with a smile. After saying that, he clapped his hands and said, "I'm going to start distributing mission targets. Tang Yi, arrive." The cold and beautiful goddess responded. "Today, you are responsible for hunting down 5 legendary beasts. The time limit is 8 minutes. Good." Tang Yi nodded, and then the cold peak Griffin appeared. She jumped up, and both man and beast disappeared in an instant. "Kushwanji exist." The silver-haired man answered nonchalantly. "You are responsible for hunting down 30 Overlord-level beasts. The time limit is 10 minutes. 5 minutes at most." After Kushwanji finished speaking, his figure flashed and he ran towards the depths of the forest. Then, Lei Shi called out the names of the remaining students one by one and arranged them. When Ji Yuan was the only one left at the scene, he slowly spoke, "This is your first class. As usual, I will arrange for you to hunt 5 Overlord-level beasts within 10 minutes. However, considering your performance in the city competition and the black and gold beam during the entrance examination, I want to see your limits." As soon as he finished speaking, a cursor suddenly appeared in front of Ji Yuan's eyes. The cursor is light blue, shaped like an arrow, pointing deep into the forest. Go ahead and follow the instructions. I'll tell you when we get there. Lei Shi folded his hands and raised his chin. Interesting. Ji Yuan clenched his hands, and Ming's figure suddenly appeared, carrying him, turning into a ball of blazing fire, and rushing away along the arrow. Soon, they followed the instructions and came to a circular open space surrounded by green trees. Around the clearing, the woods were dense and almost impenetrable. Start with the simplest one first. The sound of thunder and lightning rang out from all directions. At the same time, Ji Yuan was surprised to see a line of light yellow font appear in his field of vision. First wave, low-level bloodline beasts, quantity, 50. Roar. Moment. A wanton roar suddenly sounded, and then, fierce beasts with bared teeth jumped out from the woods. Ji Yuan was surrounded from all directions in an instant. See. Boom. The terrifying pressure of the imperial bloodline spread instantly, and these little guys with low-level bloodlines had their hearts shattered by this bloodline pressure. The fallen beasts turned into blue spots of light and dissipated. Before my eyes, pale yellow numbers jumped rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they changed from 50 to 0. Second wave, intermediate and advanced bloodline beast tamers, quantity, 100. A group of beasts that are much more powerful than before once again emerged from the forest. Interesting. Ji Yuan smiled, and immediately, flames surged in Ming's beast eyes. Swish. The boiling netherworld flames instantly swept across the entire open space, and the terrifying high temperature caused countless screams. The number of beasts in the second wave was also decreasing rapidly. In just a few breaths, it dropped to 0.